The young biologist, Weide, donned the attire of 1938 Britain and awakened to a flawed system when his physical age reverted to 11. Ding! As long as the host accumulates virtue through good deeds to earn rewards and ultimately becomes the Dark Lord, one can transform into an omnipotent deity. Weide. System. Are you in your right mind? Years later. Weide. Tom. Do you wish to become the Dark Lord? Tom. If given a choice, I would prefer to be a good person. Weide. Old Grindelwald. That is not how one becomes the Dark Lord. Allow me to teach you. Grindelwald. Weide. Professor, I apologize for deceiving you. In truth, I am the Dark Lord. Dumbledore. I will not permit you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Surely, you have your reasons. This must be Grindelwald's fault. Grindelwald. Weide. I truly am the Dark Lord. Tom. The Dark Lord? But the people outside call you a saint. Weide. Noseless. Your words are too foul. Chapter 1. No, I refuse. The London sky remained perpetually overcast. Wood's Orphanage. Room 201. Thud. A heavy wardrobe gently descended from the air, landing on the ground. The 358th manipulation experiment concluded, firmly establishing one point. The more intense my will and focus my mind, the greater and more precise my ability to manipulate power. Perhaps this force is a manifestation of idealism? Weide gazed at the notebook filled with Chinese characters in his hands, then added a note with his broken pencil. Despite numerous experiments, the source and scientific principles behind this power remained elusive, and it was still uncertain whether others possessed such abilities. Weide closed the notebook, along with the broken pencil, and placed it into his pocket. He raised his hand and gently tapped the chair, which immediately shattered into fragments, littering the ground, as if its previous state had only been held together by inferior glue. Lacking any stability, observing the scattered debris, he solemnly extended his right hand, his focus sharpening once more. Repair. Weide drew a rope and compared it to the longest crack, a hint of joy illuminating his face. For he discovered that this crack was shorter than during the last repair. He promptly retrieved his notebook to document this finding. Indeed, this power was entirely feasible for mending objects. The incomplete restoration was merely due to my not yet fully mastering this ability. As my command of this power steadily improved, so too did the efficacy of the repairs. After the initial elation, Weide looked at his palm, his youthful face bearing an expression of melancholy that belied his age. Though this power was wondrous and possessed limitless potential for development, given a choice, he would rather remain in his original It was only after being sent to the orphanage, regarded as an orphan, that he fully accepted this absurd reality and promptly discerned the fundamental circumstances of this world. Here, it appears to be England in the 1930s. More precisely, he finds himself in London in the year 1938. The year 1938 is not a fortunate one, for a failed art student is on the verge of instigating a world war, and London will soon be reduced to ruins in the ensuing conflict. As the crisis approaches, Levitt feels that the peculiar power he has recently acquired may serve as his ally, and he has long been intrigued by this remarkable and enigmatic force. Thus, Levitt swiftly embarks on a journey of practice and experimentation with his newfound abilities, and thus far, his progress has been remarkably smooth. Unbeknownst to him, while engrossed in his endeavors, Levitt has quietly passed his first week in this era. After taking a brief respite, he once again dismantles the chair, preparing to proceed with his second experiment as planned, for time is of the essence with war looming near. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly shut door is violently kicked open, the wooden door crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Levitt furrows his brow and lifts his gaze. Standing outside is a boy, seemingly of a similar age to himself. The boy possesses a head of dark hair and can be described as quite handsome, seemingly capable of easily garnering others' affection, though his pallid complexion and sinister gaze detract from that charm. "It seems you are the new Eastern fellow," the boy remarks, scrutinizing Levitt with a voice that, while soft, carries an inexplicable arrogance. "You don't seem particularly special. So how did you manage to persuade that old woman to reserve the finest single room for you? Was it merely your pretty face?" Levitt regards the boy with a calm demeanor. "Your method of knocking is indeed quite unique." Due to his previous profession, Levitt's command of English is excellent, and communication poses no obstacle. "You seem a bit discontented?" A week ago, there was a fool who felt similarly. A cruel smile flickers across the boy's face. "However, that very night, I hung his pet rabbit from the beams." "Oh," Levitt observes the boy's somewhat morbid smile. "So, does such an act bring you joy?" "Joy? No, I do it merely to instill fear in them." The boy slowly steps inside. "Only by evoking fear can one compel others to obey and heed one's commands. I have never been fond of having my will opposed. I see. Pray tell, what would you have me, the gentleman who desires to instill fear, do?" Levitt inquires with genuine curiosity as he gazes at the boy. Initially, he suspected the boy might have some psychological issues, perhaps a penchant for tormenting small animals. Such children are not uncommon in orphanages. Yet, it seems the reality is far graver. Noticing Levitt's apparent willingness to acquiesce, a triumphant smile spreads across the boy's face. I have repeatedly requested Mrs. Cole to allow me to move into this room. Yet she insists on confining me to the dim and damp first floor, the boy declared, his gaze fixed intently upon Levitt's eyes. Levitt nodded. I see. You wish to exchange rooms with me. You are far more astute than those fools, the boy remarked, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him as he recognized Levitt's swift comprehension of his intent. In truth, had it not been for that wretched old woman, who confined me in a dark little room for an entire week over a mere rabbit, I would have sought you out much sooner. Levitt nodded again. I completely understand. No one wishes to remain in a dark and damp place. So do you agree? No, I decline. Is anyone watching? A sense of panic ensues. Chapter 2. Tom Riddle. The boy glared at Weide, his face ashen. After all the words exchanged, he was met with outright rejection. Are you mocking me? Weide waved his hand dismissively. No, I am not mocking you. I have given your proposal considerable thought and find merit in your theory regarding fear. However, I must candidly express that you have yet to instill in me any sense of fear. Therefore, I see no reason to acquiesce to your wishes. After all, I do not keep pets such as rabbits. The boy fell silent, a flicker of crimson light shimmering in his dark eyes. Weide's words undoubtedly dripped with sarcasm. If you have nothing further to discuss, please take your leave. I must repair the lock you have damaged. Weide spoke calmly, issuing his dismissal. You are provoking me, yet you are correct in one regard. Lacking power indeed fails to evoke fear in others. So on what grounds do you presume I lack such capability? The boy fixed his icy, mocking gaze upon Weide, resembling a serpent poised to strike its prey. Weide was about to respond when he suddenly noticed the fragments of the chair he had discarded on the ground slowly levitating into the air. He was certain he had not willed this. So this is your reliance? Weide observed the floating shards, a glimmer of surprise and understanding flashing in his eyes. Clearly, there existed others in this world, like himself, endowed with such extraordinary abilities. And this individual stood right before him. The boy, witnessing Weide's lack of the panic he had anticipated, felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, this fleeting uncertainty was insufficient to quell his desire to teach Weide a lesson. In the next moment, the suspended fragments hurtled toward Weide with great force. For other children, this bizarre scene would undoubtedly provoke fear, but Weide was no ordinary child. In fact, after hundreds of experiments and thousands of practices, he discerned that the boy's mastery of this power appeared rather juvenile. Weide made no superfluous movements, nor did he glance at the approaching shards. Instead, he calmly regarded the boy as one would an exceptional specimen for experimentation. Whoosh! The fragments, hurtling toward him, abruptly halted before Weide, unable to advance further. Undoubtedly, he possessed greater control over this peculiar ability than the boy. The boy stared in shock at the unfolding scene. What is happening? You can do this too? No, this is impossible. How can you possibly achieve this? This is something only I can. Why do you believe yourself to be the sole unique one? Weide regarded the boy with a mocking gaze. The boy's proud heart was deeply wounded by such scrutiny. So we are of the same kind? The same kind? No, I am not like you. You possess such extraordinary talents, yet I have discerned no signs of practiced skill within you. Surely, you do not squander this power on the mundane act of intimidating ordinary individuals. If that were the case, it would indeed be a lamentable waste of your unique gifts. Leviathan gestured with a flick of his hand, causing shards of the chair to clatter to the ground. The boy glared fiercely at Leviathan, his eyes ablaze with fury. You, like me, indeed possess exceptional abilities. However, that does not grant you the liberty to act as you please in my presence. In an instant, the boy found himself inexplicably prostrate on the ground, unable to move, as though an invisible hand had firmly pressed him into the earth. Leviathan approached him, towering above. What were your words a moment ago? The boy looked angrily at the worn shoes before him, unable to lift his head. I said nothing. His immobile body and the increasing weight of an unseen pressure on his back filled him with unease. I sense fear emanating from you. By your own logic. Does that not mean you should heed my words now? Leviathan's gentle voice echoed above him, but it felt like the whisper of a demon. The boy nodded slowly, his gaze becoming markedly clearer. Suddenly, he felt a lightness envelop him, the immense pressure dissipating into thin air. Excellent. I appreciate those who are obedient. Leviathan helped the boy to his feet, brushing off the dust with a considerate gesture. By the way, I still do not know your name. The boy gasped for breath, still shaken by the earlier encounter. The oppressive weight had been all too real, and he understood that Leviathan could easily take his life if he wished. Riddle. My name is Tom Riddle. Ding. Host, and the future Dark Lord detected an intersection. The merit system has officially activated. Ding. Host has thoroughly disciplined the mischievous boy, earning 50 merit points. Leviathan, Tom Riddle, the future Dark Lord? The merit system. I see now, Tom Riddle. Leviathan scrutinized the boy before him anew. Tom felt a tightening in his chest under Leviathan's suddenly intense gaze. Though he may one day become the formidable Dark Lord, he was merely a frightened child at present, and he certainly did not wish to die. Thus, the fear he felt towards Leviathan, who seemed capable of ending his life at any moment, was ineffable. Just then, Tom felt a weight upon his shoulder. It was Leviathan's hand resting there. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Tom's forehead. Do not be anxious, Tom. I merely find your name somewhat familiar. Indeed, the name is quite recognizable, for the association of the Dark Lord with Tom Riddle reveals much. At this moment, Weide recalled two crucial pieces of information that he had previously overlooked. The orphanage was named the Wu Orphanage, and the head of the establishment was none other than Lady Cole. Undoubtedly, this was the very birthplace of the second Dark Lord, Voldemort. Thus, Weide finally comprehended that he had directly traversed into the world of Harry Potter, albeit decades before the narrative commenced. This peculiar power he possessed was not an extraordinary ability, but rather magic. Chapter 3. Who says that doing good deeds precludes one from becoming a Dark Lord? Tom stood before Weide, feeling as if he were being pricked by 1,000 needles. The psychological pressure exerted by Weide was overwhelming. He cautiously glanced at Weide's expression, pondering that perhaps his name was too commonplace. Many bore the name Tom, leading one to find it familiar. As he spoke, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He was not lying when he admitted his aversion to his mundane name. He had always believed himself to be extraordinary, possessing unique talents, distinctly separate from those pedestrian individuals who also bore the name Tom. The mere thought of sharing a name with those foolish souls repulsed him. Having a common name is inconsequential, Tom. If you can become powerful enough, fearsome enough, then your name will inevitably transform into a taboo. Who would dare utter a name that is not ordinary? Tom watched as Weide removed his hand from his shoulder, and he found himself swallowing hard. In Weide's presence, he felt utterly exposed, the sensation of being so easily seen through instilling both fear and anger within him. However, the notion of making his name a taboo intrigued him. He pondered Weide's words, his pupils narrowing as his breath quickened. Could it truly be achieved? Without a doubt. Weide's words stirred something deep within him. Suddenly, he realized that utilizing his rare talents to torment these ordinary people was indeed beneath him, explaining why Weide regarded him with such disdain. Yet, if Weide could enhance his abilities through practice, why could he not do the same? Tom concluded that his earlier embarrassment before Weide stemmed from a lack of practice. With diligent effort, he believed he could surpass this pretentious individual standing before him. Just wait, he thought. I will certainly. Tom lowered his head slightly, his eyes flickering with contemplation on how to deal with Weide. A furtive glance at Weide revealed a knowing smirk, sending a chill down his spine. Damn it, what did that look mean? Why did it feel as though he could read my thoughts? No, it couldn't be. Unbeknownst to Tom, Weide, as a traveler from another realm, understood his life story better than Tom himself, making it exceedingly simple to discern his thoughts. A faint smile once again graced Weide's face as he gently remarked, My name is rather common. I am Weide. Oh, by your customs, it should be addressed as Widely. However, I do not mind if you simply call me Weide. What I do mind is being referred to as Tom. Meanwhile, Tom silently seethed with indignation while striving to manage his facial expressions to appear more submissive. This ability to disguise his true feelings seemed to come naturally to him. Today is merely a misunderstanding, sir. He ultimately refrained from directly addressing Weide by his name, despite his internal musings that Weide was merely posturing. The oppressive aura emanating from the man left Tom feeling utterly powerless. At the same time, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. It became evident that when one possesses sufficient strength to instill fear, others may not even dare to utter one's name. This meant that the concept of rendering one's name taboo was indeed a tangible reality. Just one individual capable of making their name forbidden is sufficient. And that individual is me. Perhaps I could find a way to learn something from him. And then a subtle glimmer of red flickered in Tom's gaze once more. Of course, Tom's minute change in expression did not escape Weide's keen observation. He understood that Tom was far from the type to remain in a subordinate position willingly. Nevertheless, Weide allowed Tom to exit his chamber unscathed. The decision not to eliminate this future Dark Lord stemmed from Weide's desire to avoid unnecessary complications that could arise from Tom's demise within his quarters. Additionally, a living Tom still held potential utility for Weide. Most importantly, he was aware that Dumbledore would personally deliver Tom's acceptance letter. Weide was also eager to witness the dramatic moment when Dumbledore would set Tom's wardrobe ablaze. Once Tom departed, Weide closed the door behind him and gazed at the broken lock, his left hand resting gently upon it, acknowledging that the power he wielded was magic. And recalling the spells from the novels and films he had consumed prior to this journey, he saw no reason not to attempt the spell. restored to its original state. No sooner had he uttered the words than the lock hanging from the doorframe began to emit a series of creaking sounds as it gradually repaired itself. It was uncertain whether the incantation had taken effect or if it was merely the result of Weide's repeated practice. Observing the now-repaired lock, with its still visible cracks, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. However, he remained unperturbed, temporarily setting aside thoughts of spells. For aside from discovering the nature of this world, he had also activated a system that he had yet to examine. With this thought in mind, Weide endeavored to summon the newly activated system within his mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar chime echoed in his head. Ding, ding. The host has successfully bound to the merit system. By performing good deeds, you can accumulate merit points to exchange for items in the System S store. Ding. System notification. The System store refreshes 2 types of goods daily. With a refresh time of midnight, the host possesses the ability to lock certain items, preventing them from being refreshed. Ding. It has been detected that the host has recently intersected with the future Dark Lord. Upon evaluation, it is evident that the host has a greater potential to become the Dark Lord. Therefore, by merely achieving the Dark Lord's accomplishment, the host can transcend this realm and ascend to divinity. Furthermore, the criteria for the Dark Lord's achievement will be determined autonomously by the system. The host is encouraged to strive diligently. Leviathan caressed his smooth chin and slowly seated himself upon the solitary bed nearby. The path to becoming the Dark Lord, in truth, is not arduous. It merely requires one to await the enhancement of their powers and to emulate the methods of the later Voldemort. Alternatively, after Grindelwald is imprisoned, he could simply replicate that approach. However, to sustain such an endeavor, it is imperative that he possesses formidable strength. Therefore, he must indeed employ his abilities. Now, the crux of the matter lies in the apparent contradiction between accumulating virtue and the aspiration to become the Dark Lord. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Leviathan's lips. Who says that one cannot become a Dark Lord while doing good deeds? It all depends on how one chooses to perform those benevolent acts. Chapter 4. The correct utilization of Tom. Yet, should that be the case, it would not be prudent to directly tread the paths of Voldemort and Grindelwald. Leviathan had already formulated a plan in his mind, and subsequently, he accessed the system interface within his thoughts. The system interface was quite simplistic, displaying only the item list and the balance of merit points. Item 1, White Fresh, 50, unlocked, 5 merit points. Item 2, Complete Guide to Low-Level Spells, unlocked, 50 merit points. Refresh countdown, 8 hours 27 minutes 39 seconds. Merit points, 50 points. Dark Lord achievement, unaccomplished. Upon noticing the second item, Leviathan immediately clicked to view it without hesitation. Complete Guide to Low-Level Spells is a system-exclusive version of a spellbook that encompasses nearly all low-level spells circulating in the current world, detailing their casting techniques and historical evolution. Before Leviathan could fully peruse the system's description, he decisively opted to purchase it. Although this book contained only low-level spells, it would still prove immensely beneficial for him. A novice in magic. Moreover, given the thoroughness of this spellbook, it would be impossible to find such detailed content in any bookstore. Ding. Would you like to purchase Complete Guide to Low-Level Spells? Yes. Ding. Please select the language for this book. Is there a choice of language? Leviathan's heart stirred at the thought. Is there a simplified Chinese version available? He was merely inquiring casually, knowing that simplified Chinese would not emerge until the 1950s, while the current year was merely the 1930s. Ding. Complete Guide to Low-Level Spells, simplified Chinese version, has been dispatched. Please check your receipt. Leviathan felt a warmth in his palm as a book with a black cover suddenly materialized in his hand. He picked up the book, slightly puzzled. He noticed that its thickness seemed unusual. If this book truly contained all the content described in the System S explanation, it certainly should not be so thin. Levi glanced at the inky black cover, where the title of the book was emblazoned in gilded, bold letters, Oliver Twist. Wasn't this supposed to be a grimoire? How could it possibly be a novel by Dickens? Levi furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he noticed that when he focused entirely on the title, the English name Oliver Twist gradually transformed into simplified Chinese characters in his field of vision, Elementary Curse Compendium. Ding. The system's limited edition book could only reveal its true contents to the host, and those granted permission by the host. The grimoire's built-in disguise feature greatly pleased Levi. Since this book could conceal itself, he had no need to worry about others noticing this excessively detailed tome of spells. Moreover, with its true content hidden, one could no longer gauge the depth of its information by mere thickness. Levi casually opened the book, and indeed, the narrative content slowly morphed into detailed explanations of spells before his eyes. Most importantly, it was all in simplified Chinese. The grimoire would typically incorporate many archaic English terms, which, despite Levi's proficiency in English, could be challenging to comprehend. However, since he possessed the system-generated simplified Chinese version, which was translated with remarkable fidelity and elegance, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved. Knock knock. Sir, it's time for dinner. Immersed in his study of spells, Levi lifted his gaze to observe the darkening sky outside. Unbeknownst to him, dinner time had arrived. He opened the door to find Tom standing humbly at the entrance, wearing a compliant expression. It was as if the arrogant fellow from earlier in the day bore no relation to him. When necessary, his demeanor could shift to one of remarkable servility. In another light, this could be considered Tom's unique talent. Tom, please refrain from calling me sir. It sounds rather odd. If you don't mind, just call me Levi, he said. A smile gracing his face. Tom nodded, a faint smile upon his lips. Then when there are others around, I shall call you Levi, but when we are alone, I will still address you as sir. It must be said that Tom was indeed a natural chameleon, his words melodious and considerate, and he possessed a commendable appearance. Those unfamiliar with him would likely be deceived. No wonder, after school, apart from Dumbledore, who had witnessed his true nature, the other students and faculty adored him. Very well. Do as you please, Levi replied noncommittally, then made his way toward the dining area, with Tom promptly following suit. Throughout their journey, Tom's behavior was nothing short of impeccable. He walked respectfully behind Levi, embodying the very image of a sycophant. Yet, Levi was acutely aware that he was a viper. Given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly spring forth to sink his fangs into Levi's throat. Such a venomous child. As this thought crossed Levi's mind, he glanced at Tom, who followed him with a subservient demeanor, and a faint smile suddenly crept upon his lips. Snap! Tom held his head, gazing at Lee Weide in utter bewilderment. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes, but was swiftly masked. Mr. Way, why did you strike me? Ding. Host detected insulting damage inflicted upon the malicious spirit. Awarding 10 merit points. Excellent. Successfully revealed the appropriate application of Tom, and incidentally, the merit points for purchasing by Cien have also been acquired. My apologies. I just noticed a fly on your head. Where did the fly go? Tom rubbed his still lush head, utterly confused. It has flown away, Lee Weide replied nonchalantly. Tom's eyes widened in shock, and even in his dim-witted state, he realized that Lee Weide had intentionally struck him. Let us hurry, Mrs. Cole does not wait for anyone to dine. Tom watched Lee Weide's retreating figure, a mix of astonishment and fury brewing within him. Could he have guessed my intentions? No. That seems improbable. How could he possibly know what I am thinking? But why did he strike me so suddenly? Is he testing me? Testing whether I am truly obedient? Yet, Tom Henty looked in the mirror moments ago. How could he discern if he had maintained a controlled expression? Anxiously, he followed behind. Now, he was greatly concerned that Lee Weide might suddenly turn hostile and leave him near death. For if it were he in Lee Weide's position, he would undoubtedly do the same. Chapter 5. Am I not even worthy of being a threat to you? Tom, you've taken a wrong turn. You ought to go this way. Unbeknownst to him, Lee Weide had reappeared before Tom. My apologies, I just got a bit distracted, Tom hastily explained. Tom, your performance was excessively forceful. To appear submissive, you must be more natural, Lee Weide remarked meaningfully, giving Tom's shoulder a pat before turning to leave once more. Tom stood rooted to the spot, Lee Weide's words striking him like a thunderclap. How naive I have been. How presumptuous. My sudden transformation is so apparent. How could he not guess my intentions? Thus, he is warning me. He is advising me not to harbor any thoughts that I ought not to have. Fully aware that I could retaliate against him at any moment, yet he remains utterly unconcerned, allowing me free rein. Does he believe I am not even worthy of being a threat to him? Damn it, this arrogant scoundrel. How dare he? How dare he underestimate me? Tom's complexion paled, humiliation filling his gaze, and the veins in his neck throbbed. In truth, Tom understood Lee Weide's thoughts better than anyone else. For before encountering Lee Weide, he had perceived others in the same light. He regarded them as mediocre fools, incapable of posing any threat to his exceptional talents. Which is why he had behaved so tyrannically. Little did he anticipate that today, the one regarded as mundane would be himself. He had never considered that one day he would become that despised fool. Ding. Host detected significant mental damage inflicted upon the future Dark Lord, rewarding the host with 50 merit points. Ah, Tom, I find myself rather fond of you. Madame Cole is a gaunt woman, her visage marred by fatigue. As the ominous clouds of war gradually envelop Europe, the anxieties of the populace have rendered the benevolent less inclined to contribute to the orphanage. Madame Cole is uncertain whether the institution will endure in the coming months. The responsibility of caring for the numerous orphans, ensuring they manage to survive in these trying times, leaves her utterly drained. Eric has been unwell all day. God forbid it be another bout of chickenpox, for we are already overwhelmed. Billy appears to have improved significantly. Remember to apply iodine to his skin tonight. While distributing food, Madame Cole converses with a ragged girl clad in an old apron standing nearby. Soon, she spots the tardy Levide and Tom. Levide, are you adjusting well here? Tom, I sincerely hope you refrain from bullying Levide with your usual tactics. Otherwise, you shall remain confined in the small dark room. Who is truly tormenting whom? Tom, pursing his lips, remained silent, merely staring at the meager dinner placed before him. a small portion of baked beans, mashed potatoes, a slice of bread, and a bowl of indistinguishable soup. Beside him, Weide, with his additional egg and an apple, makes him acutely aware of the disparities between them. Observing Weide leisurely peeling his egg in the corner, Tom cannot resist the urge to take a seat across from him, clutching his plate. What assistance have you rendered to that woman? Why does she regard you with such favor? Weide cautiously extracts the yolk, nonchalantly replying, perhaps, as you suggested, it is merely due to my handsome visage? Tom clenches his spoon, torn between anger and restraint. Huh, just jesting. I'll share my egg with you. Weide, under Tom's disapproving gaze, scoops half the yolk onto Tom's plate. I have merely performed a few modest tasks, which fortuitously align with her preferences. In truth, you could do the same, were it not for your inflated sense of self that prevents you from doing so. Tom disdainfully pushes the half yolk aside. Regardless, I cannot engage in such insincere flattery. Oh, who is it that just groveled before me? Weide chuckles. I. Tom's pale face flushes with uncommon color. That's only because you are superior to me. I have no choice indeed, Tom. I never claimed you were mistaken. In fact, occasionally uttering a few flattering words or performing small favors for others in pursuit of one's aims is hardly a grievous act. Weide gazes at the flustered Tom, then adds with a grin, just as I ingratiate myself with Madame Cole to secure a favorable room for my practice and research. You seek to curry favor with me to gain methods for enhancing your strength, only to later exact revenge. Tom feels as if his breath has been momentarily suspended. He detested the sensation of being so easily seen through, feeling utterly powerless. After a brief notification chime, Weide was once again rewarded with 10 merit points, restoring everything to its original state. In his solitary chamber, he performed a unique gesture directed at the cracked lock upon the wooden door, reciting an incantation. With a faint sound of metal scraping, the fissures in the lock gradually vanished. Weide gazed contentedly at the now pristine lock. The comprehensive guide to low-level spells was indeed remarkably detailed. It documented the evolution of each spell throughout history and even included the correct gestures for wandless casting. Thus, Weide's success in this restoration spell was assured. It could be said that since acquiring this tome, his research and practice had accelerated by at least 100-fold. After spending 5 merit points to purchase a vial of white fresh, he was left with 65 points. He eagerly anticipated what new items the shop page would refresh with after midnight. Fortunately, the product lock feature was available. Otherwise, his balance of 65 points might be insufficient. Chapter 6. The anxious heart finally at rest on the first floor, in a dimly lit small room, there stood a dilapidated wardrobe and a small iron bed, giving the space a stark appearance. In the shadowy corner before the bed, Tom sat upon a gray blanket, his gaze intently fixed on his right hand, upon which coiled a small green snake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tom emitted a sound akin to that of the serpent. The little snake seemed to comprehend his words, nodding in a distinctly human manner. After a while, the snake slithered down from Tom's hand and crawled through the narrow window, swiftly disappearing from sight. Weide, what is your formidable secret? I shall soon uncover the truth. What you can accomplish, I can achieve as well. Tom clenched his fist silently, watching the direction in which the snake had vanished. All petrified. With a thud, a gray mouse fell straight down from the windowsill. Weide prodded it with a nearby green stick, feeling as if he had struck stone. After contemplating for a moment, he made a simple gesture. Freeze. Squeak. The gray mouse, rendered as rigid as stone, suddenly sprang back to life, leaping from the ground and dashing away in a frenzy. However, with few furnishings in the room, the mouse had no good hiding spots and could only dart towards the half-meter-high windowsill. All petrified. Squeak. Freeze. Squeak. After repeating this process more than a dozen times, the gray mouse ceased its escape, lying on its back in the corner, feigning death. Weide paid no further attention to the mouse and continued to peruse the spell book in his hand. Indeed, practicing such offensive spells was far more effective when targeting a living subject. Yet, he found it perplexing that despite his remarkable talent, he could successfully perform a relatively challenging spell wandlessly after just a dozen attempts. The pace of learning is indeed rather astonishing. Furthermore, on that day, when facing Tom's assault, Weide discovered that his magical attack had rebounded upon himself, akin to a gentle breeze. It posed no threat whatsoever, scarcely providing enough force to serve as a mere fan. According to the literature, the sole reason for such an occurrence is the significant disparity in the strength of magical power between the two parties, which is largely independent of practice. Logically, such a situation should not arise, considering Tom's potential as the future Dark Lord, endowed with remarkable talents. Even if Weide's innate abilities surpassed Tom's, it should not be to such an overwhelming extent. Ultimately, Weide found the answer to his predicament within the section of the spellbook that elucidated the principles of magical power. As a wizard matures, the intensity of their magical prowess also amplifies, reaching a theoretical peak upon adulthood. Should one neglect practice, or for other reasons refrain from utilizing magic, The potency of their magical power may wane, or even vanish entirely. Studies suggest that the strength of a wizard's magic is also correlated with the fortitude of their soul. Upon reflection, Levid recalled an essential fact. He was not truly Tom's contemporary. In reality, after his transmigration, only his physical age had diminished. His actual age had already reached adulthood. Thus, it was highly probable that the strength of his soul remained that of an adult. Consequently, Levid formulated a preliminary hypothesis. The magical power he currently possessed had already attained the intensity typical of an adult. Engaging in combat with the underage Tom, even with Tom's extraordinary talent, was akin to an adult contending with a child, making it exceedingly difficult not to dominate. Then, he pondered whether his magical strength could continue to grow naturally. If it could not, was there a means to transcend this limitation? Regarding this inquiry, Levid felt no urgency. As once the youngest biologist, the exploration of how to surpass human limits had been his principal research focus prior to his transmigration. Now, however, the subject of his study had merely transformed from an ordinary human to a wizard. Tom, distracted, flipped through the pages of his book. Yet his gaze never truly settled upon the text. He was acutely aware that whenever Levid closed his door, it signaled the onset of his clandestine practice. An hour passed, and Tom could no longer contain his impatience. Taking a deep breath, he made his way towards Levid's room, located on the second floor. As Tom ascended, he spotted Levid's door, which was slightly ajar, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Suppressing his anxious thoughts, Tom gently pushed the door open. There, he beheld Levid, delicately prodding a gray mouse on the floor with a green stick. Suddenly, Tom felt an uncanny familiarity with that stick. Levid turned to see Tom peering curiously from the doorway, a warm smile gracing his features. "Ah, Tom, you've arrived. I was just about to share with you an intriguing application of our special abilities." As Weide rose to his feet, Tom finally comprehended the reason behind his sense of familiarity with the stick in Weide's hand. It was, astonishingly, a little snake that had inexplicably become rigid. Tom's anxious heart finally succumbed to despair. Ding! The system detected a slight alteration in the life trajectory of the future Dark Lord, rewarding the host with 100 merit points. Weide, Hogwarts. The roaring fireplace rendered the circular headmaster's office as warm as spring. "Armando, I am just about to head to London. Please take care of these two children," Dumbledore said, shaking the two letters in his hand. "Oh, certainly, it's no trouble at all," replied Dipet, seated at his large desk. As he stroked his somewhat disheveled white beard, his murky gaze fixed upon Dumbledore. "Is it confirmed? Has he truly arrived in London?" "Not yet confirmed. Merely indicative signs suggest so. However, as you know, I cannot afford to dismiss any information concerning him, especially since this news comes from a highly credible source." Dumbledore carefully tucked the two envelopes into the pocket of his coat. It was Scamander who informed you, wasn't it? He seems to have not graduated normally from Hogwarts." Dipet inquired somewhat casually. "Indeed, but I assure you, Armando, Newt is absolutely trustworthy. Moreover, his capabilities are undeniably evident," Dumbledore stated with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Scamander has indeed demonstrated his abilities and stance through his actions. I harbor no doubts regarding him. I have always held great faith in your judgment of character. Therefore, it is highly probable that he has genuinely gone to London. Are you prepared?" Dumbledore took a deep breath. "Of course, I have long been ready to face him. However, over the years, his movements have become exceedingly clandestine, and he has not appeared before me again. Well, I am pleased to see your final decision. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Though I am somewhat advanced in age, I am not yet so ineffectual as to be unable to wield my wand. I will. Armando, and I sincerely thank you for your understanding and support over the years. Enough of that sentimentality. You would manage quite well without my help. Go forth to London and resolve this matter once and for all. And, of course, do not forget to deliver the enrollment letters to those two children afterward. They are residing in the same Muggle orphanage, and it requires a professor to personally explain the situation." Chapter 7, Dumbledore. Ding. The clock struck midnight, and new items appeared in the shop. Weide set aside the concealed spellbook, the tale of Oliver Twist, and directly summoned the system marketplace. Item 1, Energy Potion, 50. Unlocked for 5 merit points. Item 2, Superior Memory Potion, unlocked for 100 merit points. Refresh countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Merit points, 165. Dark Lord Achievement, not achieved. At first glance, these two items seemed rather unremarkable. Weide casually perused the system descriptions of these two products. Elixir of Vitality. This system-produced elixir requires merely 50 units to invigorate an individual for a remarkable span of 48 hours, leaving them utterly free of fatigue. It is advised to consume it judiciously, as excessive intake may lead to drowsiness. Should such side effects occur, prompt treatment at the St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is essential. This is akin to an enhanced version of coffee, thought Leviathan, as he gazed at the elixir within the marketplace interface. feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. Coffee had been his companion during the arduous demands of work in the past. Next, his attention shifted to the second item. Leviathan astutely noted that although this product bore the label of an elixir, it lacked the dosage specification found in the Vitality Elixir. Supreme Memory Elixir, an exclusive product produced by the system. Its consumption promises a substantial enhancement of the user's memory, with effects that are permanent. The description, though succinct and direct, ignited a spark of excitement within Leviathan. One's memory serves as a crucial foundation for acquiring new knowledge. Possessing a keen memory undoubtedly facilitates both learning and research. Moreover, the permanence of this enhancement was astonishing, while the exact degree of improvement remained ambiguous. Leviathan did not hesitate to expend 100 merit points to procure this elixir. Regarding those 165 merit points, although it was unclear why Tom's increasingly severe setbacks yielded greater merit, gratitude was owed to Mr. Riddle for his selfless contributions. Without his efforts, the memory elixir would have remained locked away. Leviathan felt a familiar warmth in his palm, and a small transparent glass vial materialized in his hand. He uncorked the vial and inhaled its contents. It was colorless and odorless, rather unremarkable, akin to plain water. Without further delay, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire elixir in one swift motion. He smacked his lips. Indeed, it tasted as bland as distilled water. Leviathan meticulously attuned himself to his body, but felt no extraordinary sensations, as if the elixir he had ingested were nothing more than ordinary water. Pondering this, he decided to wait a moment longer before retrieving his spellbook and quickly flipping to a previously unexamined page. After skimming through the text, he finally sensed a transformation within himself. Despite merely grazing the surface of the content, without delving into comprehension, the words and illustrations had imprinted themselves indelibly in his mind, as if he had perused and memorized them countless times. The Supreme Memory Elixir had exceeded Leviathan's expectations, endowing him with an almost photographic memory. His spirits soared. That 100 merit points were, without a doubt, well spent. Once more, he silently expressed his gratitude to Tom for his remarkable contributions. Subsequently, Weide purchased the vial of energy potion and then lifted a tile from beneath the carpet, concealing the potion within. In this makeshift storage, he also placed the white ginseng he had acquired earlier. After securing the potion, Weide glanced at his meager balance of only 60 merit points. Although Tom proved to be a commendable means of accumulating merit points, the pace at which he could be exploited felt somewhat sluggish. Weide resolved to explore alternative methods for accruing merit points the following day. As for that night, after casting a glance at the cold, hard-iron bed, he decisively lifted the carpet once more, pried open the tile, and retrieved the energy potion. Why linger in sleep during life when eternal slumber awaits in death? Armed with an exceptional memory and bolstered by the super coffee, how could he neglect his studies and thus betray the selfless dedication of Comrade Riddle? Time passed swiftly, and several days flew by. On this particular afternoon, a series of knocks echoed from the tightly shut door of the orphanage. Weide promptly set down the tray containing iodine and hurried to the entrance to open the door. There stood a tall, slender man, appearing somewhat weary. Clad in an ornate dark purple velvet suit, he looked rather peculiar. His hair and beard were a reddish-brown, and despite his eccentric appearance, he exuded an admirable demeanor. Weide mused that he must be a lawyer or perhaps a professor. The tall man offered a warm smile, greeting her. "Good afternoon. I have an appointment with Mrs. Cole. I believe she is the headmistress here." "Oh, please wait a moment." Weide turned and called out loudly, "Mrs. Cole." The tall man stepped into the corridor paved with black and white tiles, silently surveying his surroundings. The overall appearance was quite dilapidated, indicating that the orphanage was not in the best condition. Yet, despite the rundown environment, it was impeccably clean, clearly a testament to the diligence of the person in charge. Before the door behind him could close completely, Mrs. Cole approached briskly, her face etched with fatigue. As she walked towards the tall man, she anxiously conversed with another girl clad in an apron. "Take this iodine up to Martha. Ballista is picking at her scabs, and Eric Willie is drenched in sweat." But addressing the chicken pox is the immediate priority. Before Mrs. Cole could finish her sentence, she spotted the tall man before her. To be honest, his peculiar attire surprised her. "Good afternoon." The tall man extended his hand. "I am Albus Dumbledore. I wrote to you regarding an appointment, and you kindly invited me here today." Mrs. Cole appeared momentarily dazed, and after a brief pause, she replied, "Oh, yes, indeed, there is such an appointment. Well, let us discuss it further in my office." Dumbledore, still smiling, politely followed Mrs. Cole. At the corner of the staircase, Weide observed Dumbledore's retreating figure, a smile gracing his face. Dumbledore had finally arrived. Though the current Dumbledore is still quite youthful, his distinctive presence and demeanor allow Weide to recognize him effortlessly. After all, at this time and place, the only tall, slender man with a crooked nose and blue eyes visiting Mrs. Cole is undoubtedly him. Beside Weide, Tom reluctantly scrubs the staircase railing with a tattered cloth. Dumbledore's peculiar appearance instantly piques his interest. Who is that? The color of his attire is rather ghastly. Has his nose been broken? Chapter 8. Tom has always been quite gentle and reserved in my presence. Weide takes the rag from Tom's hands and gestures for him to step aside. Tom looks up sharply, disbelief evident in his eyes. To be honest, Weide himself is unsure of what has come over him in recent days. Fervently dedicating himself to good deeds. It is one thing for him to lose his mind, but to force himself to assist is quite another. Logically speaking, despite being part of the orphanage, when has Tom ever had to work? Even when assigned tasks, he would simply recruit the other children to assist him. However, who can stand against Weide? Something feels amiss. There must be a conspiracy afoot. While he cannot discern Weide's ulterior motives, he is certain that by not complying with his demands, he will avoid misfortune. I was lost in thought, and didn't quite catch that. What did you just say? Weide looks at Tom. Under Weide's kind gaze, Tom's smile gradually fades. Well, not adhering to Weide's words may lead to unforeseen consequences later, but at this moment, it is certain that he will suffer. I am indeed somewhat fatigued. So I shall leave the remaining tasks to you. Tom willingly hands the rag back to Weide and swiftly vanishes around the corner of the staircase. After all, Weide still wishes to witness the iconic scene of Dumbledore setting the wardrobe ablaze. Weide sets the rag down and hurries back to his room. To prevent Dumbledore from arriving at his chamber first, he must relocate the jars and bottles hidden beneath the carpet. For a wizard of such caliber can always perceive traces invisible to others. In recent days, the system shop has not refreshed any valuable items. Most offerings consist of potions and various odd materials. These items can be acquired within the wizarding community, so after selectively purchasing a few potions for future use, he refrains from further acquisitions. During this time, Weide also discovers that when he performs good deeds alone, the increase in merit points is negligible. However, if he drags Tom along to partake, the outcome is strikingly different. Weide surmises that the more malevolent the mindset of the person he coerces into doing good, the greater his reward in merit points. Perhaps his actions diminish the likelihood of future wrongdoing on their part. After all, the system had previously granted him 100 merit points, indicating that it was likely due to his alteration of Tom's life trajectory. Of course, this remained but a speculation. Weide intended to experiment with another rogue in the future. Nevertheless, it was for this reason that after Weide had subjected Tom to a session of labor reform, he successfully accumulated an impressive total of 300 merit points. Oh, Tom, may Merlin watch over him. Just then, Mrs. Colville emerged from the office, her complexion flushed, with Dumbledore slowly following in her wake, evidently having concluded their discussion. Oh, Weide, Mrs. Colville called out upon spotting him. As she approached, Weide caught a whiff of gin, suggesting that her rosy cheeks were likely the result of alcohol. This is Mr. Dumbledore. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Dumbledore. He has come to see you and Tom. Let him explain. Where is Tom? What excuse is it this time? Sighing, she continued. Ever since he began associating with you, he has changed so much. What more could I possibly wish for? My goodness, when have I ever seen Tom help other children? Dear, this must surely be your influence. Mrs. Colville expressed her sentiments, noting how the once reclusive and peculiar Tom seemed transformed since Weide's arrival. Not only had he ceased to bully the other children, but he also joined Weide in assisting the other orphans with various tasks around the home. The remarkable transformation of a miscreant in such a brief span was perplexing to Mrs. Colville, yet she felt a profound sense of relief. In truth, I have done very little. Tom is inherently kind, merely somewhat introverted and lacking in social skills in the past, Weide responded with a smile. Well, Tom has always been kind and reserved in my presence. Kind? Reserved? Are we truly speaking of Tom? Mrs. Colville could not suppress a smirk, but with others present, she refrained from further comment. I have many matters to attend to. Since this gentleman seeks both of you, please escort him to Tom's room. Before Mrs. Colville could finish her sentence, a distant call from Ellie interrupted. Coming, she shouted back, then turned to Weide with a look of resignation. You're all right on your own, aren't you? Of course, Weide nodded. Once Mrs. Colville hurried away, he turned his gaze to Dumbledore. This was his first moment of solitude with the esteemed figure. Just a glance exchanged with Dumbledore made Weide acutely aware that although he appeared gentle, he was certainly not to be trifled with. It was an instinctual sense, akin to standing at the foot of a towering mountain, filled with an ineffable pressure that evoked a daunting challenge. Sir, please follow me, Weide politely stated, then turned to lead the way to Tom's room. Dumbledore swiftly followed, and Weide keenly sensed that Dumbledore's gaze was firmly fixed upon him. Aren't you curious about the reason for my visit? Dumbledore suddenly inquired from behind. Of course I am, came the reply. Then why do you not ask me anything? You do not strike me as a shy child. Dumbledore was indeed puzzled. Children of this age typically possessed a vibrant curiosity. Knowing that he had come to find both him and Tom, why had this child not uttered a single question along the way? Since you are looking for both Tom and me, it must pertain to the same matter. Therefore, We can discuss it together once we meet Tom, thus sparing you the need to repeat yourself. True enough, Dumbledore conceded. But I would not mind repeating myself a few times, as the matter I am about to disclose cannot be succinctly conveyed in just a few words. Dumbledore watched with great interest as Lee Weide's slender figure moved before him. He had encountered many 11-year-old children, yet he had never seen one as composed as Lee Weide. Mrs. Cole speculated that he must have endured unspeakable hardships in his past, which is why she refrained from delving into his background. Nevertheless, his demeanor and speech suggested that his origins were anything but ordinary. This sparked a curiosity within Dumbledore regarding Lee Weide. Could it be that this child hailed from a pureblood family in the East? It was said that Tom had engaged in numerous unsavory deeds before meeting you. Yet after your acquaintance, he underwent a sudden transformation. How did you achieve that? Hello? Is anyone watching? Chapter 9. Tom, straighten up, do not lose face. He cannot defeat me. Lee Weide halted, turning to meet Dumbledore's cerulean gaze. We have arrived, he stated. Dumbledore then realized they stood before a wooden door. Tom, this gentleman. Mr. Dumbledore, has matters to discuss with us, Lee Weide announced as he entered. He deliberately mispronounced Dumbledore's name, as Mrs. Cole had done earlier. Dumbledore sighed and corrected him. Actually, I am called Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore. I am a professor. Tom sat on his blanket, clutching a book, watching the self-proclaimed professor with a wary eye. Dumbledore extended his hand. Greetings, Tom. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Lee Weide, Tom extended his hand to shake Dumbledore's. Dumbledore pulled up a chair and took a seat, while Lee Weide settled onto Tom's bed. Professor? Is that similar to a doctor? What brings you here? Tom asked, casting another wary glance at Lee Weide. I am Professor Dumbledore, and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I am here to take you to my school, which would also be your new school, should you wish to attend. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Tom reacted explosively, leaping up from the carpet and distancing himself from Dumbledore. His face contorted with anger. Who are you really? What are you doing here? Speak the truth. He pronounced the final 3 words with a weighty resonance, as though issuing a command. Who are you really? Tom inquired, enunciating each word with deliberate care. Dumbledore replied patiently. I have already stated, I am Professor Dumbledore. No, do not attempt to deceive me. You have come from a mental institution, have you not? Yes, indeed, Professor. I shall not go, do you understand? Tom exclaimed, his demeanor agitated, when suddenly, his gaze fell upon Levitt, and his expression shifted dramatically. You summoned him, did you not? You are finally going to take action against me. Are you not? Yes, you intend to send me to a mental hospital. You are truly malicious. Dumbledore cast a peculiar glance at Levitt. Levitt shrugged. You know, we have had our altercations. Reflecting on Levitt's earlier assertion that Tom could not best him, Dumbledore's expression grew even more enigmatic. It was evident that the dynamic between Levitt and Tom extended far beyond a mere skirmish. Tom's reaction suggested he had indeed been subjected to considerable pressure from Levitt. I did not come from a mental hospital. Dumbledore turned to Tom again and spoke patiently. I am a teacher, and if you can sit quietly, I will explain to you what Hogwarts is. He added, of course, if you do not wish to attend, no one will compel you. Dumbledore glanced at Levitt once more. Besides you, Levitt is also invited by me. So he will go too? Tom regarded Dumbledore with suspicion before shifting his gaze to Levitt. Tom, could you possibly calm yourself? Stand tall, and not embarrass us? Levitt's words caused Tom's face to flush. Indeed, his earlier outburst had been somewhat shameful. Once Tom had finally regained his composure, Dumbledore continued. Hogwarts is a school that welcomes students with special abilities. This description struck Tom's ears as reminiscent of a mental institution. I am not insane, Tom began. But his words faltered as he met Levitt's tranquil gaze again. It is a school of magic. Magic? Tom whispered, repeating the word. Indeed, those abilities I possess are. In fact, magic, Tom exclaimed, his excitement evident as he regarded his own hands. What can you do? Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. Everything, Riddle gasped, a fervent flush appearing on his hollow cheeks, radiating enthusiasm. I can make objects move without touching them. I can command animals without training. I can make those who anger me suffer. If I wish, I can inflict harm upon them. Before Tom could finish his impassioned declaration, he once again met Levitt's gaze, and his fervor instantly subsided. Except for Levitt. That scoundrel. Calmed, Tom gradually sat down again. Dumbledore also turned his attention to Levitt. Levitt, you seem rather unperturbed. Did you already know what your abilities were? No, I just discovered it, just like Tom. I am indeed aware of what sets me apart. However, since this has always been my inherent ability, and now I merely comprehend what this ability entails, what is there to be excited about? Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. You are indeed correct, Riddle. He is a most peculiar child, exhibiting a composure that seems far beyond his 11 years. What experiences could he have undergone? You are all wizards, Dumbledore continued. That being said, you must also be a wizard, correct? Asked Levite. Indeed, I too am a wizard, possessing unique abilities akin to yours. Prove it, Riddle promptly demanded, his tone commanding and reminiscent of his earlier insistence on honesty. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. If I were to demonstrate this, you would accompany me to Hogwarts? Of course, Riddle replied. Then you shall address me as Professor or Sir. For a fleeting moment, Riddle's expression faltered, and with a barely perceptible politeness, he said, My apologies, sir. I meant to ask, Professor, could you please show me? Without further ado, Dumbledore extracted a slender, ebony wand from the inner pocket of his tailored jacket. Riddle's eyebrows lifted, his gaze glimmering with anticipation. Dumbledore pointed his wand at the dilapidated wardrobe in the corner and waved it nonchalantly. Boom! A fierce blaze instantly engulfed the tattered cabinet. Ah! Tom screamed, leaping up in alarm. All his belongings were contained within that wardrobe. Just as Tom was about to confront Dumbledore, the flames vanished, leaving the wardrobe unscathed as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 10. Tom's Collection. Tom's screams ceased as he fixated on the wardrobe, his dark eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. Clearly, Dumbledore's display had left him astounded. Levide's attention also gravitated toward the wardrobe, for he understood that Dumbledore would never employ such a drastic demonstration without substantial cause. Indeed, it proved true. Dumbledore calmly remarked, It seems there is something that wishes to emerge from your wardrobe. Sure enough, a series of creaks emanated from within, and Tom suddenly appeared apprehensive. Open the door, Dumbledore commanded without room for dissent. Tom hesitated momentarily, but eventually approached and opened the wardrobe door. On the top shelf, amidst a pile of tattered clothing, lay a paper box. Take it out, Dumbledore instructed. Tom, visibly flustered, retrieved the box with trembling hands. Is there something within that you should not possess? Dumbledore inquired. Tom lowered his head, his lips pressed tightly together, his hands hesitating over the lid of the box. Dumbledore noticed his gaze flicker towards the silent Levide, seemingly reluctant to unveil the box in his presence. Tom, Dumbledore reiterated gently. Indeed, I believe so, he replied monotonously, gradually opening the box and then collapsing onto the bed. Inside lay a disarray of ordinary trinkets, including a yo-yo, a silver thimble, and a tarnished harmonica. Once the box was emptied, these objects ceased their trembling and rested silently upon the thin bed sheets. I will know whether you have done it or not. Furthermore, I must remind you that Hogwarts does not tolerate thievery. Tom cast a glance at the smirking Levide beside him, gripping the box lid tightly, his face flushed with embarrassment. He would rather endure a month confined in a dark room than allow that scoundrel Levide another opportunity to mock him. However, now, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore continued, we not only teach you to wield magic, but also how to master it. I am certain that, inadvertently, your use of magic has not aligned with the teachings of our institution, nor would it be tolerated by us. You are neither the first nor the last to let magic slip from your grasp. But you ought to be aware that Hogwarts expels students, and the Ministry of Magic, yes, such an entity exists, will penalize those who violate the law more grievously. Every new wizard entering our realm must accept this and adhere to our laws. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Levide, who had been observing the scene for quite some time. This was because Levide had never used magic on those innocent individuals. As Dumbledore's sharp gaze fell upon Tom, I am acutely aware of your past actions, Tom, particularly what you did to Amy and Dennis in that cave. Tom's complexion paled. His lips quivered, and he fell silent, for Dumbledore spoke the truth. Levide indeed had not wielded magic against any of the other ordinary residents of the orphanage, as he deemed such behavior childish and tedious. Ah, he must now think me childish and tedious as well. Recalling Levide's scornful gaze, a wave of humiliation washed over Tom anew. He had resolutely decided not to grant that scoundrel any further opportunities to ridicule him. Dumbledore turned to Levide, gently inquiring, Levide, would you be willing to help supervise Tom for me? I shall accompany him to return these items to their rightful owners. Tom looked up in surprise at Levide, his expression inscrutable. With you watching over him, I feel quite reassured, Dumbledore remarked, then turned his attention back to Tom. Tom, I am pleased to see that you have undergone significant changes recently, and I hope you will continue on this path, avoiding past mistakes. Magic is wondrous yet exceedingly prone to chaos. I do not wish for it to spiral out of control in your hands again. Tom nodded expressionlessly. I understand, sir. Levide set the box aside and then asked, is there a tuition fee to attend Hogwarts? As you can see, both Tom and I are utterly penniless. Upon hearing Weide pose a pivotal question, Tom momentarily cast aside his discomfort and regarded Dumbledore with a keen gaze. Ah, this is easily resolved, Dumbledore remarked, retrieving 2 leather pouches from his pocket. Hogwarts has established a fund to assist students in need of purchasing textbooks and robes. You will need to acquire some second-hand spellbooks. But, where do we buy spellbooks? Riddle interrupted, accepting one of the hefty pouches without so much as a word of thanks, and scrutinizing a shiny gold galleon. At this moment, Tom felt an unprecedented urgency to grow stronger. Obtaining spellbooks and learning magic seemed the simplest path forward. In Diagon Alley, I can take you to procure everything you require, Dumbledore offered. Are you coming with us? Tom inquired. Of course, if you wish. No. Tom continued after noticing that Weide did not object to his words. We don't need you. We can manage on our own. Just tell us the address of Diagon Alley. Tom was eager for Dumbledore to depart, unwilling to allow him to accompany them on their shopping expedition. Dumbledore did not press the matter further, instead handing each of them an envelope containing their acceptance letters and shopping lists. After detailing the route to the Leaky Cauldron and other pertinent instructions, Dumbledore took his leave. After a while, as Dumbledore had exited, Tom weighed the leather pouch in his hand and could not help but inquire, when do you plan to go to that Diagon Alley? To shop? Weide picked up the box resting on the bed, a hint of a smile gracing his face. That would, of course, be after I return your little trinkets to their owner. Upon hearing this, Tom's pale face flushed crimson once more. Chapter 11. Tom, are you oblivious to the circumstances in which you speak? The orphanage was not close to the Leaky Cauldron, and one might even say it was rather far. However, both Tom and Weide were financially constrained, leaving them no choice but to walk towards the district where the Leaky Cauldron was located. At this juncture, they had exchanged their orphanage uniforms for slightly worn jackets. Tom even donned a somewhat oversized newsboy cap. Of course, these were all second-hand garments donated to the orphanage, as they had no means to purchase clothing. I believe we should ask Mrs. Cole for some money and perhaps take a cab, Tom suggested as fatigue began to weigh on him after more than an hour of walking. Weide shot him a glare. Have you forgotten that we snuck out this morning? Moreover, the one who suggested we sneak out was you. Humph. I simply couldn't be bothered to explain so much to her, Tom replied, bending down to rub his aching legs. Besides, you didn't oppose the idea, did you? What is the matter? Tom asked, puzzled. Did you not notice that someone is following us? Weide said calmly. What? Who? Tom, utterly bewildered, followed Weide as they concealed themselves around the corner of a narrow alleyway. Who on earth is following us? Tom inquired, perplexed. I suspect it's human traffickers. Weide replied. After all, a handsome young lad like you could fetch a high price. Infuriated, Tom retorted. How do you know they're not after you? You're so attractive that even that old cat has arranged a room for you. Shoo, Weide gestured for silence. At that moment, a man and a woman hurried into the alleyway. The man appeared tall and robust, dressed like a laborer, while the woman had her face tightly wrapped in a scarf. Where did they go? The man barked. I just saw them turn in here, the woman's voice rasped. This alley is a dead end. Once they entered, they must still be here. As the man moved deeper into the alley, his piercing gaze scanned the surroundings. The woman closely followed, producing a filthy handkerchief and a brown glass bottle, sprinkling something from the bottle onto the handkerchief as she walked. Tom cautiously peered through a crack in the wall at the man, his brow furrowing in concern. Just a short distance back, it seemed there were police patrolling. Why don't we seek them out? Even if we merely pass by them, those two traffickers wouldn't dare follow us. Why must we take this dead end? Weide looked at Tom in shock. My God, Tom wants to find the police when faced with danger? Where has the Tom gone who would swing a rusty crowbar at anyone who crossed him? Tom glared at Weide in anger. I'm merely uncertain if my magic can subdue him. He is too strong. Do you honestly think I'm afraid of him? It's all right, I understand, Tom. You are still quite young, Weide reassured him, patting his shoulder. I said, I'm not afraid of him at all. Tom's neck veins bulged. Ah, right, of course. The great Riddle would never fear an ordinary man. So, you handle the woman, and I'll take care of the man. You fool. Can't you understand plain speech? Tom was nearly exasperated to death by Weide, assigning the woman to himself while he dealt with the man, essentially admitting his fear of the latter. Tom, why are you so angry? I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. You jerk. The volume of their quarrel escalated, drawing the attention of the man and woman. Little brats. So this is where you're hiding, the man exclaimed with excitement. This secret dead end was a trap. The two boys hiding here were practically walking into their own demise. Come with us. I'll take you somewhere delicious, the woman said with a sweet smile. Her gaze fixed on Weide and Tom as if they were two golden nuggets. Two charming young boys, and not a single adult in sight. This was akin to easy money. The avaricious gazes of the two individuals filled Tom with revulsion and fury, igniting the wrath that Levitt had so artfully provoked moments earlier. Get away from me, you filthy scoundrels. Tom erupted in rage. With a thunderous crash, the man and woman were sent sprawling backward as if struck by an invisible carriage. Levitt observed from behind, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, emotion proved to be the catalyst for enhancing magical prowess. His efforts to incite Tom's anger had not been in vain. Tom, equally astonished, gazed at his own hands, incredulous that he had wielded such potent magic. He then turned to Levitt, his eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity. At that moment, the two had just landed, the woman unconscious, while the man struggled to rise. Terror etched on his face as he glanced at Tom, scrambling toward the alley exit as if pursued by a demon. Yet, in the next instant, he was frozen in place, immobile like a statue. Levitt slowly emerged from behind Tom. You must not lose focus in battle, Tom. Tom regarded the now silent man, his expression once again becoming clear. The confidence he had briefly felt from his extraordinary display of power was swiftly suppressed by Levitt. No, he mused. He was not yet capable of confronting Levitt. He could not afford to turn against him. We should leave. We have already squandered too much time, Tom urged. Not yet. Tom, the matter is far from over, Levitt replied as he approached the man. He extended his right hand and snapped his fingers, instantly lifting the man as petrification. However, his body remained as still as a statue, unable to move. You demon, spare me. Do not devour me. I am not ready to die, the man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Having been hurled away by Tom and now rendered immobile, the surreal nature of his predicament was enough to rattle even his nerves. Silence, or I shall ensure you remain a statue for eternity, Levitt stated coldly. The man immediately fell silent. During his petrification, he had retained all his senses. The horror of being aware yet utterly unable to move was beyond terrifying. He had no desire to experience that again, let alone endure a lifetime of immobility. Levitt, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired, Tell me, where is your lair? Who is your leader? How many children do you have in your possession? And where is your money hidden? Tom suddenly realized Levitt's intentions. He aimed to turn the tables on them. I am here to rescue people. This is an act of benevolence. Ridiculous. Why ask about money if your intention is to save them? You clearly wish to engage in a nefarious exchange. Tom, do you not consider the appropriateness of your words? Chapter 12. When abroad, one's identity is self-bestowed. In a dimly lit corner, Weide and Tom observed a charming little cottage not far ahead, complete with a delightful garden. It was evident that the occupants of this abode were not lacking in wealth. However, according to testimonies, other trapped children were confined within its walls. Tom wrapped his old jacket tighter around himself, perplexed as to why they were delaying their journey to Diagon Alley for the sake of money. He had insisted it was not about the money. This is about earning good karma, Weide retorted irritably. The black market dealings are merely incidental. Of course. He found it difficult to explain this to Tom. If it's not about money, then what is it for? Are you truly doing this to save people? I fail to see how you possess such a compassionate heart, Tom challenged. To be fair, Tom, aside from being a tad harsh with you, have I not always shown kindness to others? Tom fell silent, realizing that perhaps Weide had a point. Yet, the persistent bullying he endured from Weide led him to believe that Weide was inherently malevolent. In truth, to others, Weide, who had reprimanded Tom the bully, was actually regarded as a good person. Fine, let me be candid with you. You are not entirely wrong. Besides saving people, I do have some ulterior motives for money. Weide confessed, turning to face Tom. The funds Dumbledore provided us are hardly lavish. They barely suffice for our needs. This means we will have to purchase many second-hand items, and there are numerous things we simply cannot afford. Are you truly content to use second-hand textbooks left behind by others, don the discarded robes, or wield the worn-out wands of others? Well, those are not the most pressing concerns, he continued. What matters is that Dumbledore stated we can only use second-hand textbooks. What does this imply? It indicates that spellbooks are certainly not inexpensive in the wizarding world. We require knowledge beyond the textbooks. Tom, do you not wish to grow stronger? At the mention of the last two phrases, Tom felt a stirring within him. Indeed, he could endure a lackluster quality of life, having lived in the orphanage for so many years. However, when it came to the enhancement of his own power, he could not settle for less. Furthermore, while they were unfamiliar with the dynamics at Hogwarts, one thing was certain. That school was filled with individuals possessing abilities just like theirs. This meant they would not be the most extraordinary there. If they maintained a destitute appearance, what do you think would happen? Tom's heart sank at the thought. As a seasoned bully, he understood this mentality better than anyone. Being ostracized by ordinary people did not faze him. After all, they could not intimidate him. But this was a school of magic. The powers he possessed were equally shared by others. Tom was unafraid of the torment from ordinary individuals. But the same could not be said for his fellow young wizards. At this moment, under the influence of Weide, Tom, who had a severely inadequate understanding of his own abilities, began to genuinely feel anxious. In truth, he was concerned that other classmates might be as formidable as Weide. When venturing into the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Thus, one must first amass wealth. Weide continued to intensify his efforts. However, that Dumbledore had stated that we must not use magic against ordinary people. Tom remained somewhat hesitant. After all, he had become considerably more introspective under the dual pressures of Weide and Dumbledore, losing much of his former confidence. Weide extended a finger and proclaimed, First, they intend to abduct us, do they not? Tom nodded. Thus, I assert that we are merely acting in self-defense. Do you concur? Tom nodded once more. Weide then raised a second finger, stating, Secondly, we have learned from those individuals that there are other children trapped, correct? Tom again nodded. Therefore, we are rescuing them. This has nothing to do with money. Weide remarked with satisfaction. You have even learned to answer promptly now. You are right, Weide. Moreover, since we possess the capability, why should we endure a life of hardship? Tom's gaze hardened. Weide patted Tom's shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, You have even mastered the art of drawing inferences. A glimmer of red light flickered in Tom's eyes. Given Dumbledore's demeanor, he should be a benevolent figure. Thus, even if he were to discover our actions, based on the aforementioned points, he would not hold us accountable. At most, he would admonish us for our recklessness. Weide continued. However, we cannot afford to be cautious. For those traffickers are even shielded by corrupt officials. Calling the authorities would be utterly futile. Hence, we must take matters into our own hands. Tom nodded, finding the rationale sufficiently compelling. So, let us rescue the victims. Once we have saved them, even if that so-called Ministry of Magic that Dumbledore speaks of becomes aware, we will have our defense. Moreover, these scoundrels dare to capture me for profit? They shall pay dearly. A dangerous glint flashed in Tom's eyes. In reality, Tom held a significant grudge. If he could not provoke Weide, could he truly fear these ordinary muggles? What do you plan to do? Tom inquired. First, I must ascertain how many individuals are inside and whether they are armed with weapons like firearms, Weide replied earnestly. Despite his newfound magical abilities, he remained wary of the lethal threat posed by guns, making a direct confrontation unfeasible. Tom, are you not able to command snakes? Weide inquired with a smile. Tom's face flushed. Indeed, he had once employed a snake to probe into Weide's secrets of strength. As a parselmouth, Tom could converse with and direct serpents. This meant that tasks often inconvenient for humans could be delegated entirely to snakes. Before long, Weide noticed serpents of vibrant green emerging from the crevices of the wall, mingled with numerous venomous snakes. The multitude of snake heads instilled a sense of dread, causing one's hair to stand on end. However, Tom appeared remarkably unfazed by such a scene. Hissing softly, Tom lowered his gaze and issued a command to one of the smaller snakes on the ground. Subsequently, that little serpent slithered away, twisting and turning, until it vanished into the shadows. Chapter 13. Behold, I knew you were a villain. Tom sketched a rudimentary floor plan on the ground, marking the positions of several men upon it. Are there any children confined inside? Weide inquired. Yes, they are all locked in a small room on the first floor. To the left, there are as many as 8 children. Tom gestured towards the smallest room on the floor plan. To cram 8 children into such a tiny space is inhumane, Weide frowned. Tom refrained from commenting on this, instead eagerly proposing, I suggest we let the snakes attack first. They will surely panic, allowing us to slip in and resolve the situation swiftly. Time is of the essence. We must still venture to Diagon Alley today. Very well, let us proceed, Weide agreed without further discussion, leading Tom through an alleyway that wound around to the rear of the solitary structure. There, they encountered a back door, which, regrettably, was locked. Tom picked up a stone and handed it to Weide. Once chaos ensues inside, we shall break the lock and charge in. Weide glanced at Tom, then casually tossed the stone aside. Why did you throw the stone? Tom asked, puzzled. Tom, we are wizards, Weide replied, lightly brushing his hand over the lock. With a soft click, the lock opened silently. The detailed introduction to the unlocking charm could be found in the Book of Basic Spells. Tom stared in astonishment at the neatly opened lock. You can do that too? Just a little experimentation, Weide mumbled, urging him to hurry. Without further inquiry, Tom swiftly commanded the snakes in parcel tongue. Soon, Weide heard the rustling sounds around them. Snakes emerged from the surrounding grass, rooftops, and sewers, swiftly infiltrating through the cracks of the door and windows. After a brief moment, they were met with the sounds of terrified screams emanating from within. Now is our chance. Weide and Tom pushed the door open and charged inside. Minutes later, Tom crouched on the ground, removing a grass snake from the face of a man lying there. He poked the man's rigid features with his finger. So how did you manage this? Earlier, Weide had scarcely lifted a finger. Yet all these men had been transformed into statues. I merely experimented. Perhaps I inadvertently struck upon a petrifying spell? Weide replied, rummaging through a small box to reveal a substantial amount of cash. This is the money I just uncovered. Can this money truly be exchanged for wizarding currency? Tom asked while busily tying up the stiffened human traffickers. Wizarding money is vastly different from what we have previously encountered. Rest assured, it is indeed exchangeable. Our existence signifies that not all wizards hail from wizarding families. This implies that there must indeed be places where currency can be exchanged, Leviathan remarked, turning the small box sideways for Tom to observe. Even if paper currency were not redeemable, these surely could be. Tom lifted his gaze and beheld the bottom of the box, filled to the brim with a multitude of small gold bars. Gold, regardless of its location, is universally recognized as hard currency. Tom shot a curious glance at Leviathan, who seemed remarkably knowledgeable. Ahem, I have perused a fair number of books in my time. Now, let us not dwell on matters of wealth. We must not forget the true purpose of our visit, Leviathan stated, as he tucked the money box into a bag and slung it over his shoulder. Huh, I thought you had forgotten, Tom replied, laced with sarcasm. In his heart, he believed that Leviathan had never been anything but a rogue, with merely superior acting skills, though they claimed to have come to rescue someone. It was clear that their true motive was financial gain. Of course, I haven't forgotten. Just ensure your snake is out of sight. We wouldn't want to frighten the other children, who are quite unlike us. Leviathan, in good spirits, paid no mind to Tom's sharp remarks. In fact, for Leviathan, aside from the substantial monetary gain, he theoretically stood to earn a considerable amount of merit points as well. The two approached a small room at the corner of the first floor. Although diminutive, the door was ironclad, appearing remarkably sturdy, adorned with an exaggeratedly large lock. As Leviathan neared the iron door, faint voices of panic could be heard from within, indicating that the commotion outside had not gone unnoticed by those inside. Leviathan placed his hand upon the lock. Tom watched intently, hoping to glean some insight. However, with a click, the lock was opened effortlessly. Creaking, the heavy iron door swung ajar, releasing a wave of foul odor. Tom wrinkled his nose in disgust and stepped aside. Leviathan peered into the dark room, where 7 or 8 children huddled in the corner, fearfully gazing at the entrance. You are safe now. Hurry and leave this place, Leviathan called out loudly. The children exchanged glances, frozen in place. Observing their hesitation, Leviathan's expression hardened. Get out here at once, and line up, or I shall have to discipline you. No sooner had he spoken than the children scrambled out. Tom regarded Leviathan with a knowing expression. See, I told you. You are a villain too. Silence, Tom, Leviathan retorted. Then, surveying the trembling line of children, he withdrew a stack of bills from his pocket and distributed some to them. Look, the nefarious kidnappers have been subdued by the adults from my household. You are free now, go quickly. It was only then that the children noticed that their captors had been bound and rendered immobile. At this moment, they finally began to believe Leviathan's words. Certainly, apart from the peculiar absence of the adults that Weide had mentioned, there was another matter to inquire about. Are all the individuals here present? Weide asked once more. We are still short 1 man and 1 woman, a frail little boy boldly replied. Oh, is it a tall and robust man accompanied by a woman with a hoarse voice? At that moment, the other children began to nod in affirmation. After murmuring their thanks and taking the money bestowed upon them by Weide, the children departed from this den of iniquity. Ding. A human trafficking den has been dismantled by the host. The host is awarded 1,000 merit points. Ding. The future Dark Lord has been compelled to perform good deeds due to the hostess counsel, resulting in a slight alteration of his life trajectory. The host is rewarded with 100 merit points. Weide glanced at the balance displaying 1 for 100 merit points, and his spirits lifted considerably. Very well. It is time for us to depart. We still have to visit Diagon Alley, Tom urged. Weide waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, Tom. For this time we have the means to travel. Boom. Before Weide could finish his sentence, the floor beneath them suddenly trembled violently. He quickly grasped the nearby sofa. While an unprepared Tom was jolted to the ground, the rumbling resumed, and Tom's eyes widened in alarm, as if something were surging forth from beneath the earth. Chapter 14, Nagini. Just as Tom finished speaking, Weide felt the ground beneath his feet become unstable. Clearly, the floor was on the verge of collapsing. In that fleeting moment before the ground gave way, Weide swiftly performed a simple gesture with his hands and silently recited a spell in his heart. Earthquake suppression. Boom. The entire living room floor shattered like violently broken chocolate, splitting in two. Tom and Weide tumbled into the chasm. Fortunately, due to the timely application of Weide's earthquake spell, neither of them suffered any injuries from the fall. Ah, what on earth has transpired? It reeks, Tom bellowed in frustration. Yet, he soon found himself at a loss for words, as the overpowering stench assaulted his senses, making it difficult for him to breathe, let alone utter any curses. Weide covered his nose and surveyed their surroundings. As the dust from the collapsed floor began to settle, a faint light filtered down from above, illuminating their immediate vicinity, though the depths beyond remained shrouded in darkness. This was sufficient for Weide to discern their predicament. They had indeed fallen into the sewer. Gathering his thoughts, Weide silently cast a spell to create a bubble around both himself and Tom, successfully isolating them from the foul odor emanating from the sewer. Tom, astonished, reached up to touch the transparent bubble encasing his head, casting a complex glance at Weide. Is this yet another one of your conjured spells? Tom's voice echoed from within the bubble, sounding muffled. Now is not the time for such discussions, Tom, Weide cautioned, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the area around them. Tom closed his mouth, choosing silence. On one hand, Levi's ability to conjure magic independently left him feeling profoundly frustrated, disinclined to speak further. On the other hand, they found themselves in a perilous predicament. Anything capable of easily collapsing the floor, be it a person or some other entity, was certainly not to be trifled with. Amidst the swirling dust, peculiar sounds suddenly emerged. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Tom couldn't restrain himself any longer. Perhaps we should make a hasty retreat. However, before he could finish his thought, a massive serpent's head lunged forth from the darkness ahead. The monstrous head, with its gaping maw and menacing fangs, was poised to strike at Tom's head. Caught off guard, Tom stood frozen, as if his legs were cast in iron, unable to move, helplessly watching the serpent's head approach. Obstacles abound. Crash. The fearsome serpent's head was repelled by Levi's barrier spell, pushing it back half a meter. Tom, don't just stand there. Say something, Levi shouted. Huh, what should I say? Having just survived a near-fatal encounter with the serpent, Tom found himself momentarily bereft of thought, unable to respond to Levi's urging. Meanwhile, the serpent shook its head and charged again. Crash. Another barrier spell struck its head, driving it back once more. Tom, talk to it, Levi called out, simultaneously casting a petrification spell. However, the usually effective petrification spell ricocheted off the serpent's dark green scales. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Tom's ability to speak Parseltongue activated once more. This time, it proved effective, as the serpent ceased its assault upon hearing Tom's voice. Yet, despite halting its attack, it continued to observe the two young humans with a watchful gaze. What did it say to you? Levi inquired, keeping a wary eye on the serpent. Tom furrowed his brow. It didn't say anything. Then what did you say? I commanded it to leave. At that moment, the serpent flicked its enormous tongue, intently staring at them. I think we should leave first, Levi suggested. I concur, Tom replied, for the first time wholeheartedly agreeing with Levi's counsel. Yet, why did it not obey the command? Perhaps you are still too weak. Would you heed the orders of someone weaker than yourself? Though Levi's words struck Tom's innocent heart, he was too preoccupied to dwell on it further. Just as the two contemplated their escape, the serpent lunged once more. Levi cast another barrier spell at its head. But this time, the effect was significantly diminished. With merely a slight misalignment of its head, the serpent's sharp fangs grazed Levi's shoulder, biting into the ground. Tom, his complexion pale, commanded the great serpent once more in a hissing tone. I command you to withdraw. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the serpent's eyes as it raised its head, seemingly poised to launch a second assault. A heavy feeling settled in Levi's heart. In the confines of the narrow sewer, escape from such a colossal serpent was utterly impossible. It appeared that only a desperate confrontation remained as a viable option. However, the serpent's magical resistance seemed absurdly high. Levi was prepared to fight for his life, lamenting that his time spent learning magic had been far too brief. If only he had another week to study, he would not have been forced into such a perilous situation. At that moment, the serpent abruptly halted its movements, and then began to tremble violently. Hiss! Observing the serpent before him, which suddenly seemed possessed, bellowing with fervor, Tom looked at Levi in bewilderment. Did you do this? If I possessed such power, would I still need to flee? Levi retorted, enough. We must leave at once. Once we reach the surface, we will be safe. Wait. Suddenly, Tom grasped Levi's arm, turning to gaze at the serpent, his face a mask of astonishment. What is it? It spoke. What did it say? Levi furrowed his brow, realizing the serpent must have uttered something profoundly shocking for Tom to halt, a boy who valued his life dearly. It said we should run quickly. It has momentarily regained control. Tom gazed at Levi in confusion. Levi turned to the serpent, and indeed, its trembling body had steadied. However, its eyes appeared far clearer, devoid of the previous ferocity. Tom, ask it its name, Levi suggested, contemplating the serpent. Tom looked at Levi quizzically but complied. Moments later, he announced, it says its name is Nagini. Chapter 15, Diagon Alley. Levi and Tom walked silently along the muddy streets of London. Tom, still shaken, adjusted his newsboy cap, surprised that the oversized hat had not been discarded in the sewer. Levi tightened the straps of his backpack, silently grateful that the gold remained intact. The serpent claimed it was once a human woman, drawn by my serpent tongue. But how is that possible? Tom, recovering from his shock, broke the silence. You must acknowledge that this world is indeed filled with wonders we cannot comprehend. Our ignorance does not equate to their non-existence, Levi replied calmly. In truth, Levi was well aware of Nagini's story, yet he could not divulge this knowledge to Tom, as he could not explain how he came to know it. Nagini had once been a kind and gentle woman, but tragically, she was a victim of a blood curse. As she aged, the curse would ultimately strip her of humanity, erasing all memories of her life as a human, and she would metamorphose entirely into a beast. Certainly, the current Nagini is far from the malevolent serpent that was transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort decades later. Levi surmised that Nagini now teetered on the brink of becoming a feral creature, only occasionally awakened to her true consciousness. Just moments ago, it was indeed her genuine awareness that surfaced in a critical moment. After a brief silence, Tom remarked, I have a feeling I will encounter her again. Levi glanced at Tom, somewhat taken aback to glimpse a fleeting glimmer of compassion in his eyes. Perhaps, but we must hasten to grow stronger, otherwise, the next time we meet, you might find yourself swallowed whole. As Levi spoke, he leaped onto a recently halted tram, with Tom quickly following suit. Thanks to the absence of walking, the two soon arrived at their destination. They exchanged glances before hastily proceeding forward. Tom nervously brushed the dust from his clothing. After the tumultuous tumble into the sewer, both were in a rather disheveled state. Most notably, an elusive odor clung to them. Just as Tom began to frown, contemplating where he might change his clothes, he suddenly felt a gentle chill envelop him, as if caressed by a soft breeze. To his astonishment, he discovered that all traces of dust and odor had vanished. Tom swiftly turned to Weide, who was then inspecting his own attire while silently reciting a spell. Refresh. In the next moment, Weide too appeared immaculate. Weide, I have been meaning to ask you for quite some time. Did you already know you were a wizard? Tom whispered, glancing around to ensure they were not overheard. And did you learn how to wield magic from somewhere? No, I discovered all of this through experimentation. Do you not yet comprehend that the essence of magic is idealistic? Weide anticipated Tom's skepticism, yet he would certainly not concede. In truth, even without having acquired a spellbook, he could indeed derive many magical effects through his experiments. Magic is idealistic, Tom echoed, deep in thought. Well then, we should proceed inside. A new world beckons us. Weide pat Tom on the shoulder and stepped into the leaky cauldron. The interior of the pub was precisely as Weide had expected, both filthy and cramped. Nevertheless, it was bustling with activity, though the patrons appeared to be of a diverse and complex nature. Weide approached the bar, where a balding middle-aged man was polishing a glass. Good day, might I inquire how we gain entry to Diagon Alley? Weide asked. The middle-aged man set down the glass and scrutinized Weide and Tom. Oh, you must be the new students of Hogwarts this year. Never been to Diagon Alley before? Very well, please follow me. Tom and Weide exchanged a glance and followed suit. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted the man. Tom, do you have any food left? I could really use a meat pie right now. I'm so hungry I could devour a whole cow. Oh, and please bring me a glass of sherry. Just a moment, calm. I still need to escort these two newcomers to Diagon Alley. Oh, are they wizards of Muggle descent? Yes, indeed. As they conversed, the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, also named Tom, led Weide and another Tom to a small courtyard behind the pub. Tom, suppressing his discomfort, inquired of the other Tom. What does it mean to be of Muggle descent? It appears the professor who was supposed to explain the situation to you did not convey it clearly. Muggles refer to individuals who do not comprehend magic. A wizard of Muggle descent is one who hails from a Muggle family. Well, are you not? The owner, Tom, regarded the two boys with a hint of skepticism. No, we truly are of Muggle descent. We were merely curious about the meaning of the term, Weide elucidated. Oh, I see. The owner, Tom, dismissed the matter and turned to retrieve his wand. Pointing at the wall where a garbage bin rested, he instructed, count 3 bricks up from this bin, then 2 bricks across, and knock. In an instant, the brick wall began to shift, the bricks hopping aside, revealing an entrance before the trio. Weide took the lead, stepping through the opening to find a long street paved with cobblestones. The first sight to greet him was a plethora of peculiar shops lining the street, bustling with a throng of people. Diagon Alley was vibrant and lively. Oh, by the way, do not stray from the main thoroughfare. Otherwise, if you inadvertently wander into Nocturne Alley, it could be quite perilous, warned the owner Tom before departing. Once the entrance reverted to a wall behind them, Tom suddenly remarked, I believe I am certainly not of Muggle descent. I suspect my father must be a wizard, while my mother is not. Otherwise, she would not have so easily perished at the orphanage's doorstep. Regardless, we now both originate from the orphanage, which counts as Muggle descent, I suppose. Very well, but I shall uncover the truth about my father eventually, Tom declared, pulling out a shopping list, refraining from further mention of his father. What should we procure first? Of course, we must first acquire a wand. However, we need to exchange some money first, Weide replied, patting his backpack. Meanwhile, at a small detached house several kilometers from the leaky cauldron, a crowd of police officers had gathered. The 2-story building appeared to be leaning precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. Sheriff, we have apprehended those traffickers, one officer reported. However, questioned the sheriff, a man adorned with a prominent mustache. Well, for some unknown reason, the floor in the house collapsed, and several of those traffickers fell through, sustaining injuries. Moreover, they seem to have been quite traumatized. How peculiar it is. Amidst the throng, a tall, slender man abruptly emerged, while the nearby police seemed oblivious to his presence, allowing him to stride into the crumbling edifice. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he surveyed the grim tableau within the building, his expression tightening with concern. He closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the magical resonance present, for he sensed a familiar trace within the chaotic scene. Suddenly, Dumbledore opened his eyes, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Could it truly be them? How could it be them? A shadow of worry flickered across Dumbledore's visage as he leaped into the sewer through the gaping hole, ignoring the foul stench. He diligently explored the area until he bent down to rummage in a corner of the sewer. When he straightened, he discovered an emerald green scale in his hand. This is Nagini. Has she ultimately succumbed? Wait. If they have encountered Nagini, Dumbledore's concern deepened, and he tucked the scale into his pocket. With a snap, Dumbledore's figure vanished into the sewer, let us have some book reviews, though I am uncertain about the quality of my writing. Chapter 16. Dumbledore must have a reason for his actions. On their way to the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts, Tom cast a glance around. The shops lining the streets displayed a plethora of items that the two had never before encountered. There were vendors selling owls, various bizarre potion ingredients, cauldrons, and flying broomsticks. To Tom's astonishment, there was even a shop selling ice cream. As they passed a store named Mr. Moke's Robe Emporium, Levitt suddenly halted. What's the matter? Aren't we supposed to be exchanging money at the Wizarding Bank? Tom inquired, puzzled. In truth, he was eager to explore these shops. So exchanging money was of utmost importance. We need to acquire suitable attire, Levitt asserted. Of course, but we must first exchange our money, mustn't we? Tom replied, furrowing his brow. He found Levitt's comment perplexing. Earlier, when they inquired about the bank's location, the gentleman informed them that the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts, is governed by goblins, correct? Indeed, Levitt confirmed. And he also mentioned that goblins are exceedingly avaricious creatures, did he not? Yes. Then, what do you suppose will happen if we, dressed as we are, approach Gringotts to exchange gold? Levitt queried. Tom glanced down at his attire. Although clean, it was quite old and patched in several places. Suddenly, he grasped the crux of the matter. You mean, those goblins will see us in this state, not resembling wealthy patrons, and will suspect our gold is illicit, thus taking the opportunity to undervalue it? Levitt nodded. Precisely, Tom. You know, this gold was hard-earned, and I do not wish to give those greedy goblins an advantage. Indeed, it was hard-earned. Encountering the beastly Nagini nearly cost me my life. You make a valid point. Tom's youthful countenance grew solemn. Let us proceed. We require a set of garments. I can only hope our funds suffice, considering Dumbledore has graciously bestowed upon each of us 20 galleons, he remarked. Levi smiled reassuringly. Do not fret, leave it to me. I assure you I can procure 2 splendid outfits for us. Tom cast a perplexed glance at Levi. You are not contemplating theft, are you? You think I would resort to such measures at a mere disagreement? Tom rolled his eyes in response and stepped into the shop ahead of Levi. As the door swung open, a bell chimed melodiously. Welcome, dear young gentlemen. Are you in search of school robes for your studies? A tall gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and a pair of delicate mustaches, greeted them. His attire resembled that of someone emerging from an extravagant soiree. Actually, we wish to procure 2 fine outfits first, and we shall return for the school robes shortly, Tom stated. Oh, indeed, the man assessed their attire. You certainly ought to refresh your wardrobe. Your current apparel does not do justice to your appearance. Allow me to assist you. Well, I must mention, our funds are rather limited, Tom confessed, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. After all, they could not very well present gold bars for their purchases. Such an act would seem utterly bizarre given their current appearance. I comprehend, young lad. No need for concern. I am quite adept at discerning such matters. I have been conducting business in Diagon Alley for many years. I have encountered many children in your situation. The garments I recommend will be most reasonably priced. The gentleman promptly beckoned Tom, and in a matter of moments, measuring tapes appeared and began to take his measurements before Tom's astonished eyes. Are you Mr. Moken? Levi inquired suddenly. Well then, sir, may I try on this suit? Levi politely asked, standing before a rather exquisite outfit that exuded elegance. Mr. Moken stroked his mustache thoughtfully. This suit does not come cheaply, my boy. Is it possible to rent it? I would like to borrow it for 2 hours, and I am amenable to reasonable terms. Additionally, here is a deposit, Levi continued, producing a small gold bar. Tom's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Levi as though he were a fool. If one could present a gold bar so nonchalantly, I could certainly manage it myself. What need have I of you? After examining the gold bar with keen interest, Mr. Moken gazed at Levi in disbelief. This is indeed genuine gold. I thought you might be jesting. However, the value of this gold far exceeds that of this suit. Do you truly trust me so implicitly? What if I? Given Mr. Moken's extensive experience in Diagon Alley, his credibility was beyond reproach. Moreover, Levi calmly interjected. We are, in fact, carrying out a task for Professor Dumbledore. Otherwise, how would we possess such gold? Realization dawned on Mr. Moken's face. Ah, so it is a task from Professor Dumbledore. I understand now. Huh, another intriguing little test, is it? I had long heard of his penchant for subjecting his students to an array of peculiar little tests, and it appears to be true. Upon hearing the name Dumbledore, all remaining doubts in Mr. Moken's mind dissipated, along with the source of the gold, which suddenly made sense. The illustrious Dumbledore could not possibly lack a few pieces of gold. As for the nature of these peculiar tests and tasks, they were of no concern to Mr. Moken. Dumbledore must have his reasons for such actions. Leviathan suddenly chuckled. Tom, have you noticed? Whenever it pertains to Professor Dumbledore, no matter how bizarre the matter may be, people readily accept it. Tom sighed. Perhaps it's due to his usual eccentricities? Yet, he does not appear mad. And can one truly be a professor while being so? Well, I can only hope Dumbledore is unaware of your antics in his name, Tom said with a hint of concern. The image of Dumbledore burning his wardrobe still vividly lingered in his memory. He feared that should he be discovered, Leviathan would drag him down with him. No, no, no. Tom, you are mistaken. Leviathan waved his finger repeatedly. He pointed to himself and then to Tom. It is we two, together, acting in his name. After all, you are wearing this attire as well. Leviathan placed particular emphasis on the word together. Veins bulged on Tom's forehead. You rogue. How on earth did I end up on this ship again? Tom, your vocabulary for insults is rather lacking. I could teach you some, should you require it. Get lost. Chapter 17. Gringotts can be said to be the tallest edifice in Diagon Alley. Leviathan and Tom stood before this towering white structure, scrutinizing it closely. These goblins certainly have a sense of grandeur, Tom remarked with a smirk. I've heard they manage all the wealth in the wizarding world. It's only natural for them to have an imposing fade, Leviathan mused. Tom frowned. I truly fail to understand why wizards would entrust their riches to another species. We can delve into that when we procure a history book later. As for now, the two did not linger any longer and hastened towards the grand entrance. Gringotts boasted 2 grand doors. The first was a gleaming bronze door, flanked by 2 goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold uniforms. It was the first time Leviathan and Tom encountered these creatures. They were quite diminutive, sporting large heads, elongated ears, pointed noses, and long limbs. Leviathan noticed that their arms seemed longer than their legs. As Leviathan and Tom quickly scrutinized these goblins, the creatures politely bowed to them. At that moment, the two approached the second silver door. Enter, strangers, but beware. Greed may lead to dire consequences. To take without laboring for it will surely invite the harshest of penalties. Thus, should you wish to extract from our subterranean vaults a fortune that has never belonged to you, thief, you have been duly warned. Beware. For what you summon may not be treasures, but retribution. Behind the silver door lies a vast marble hall, bustling with numerous elves engaged in their tasks behind a grand counter. Some are weighing coins on scales, others are inspecting gemstones through magnifying glasses, while a few attend to wizard clients, hastily jotting down notes in a large ledger. After surveying the scene, Levitt approached a relatively unoccupied elf's counter. Pardon my intrusion. Upon hearing the voice, the elf set down the feather quill and leaned over the tall counter to gaze at Levitt and Tom. At that moment, Levitt and Tom were attired in elegant and resplendent garments, resembling young masters from a noble lineage. The elf, upon observing their attire, immediately transformed a previously impatient expression into a broad smile. Welcome. What services do you seek, gentlemen? The elf's voice was high-pitched and grating. Instead of presenting pounds, Levitt produced 5 small gold bars from his pocket. I would like to exchange these for some galleons. Ah, very well. Allow me to weigh them for you. The elf's eyes sparkled at the sight of the gold bars, his tone now laced with flattery. He placed each of the 5 gold bars onto the small scale for weighing. Goodness, the purity of these gold bars is exceptional. I can offer you the highest price. Today's rate is 10 galleons per gram. Each of your bars weighs 100 grams, totaling 5,000 galleons. How does that sound? At this, Tom's eyes widened with excitement. For someone whose entire fortune amounted to only 20 galleons, 5,000 galleons was indeed a substantial sum. However, Levitt shook his head. 10 galleons per gram? Your handling fee seems rather steep. I think I shall seek another counter. Tom glanced at Levitt, feeling that 5,000 galleons was already quite a fortune. Wait, please. The elf hastily interrupted Levitt, who was about to turn away. My name is Lazar. If you choose to conduct business at Gringotts in the future, I assure you to assist you personally. Lazar glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. I can offer you 12 galleons per gram. What do you think? Tom quickly feigned nonchalance, rubbing his face to control his expression and avoid jeopardizing Levitt's dealings. Levitt began to feign hesitation. Oh, sir, although the gold price fluctuates daily, this is indeed the highest price I can offer. Any higher, and I would not be able to justify it to my superiors, Lazar lamented. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested. Splendid. I shall retrieve your funds immediately. By the way, would you like to open a vault? You know, an additional vault can securely store your spare change, and I assure you that your family will remain none the wiser. Indeed, let us open one. Also, please assist me in depositing these, Levitt replied, producing the remaining gold bars. The zipper caught his eye, and he realized that he had not been mistaken. Indeed, the 2 young gentlemen hailed from a family of considerable wealth. Even their pocket change consisted of gold bars. By the time they exited the doors of Gringotts, they had transformed into affluent individuals with bulging wallets. Tom, puzzled, inquired, how can you be so certain that the avaricious goblin was not speaking the truth? Why did you even trade with him? Tom, to ensure that others devote their utmost efforts to assist you, one must offer some form of benefit in return. Particularly when dealing with creatures such as goblins, Weide replied nonchalantly. Here, this is for you. Weide produced a pouch from his pocket and tossed it to Tom, who discovered it contained 500 galleons. If we each take 500 galleons, that should suffice for now. We can leave the remainder in Gringotts. Tom nodded silently. tucking the pouch into his pocket. All right, we should return the clothing now, and then procure a wand. A glimmer of anticipation lit up Weide's face. He had always performed magic without a wand, and now he was eager to experience the sensation of using one. Tom shared his enthusiasm. The shop appeared both small and shabby, its gilded sign partially peeling away, displaying Ollivander's ST 382B-C. Exceptional wands. In the shop's window, a solitary wand lay on a faded purple cushion. Weide and Tom pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior of the shop felt cramped, with nothing but a long bench in the corner. Thousands of slender boxes containing wands towered from the floor to the ceiling, all coated in a fine layer of dust. Welcome to Ollivander's Wand Shop. Two more young wizards preparing to enroll at Hogwarts. A young man with silver-white pupils emerged from the dense shelves. I am Garrick Ollivander. You have come to the right place for wands. With a look of bewilderment, Tom surveyed the mountain of wand boxes. How are we to choose from so many wands? Ollivander chuckled. In truth, it is not the wizard who chooses the wand. Rather, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Now, which of you shall go first? Weide nudged Tom forward, insisting he should be the first. Tom frowned at Weide, beginning to suspect that he was up to some mischief again. However, this time, Weide had no intention of tricking him. He merely wished to observe whether Tom would indeed receive the faded wand of purple wood. Chapter 18. Tom's faded wand. Tom stood numbly in place, allowing the measuring tapes to move about him autonomously. Meanwhile, the youthful Mr. Ollivander meticulously recorded the measurements in a notebook. Once the measuring was complete, Ollivander dove into the pile of wands. After a considerable time, he emerged from the heap, struggling to extricate himself, his hands now burdened with several elongated boxes. Tom gazed at the boxes containing the wands, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. All right, we shall try them one by one. If all goes as expected, the wand suited for you is among these. Ollivander meticulously placed all the boxes upon the counter. Tom glanced at the elongated boxes on the table, then surveyed the multitude of wands filling the room. Mr. Ollivander, how do you know which of these might suit me? What about the others? Ollivander chuckled warmly. That is a trade secret. Just kidding. It's not so mysterious. These wands were selected based on the measurements I took earlier. Moreover, it's not merely a matter of suitability. In fact, all the wands here are compatible with you. Tom, puzzled, inquired, all of them are suitable for me? So I can just choose one from here? No, Ollivander emphasized. It is the wand that chooses the wizard. My dear boy, you ought to stand here, try them out, and allow them to make the decision of whether to accompany you. As he spoke, Ollivander opened a wand box on the table. Tom felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had come to purchase an item, yet it seemed he was to be chosen instead. Come now, don't just stand there, Ollivander urged, handing Tom a black wand. Give it a wave. The wand, made of ebony with a core of dragon heartstring, measuring 10¼ inches, was indeed a remarkable wand. Powerful. Tom grasped the wand, and his earlier discontent was soon overshadowed by a surge of excitement. A powerful wand. That was precisely what he desired. With a swift motion, Tom waved the wand. However, nothing transpired. It felt as though he had merely waved a mundane twig. Frowning, Tom could not suppress his irritation at being rejected. Let us try this one, he said, proceeding to test numerous wands, yet none resonated with him. Instead, Ollivander's shop bore the brunt of Tom's attempts, becoming a scene of chaos. Yet, Ollivander appeared unfazed, effortlessly repairing the shattered furniture and windows. Soon, a pile of wands accumulated on the counter before Tom. A rather discerning customer, though not an everyday occurrence. Perhaps I should not have restricted you to wands with dragon heartstring cores, Ollivander mused, as he delved back into the collection. When he re-emerged, he bore several more wand boxes. He opened one, revealing a black wand. This is one of my masterpieces, made of holly with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches. Supple and flexible. At this moment, Weide, listening from behind, glanced at the wand, recognizing it as the very wand of Harry Potter, Tom's future adversary. Tom took the wand and waved it gently. Boom. A violent explosion shattered the recently repaired glass display. This outcome was entirely unexpected. The wand not only failed to bond with Tom, but also displayed a severe rejection reaction. After retrieving the holly wand, Ollivander fell into deep contemplation. Tom gazed at the scattered shards of glass, appearing somewhat bewildered. He began to question his own abilities. Could it be that his talent was truly lacking, making it so difficult for him to be chosen by a wand? In truth, had Tom not been burdened by the weight of Weid's expectations, such doubts would never have crossed his mind. Yet at this moment, he found himself devoid of confidence, ensnared in a web of self-doubt. Suddenly, Weid's voice resonated from behind him. Do not fret, Tom. I believe this difficulty stems from your possessing a remarkably unique talent. That is why selecting a wand proves so challenging. Upon hearing this, Tom's tense demeanor softened somewhat. He turned to respond, only to find Weide comfortably seated on a bench, savoring a cup of ice cream. Instantly, Tom's spirits dipped once more. Where did you get that ice cream? Levi shrugged. I just went out to buy it. You were so engrossed in selecting a wand that you didn't notice me. Tom frowned. What about mine? Levi blinked playfully. I didn't buy one for you. I thought you were too busy to enjoy it right now. You know, ice cream melts. Humph. I don't care for it anyway. Tom turned away once more. At that moment, Ollivander's voice chimed in. Occasionally, I encounter individuals who struggle to choose their wands, and they invariably possess extraordinary talents. Nevertheless, they ultimately find the wand that is most suited to them. So, do not worry. The wand that is perfect for you is still awaiting your discovery. Good things take time, my dear. As he spoke, Ollivander retrieved a white wand from another box. Upon careful consideration, since the holly wand resisted you so vehemently, why not try this one? It is a vinewood wand, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 13.5 inches, and it is exceptionally powerful. Give it a try. Tom, his expression neutral, accepted the vinewood wand, feeling somewhat numb. After all, Ollivander had said something quite similar when he had tried the other wands. Buzz. The moment Tom gripped the vinewood wand, a ghostly green light suddenly erupted from its tip, illuminating the dimly lit shop with an eerie glow. Wow! Levi exclaimed, marveling at the spectacle. Were it not for the knowledge that Tom had yet to master many spells, he might have thought Tom had just cast the killing curse. Haha. This wand is definitely the one. The vinewood wand and the holly wand share the same phoenix feather core. One could say they are brothers among wands. I was just pondering, given the holly wand's strong rejection of you, the vinewood wand is likely to resonate perfectly with you. As it turns out, I was right. Oh, vinewood wand. I am certain that you will achieve extraordinary feats in the future. Ollivander's excitement was palpable. For such a remarkable scene was a rare occurrence, even for him. Tom stared blankly at the vinewood wand in his hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of connection. It felt as though his arm had been extended. This revelation filled Tom with newfound confidence. Suddenly, he sensed a slight chill in his left hand, which was devoid of the wand, and then he found himself holding a cup of ice cream. Congratulations, Tom. You have finally acquired the most suitable wand, Levi declared joyfully. Did you not say you did not buy one? Oh, do you believe everything I say? Since when have you placed such faith in me, Tom? Well, if you choose not to eat it, that is your loss. After all, it is your money. Why should I not indulge? Hand it over. Chapter 19. Where is the wand-choosing wizard? After Ollivander restored his shop, which had been thrown into disarray while assisting Tom in selecting a wand, he turned to Levi. All right. It is your turn. Is your dominant hand left or right? Right. Very well. Please stand still while I take your measurements. What followed was a familiar routine. Once the data was collected, Ollivander once again delved into the assortment of wands. When he emerged, he bore several wand boxes in both hands. It is quite remarkable. You two share quite a resemblance, and at least 5 of these wands were previously tested by that gentleman. Ollivander set down the boxes and regarded Levi and Tom with keen interest. At that moment, it was Tom's turn to sit on the long bench and enjoy his ice cream. Upon hearing Ollivander's words, he furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Tom inquired. Indeed. Thus, some wands are well suited for both him and you, Ollivander replied with a smile. Suddenly, Levi interjected. So, if I were to use Tom's wand, would it also be a good fit? Haha, it might indeed suit you quite well. Ollivander responded cheerfully. No, that is my wand. Do not even think about it. Tom quickly tucked the wand made of purple heart wood, which he had been so fond of, into his pocket. Do not be so stingy, Tom. What if an extraordinary situation arises where you must lend me your wand? Are you truly planning not to share? You can forget about that, Tom retorted, clutching his pocket and viciously scooping a large chunk of ice cream, as if he were digging into Levi's skull. Haha, you two are quite the pair. This reminds me of my old friends, Ollivander said with a smile. Tom glared at Ollivander in anger. I am not familiar with him. Mr. Ollivander. He is still sulking over the ice cream incident. We need not concern ourselves with him, Levi chuckled. Ollivander then recalled the matter at hand. All right, let us begin with these 5 wands, all of which your friend just tested. With that, Ollivander handed a sandalwood wand to Levi. Buzz, as Levi grasped the wand. A brilliant white light emanated from it. Ah, splendid. This wand is perfectly suited to you, Ollivander exclaimed with delight. He had not anticipated that while Tom had experienced such difficulty in selecting a wand, Levi, who shared so many similar traits, would succeed on his very first attempt. Ollivander had initially intended to engage in a second arduous battle. Tom gaped, his gaze fixed intently on the silhouette of Levi. How could he be chosen by the wand so swiftly? Yet, Levi's countenance bore little semblance of joy. Rather, he scrutinized the wand in his hand, seemingly deep in contemplation, which struck Ollivander as peculiar. You have obtained the wand most suited to you. Why do you appear so unenthusiastic? Ollivander inquired. Indeed, this wand appears quite fine. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that it is not entirely right for me, Levi replied, lifting his gaze. Oh, if you voice such sentiments. The wand in your possession may grow discontented. After all, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around, Ollivander's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Forgive my unintended offense, Mr. Ollivander. I merely believe that, since the wand selects the wizard, should I not afford other wands the opportunity to observe me as well? After all, as you mentioned, these wands are all quite suitable for me. It merely hinges on which one decides to choose me, does it not? Ollivander nodded in agreement. Conceding, well, you have a point. Let us try them all. Ollivander harbored no objections, as the wands had already been presented, allowing Weide the chance to test them. Tom, witnessing Weid's desire to try other wands, merely scoffed and finished the last bite of his ice cream, deeming Weid's actions a sheer waste of time. This wand is crafted from black walnut wood, with the heartstring of a fire dragon, Ollivander began. But before he could complete his introduction, the moment Weide grasped the black walnut wand, it erupted in a golden glow. Ollivander's mouth hung open, the remainder of his words forgotten. He had never encountered a situation where two consecutive wands exhibited such phenomena during testing. It is known that only when a wizard acquires a wand that is exceptionally suited to them do such luminous occurrences manifest. However, how could there possibly be a second wand that fits a wizard so perfectly? Yet, I still feel something is amiss. May I try the third one? Weide returned the black walnut wand to Ollivander. Oh, of course, Ollivander responded hastily, retrieving the third wand. At this juncture, he was also eager to see if the third wand would display any unusual traits. So engrossed was he in the unfolding events that he forgot to continue his introduction. This time, the wand did not emit a glow. However, the moment Weide grasped the wand, a nearby wand box transformed into a squeaking little white mouse. Oh, Merlin, this wand is indeed more suited to you than the previous two, Ollivander exclaimed in astonishment. It was only then that he comprehended that Weide's earlier assertion that the two wands were not the most fitting was not an exaggeration. At this moment, Ollivander harbored no objections and continued to present another wand. Indeed, the extraordinary phenomena persisted. At times, there were bursts of light. At others, objects warped and twisted. Occasionally, an inexplicable fog enveloped the room, while items within the shop levitated spontaneously. There were even instances when Weide himself floated in the air. The bizarre and illogical occurrences left Ollivander momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Tom observed from the rear, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction with the purple wood wand tucked away in his pocket upon witnessing Weide's display. Time passed, and Ollivander's counter became a veritable mountain of wands. The flickering lights led passers-by outside to believe that thunder was rumbling within Ollivander's shop. After a while, Weide, holding a reddish-brown wand, eagerly inquired, "What material is this wand made of?" This one is crafted from beech wood, with a core of dragon heartstring, measuring 12 1/3 inches. It is remarkably pliable, Ollivander responded. Suddenly, Ollivander paused, astonished to find that the wand in Weide's hand exhibited no unusual phenomena. Weide pointed the wand at the small white mouse he had inadvertently transformed earlier. Whoosh! How can this be? This wand, in your grasp, displays no special manifestations. Yet it appears to resonate with you more harmoniously than any other. No, it should be said that it is the most compatible thus far. Ollivander felt a dissonance with his previous understanding. It is merely a bit shy. I can sense it, Weide remarked, offering the beech wand. I shall take this one. Oh, of course, Ollivander replied, appearing somewhat disoriented. I apologize for the disorder I've caused here, Weide added. Tom suddenly interjected, Hey, didn't you say wands choose the wizard? Why does it now seem like he is choosing the wand? Alas, it appears my comprehension of wand lore is not as profound as I imagined, Ollivander sighed. Wands choose wizards. He glanced at Weide and continued, yet wizards also choose wands. Merlin, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Chapter 20. Why buy books when you can memorize them? Weide and Tom spent considerable time in the wand shop. Weide's remarkable performance had provided Ollivander with insights known only to himself. He even refrained from charging Tom and Weide for their purchases. Standing at the threshold of the wand shop, a flicker of confusion crossed Tom's gaze. If you want money, you can help me buy from my list. Weide cheerfully handed over his list. Buy your own things, Tom retorted, turning swiftly to leave, as if something unsavory were chasing him. Weide shook his head in resignation. Once children acquire wealth, they tend to grow wings. After a moment of reflection, he proceeded to explore Diagon Alley methodically, adhering to his shopping list. Levi's pace was swift. Before long, he arrived at Lehin Bookstore, burdened with an assortment of packages. This destination marked the final stop on his shopping journey for the day, and it was also the one he anticipated the most, as did Tom. Levi soon spotted him, engrossed in an array of spellbooks. However, he refrained from interrupting Tom, as he had his own matters to attend to. Glancing at the time and deeming it still early, Levi handed the list of textbooks to a clerk, requesting assistance in gathering his purchases. The clerk, familiar with the routine, promptly set off to retrieve the books. Meanwhile, Levi wandered alone among the towering shelves, searching until he extracted a volume and began to peruse its contents. We should be going, Levi felt a gentle tap on his shoulder and turned to find Tom. The soft glow of the setting sun streamed through the bookstore's entrance, indicating that it was quite late. Levi quickly finished the last few pages of the book in hand before joining Tom at the counter, where their textbooks had already been neatly packaged. Beside Tom's collection lay a stack of additional books, presumably those he intended to purchase as well. Tom furrowed his brow at the heap of books and assorted packages, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Could you assist in shipping these books to us?" Levi inquired politely. "There's too much for us to carry." "Of course. Please provide your address." The clerk replied with a smile, handing over paper and pen. "Can you also ship these?" Levi presented the other items to the clerk. "Certainly. But please note that a small handling fee will apply for non-store items." "No problem," Levi responded readily, dismissing the minor expense. After jotting down their address, the two exited Lehan bookstore empty-handed, having opted to ship all their purchases except for their wands. "Didn't you buy any other books?" Tom asked, puzzled as he noticed Levi had not acquired any additional volumes aside from the required textbooks. Tom was well aware of Levi's character. Like himself, he harbored a profound desire for power. How could he possibly forego the chance to purchase spellbooks to enhance his abilities? "I purchased numerous magical auto-sketch pens and a substantial amount of parchment," Levi replied cheerfully. "What do you intend to do with those?" Tom questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Levi's boastful words elicited skepticism from Tom, who believed not a single punctuation mark of it. Unbeknownst to Tom, Levi was not exaggerating, for he indeed possessed a remarkable photographic memory. Levi glanced at the clock on a nearby shop, suddenly sighing. "Rather than agonizing over this, you might consider how to explain our absence to Mrs. Cole. We have been missing for a full 12 hours. At this, Tom's expression shifted dramatically. "You can't possibly intend to tell her that I led you out for a day of frivolity, right?" Weide blinked in disbelief. "Was it not you who suggested sneaking out this morning? Moreover, I am quite the obedient child. Who do you think Mrs. Cole believes, you or me? What is the matter? Haven't you earned any money? Those books you purchased at the Lehan bookstore, each costing a gold galleon or two. Would you have acquired so many if you hadn't gone with me? You scoundrel. Honestly, having reaped so many benefits, shouldn't you contribute a little and willingly take the blame? You can't expect to reap without sowing, can you? Reap without sowing? How dare you imply that I did nothing? Who summoned those snakes during the raid on the trafficker's den? Ah, yes, and then you summoned Nagini, nearly losing your life. Didn't you? Have you no shame? That was clearly your idea. I refuse to take any of that into account. I was merely dragged out by you. You can't possibly think that I am afraid of that old cat, can you? Then bear the blame yourself." "No, I refuse. Are you afraid of me? You are indeed ruthless." After walking such a distance, Tom felt as if his legs no longer belonged to him. Yet, beside him, Weide appeared utterly unfazed by fatigue, still brimming with vitality after several kilometers of walking. "How can you not be tired at all?" Tom gasped for breath. In his entire life, he had never walked such a distance at once. "Well, I bought a potion to temporarily enhance my stamina. You know what potions are, right? The kind that—" "I know what it is," Tom retorted with dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you remind me to buy some too? Someone seemed reluctant to walk with me, so I had to buy it myself." "You." Tom felt as though his lungs would burst from indignation. He truly wanted to argue back, but he was in the wrong and could find no counter-argument. Just as he was preparing to draw his wand to confront Weide, a familiar voice emerged from the shadows. "It seems you are quite busy today." Weide and Tom fell silent as if struck by a silencing charm. Dumbledore emerged slowly from the shadows, his scrutinizing gaze resting upon the two children before him. Tom felt a chill run through his veins. He utterly despised this feeling. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. What a coincidence to encounter you here." Weide broke the silence. He glanced at the orphanage door behind Dumbledore, clearly indicating that this was no mere coincidence. Dumbledore was undoubtedly waiting for them. Chapter 21. With great power comes great responsibility. I sincerely apologize. I assure you that next time I will inform you before taking them out, Dumbledore earnestly stated to Mrs. Cole. As she spoke, Mrs. Cole shot a glare at Tom and Weide, who were hiding behind Dumbledore. "You are not allowed to eat dinner tonight. This is your punishment." Once Mrs. Cole departed, Dumbledore turned to the two of them. "Now, it is time for you to tell me about your experiences today." "Very well, let us retreat to Tom's chamber, where we may converse at our leisure. Or perhaps your room would be preferable, as its ambience is more inviting." Tom quickly voiced his dissent, expressing his reluctance to encounter Dumbledore in his own quarters once more. Who knows what frightful surprises he might conjure to startle himself anew. "Very well, then, let us proceed to my room." Moments later, the trio arrived at Levid's chamber. Levid pulled up a chair for Dumbledore to take a seat, while he and Tom settled themselves on the edge of the bed. "I surmise you must be quite famished. However, given that Mrs. Cole has decreed you cannot partake in dinner this evening, I would rather not contravene her orders. Perhaps we might enjoy a drink instead?" Dumbledore proposed, as he retrieved an old umbrella from the side and placed it upon the floor. Whoosh! In an instant, the umbrella transformed into a coffee table. This remarkable feat left Levid and Tom in awe. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured 3 cups of beverages, their origins a mystery. I trust you can discern that my presence here is not merely coincidental, nor am I a mere bystander in your affairs, Dumbledore began. Levitt and Tom nodded in unison. Dumbledore then slid 2 cups of pumpkin juice toward Levitt and Tom. This morning, 2 kilometers from the leaky cauldron, Muggle police discovered 2 individuals tightly bound, he continued. Levitt nodded. That was our doing. Dumbledore paused, taken aback by Levitt's candid admission. Might I inquire why? I distinctly recall informing you that we cannot permit wizards to wield magic upon Muggles. Dumbledore's tone turned stern. Tom interjected eagerly. They were human traffickers. They intended to abduct us. We couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Levitt gently patted Tom's shoulder, signaling him to temper his fervor. Tom and I are merely around 11 years of age, thus we fall under the protection of that regulation. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore, we should not be held accountable for this incident. Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback by Levitt's reasoning. Meanwhile, Tom gaped at Levitt, utterly bewildered by how he possessed such knowledge of the Wizarding World's regulations. How is it that you are so well versed in these matters? Dumbledore inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity, Levitt shrugged. We visited Diagon Alley today, and I spent over 2 hours in Flourish and Blots. Tom looked at Levitt in astonishment. So, you truly memorized every book that piqued your interest? This is not mere boasting. Not entirely, of course, for time is limited, and I could not peruse every intriguing tome. Levitt lamented. I shall have to wait for another opportunity to visit Diagon Alley. Are you suggesting that with so many books, you could recall them merely by skimming through? You. Tom stammered, struck speechless by the revelation. Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback. In other words, the quotations and references that Lived had recited were all notes he had taken after perusing the material today. Of course, it was also possible that he was aware of his misdeeds earlier in the day and had deliberately sought out that particular statute to memorize it. Your talents are indeed astonishing, Lived. You are correct. I cannot hold you accountable for this matter. Furthermore, your actions were indeed a legitimate form of self-defense and not wrongful in any respect. However, Dumbledore shifted the conversation, inquiring, have you visited 39 Strand Street subsequently? Yes. That was also our doing, Lived replied with crisp clarity. Since Dumbledore had come to find them, it was evident that their actions had come to light. Any attempt at concealment would be futile, for Dumbledore would not have arrived without sufficient evidence. It was far better to acknowledge the truth outright. Why did you do this? Dumbledore asked, furrowing his brow. We all understand the grim fate that befalls children in the hands of traffickers. They sell beautiful children to wealthy perverts, while those less fortunate or less appealing are trained to become pickpockets, and the unfortunate ones are maimed, cast onto the streets as beggars. Thus, upon learning that there were still children in the hands of traffickers, I took Tom with me. We sought to save them, Lived stated calmly. Tom was somewhat astonished that Lived had chosen to shoulder all the responsibility. Dumbledore opened his mouth, yet the words of reproach failed to materialize. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Your intention to save lives is commendable. However, you should not have approached it in such a manner. I do not doubt your and Tom's abilities, but wizards and magic must never be indiscriminately exposed to muggles. This is a grave violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Dumbledore raised his gaze to Lived. Given that you have memorized this information, I trust one need not reiterate it. Indeed, Professor, but at that time, we had not yet visited Diagon Alley and were unaware that our actions breached the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Lived glanced at Dumbledore, then lowered his head and softly continued. However, I do not regret my actions. When there are those in need of assistance, and I possess the ability to help, I cannot turn a blind eye. I have always believed that with great power comes great responsibility. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. With great power comes great responsibility. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore spoke again. The traffickers you apprehended have been so frightened that they cannot divulge anything about the Wizarding World. So your actions this time are somewhat fortunate and do not constitute a violation of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Now, tell me about the entire operation. Thus, Lived and Tom recounted the events of the morning's raid on the traffickers' den, including the bars of gold and Tom's parcel tongue, along with the ensuing arrival of Nagini, which could no longer be concealed, and it was better to speak plainly. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Dumbledore sighed and remarked, I must say, you have been fortunate today. Nagini, whom I once knew, is an exceedingly unfortunate soul, caught between beast and humanity. It is beyond imagination how profound her suffering has been. Tom, upon hearing this, hastily inquired, what exactly transpired? Dumbledore replied, she is a blood-cursed beast. However, let's set aside her story for now and instead discuss the 10 or so gold bars you have acquired. At this statement, Weide remained calm. Yet Tom could not help but widen his eyes, fearing that Dumbledore might confiscate the gold. The less powerful Tom had come to understand the significance of wealth, for he was not yet the formidable Voldemort of the future. Dumbledore smiled and reassured them, I do not intend to seize your gold. I merely wish to remind you that can a mere human trafficking den truly possess such a fortune? You must comprehend the magnitude of the wealth you have exchanged for today. Weide quickly reacted. Professor, are you implying that we have landed ourselves in grave trouble? The so-called underage protection laws of the Ministry of Magic were fabricated by me. As I could not locate any pertinent information, he continued. What sort of grave trouble could we possibly be in? Tom questioned, bewildered. Weide explained, Tom, it is not unusual for criminals to operate in an organized manner, and the fact that it is merely a trafficking den suggests it could not accumulate such wealth on its own. Are you suggesting that the trafficking den is merely a part of a larger criminal organization, and the gold we took is funds stored there by such a group? Tom began to grasp the situation. If that is the case, it is not the worst scenario. Weide furrowed his brow and added, consider this. Who would be entrusted with safeguarding such a substantial amount of money? Surely, it must be someone of great importance within their organization. And we have inadvertently frightened this individual to madness. This is my fault. I should have anticipated this sooner. I ought to have acted more decisively. Weide expressed his frustration. Tom nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their enmity with the organization had indeed escalated significantly. Yet, he soon shook his head and remarked, but what does it matter? How would they even connect this incident to us? Weide sighed. Have you forgotten the children we released? If they locate those children, they will undoubtedly extract information from them. Once they possess our physical descriptions, they can trace us through other means, he continued. A criminal organization capable of amassing such wealth would certainly possess the resources to do so. Oh, I should never have uttered a single word to those bound children. In fact, they should not have even laid eyes upon me, Weide admitted, realizing his inexperience in such illicit dealings. Tom scoffed. No matter how powerful they may be, they are merely muggles. We are wizards. Surely, we need not fear trouble from muggles. In Tom's eyes, these matters could not withstand even a single ordinary muggle. No amount could pose any threat to him. He failed to comprehend why Weide and Dumbledore deemed the situation so grave. Tom, while we may not fear, what about Mrs. Cole and the other children at the orphanage? Sooner or later, those individuals will find this place. Just imagine the consequences if they cannot locate us when the time comes. Weide gazed intently at Tom. This is our mistake. We cannot disregard their lives and let them bear the repercussions for us. For a moment, Tom found himself at a loss for words. In truth, he yearned to nod and assert his indifference towards the well-being of the other orphans. However, as his mindset subtly evolved, a flicker of light ignited within his previously indifferent heart, ignited by Weide's words. Thus, he found himself unable to utter such callous words that indicated it was not his concern. Well, then, we should preemptively capture these individuals. Tom finally murmured after a prolonged hesitation. Weide swiftly dismissed Tom's notion. Even if we possess the means to bring them to justice, we cannot accurately locate these individuals. Should even one escape our grasp, it would lead to endless troubles. Moreover, even if we were to imprison them, their wealth would surely enable them to mitigate their punishments significantly. Tom scoffed. Then we should eliminate them all. Such thoughts are perilous, Tom. We cannot simply dispose of everyone who offends us, Weide replied, casting a discreet glance at Dumbledore. Although he too believed that eliminating these individuals would be ideal, after all, each was stained with the blood of their victims. He knew better than to voice such sentiments in Dumbledore's presence, as it would surely arouse his suspicion. Tom, you foolish child. You are still too young. At this moment, Dumbledore had quietly observed their conversation for some time. To him, both Weide and Tom were remarkably intelligent and courageous children. Albeit with starkly contrasting personalities, the kind-hearted Weide and the indifferent Tom. Dumbledore's greatest concern remained Tom. He was acutely aware of the boy's disposition. He could not foresee what a cold-hearted, power-hungry child would become as he matured. Yet now, Dumbledore was heartened to discover that under Weide's influence, the reclusive and indifferent child Tom was beginning to exhibit a glimmer of humanity. This revelation filled Dumbledore with joy and instilled in him a sense of hope for Weide. Should the day ever come when Tom lost control, he believed Weide would undoubtedly be capable of subduing him. Unbeknownst to Weide, he was oblivious to Dumbledore's thoughts, preoccupied instead with contemplating how to resolve the significant predicament he had inadvertently created. Professor, do you have any means to ensure the safety of the others at the orphanage? Weide inquired, turning to Dumbledore. He believed that since Dumbledore had arrived, he must have a solution, for Dumbledore was known to be a man who calculated before he acted. We merely need to redirect the conflict. Indeed, Dumbledore did not disappoint Weide. You mentioned to those rescued children that the traffickers were apprehended by the adults in your household, correct? Indeed. There were only the two of us at the time, and it was difficult to explain. So I casually stated that it was my family's adults who subdued the villains. Weide nodded. Exactly. Since you conveyed this information to the children, they will surely come to understand it as well, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. In this orphanage, what adults could so easily subdue those vicious traffickers? Surely it could not have been Mrs. Cole. Weide suddenly comprehended. Thus, As long as we maintain no connection to the orphanage, they will not suspect it at all. For the orphanage lacks such capabilities. They will only suspect us to be part of another criminal organization, and the so-called clues leading to the orphanage must be fabrications. If we can fabricate some evidence regarding this fictitious organization to divert their attention, then the orphanage will be safe. Precisely, Dumbledore said, clapping his hands with a smile. Tom frowned. But we do originate from the orphanage. How can we completely erase our traces there? Leave that to me, Tom, Dumbledore replied with a smile. We are wizards, are we not? The marvel of magic lies in its ability to transform decay into the extraordinary. Suddenly, Weide appeared to have an epiphany. Professor, once our traces in the orphanage are entirely eradicated, will Mrs. Cole and the others completely forget us? Dumbledore sighed. Regrettably, Weide, I must do this. Of course. If you are unwilling, I can seek alternative methods. Before Weide could respond, Tom waved his hands dismissively. I don't know what Weide thinks, but I have no objections. After all, to Mrs. Cole and the others, I am already a nuisance, a calamity. Their forgetting me would truly be a blessing. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Tom, then turned to Weide. I have no objections either. Even if she forgets me, I shall never forget her kindness. Weide, quite resolute, replied, in truth, I have been in this world for less than a month. While I am grateful to Mrs. Cole for preventing me from being cast onto the streets, to say that I would long for this place would be rather sentimental. Very well, let it be settled. Prepare your belongings. Come dawn, someone will arrive to escort you. I must also attend to some preparations. Chapter 23, The House Elf, Toby. Weide, naturally, was not idle. His possessions were few, even lacking an extra piece of clothing. However, with the arrival of the goods purchased from Diagon Alley, delivered by owls, his belongings suddenly multiplied. He found a large bag and filled it with these items. Subsequently, he quietly perused the complete guide to basic spells. Perhaps due to having consumed some physical enhancement potions in Diagon Alley, he felt no inclination to sleep until midnight. Ding! The clock struck 12, and new merchandise appeared in the shop. Suddenly, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Weide set aside the spellbook and, as per routine, glanced at the system store. It had been quite some time since any items available for his use had appeared, and he wondered if there would be any surprises tonight. Item 1. The Complete Guide to Transfiguration, unlocked for 1,000 merit points. Item 2. House Elf Butler, unlocked for 300 merit points. Refresh countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 35 seconds. Merit points, 1,400 points. Dark Lord achievement, not achieved. Finally, the goods had arrived. Weide looked at these two items with delight. The Complete Guide to Transfiguration. This tome encompasses all foundational knowledge of transfiguration and includes insights from masters throughout history. Weide was somewhat taken aback by the system's description. Insights from masters throughout history? No wonder this book was valued at 1,000 merit points. His gaze shifted to the next item. House Elf Butler, an experienced house elf, once serving a pure-blooded dark wizard family, has tragically gained freedom following the demise of the last family member 2 weeks prior. Upon purchase, the ownership of this house elf will transfer to the purchaser, and it will never betray. This was the first biological entity to appear among the system's offerings. Nevertheless, Weide felt pleased with this item. Who wouldn't want an experienced house elf? It was indeed a rare gem of a helper. Moreover, this house elf was remarkably affordable, costing only 300 merit points. Without hesitation, Weide first purchased the Complete Guide to Transfiguration. Drawing from previous experience, he exchanged it for the simplified Chinese version. In the next instant, a novel titled The Count of Monte Cristo unexpectedly materialized in his hands. Clearly, this Complete Guide to Transfiguration possessed the same disguise as the Complete Guide to Basic Spells. After placing the book aside, Weide proceeded to purchase the second item. Ding. Congratulations, the purchase of the House Elf Butler was successful. Ding. Please locate the House Elf Butler. As the system notification concluded, a semi-transparent mini-map appeared in Weide's view, featuring a conspicuous red dot and a small arrow. After a careful observation, he quickly understood its significance. The small arrow symbolizes him, while the red dot indicates the position of the domesticated sprite. Weide discovered that the red dot was actually quite close to him. However, the fact that the dot remained motionless on the map puzzled him. Was the sprite perhaps asleep? How else could it be so still? Nonetheless, Weide did not waste any time. He grabbed an oil lamp and quietly left the orphanage. Comparing the map, he trudged along the muddy main street, heading east for approximately 200 meters before turning into a narrow alleyway beside him. This alley was cramped and filthy, occasionally emitting a nauseating stench. Weide cautiously navigated the waterlogged ground, reaching the end of the alley. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, he spotted a dilapidated trash bin. Beside it, a small figure seemed to be lying there. Ding. The host has arrived beside the domesticated sprite. With the system notification fading, the minimap in Weide's view vanished as well. He set down the dim oil lamp and drew his wand from his pocket. A flicker of luminescence. The light emanating from the tip of the wand illuminated the dark alley. There, on the ground, lay a feeble, domesticated sprite, cloaked in a filthy rag that had long lost its original color. Its large, tennis ball-sized eyes were tightly shut. Weide noticed various degrees of injuries on its face and body, as if it had recently been attacked by a sharp object, appearing to have lost too much blood and fainted. Despite such severe injuries, the sprite had not succumbed to its loss of blood, but rather clung to life. Weide speculated that the system's power had temporarily sustained its life after he purchased the item. No wonder it was so cheap. It seemed to be hanging on by a thread. With this thought, Weide wasted no time and first cast a cleaning spell to remove the dirt from the sprite's wounds. He then took out the white essence he had previously exchanged in the system and carefully sprinkled it on the wounds. The system-produced essence proved remarkably effective. As soon as it touched the wounds, they began to heal rapidly. After treating the wounds, Weide retrieved a bottle of potion he had left over from earlier that day. Now seemed like the perfect time to use it. He held the wand in his mouth, and under its glow, lifted the sprite's head with one hand, while slowly pouring the remaining potion into its mouth with the other. After a moment, the sprite began to cough, slowly opening its bloodshot eyes, and the first thing it saw was Weide, who stood close by. "Kind sir, did you save Toby's life?" the sprite asked, struggling to sit up, astonished to see that its injuries had healed. When it looked at Weide again, its eyes were filled with warmth. "Yes, I found you lying here, covered in wounds, so I provided some basic treatment." Weide removed the wand from his mouth and calmly spoke. "Thank you, kind sir. However, Toby is a shameful little elf, unworthy of your generous treatment, as he is now free." Upon uttering this, Toby couldn't help but sob sorrowfully. Although it was not Toby's fault, his last master perished in a duel. Toby, in a state of confusion, found himself shamefully freed. "Oh, kind sir, could you perhaps take Toby in?" Naturally, Weide would not refuse Toby's loyalty. He was not Hermione. After all, moreover, this would cost him 300 merit points and 2 potions. Toby struggled to rise, kneeling before Weide on one knee. "As you wish, Master Weide. From this day forth, Toby shall be your most loyal servant, forever." Chapter 24, Eulalia Hicks. Tom pinched his nose, looking disdainfully at the peculiar creature voraciously devouring its meal before him. "Where did you find this thing?" "This is no mere thing. This is a house elf named Toby. My most loyal servant," Weide replied, adding a chicken leg to Toby's plate. "What is it?" Tom gazed at Weide with bewilderment. As a newcomer to the Wizarding World, Tom was still unaware of the nature of house elves. Before Weide could respond, Toby leaped up, a bit neurotically exclaiming, "Ah? Great Master Weide. Kind Master Weide. How could you possibly give Toby more food? Toby is truly wretched. Toby must punish himself. Stop. I command you to finish your meal obediently." Just as Toby picked up Tom's new cauldron, ready to bash his head, Weide calmly issued the command. Though his tennis ball-sized eyes glistened with tears. "Oh, Master Weide is truly the best and greatest master in the world." Earlier, Tom, unable to sleep, had gathered his belongings and prepared to meet Weide. Upon entering, he saw Weide commanding Toby to eat. Having never encountered a house elf before, Tom was clueless about what trouble Weide had stirred in the few hours he had been absent. Weide patted Tom on the shoulder and earnestly said, "Do not worry. Although your status has changed from my most loyal servant to my second most loyal servant, I will still treat you as well as before." Tom's face darkened instantly, his forehead veins bulging as he asked slowly, "Who do you say is your servant?" "Tom, you are no longer as respectful as you once were. Now you understand why you have been demoted from first to second servant, do you not?" Weide said regretfully. "You bastard." Tom suppressed the urge to strike, unwilling to endure a beating. "Calm down, you still cannot overpower him," he reminded himself. Taking several deep breaths, Tom finally managed to regain his composure. "What's wrong? Are you hungry too?" Weide glanced at the pot in his hand, then at Tom. There was still some left if he desired it. "No, I am not hungry at all." Tom had just managed to calm his emotions, only to nearly erupt again. "All right, never mind." Levitt placed the pot beside Toby, encouraging him to continue eating. "So what exactly is a house elf?" Tom persistently inquired. "A house elf, you see, is the most loyal servant of wizards. Their kind possesses many fascinating forms of magic, although they may not be as powerful as that of wizards. Nonetheless, they are quite useful for handling mundane household tasks. By the way, I read all this in a book at the bookstore today." Subsequently, Levitt shared with Tom the tale of how he had stumbled upon a house elf while wandering outside, choosing to disclose just enough of the story. After all, if a house elf were to remain by his side, it would be impossible to keep it a secret, so honesty seemed the best policy. "I hardly believe that such a filthy creature could be of any assistance," Tom remarked disdainfully, eyeing Toby. "Do not underestimate any creature, Tom, otherwise you may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future," Levitt replied, his tone laden with significance. At that moment, Toby had devoured every morsel from both the plate and the pot. "Mr. Levitt, I have never been so full," Toby said, his eyes welling with tears. "All right, Toby, Find a place to rest, and remember to clean yourself up. I do not wish to see you in such a filthy state next time we meet. Levitt instructed once more. Toby sniffled and, bowing respectfully, replied, As you wish, Mr. Levitt. With a crack, Toby vanished, leaving only the sound akin to a whip striking the ground. This spectacle left Tom wide-eyed. Look, at least you won't have to help me wash the dishes anymore. Levitt pointed to the plate and pot on the ground. It was only then that Tom noticed the previously placed plate and pot had become spotless, as if new. One could not deny that Toby was indeed an experienced house elf. His prowess in kitchen magic was nothing short of exceptional. Suddenly, with a glimmer in his eyes, Tom declared, Washing dishes is trivial. I could actually cook for you. You plan to poison me, don't you? Levitt remained unfazed. Is it that obvious? As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, Levitt sat on his bed, engrossed in a copy of The Count of Monte Cristo. Meanwhile, Tom occasionally glanced out the window. Surely Dumbledore hasn't he forgotten to come for us? It's almost dawn, Tom said anxiously. Levitt slowly closed his book and remarked, But hasn't he arrived? Arrived? Where? Just as Tom finished his question, the faint sound of neighing echoed from the sky. He quickly looked up. The sound grew increasingly closer, and suddenly, a carriage burst forth from the gray clouds. However, to Tom's astonishment, there were no horses at the front of the carriage, only a middle-aged man acting as the driver. Weide gazed out the window, and in his line of sight, 3 pitch-black, winged, emaciated horses were straining to pull a carriage as it descended toward them. He recognized them as the 3 nightmares, a mystical species visible only to those who have truly encountered death. Having faced death before his crossing, Weide could see these spectral steeds, while Tom, still a novice and innocent, remained oblivious to their presence. With a resounding thud, the carriage landed before the orphanage's entrance. Yet, the inhabitants of the orphanage and the other residents on the street seemed entirely unfazed, maintaining their silence. Suddenly, the carriage door swung open, and a witch with curly hair and dark skin, clutching a book, leapt out. She surveyed the orphanage's entrance and then raised her gaze to the window of Weide's room, locking eyes with him and Tom. A faint smile graced her lips before she vanished without a trace. Tom's eyes widened as he peered out the window, bewildered. Where did she go? Are you looking for me? A woman's voice unexpectedly echoed from behind them. Startled, Tom spun around, and Weide turned to find the witch had somehow appeared behind them. Tom stared at her in astonishment. Who are you? How did you get in? The mere thought of her sudden presence was chilling. Greetings, I am Eulalie Hicks. You may call me Professor Hicks. The witch smiled warmly and extended her hand towards Weide and Tom. Tom eyed Hicks warily, remaining still, while Weide reached out and shook her hand. Professor Hicks, are you the one sent by Professor Dumbledore to fetch us? Eulalie Hicks is a character from the film Fantastic Beasts, serving as the charms professor at Ilvermorny and one of the earliest members of Dumbledore's army. Additionally, I intend to introduce the young Professor McGonagall, despite her being only 3 or 4 years old according to the original timeline. Chapter 25, A Mishap, A Chosen Fruit. Indeed, Professor Hicks replied with a smile. I have already learned about your situation from Professor Dumbledore. I must say, you are the bravest little wizards I have ever encountered. It is not every day that young wizards possess the courage to embark on such endeavors. I believe you will undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. Weide blinked in disbelief. Tom Riddle sorted into Gryffindor? What a dark jest. Even the coffin lid of Slytherin couldn't contain such a notion. What is Gryffindor? Tom asked, bewildered. Weide retrieved a book from Tom's pile of belongings and tossed it into his hands. He had indeed not read this particular book, for his attention had been wholly captivated by the spellbooks. Regarding this historic tome, had he not been inclined to gain a slight understanding of Hogwarts, nor found himself in want of funds, he would undoubtedly have refrained from such a purchase. Professor Hicks remarked with a smile. I would indeed be delighted to share with you the history of Hogwarts. However, I have some matters to attend to at present. Would you mind waiting in the carriage for a moment? Oh, Weide nodded, having already surmised what tasks Professor Hicks was preoccupied with. It appeared that Dumbledore had entrusted Professor Hicks with the responsibility of erasing any traces of himself and Tom. Very well, let us proceed, Professor Hicks declared, placing her hand upon the shoulders of Weide and Tom. In the next moment, the 3 of them found themselves before the orphanage, beside the carriage. Ugh! Tom felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Weide's complexion had also paled somewhat. The initial experience of apparition could indeed be quite disconcerting. Take your time, Professor Hicks advised, vanishing once more from their midst. When she reappeared, she had already retrieved the luggage belonging to Weide and Tom. Frank, could you kindly keep an eye on them? Professor Hicks addressed the driver. The man named Frank readily agreed, leaping from the carriage to secure Weide's belongings on the luggage rack at the rear. Professor Hicks, may I bring along my house elf? Weide suddenly inquired. You have a house elf? Professor Hicks looked at Weide in astonishment. Yes, I found him just a few hours ago in that alley over there, Weide replied, calling out to the surroundings. Toby, are you there? With a pop, Toby appeared directly before Weide. Master Weide, Toby is here. How may I serve you? At that moment, Toby appeared notably improved compared to a few hours prior, having meticulously followed Weide's commands to present himself in a clean manner. Even the tattered rags draped upon him had been replaced with a tidy piece of curtain fabric, the source of which remained a mystery. Weide turned to Professor Hicks with an inquisitive gaze. "Professor Hicks, since he is your house elf, you are certainly welcome to bring him along," she replied, though astonished. She found no reason to deny Weide this right. Moreover, even with her multitude of questions, this was not the appropriate moment to voice them. "Thank you." Weide expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, he and Tom took their seats within the carriage while Toby settled himself upon the luggage rack at the back. Through the carriage window, Weide and Tom silently observed as Professor Hicks pushed open the door and entered the orphanage. "Do not worry. Eulalie is a remarkably skilled witch. She would never harm those inside," Frank muttered softly, leaning against the carriage with his pipe in mouth. "Mr. Frank, is she intending to erase their memories directly?" Tom suddenly queried. Frank exhaled a smoke ring before responding. "I'm Frank Dorr. You may call me Mr. Dorr." "Indeed. Eulalie plans to remove the portions of their memories concerning you, and then alter certain aspects of their recollections. Finally, take all your records from the orphanage with you. It may seem rather complicated, but for Eulalie, it poses no challenge. She will resolve it swiftly. By the way, she is also teaching at Hogwarts this year and will instruct you in the art of charms." To be honest, many were taken aback by her decision to leave Ilvermorny and take up a position at Hogwarts. Just as Frank's rambling had not yet concluded, the large door of the orphanage swung open. Professor Hicks emerged and gently closed the door behind her. "All set. Let us embark." Hicks approached the carriage, beckoning to Frank, who nodded and took his place at the driver's seat. Professor Hicks opened the carriage door and stepped inside, smiling at Levitt and Tom. "Gentlemen, are you ready to begin your new lives?" Moments later, the carriage soared into the sky, vanishing amongst the clouds. As the carriage ascended above the clouds, Levitt finally beheld the long-awaited blue sky and sunlight. Their initial excitement of flying began to settle into a calm. Tom, clutching a book, began to inquire about various spells from Professor Hicks. Upon learning that she was the new charms professor, Tom could no longer contain his eagerness to grow stronger. Professor Hicks did not dismiss him. Instead, she earnestly explained the intricacies of spells. In truth, few could resist Tom's charm. Otherwise, he would not have garnered the affection of the entire school as faculty and students. Levitt, choosing not to join the conversation, gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, retrieving his disguised book, The Comprehensive Guide to Transfiguration, to continue reading. Time passed, and Frank's voice resonated from the front of the carriage. "Welcome to Godric's Hollow, children." Godric's Hollow is a half-wizard settlement, home to many wizards, as well as a number of unsuspecting muggles. This indeed signifies that it is a highly livable place, Professor Hicks announced as she disembarked the carriage, followed by Levitt and Tom. The carriage had come to a halt before a house that appeared quite new. However, the garden in front was filled with many withered plants. Professor Hicks smiled and said, "This is the home of one of our muggle friends in England, named Jacob Kowalski. Do not worry. Jacob and Queenie are both very kind individuals." Jacob Kowalski, the legendary chosen one. A sense of foreboding washed over Levitt as he recalled Jacob's wife, Queenie Goldstein. A formidable legilimens. Unlike Dumbledore, her ability to penetrate minds was innate, passive, and uncontrollable. Simply being in her vicinity, even without direct eye contact or facing her, would allow her to hear one's innermost thoughts. This meant that if she stood before Levitt now, all his secrets would be laid bare. Weide could not help but furrow his brow. Since his arrival in this new realm, he had never before felt such a palpable sense of crisis. Chapter 26. The Art of Mental Closure. He could not allow the secrets within him to be laid bare before Queenie, for they were incomprehensible to the inhabitants of this world. He neither wished to be regarded as mad nor to drive others to madness with his concealed truths. Heaven knows what would transpire if Queenie were to discover that their world was but a fabrication in another realm. Of course, there existed the possibility that magic was indeed real, merely chronicled by an author in a novel, thus becoming a mere figment of fiction. Weide quelled his tumultuous thoughts. This was not the time for such musings. He urgently required a solution, and he had at most but a day and 2 nights to devise one. After Weide and his companions disembarked, Flander had taken the Nightsteed carriage away from Godric's Hollow. Meanwhile, Professor Hicks remained behind to care for Weide and Tom until Jacob's family arrived. Tom was, of course, exhilarated by this turn of events, as it meant he would have more time for one-on-one guidance from an esteemed professor. In contrast to Tom's enthusiasm, Weide appeared somewhat more laid back, often lounging in a chair even during the day. However, this was merely a fade. On the very day of their arrival at Godric's Hollow, Weide discreetly summoned Toby and instructed him to find a hidden, secure location. Toby, being an experienced house elf, found the task quite manageable. As dusk approached, Weide took the initiative to inform Professor Hicks of his fatigue, expressing a desire to retire early that evening. The professor, preoccupied with the eager Tom, thought little of it. The sanctuary they found was a dry cave, its entrance cleverly sealed by Toby with stones, leaving just enough of a gap for ventilation. It was unclear how Toby had discovered this place. He had thoughtfully arranged a complete set of furniture within the cave, along with a bundle of candles. While the books Weide had acquired lay spread across the large table, the collection consisted of both new and used volumes, as Toby had scoured even secondhand bookstores. At that moment, Weide was profoundly grateful for the assistance of such a seasoned house elf. Within the span of a day and 2 nights, he aimed to grasp the fundamentals of the art of mental closure, striving to achieve a level of mastery that would elude Quinny's scrutiny. The mere thought of success seemed daunting. Weide harbored little confidence in his prospects, yet he resolved to give it his utmost effort. Recognizing the low likelihood of success, he had quietly prepared a contingency plan. After all, concocting a plausible excuse after the fact was preferable to having Quinny directly uncover his secrets. That night, bolstered by his formidable memory, Weide absorbed the knowledge of the art of mental closure after poring over the books. In the eyes of Weide, the so-called brain closure technique involves establishing a door within the mind, locking away memories one wishes to conceal, rendering them invisible to others. Subsequently, this door transforms into a screen, perpetually displaying fabricated memories. When a memory extractor attempts to probe into one's recollections, they can only perceive these illusions, while the genuine memories behind the door remain inaccessible. This encapsulates the essence of the brain closure technique. Of course, should the memory extractor possess sufficient power, they could shatter this facade, thereby exposing the hidden truths. However, Quinny, who passively triggers the memory extraction, is unlikely to achieve such depths unless she wields her wand and directly employs the technique on Weide. According to the texts, there are 2 methods to practice the brain closure technique. The first method yields quicker results. It involves finding a trusted wizard to continuously perform memory extraction on oneself. This stimulates the brain and magical energy, fostering resistance against the extraction. As one becomes aware of the magical force of the extraction, a mental barrier automatically forms, constructing the door passively. This process resembles the stimulation of the immune system in the body. In contrast, the second method is considerably slower. The practitioner must deliberately control their consciousness. Initially, they must attain a state of tranquil mindfulness, devoid of any thoughts. Subsequently, within this serene mindset, they must introduce prepared false memories. Finally, when the practitioner can maintain this state at any moment, the brain closure technique is deemed mastered. Lacking a trusted wizard to assist him, Weide opted for the second approach. After selecting his practice method, he commenced meditation, striving to achieve a state of unwavering tranquility, even neglecting to check the system goods refreshed that evening. Tom, observing Weide with closed eyes reclining in the armchair, mistakenly assumed he had dozed off. Eager to surpass Weide, Tom was naturally pleased to witness his apparent idleness, wishing for him to remain in this languid state indefinitely. Professor Hicks, believing Weide was merely recuperating from a restless night in a new environment, made no attempt to disturb him. Thus, Weide was able to continue his practice of the brain closure technique undisturbed. This practice proved exceedingly challenging. Merely the first step of quieting all distractions was enough to deter most individuals. Weide persevered throughout the night, but failed to achieve even this initial stage. Unable to attain a semblance of calm. In truth, those burdened with heavier thoughts find it increasingly difficult to attain tranquility, as they are perpetually consumed by contemplation. Weide epitomized this struggle, for even in slumber, his mind could not find respite. How, then, could he maintain a state of thoughtlessness while awake? As time passed, Weide's resolve waned. Perhaps, given sufficient time, he could ultimately attain a state of mental clarity. Yet, at present, he found himself with little time remaining. As the shadows lengthened with the setting sun, Weide slowly opened his eyes, ultimately deciding to relinquish his efforts. Prepare for tonight, and quietly take Toby and flee with the bucket. As for the reason for leaving, let us think of that if we are caught. Liv stood up wearily from the recliner. At that moment, Professor Hicks was imparting the fundamentals of transfiguration to the eager Tom. If one must envision the shape of every feather, even a simple transfiguration could exhaust a person. We merely need to sketch the image of a little bird in our minds while transforming. The rest shall be entrusted to the wondrous magic. For the power of magic will naturally assist the wizard in fulfilling his desires. Although Liv had thoroughly perused a comprehensive guide to transfiguration, the phrase about entrusting everything to the magical arts struck him like a thunderclap. Liv suddenly realized, indeed, I am a wizard, endowed with magical abilities. And mental closure is a form of magic. It is not some sort of meditative discipline. There is no need to strive like a muggle to empty one's mind of distractions, a state not easily attained. My approach to practice has been erroneous from the very beginning. In truth, as a wizard, he merely needs to surrender everything to the enchanting magic, for the power will naturally help him achieve his aspirations. After all, magic is inherently idealistic. Chapter 27. For the greater good. The magical system of this world is idealistic. The utilization of each spell encompasses the wizard's emotions and intentions at that moment. Therefore, at its core, the essence of magic in this world is, to some extent, the manifestation of one's desires. Thus, truly powerful wizards often do not require incantations to cast spells. Of course, when they articulate the incantation, their emotions and intentions reach their zenith, amplifying the potency of the magic to its utmost. For instance, the future-killing curse wielded by Tom. However, for Tom at that time, loudly reciting the incantation not only enhanced the spell's power, but also served as a deterrent to others. At this moment, Liv reclined once more, slipping back into a meditative state. Yet this time, he did not deliberately seek to restrain the chaotic thoughts. Instead, he silently attuned himself to the energy within him, known as magical power. I need inner tranquility, a mind devoid of distractions, Liv mused. Then, he sensed the magical energy within him stirring, or perhaps it was still. Just as Liv prepared to attempt again, he suddenly felt a profound calmness enveloping him, as if in an instant, all distractions had vanished. The sensation was peculiar, akin to being in a bustling market when, all at once, the surrounding sounds dissipated, leaving only his breath and heartbeat in the silence. Liv marveled at this transformation. Yet he felt a twinge of confusion. How could he still be contemplating while experiencing such a tranquil mind? Wasn't he that contradictory? It was akin to being tested by another, only to discover that one's breath was entirely absent, despite the undeniable sensation of inhalation. Why could others not perceive this act of breathing? Before long, Weide discerned the reason. His myriad thoughts had not vanished. His contemplation had not ceased. They were merely concealed. Why was this so? It was because magic could fulfill the desires of a sorcerer. Thus, in order to satisfy Weide's aspiration for a mind devoid of distractions, his magic had no choice but to shroud the incessant thoughts that he could not eliminate. Subsequently, it fashioned a brain devoid of memory and any trace of thought, supplanting the original. In essence, the memories and thoughts manifesting in this false brain were merely the illusions Weide wished others to perceive, entirely fabricated. Meanwhile, the authentic brain lay locked away behind a door, concealing his true memories and thoughts. He began to expand the size of this new brain, ensconcing his genuine thoughts and memories within the layers of deceptive cognition. Then, Weide endeavored to establish communication between the false and the true brains, surreptitiously transferring the illusions generated by the real brain into the false one. In that instant, the rigid, artificial thoughts and memories within the false brain suddenly sprang to life, indistinguishable from genuine recollections and reflections. This meant that Weide could now alter the memories and thoughts within his mind at will. What others perceived were only the manifestations he wished them to see. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when Weide finally opened his eyes, the sky had completely darkened. After taking a moment to assess his state, Weide felt a profound sense of satisfaction, without a doubt. He had truly mastered the art of cerebral concealment. The sensation was somewhat indescribable, akin to donning a pair of sunglasses. While others might attempt to gaze into his eyes, they would only behold the opaque lenses, yet he could see through them as if unobstructed. Although his mastery of cerebral concealment was still in its infancy, it was more than sufficient to counter Quinny's passive ability to perceive thoughts. With this realization, Weide could not help but exhale in relief. Are you awake? You certainly slept for quite a while, Tom remarked, eyeing Weide with suspicion, nearly convinced that he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Oh, I stayed up late reading last night, so I'm quite fatigued today. But didn't you retire to bed early? I couldn't sleep, so I read instead. Weide replied casually. At that moment, Toby arrived with a dinner prepared especially for Weide. Weide, you'll gradually acclimate. I experienced the same when I first arrived in new places. It's common to struggle with sleep due to unfamiliarity, Professor Hicks said with a smile, still convinced that Weide's insomnia stemmed from his lack of adjustment. Yes, I will endeavor to adapt, Weide replied earnestly, nodding his head. He suddenly realized that since mastering the art of cerebral concealment, his acting skills seemed to have flourished as well. The facade of false expressions, coupled with precisely calibrated feigned emotions, is nothing short of seamless. The cerebral cloaking technique can indeed amplify one's performance. It is no wonder that the future Professor Snape could masquerade as a spy beneath Tom's very nose, never revealing his true identity until the day of his sacrifice. Having barely eaten throughout the day, Levitt was undeniably famished. After devouring his dinner ravenously, he once more addressed Professor Hicks, expressing his weariness and desire for rest. Tom regarded Levitt with the gaze one might cast upon a pig, who sleeps for such extended periods daily. This fellow has suddenly grown so indolent. Does he not fear that his own power might eclipse Tom's, leading to retribution? However, unbeknownst to Tom, Levitt's claim of fatigue the previous night was a ruse. Now, however, his fatigue was genuine. The extensive effort he expended to master the cerebral cloaking technique necessitated a substantial respite. Once he had shut the door again, Levitt settled on his bed and accessed the system shop. He had missed the opportunity to peruse it the night before, and should he delay any further, he risked the chance of missing out on valuable items that might refresh at dawn. Item 1. Luck Elixir, 10, unlocked, 500 merit points. Item 2. Unicorn Hair, 1, unlocked, 5 merit points. Refresh countdown, 5 hours, 21 minutes, 55 seconds. Merit points, 100 points. Dark Lord Achievement, unaccomplished. Levitt's gaze immediately fell upon the bottle of Luck Elixir. This was indeed a prized possession. Consuming it would enhance one's fortune. Moreover, the brewing process was exceedingly complex. Even for a master potion maker, ensuring a successful outcome from inception to final product would require no less than 6 months. Levitt yearned to procure the Luck Elixir. Whether for personal use or resale, it would prove beneficial. However, lacking sufficient merit points, he resolved to secure the Luck Elixir for the time being. As for the other item, the Unicorn Hair, he refrained from squandering merit points. After exiting the system shop interface, Levitt gradually succumbed to an overwhelming drowsiness. The side effects of the energy potion, combined with his own excessive exertion, rendered him unable to withstand the fatigue, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. His sleep, however, was restless. In a hazy daze, Levitt seemed to find himself in a most peculiar realm. This place was shrouded in a dense, white mist, resembling an expanse enveloped in fog. Within this haze, a shadowy figure, indistinct in form, beckoned him forth, its lips moving as if urgently conveying a message. Straining to understand the figure's words, Levitt felt a surge of anxiety, his legs feeling inexplicably heavy as he staggered forward. Suddenly, Levitt stumbled over an unseen object, and the surroundings began to unravel, disintegrating before his eyes, the shadow fading away into obscurity. He sought to inquire of the figure's identity, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to utter a sound. At that moment, he suddenly perceived someone calling his name from behind. As he turned his head to ascertain who was calling his name, everything before him abruptly vanished. Toby's expression of terror suddenly materialized before him. Master Weide, awaken. We must depart. Toby must take Master Weide and Master Tom away. Someone is attacking us. Lee Weide jolted awake, and simultaneously, the cacophony from outside infiltrated the room. There were the sounds of spells being cast, mingled with an array of curses and shouts. Among them, one phrase resonated particularly familiar to Lee Weide: for the greater good. Chapter 28. A desperate situation. In this world, the only individuals capable of engaging in battle while fervently chanting slogans in the name of a greater cause were the zealous followers of Grindelwald's pureblood party. Lee Weide had no time to ponder why Grindelwald's minions had come to confront them. What about Tom and Professor Hicks? He glanced behind Toby and saw Tom lying serenely on the floor, exuding an unsettling calm. Lee Weide gasped in shock at the sight of Tom on the ground. The future Dark Lord had met his end before he could even begin his campaign. Master Tom is merely unconscious. Professor Hicks is still outside buying us time. However, there are too many adversaries, and Professor Hicks cannot hold them off for long. We must leave at once. Toby grasped Tom's hand and urgently extended his other hand towards Lee Weide, urging, quick, grab hold of Toby. He will lead you to safety. Before Toby could finish his sentence, the wall behind him was blown apart. The violent shockwave knocked Toby unconscious, collapsing beside Tom. Lee Weide, positioned in front of Toby, was shielded from a portion of the blast and remained conscious, albeit with a ringing in his ears. At that moment, a gaping hole appeared in the wall, and through the swirling dust, a towering figure began to invade the room. Lee Weide swiftly drew his beechwood wand. Impediment. Boom. As the imposing figure breached the threshold, Lee Weide's spell sent it hurtling back through the opening. Without hesitation, he rolled to the side, tumbling down from the foot of the bed. Undoubtedly, his decision was astute. Just as he rolled away, several spells struck the very spot he had occupied moments before, obliterating the unfortunate wooden bed into splinters. Feathers and wood particles filled the air. With a deft flick of his wand, Lee Weide summoned Tom and Toby towards him. Meanwhile, a heavy wooden cabinet, destabilized by the shockwave, toppled and crashed down where Tom and the others had been, raising a cloud of dust. Lee Weide quickly assessed the two on the floor. Toby was knocked out, while Tom appeared to be merely under a stunning charm. Both seemed to be unharmed. Yet, with Toby unconscious and the pure blood party poised to storm in again, there was no time to rouse Toby and have him lead them to safety. Leviathan glanced once more at the two individuals sprawled unconscious on the ground, realizing he could no longer linger in this perilous location. Should those outside simultaneously unleash explosive spells or other forms of widespread destructive magic, it could very well bring the structure crashing down upon them. At this juncture, the only viable option appeared to be to burst forth and create a commotion, misleading the adversaries into believing that everyone within had fled, thereby diverting their firepower from this room, even if only temporarily. Furthermore, he was uncertain of Professor Hicks's predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Leviathan directed his wand towards an adjacent wall. Shatter. Boom. A sizable hole was blasted open by Leviathan's spell. The instant the breach was created, he propelled himself through the debris and smoke. The explosion was somewhat abrupt, catching the outside assailants off guard. Cloaked in dust and benefiting from his diminutive 11-year-old stature, Leviathan managed to escape unnoticed by the surrounding Death Eaters. He faintly discerned two figures standing ahead, perhaps due to the wall's position at the rear of the house. Devoid of doors or windows, the Death Eaters had stationed only 2 guards, who were utterly unprepared for anyone emerging from this location. Transfigure. In a swift and unexpected maneuver, Leviathan incapacitated the 2 assailants amidst the swirling dust. Given that the majority of those outside were likely foes, he exhibited no mercy. Moreover, in a life-and-death situation, he had no time to discern allies from enemies. His priority was to incapacitate first and analyze later. His dramatic exit indeed drew the attention of the Death Eaters. There's movement. It seems someone has burst forth from the back of the house. They hastily abandoned their assault on the structure, redirecting their focus towards him as they rushed around the building. The cacophony of footsteps grew louder, approaching rapidly. With so many converging, Leviathan surmised that Professor Hicks's situation might be dire. Misty Veil. After neutralizing the 2 adversaries, Leviathan immediately cast the fog spell. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a shroud of white mist that expanded swiftly around him. Consequently, as the Death Eaters rounded the rear of the house, they collided directly with the burgeoning cloud of white vapor. Be cautious. Do not harm your own. The warning from one of the assailants was abruptly cut short as he fell to the ground with a scream. Leviathan lowered his wand and swiftly repositioned himself within the fog. As he ran, the tip of his wand continued to emit a stream of mist. Over there, just as he vacated his previous location, it was bombarded by a flurry of spells. Missed. He got away. Coward. Come out. With another Death Eater swiftly dispatched, the remaining adversaries hesitated, clearly intimidated. It was evident that the entity concealed within the mist relied on sound to launch their attacks. The adversary may launch an attack at any moment, while our side, burdened by its numbers, refrains from indiscriminate strikes for fear of harming our own. Consequently, the numerical advantage of the purest faction dissipates in an instant. Weide navigates through the mist, unseen by the enemy, yet equally blind to their presence. He can only employ the fog to restrain them while stealthily launching ambushes, for this remains the most effective strategy at present. After all, despite possessing the formidable soul strength of an adult, equating his magical prowess to that of a seasoned wizard, he cannot contend against multiple foes. Moreover, his opponents are all seasoned combatants of the purest faction, elite subordinates of Grindelwald. Ultimately, his time spent learning magic has been far too brief. Ironclad shield. Ironclad. Following the ambush of 2 teammates, the remaining members of the purest faction quickly cast the Ironclad charm, encasing themselves in a formidable protective barrier. The defensive capabilities of the Ironclad charm are quite robust. It can withstand all but the 3 unforgivable curses. Hearing the incantation while concealed in the fog, Weide's heart sank. With the protection of the Ironclad charm, his spells would no longer incapacitate the enemy in a single blow, even if the adversaries remained motionless. Shattering their Ironclad charm would require multiple spells. Surrounded, and with even a moment's hesitation inviting counterattacks, he was in peril, especially when faced with the prospect of casting several spells in succession. A sudden gust. At that moment, another individual unleashed the hurricane charm. The abrupt wind swept away a large expanse of fog before him, significantly broadening his field of vision. Observing this, others followed suit, employing the hurricane charm, causing the once dense mist to scatter chaotically. At this juncture, Weide found himself verging on despair. Chapter 29, Flashbang. The moonlight glimmered brightly over Godric's Hollow. Atop the bell tower of the town's quaint church, 2 figures stood in succession. The man in front, clad in a black leather coat, possessed striking heterochromatic eyes. His chiseled features reminiscent of a sculptor's precise work, exuding an air of sharpness. He stood silently at the highest point of Godric's Hollow, gazing into the distance like a noble from Europe, embodying both restraint and arrogance. This man was none other than Gellert Grindelwald, the one who had turned the entire wizarding world of Europe upside down. Behind him stood a graceful and beautiful lady, none other than his most trusted aide, Weide. Sir, why the sudden and grandiose attack on this location? Vitar broke the silence. Because I wish to understand why, amidst such a tense situation, the busy Dumbledore has gone to such lengths to protect 2 children, he replied, turning to face Vitar. Thus, I wish to invite those 2 children over for a proper meeting. Grindelwald spoke, once again directing his gaze toward the dissipating fog in the distance. It must be said that Dumbledore possesses remarkable insight. Few can so effortlessly overcome my subordinates at such a tender age. Grindelwald gazed at Levitt, who had fully emerged from the mist, with admiration. The audacity and magical prowess demonstrated by Levitt at this age astounded Grindelwald. If I could seize that child from Dumbledore, I can only imagine the expression that would grace Dumbledore's face. A look of anticipation spread across Grindelwald's visage. Weide too wore a slight smile. As the boy was now encircled, as the white mist dissipated, Levid's figure was entirely revealed before the eyes of those purists. Despite having heard from their comrades that the enemy was merely an 11-year-old child, their astonishment upon seeing him in person was palpable. A mere child had indeed felled several seasoned purists. Levid surveyed the encroaching purists with an unprecedented calm. It truly is a mere child. Olaf has been bested by such a little one. Ha ha ha. This is something I could mock him for all my life. Little brother, you are quite adorable. Come to your sister. Kindly lower your wand, boy, lest you suffer. Humph. Let us cast a cruciatus curse, and he LL comply. Oh, Olaf, you're awake? Get away. Let me finish him off. That won't he do. Have you forgotten the orders? At this moment, Levid was entirely surrounded. The purists he had previously incapacitated were revived by their comrades, now glaring at him with fury. Being bested by a child was a profound humiliation for them. Were it not for Grindelwald's desire for him alive, they would have cast a killing curse rather than a cruciatus curse. I'll say it once more. Lower your wand. One of the purists coldly declared. Why waste words with him? Disarm him. A red curse suddenly surged forth. However, Levid merely sidestepped, evading the disarming spell with ease. Ha ha ha. Jester, your spell couldn't even hit a child. Lav, shut your mouth. The purist who had missed his target glared fiercely at Levid, who had made him look foolish. Sleep. Bang. Just as Jester finished his insult, Levid's stunning spell struck. The stunning spell collided violently with Jester's protective charm, creating a fissure. Jester was taken aback, stumbling backward, and this retreat elicited a chorus of laughter from the surrounding onlookers. After all, it was not every day that someone was not only evaded by a child, but also forced to retreat by that very child's attack. Following the laughter, someone remarked, "You know, that child's spell is quite powerful. Of course. Otherwise, how could they have been defeated? Ha ha ha. Enough. Let us not speak of this any further. Come forth, young lad. I stand here, and if you can pierce through my iron armor charm, I shall concede defeat." Leviathan declared, standing resolutely at the center, surveying the relaxed expressions of the purists surrounding him. They had encircled him, convinced that he was beyond reprisal. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse. In that moment, their vigilance had waned to its lowest ebb. Leviathan slowly raised his wand. For they had recently witnessed the prowess of his magic. Although formidable, escaping their grasp today appeared nearly impossible. Thus, one among them dared to taunt, urging him to attack without moving. The others, upon hearing this provocation and witnessing Leviathan lift his wand, wore expressions of mirth, entirely devoid of anxiety. When did you begin to harbor the illusion that I am incapable of resistance? Leviathan whispered, and at his words, the purists erupted in laughter. The audacity of this boy attempting to bluff was truly laughable. Leviathan chose silence, elevating his wand above his head while shielding his eyes with his left hand. Luminos, he intoned softly. The purists halted their laughter, puzzled by his choice to cast a light spell instead of an offensive one. As they focused on the tiny point of light at the tip of his wand, its brightness suddenly surged 100-fold. Boom. It was as though a colossal flashbang detonated amidst the purists. Cries of alarm filled the air, as those who had been fixated on the light were momentarily blinded by the intense brilliance. Swiftly, Leviathan pointed his wand at his ears. Soundproof, he commanded, then directed it towards his throat. Amplify. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the Godric Valley. The sheer force of his voice shattered windows for miles around. Those who had been cowering in their homes, already fearful of the purists, trembled even more. For the purists, still reeling from their temporary blindness, the earth-shattering roar struck them like a bolt from the blue. The cacophony was an overwhelming assault, exacerbating their plight. The purists clutched their ears in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood trickled from where their ears had once been. For the iron armor charm was powerless against sonic waves. Leviathan stood quietly, observing the purists fall, unable to maintain even their protective spells. As the youngest biologist of his time, he understood well the vulnerabilities of the human body. The eyes and eardrums were certainly among the most fragile. Once these areas were compromised, one would be rendered incapacitated. The Luminos and Amplify spells could be adjusted in potency according to the wizard's needs. Because magic is inherently idealistic. Under the intense will and emotions of Weide, these two simplest incantations instantaneously amplified in power 100-fold. When combined, they achieved the effect of a super flashbang, leaving the nearby Death Eaters in dire straits. With a gentle wave of his wand, the stones on the ground transformed into thick ropes, binding the incapacitated Death Eaters. Just as Weide let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Well done. But when did you start to delude yourself into thinking you were safe? Weide's expression stiffened as he slowly turned his head, only to find Grindelwald watching him with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. Chapter 30. You must be Dumbledore's favorite student, right? Weide's heart sank. It seemed that there would be no easy resolution today. The fact that Grindelwald could approach him without detection was a testament to the latter's superior prowess. Whatever Grindelwald intended to do, Weide realized he had no grounds for resistance. Indeed, as Grindelwald spoke with Weide, Weide had already begun to shamelessly untie the ropes that bound the Death Eaters. "Who are you?" Weide inquired, though he had already surmised the answer. It was clear that someone who could silently approach him and possessed such distinctive features could only be the current Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. "You must know Dumbledore, right?" "I am his friend, Gellert Grindelwald," Grindelwald replied with a smile. Weide glanced at Weide, who was treating the wounded Death Eaters. "Clearly, these individuals are yours." "As far as I know, Dumbledore's friends do not send people to attack us." "Well, one could say we were once friends. However, due to some minor disagreements, we ultimately parted ways," Grindelwald stated without a hint of embarrassment at having his words exposed. "Why did you attack us?" Weide asked directly. "And what has become of Professor Hicks? If you had been observant, you would have noticed that none of my people used lethal spells tonight." "If your Professor Hicks did not escape, he is certainly safe and sound," Grindelwald said, removing his hand from Weide's shoulder and leisurely stepping in front of him. "As for why we attacked you, I was merely curious as to why Dumbledore places such importance on you, hence my desire for a conversation. Is there not a possibility that if you merely wished to converse, you could have knocked politely instead of blasting a hole in our house?" Weide replied with exasperation. Grindelwald looked up at the sky and shrugged. "You make a valid point, but I have grown accustomed to this manner of interaction with Dumbledore's associates over the years." At this moment, the majority of the members of the malicious faction had already been rescued. Their injuries might seem quite severe to muggles, but for wizards, a simple healing spell could remedy them. Presently, some individuals had awakened Tom and Toby within the house and brought them outside. Toby's eyes were filled with despair, for he had failed to rescue his master and had allowed him to fall into peril. Meanwhile, Tom surveyed the surrounding people with an air of indifference, concealing his thoughts from everyone. Weide approached, accompanied by another child. However, Hicks had fled, and time was of the essence. Grindelwald's gaze bypassed Toby and fixated on Tom. Unfazed, Tom raised his head and met his gaze. A flicker of delight gradually appeared on Grindelwald's face. Typically, if it were any other 11-year-old wizard in such a situation, merely refraining from crying would be regarded as audacious. Yet, these two children had displayed remarkable composure. One had incapacitated all his subordinates, while the other remained unflustered under scrutiny. Although Grindelwald was unaware of Tom's true abilities, he had just witnessed the prowess of Weide, like attracts like, and the fact that they had remained together suggested that Tom's capabilities, even if not quite on par with Weid's, were certainly formidable. It was evident that these two children possessed extraordinary temperament and talent, which explained Dumbledore's keen interest in them. Weide and Tom exchanged a glance before Weide spoke. "Well, since you have finally met us as you wished, how do you intend to converse? What will be our fate after this discussion? If I am not mistaken, you must be Dumbledore's favorite student, correct?" Grindelwald looked at Weide, his voice laced with curiosity. Weide frowned. If his memory served him right, the last person to be questioned in such a manner was Newt, who was subsequently sentenced to death. In truth, they had yet to officially enroll, and had not even ascertained what subjects Professor Dumbledore taught. Thus, Dumbledore's favorite student must be someone else. Calmly, Weide dismissed Grindelwald's assertion. "Dumbledore's favorite student? No, that cannot be me, especially not in your presence." Grindelwald regarded Weide quietly before suddenly breaking into laughter. "In that case, how about you accompany me? If you come with me, I can grant you the opportunity to witness sights at Hogwarts that you would never encounter, and allow you to easily acquire the power you have long desired. If you yearn for strength, I suggest you do not let this opportunity slip away. Since you know Dumbledore, you should understand that there is much magical knowledge he would never allow you to explore." Undoubtedly, Grindelwald had perceived the deep-seated desires of Weide and Tom, their yearning for power. What was it that enabled Grindelwald to attract so many to serve him? On the surface, he appears to be an individual genuinely eager to assist you in realizing your aspirations, possessing the remarkable ability to bring those aspirations to fruition. This engenders a deceptive illusion, leading one to believe that this person is a divinely appointed savior, meticulously crafted for one's needs. Naturally, when individuals encounter such a benefactor willing to aid them in overcoming adversity and fulfilling their desires, they are irresistibly drawn to him. Consequently, how could his followers be few in number? At this moment, Tom is undeniably captivated. For him, remaining with Dumbledore means living in subservience, whereas aligning himself with Grindelwald offers the liberating opportunity to embrace his true nature and acquire previously unattainable magic. The Tom of today has shed the pride that once prevented him from accepting a subordinate position. After all, he is already beneath someone at Hogwarts, under the sway of Weide. Having spent considerable time with Weide, he understands that Weide is a person who would never willingly suffer loss. If following Grindelwald presents advantages, he would certainly not refuse. Thus, although the reasons behind Weide's rejection of Grindelwald remain unclear, Tom rationally resolves to trust Levid's judgment. Undoubtedly, Levid would never join the Death Eaters. After all, according to the course of history, Grindelwald was defeated in 1945, and it is presently 1938. Knowing that failure awaits, what would be the difference between joining the Death Eaters and enlisting in the military in 1949? Given the knowledge of who the ultimate victor will be, why not align oneself with the winner? Furthermore, aside from any systemic advantages, he could grow stronger on his own merit, without risking his life by associating with Grindelwald. Currently, Grindelwald and his followers, to put it bluntly, are nothing more than a band of terrorists. Unless he can genuinely realize his ideals and successfully redeem himself, which Levid deems impossible, he graciously appreciates the offer but firmly declines Grindelwald's invitation. No, they shall not venture anywhere. Dumbledore slowly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 31, The Spark. Upon witnessing Dumbledore's arrival, Levid realized that his purpose of buying time had been accomplished. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that Grindelwald seemed to have sensed his intention to delay. Yet, rather than exposing him, Grindelwald continued to play along. After all, if they wished to converse, any place would suffice. Why remain in this location? This was especially true after learning of Professor Hicks's escape. It was entirely predictable that, with Hicks having fled, Dumbledore would arrive in the shortest possible time. Yet, he appeared utterly unperturbed. Otherwise, they might have already reached Nurmengard by now. However, Grindelwald's next words would unravel Levid's perplexity. "Ah, how swiftly you arrive, Dumbledore," Grindelwald remarked with a smile. "I had intended to persuade these two children to join our cause in your presence, but alas, I have failed. It is truly peculiar. They seem to crave power yet remain unmoved by my entreaties." The thought of enticing others in front of Dumbledore struck Levid with incredulity. Failure? My influence is at its zenith, with followers scattered across the globe. Our ideals have even caused enemies to switch allegiance. Do you truly believe I would fail? Grindelwald scoffed. Years have passed, and countless truths have revealed that your ideals are mere fanciful notions we once harbored in our youth, impossible to realize. A flicker of sorrow crossed Dumbledore's gaze. Moreover, you appear indifferent to how this world may ultimately transform. It is merely your hidden ambitions that you seek to satisfy. Is it not? Have I become so contemptible in your eyes? Grindelwald's expression darkened with indignation. People do change. The person I once knew, Gellert, was not so unworthy. Dumbledore's face was etched with anguish. Consider the deeds you have committed over the years. How many have perished unjustly for your so-called ideals? How many, blinded by your vision, have sacrificed their lives in vain? Revolution demands bloodshed. Grindelwald's voice rose unconsciously. This world is afflicted, and my mission is to heal it. The one afflicted is you, Grindelwald. I strive for a world where all wizards can stand proudly beneath the open sky. Magic blooms only in a select few souls, and we are among the most extraordinary. Why should the mediocre bask in the sunlight while we remain hidden? Do you truly wish to scuttle like a rat forever in the shadows, Dumbledore? If you lack the courage to change this world, then I shall take it upon myself. You may retreat into that school like a turtle, and I will not fault you for it. Yet one day, I shall lay before you the world of my dreams. Until that day, please, do not hinder me. Silence enveloped them, as neither of the two spoke, and the others dared not utter a word. After a considerable pause, Dumbledore sighed and said, "No matter how eloquently you embellish your words, they cannot mask the pain you have inflicted upon this world. This debate yields no fruit. We have argued endlessly in the past, Grindelwald. It is time to engage." With that, Dumbledore drew his wand. "Are you truly prepared to resort to violence, Dumbledore? Do you believe that in a confrontation, you can prevail against me?" Grindelwald responded, spreading his arms wide. Meanwhile, the followers of the Pureblood party gathered resolutely behind him, their gazes sharp and unwavering toward Dumbledore. No matter how formidable Dumbledore may be, he remained but a solitary figure. In a true confrontation, the Purebloods would not engage him in one-on-one combat. If he were to be restrained by Grindelwald, and the other members of the Pureblood party simultaneously launched a sneak attack, even Dumbledore would find himself facing inevitable defeat. Levi narrowed his eyes, pondering whether the impact of his butterfly effect had precipitated the decisive confrontation between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore gazed calmly at Grindelwald, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Pureblood party behind him. "Knowing you are here, how could I possibly come alone?" No sooner had Dumbledore uttered these words than a multitude of figures abruptly emerged from behind him, soon surpassing the number of Grindelwald's followers. Though Dumbledore's supporters were fewer in number, the addition of the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic granted him a substantial numerical advantage. Among them was Professor Hicks, who appeared quite disheveled, evidently having paid a hefty price to break through and deliver the message to Dumbledore. At that moment, she looked on with deep concern at Levi and Tom. "Levi, Tom, come here," Dumbledore beckoned them. Without hesitation, Levi called out to Toby and made his way toward Dumbledore's group. Tom, however, hesitated. Based on their earlier conversation, he had surmised Grindelwald's intentions. recognizing the ruthlessness of such a man. Was it truly wise to approach him now, especially when they were so close to Grindelwald? Tom stole another glance at Grindelwald before hastily following in Levi's footsteps. Do not tempt my students, Grindelwald. Dumbledore glared at him with indignation. Everyone possesses the right to choose. Dumbledore, you cannot deter people's yearning for freedom and truth. Grindelwald retorted, brandishing a wand that was long and gnarled, the infamous Elder Wand, one of the Deathly Hallows. He waved the wand before him, and in an instant, a wall of ethereal blue flames erupted, dividing the two factions. With a flick of his wrist, his followers swiftly vanished through apparition. Today, Dumbledore's side held the advantage in numbers, and a direct confrontation would yield little benefit. Thus, Grindelwald resolved to retreat. After all, he had already achieved his objective. Although his attempt to sway the two children had failed, he was confident that his words had ignited a spark within them. Given how much Dumbledore valued these two, everything he had done that day would not be in vain. Chapter 32, The Hog's Head Inn and Aberforth. The clash in Godric's Hollow reverberated throughout the British wizarding community. For Grindelwald, who had never before engaged in combat on British soil, to boldly appear and instigate such a rebellion was unprecedented. The Ministry of Magic exerted considerable effort to ensure that the Muggles residing in Godric's Hollow forgot the events of the previous night. Early the next morning, Levitt discovered a striking headline in a copy of the Daily Prophet brought by Dumbledore. Uprising in Godric's Hollow. Grindelwald officially declares war on the British wizarding world. The accompanying image depicted a throng of Death Eaters relentlessly assaulting a house. It remains a mystery where the photographer was hiding at the time, but the animated photograph conveyed a palpable sense of menace brought forth by the Death Eaters. At that moment, Levitt and his companions were no longer in Godric's Hollow. Having drawn Grindelwald's attention, Dumbledore had whisked them away under the cover of night. Although Levitt felt that, given Grindelwald's nature, they had been spared this time and would likely not face him again, he reasoned that if Grindelwald had truly intended to capture them, he could have done so before Dumbledore's arrival the previous night. There was no need for a second attempt. Upon disembarking from the night bus, they found themselves in a new location that resembled a quaint village. The buildings within were imbued with the vibrant essence of the magical world. This display of magical flair indicated that they had arrived in a pure wizarding community, Hogsmeade. As Dumbledore alighted from the carriage, he remarked, "This is the nearest wizarding village to Hogwarts." At that moment, Tom also stepped down, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the unabashed magical atmosphere. In this village, he no longer needed to conceal the wonders of the magical realm as he had in the orphanage or Godric's Hollow. He could cast spells freely. Thus, it was Dumbledore himself who had brought them to their new abode. Levitt suddenly inquired, "Professor, what of Mr. Kowalski and the others?" The house in Godric's Hollow was attacked, but they were supposed to arrive today. Dumbledore appeared somewhat anxious. While Grindelwald might not have aimed to harm Levitt and his friends, he would show no mercy to Jacob. Should Jacob and his companions have arrived early and fallen into Grindelwald's clutches, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. "Not coming," Levitt replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that the mental shielding technique he had labored to master over the day had gone unused. However, he could not dismiss its value entirely. It had at least honed his acting skills and provided him with opportunities to weave minor falsehoods before Dumbledore. Overall, acquiring a new skill was not without merit. "It is not your fault, Professor. Who could have anticipated that Grindelwald would launch an attack because of us? We were even unaware of his identity beforehand. I am relieved to have your forgiveness, Levitt. In truth, you are somewhat entangled in my predicament. He was in London at the time, thus some of my actions could not evade his notice. This oversight is mine. No. The origin of the matter should be attributed to me. Had it not been for my momentary impulsiveness, you would not have had to make such extensive arrangements for us, and none of this would have transpired. How could saving a life be considered a mistake?" Dumbledore shook his head repeatedly. "The fault lies with me. I failed to arrange things properly and neglected to maintain confidentiality." Tom, observing the two individuals incessantly vying to take on the blame, couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked sarcastically, "If we follow your reasoning, the root of the error actually lies with me. I should have intervened with Weide at that moment, shouldn't I?" Upon hearing Tom's words, Weide and Dumbledore ceased their discussion. Just as Tom thought he could finally enjoy a moment of peace and rest at a new location, Weide suddenly fixed his gaze on him and asked, "Indeed, why didn't you stop me back then?" Tom widened his eyes in shock, staring at Weide. "Did I not intervene? Did you stop me?" "I did intervene. Then how did I still end up going? When did I ever possess the capacity to restrain you? If you couldn't stop me, then that's your fault. This is all you're doing, Tom. Huh, you just know how to bully me, the honest one, don't you? I have never encountered anyone so brazen. Just wait. When I am finally able to overpower you, I will settle both new and old scores. Your camaraderie is truly remarkable," Dumbledore mused, reminiscing about the days when he too shared such a friendship, filled with lively banter. "Alas, those times are now gone." "What camaraderie?" Tom replied darkly. I've known him for less than half a month. True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity, Tom. What does the brevity of acquaintance matter? Our shared experiences certainly count as trials endured together. I have truly had enough. Professor, could you possibly arrange for me to go elsewhere? If not, just toss me into another orphanage. Naturally, Dumbledore could not send Tom to another orphanage. With Tom's temperament, only Weide could manage him. If placed elsewhere, he would undoubtedly revert to his old ways. Dumbledore would not stand idly by, as he had no desire to see another individual emerge more formidable than Grindelwald in the future. Moments later, the group paused before the entrance of a pub, while Toby levitated their luggage, following closely behind them. In the wizarding settlement, Toby no longer needed to conceal himself. Weide had also informed Dumbledore of Toby's origins. In response, Dumbledore expressed that Weidel's kindness would be rewarded, and after advising Weide to treat Toby well, he refrained from saying more. In his view, having an additional house elf to care for them was a boon. The Hogshead Inn? Tom struggled to read the name from the grimy, nearly illegible sign. Indeed, the proprietor is my brother. You will be safer here than in Godric's Hollow, Dumbledore remarked. However, his expression appeared somewhat apprehensive. Professor, what troubles you? Indeed, my relationship with my brother is rather delicate. Well then, let us proceed. Dumbledore inhaled deeply and pushed open the door to the tavern. It was an establishment that rivaled the Three Broomsticks in its ambience, and to Levi's discerning eye, the clientele seemed equally comparable. Welcome, what would you like to drink? A tall, slender man stood behind the bar, engrossed in polishing a glass. Levi observed that he possessed the same cerulean eyes as Dumbledore, with a pair of small mustaches adorning his upper lip. This must be Aberforth, Dumbledore's younger brother. At that moment, Aberforth lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Dumbledore, his previously stoic expression crumbled. So, that rascal managed to slip away from your grasp yet again last night. The tension and anxiety hung palpably in the air. Chapter 33, The Secrets of the Attic. In truth, the relationship between Dumbledore and his brother was not as dire as he had portrayed. At the very least, Aberforth did not refuse to allow the homeless Levi and Tom to stay. To Levi, it seemed that Aberforth merely had a sharp tongue but a tender heart when it came to his brother. Despite his biting remarks, he remained devoted to fulfilling his brother's requests. Ultimately, Levi and Tom were granted refuge. Aberforth arranged a room for them on the second floor. Grateful for Aberforth's hospitality, Toby volunteered to assist him in managing the tavern. He believed that through diligent labor, he could enhance the living conditions of his temporary host. Aberforth did not object. An additional house elf to lend a hand would certainly lighten his burden. Consequently, his demeanor towards Levi and Tom softened somewhat. You may explore everywhere except the attic. Feel free to help yourselves to drinks from the cellar. By the way, there are many other shops in Hogsmeade. Should you wish to purchase anything, do feel free to venture out, Aberforth instructed before departing with the willing Toby. Once Aberforth left, Levi turned and lay upon his bed. He had scarcely rested since last night and was beginning to feel fatigued. Meanwhile, Tom sat on the other bed, engrossed in a book of spells, believing that only through relentless study could he grow stronger and escape the clutches of the twisted Levi. Tom, what do you suppose lies in the attic? Why does Mr. Aberforth forbid our entry? This is his home. Everyone deserves their privacy. What is so strange about that? Well, it's dreadfully dull. How about we go for a stroll? Tom, I want to go. You may venture out alone. Levi pulled the covers snugly around himself, acknowledging that even study requires balance, at the very least. He must rest well. Otherwise, he would achieve little. Perhaps a brief afternoon nap would serve him well. I do not mind the effort being disproportionate to the outcome, as long as there is progress. If you wish to sleep, do so without disturbing me, Tom, he stated coldly. What if I am a bit tired? I welcome it. After a moment, Levi sat up in bed. While I am resting, you are studying, Tom. How can you engage in such actions that disrupt our unity? Your behavior fills me with guilt. It is none of your concern. I cannot sleep, and what is wrong with studying? Furthermore, your snoring is disturbing me. Levi narrowed his eyes. And you say you cannot sleep? That simply will not do. What do you intend to do? Tom felt a sense of foreboding and watched Levi warily. Oh, nothing. I merely wish to assist you. Insomnia is quite detrimental. You might collapse. Levi, you are truly despicable. Before Tom could finish his retort, he fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. Ahem, no need to thank me, Tom. Levi clapped his hands, and the blanket on Tom's bed automatically covered him. Sharing a room with Tom, if he is unable to sleep, how could Levi find rest? After assessing Tom's sleep quality, Levi lay down contentedly, pulling his own blanket snugly over him. That night had exhausted him. Unlike Tom, who had slept as long as he had battled the purists, Tom still appeared quite spirited. Levi slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a hazy state, on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, a dull sound emanated from upstairs. Thud. Levi paid no mind, and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, once more, thud. The dull sound resonated again. After this sound repeated several times, Levi found himself unable to sleep. Although the noise was not loud, it curiously managed to awaken him each time. Levi stared at the ceiling in confusion. This time he decided to remain awake, quietly waiting for the next occurrence of the sound. Without making him wait long, approximately a minute later, the sound returned. It resembled a stick striking a thick carpet. Thud! Levi sat up in bed, finally discerning a clue. Within that sound, there lay a faint trace of magic. Moreover, it seemed to possess the ability to draw forth the magic within other wizards, which explained why he was repeatedly roused by this sound. Levi had encountered numerous magical artifacts imbued with magic in Diagon Alley. However, he had never before heard a sound imbued with magic, aside from the incantations of wizards. If such sounds could carry magic, might it be possible that the source of the sound, by merely producing this striking noise, could invoke magic? This certainly presents an intriguing idea. If the underlying principle could be understood, it might lead to the creation of a device capable of casting spells automatically, without the need for a wizard to recite incantations. At that moment, the sound echoed once more. This time, Levi listened more intently, and he keenly sensed that the magic embedded within this sound was significantly stronger than before. He glanced at the ceiling again. Upstairs was the attic that Abufus had forbidden them to enter. What could possibly be up there? Levi's curiosity was piqued. Logically, since Aberforth had stated that they were not to ascend to the attic, he ought not to venture there, nor should he even inquire further. However, the sound was so peculiar that it seemed capable of rousing a wizard from slumber. Tom remained undisturbed due to the effects of a sleeping charm. Had he been in a natural sleep, he too would have likely been awakened by such a noise. Thus, Levi resolved to directly inquire of Aberforth. Troubled by the sound, it seemed entirely reasonable to seek clarification regarding its origin. What if Aberforth was willing to divulge the information? Even if he chose to remain silent, it would be far better than sneaking upstairs to spy on others' secrets. After listening for a while longer and realizing the enchanting quality of the sound was intensifying, Levi stood, donned his coat, and opened the door. The Hog's head inn was somewhat akin to the Three Broomsticks, albeit on a smaller scale, featuring guest rooms for accommodation. It was slightly smaller than the Three Broomsticks, comprising only 3 floors, with fewer guest rooms situated predominantly on the second floor. Levi and Tom occupied one such room, while the remaining few were unoccupied that day. Consequently, upon exiting his room, Levi found himself in a somewhat narrow corridor. One side was bordered by a wall, while the opposite side led to the doors of the guest rooms. At either end of the corridor were staircases leading downwards and upwards to the attic. Levi closed the door behind him, glanced at the staircase ascending to the attic, and prepared to turn towards the staircase leading down. Just as he turned, he suddenly sensed a chill emanating from behind him. Could it be a ghost? Levi mused internally as he turned back to investigate. Upon seeing what lay ahead, he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A strange black mist was cascading down the staircase as if it were liquid, gradually coalescing and filling the entire enclosed corridor. Chapter 34. Aurelius Dumbledore. As Levi observed the encroaching black mist, he began to retreat slowly. When confronted by a beast, the gravest mistake is to turn one's back and flee. Levi feared that should he turn and run, the black mist would surge towards him in a frenzy. After all, what difference did it make if one succumbed to madness, akin to a beast? Indeed, upon witnessing the eerie black mist and sensing the immense magical power it contained, Levi had already surmised its true identity. The Quietus Credence Barebone, or rather, he ought to be referred to as Aurelius Dumbledore, was Aberforth's biological son. As for his fate, Levi was uncertain. However, given that 7 or 8 years had passed, and considering the typically short lifespan of the Quietus, even if Aurelius possessed extraordinary talent, his current situation was undoubtedly grim. The mere fact that Aurelius, as a Quietus, was still alive was nothing short of miraculous. While Levi contemplated whether to shatter the floorboards and leap down to escape or to gradually descend the staircase, he remained acutely aware of the encroaching danger. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, belonging to Abufus. "Do not move, do not panic." Upon hearing this, Weide immediately halted his steps. Abufus then cautiously approached the swirling black mist. "Calm down, Aurelius. Remain composed. I trust you, do I not?" With Abufus's gentle encouragement, the dark mist began to tremble. Gradually, the shadow enveloping the corridor began to recede, ultimately coalescing into a pale young man at the corner of the hallway. His body shook uncontrollably. I can hardly hold on any longer. Please, end my suffering. I cannot endure much longer. Rather than leaving me here, uncertain of when I might lose control and harm someone, it would be kinder to release me from this world now. Nonsense. What son would compel his father to take his life? Furthermore, the attic is fortified with your uncle's magic. Even if you were to lose control, you would not be able to cause any harm. Rest assured, you will not hurt anyone. But I just ran out without realizing it, did I not? Even your uncle's magic cannot completely restrain me. Father, please, grant me this mercy. Let it all come to an end. He leaned on Aurelius, slowly rising from the ground. Aurelius's pale visage bore a bittersweet expression as he turned to Weide. I am sorry. He seemed to wish to convey more. But his mouth opened and closed without uttering another word. Throughout this exchange, Weide remained silent, merely observing them as they gradually ascended the staircase to the attic. At this moment, Weide comprehended fully why Abufus had forbidden them from venturing to the attic. Aurelius had not yet departed from this world. He resided within the attic. Moreover, due to the peril posed by the unseen's potential loss of control, numerous protective spells had been established in the attic. If he was not mistaken, the sound he had heard earlier was indeed the unseen clashing against the protective magic. As he exited the corridor, the unseen had just broken through the protective barrier and collided with him. Before long, Abufus descended with a grave expression. Approaching Weide, he said, If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Abufus recognized that the child had unexpectedly encountered Aurelius, and it was inevitable that a multitude of inquiries would arise. Withholding information was simply not an option. Children of such tender age are often filled with curiosity. Should they seek answers on their own, it could lead to disastrous consequences. What was that earlier? Weide could only muster a symbolic question. Observing Abufus' demeanor, he hesitated to press further. Besides, he had already deduced the general circumstances and saw no need for further inquiry. I have no other questions. Abufus regarded Weide with astonishment. Were he in the same situation, he would undoubtedly have an array of questions. Yet, Weide had posed but one query and refrained from asking more. However, Abufus quickly grasped Weide's intentions. All right, seek me out if you have any questions. Abufus cast a deep glance at Weide before turning to descend the staircase. What a gentle soul, Abufus mused inwardly. When Tom awoke, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Weide practicing transfiguration, transforming a matchstick into various shapes. You scoundrel! You let me sleep while you toil away in secret? How shameless! Weide looked up to find Tom glaring at him with a face full of indignation. How did you sleep? You seem much more refreshed, Weide inquired. How I slept is something you ought to know best, Tom retorted, glaring fiercely at Weide. All right, I understand you wish to avoid my presence, Tom. Weide waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I was just contemplating how to leave. Tom furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Weide brandished a key before Tom. As a wealthy individual with 5,000 or 6,000 galleons deposited at Gringotts, I have no need to be dependent on others. Why not purchase my own residence? If worst comes to worst, I could find a place and construct a house myself, with Toby attending to my needs. Do I really require a guardian? Possessing a substantial amount of galleons and valuable gold bars, Weide indeed had the means to live independently. Most importantly, living alone would allow him to conduct numerous experiments he had long envisioned but lacked the opportunity to undertake. Such experiments were impossible under the watchful gaze of a guardian. Tom shook his head. Dumbledore will not agree. If he disapproves, there is no way you can accomplish this. You ought to know. He is not as benevolent as he appears. You make a valid point, yet I shall find a way, Weide pondered with a frown. And do not forget, the galleons and gold bars you mentioned also belong to me, Tom emphasized. Initially, the work was shared between us, and so were the troubles. Therefore, the earnings must also be divided equally. Oh, of course, your share is not to be overlooked, Weide reassured, putting away the Gringotts key.
After a moment of silence, Tom suddenly asked, If you manage to find a way to move out, could you take me with you? What? Weide exclaimed, astonished.
Did you not express your reluctance to stay with me? Tom, do not harbor any intentions towards me. I have no interest in men. You imbecile. What filthy thoughts occupy your mind? Tom scowled. What I mean is, let us move out together, free from the constraints of so-called guardianship. And then we can go our separate ways. Chapter 35. Weide. No way. Tom, do you truly believe that? Though Tom was reluctant to remain with Weide, he was equally averse to the idea of having a guardian constantly monitoring him. In truth, Tom and Weide were of the same ilk, destined to harbor many secrets they wished to keep hidden from others in the future. His desire for solitude, in truth, mirrors that of Weide. Ultimately, Weide acquiesced to Tom's proposal, preparing to join forces with him to extricate themselves from Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Once they had successfully disengaged, the two would part ways. Weide expressed no objections. Even if he sought to garner merit points from Tom, there was no necessity for them to remain in each other's company at all times. After all, they would both be attending the same school, perhaps even the same house, providing ample opportunities to obtain those merit points. Moreover, like Tom, he harbored many secrets that must remain concealed. Thus, solitude was indeed the most prudent choice. After their agreement, they resumed their respective pursuits. After half an hour of uninterrupted activity, Tom suddenly inquired, Why do you refuse Grindelwald's invitation? Weide set down his copy of Transfiguration unraveled and asked, What prompts this question? Tom took a handkerchief, meticulously polishing his wand as he replied, If we had accepted Grindelwald's offer last night, wouldn't we have attained our freedom directly? We wouldn't need to exert ourselves to devise our escape. Weide chuckled. Do you genuinely believe he speaks truth? It seems you are captivated by his promised knowledge and power. You hardly strike me as a paragon of civic-mindedness. Caught off guard by the revelation of his inner thoughts, Tom's face flushed momentarily. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, asserting, setting aside his promises, his arguments are undeniably compelling. Look, we possess formidable power. Those muggles appear feeble in our presence. Why should we hide, fearing their discovery? I maintain that the strong ought to dominate the weak. It is the natural order. We should ascend to the pinnacle of the world. I cannot fathom why Dumbledore seeks to impede him. Weide gazed at Tom in astonishment, exclaiming, Are you truly convinced by Grindelwald's rhetoric? Tom frowned. Isn't it quite reasonable? Why should I doubt it? Weide sighed, speaking with resignation. The reason you find his words compelling is simply that he tells you what you wish to hear. What we wish to hear. Tom frowned. Have you not always considered yourself exceptional? Weide queried. Of course. Tom replied with pride. Leaning back against his pillow, Weide mused. Many wizards share your sentiment, believing that their magical selves are superior to muggles. Hence, Grindelwald seizes upon this notion, extolling your uniqueness. Magic blooms only within the souls of a select few. What a captivating phrase. When you heard this, did it not evoke a pleasurable thrill? Did you not feel that you belonged to the most extraordinary group? Did you not feel destined to rise above all ordinary beings? Did you not consider yourself a chosen one? When you entertain such thoughts, you have already fallen into his trap. As the time approaches, one might find it entirely justified to breach the statutes of confidentiality. To do so, it is essential to align oneself with Grindelwald's faction, which is precisely his ulterior motive. When he extended his invitation to us last night, did he articulate any ideological principles? Not at all. What did he convey? He proclaimed that by joining his ranks, we would be granted the power we so fervently desire. Why did he solely emphasize the acquisition of power, neglecting other aspects? Because he recognizes that you and I are still in our youth. Lacking an understanding of the notion of changing the world, our interests lie solely in power. Thus, he spoke only of strength to entice us into his fold. In essence, the ideas and philosophies he espoused were mere fabrications, tailored to his audience, platitudes spoken to captivate both the innocent and the malevolent. His true ambition is to amass a greater following, to secure more devoted adherents, thereby propelling himself to the zenith of the world. The state of the world, the plight of other wizards, or the existence of muggles is of no concern to him. In truth, he is not a genuine revolutionary seeking to transform the world. Rather, he is an opportunist exploiting the guise of revolution to fulfill his own ambitions. Tom was left in a daze, pondering whether his ideals would ever come to fruition. To him, the future of the world was irrelevant. His sole interest lay in whether Grindelwald's vision could be realized. If wizards were indeed destined to rule the world, Tom would be indifferent, provided he was among the elite at the pinnacle. If such a vision were unattainable, even if it eventually materialized, it could not endure. As I previously stated, his indifference towards the world and others implies that his philosophies are incapable of bettering society. In fact, they may only exacerbate chaos and despair. Therefore, when the discerning individuals recognize this truth, they will undoubtedly rise to thwart him, as exemplified by Dumbledore. Beyond the resistance of these enlightened souls, do you truly believe that when conflict arises, muggles will remain passive? Do not underestimate muggles as feeble creatures, mere insects of no consequence. Are you aware of the vast disparity in numbers between wizards and muggles? Even if you are powerful, how many muggles could you truly vanquish? Moreover, do you perceive muggles' forces as merely a horde of farmers wielding pitchforks? Do not forget, the purpose of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy is not to safeguard muggles, but to protect wizards from the muggle realm. Trust me, should ambitious muggles become aware of wizards' existence, their actions would be 1,000 times more terrifying than Grindelwald's intentions. Thus, Grindelwald's ultimate fate will either be sealed by the likes of Dumbledore, or he will drag the entire wizarding community down with him to oblivion. After hearing Levid's analysis, Tom fell into a profound silence. Despite his disdain for muggles, he recognized the veracity of Levid's assertions. In truth, no matter how formidable a wizard's individual combat prowess may be, they are not invulnerable superheroes. Moreover, not every wizard possesses immense strength. In fact, the majority are not particularly adept at combat. Should wizards truly engage in battle against muggles, a mutually destructive outcome would be considered the best possible scenario. The greater likelihood is that wizards would have their wands confiscated, reduced to mere subjects for muggle experimentation, and subsequently relegated to laboratories for dissection and study. For most wizards, the loss of their wands renders them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. It can be said that, at the moment war is declared, the tragic fate of the wizards is already sealed. Chapter 36. It is my failure that you have been led to believe you can challenge me. In the presence of Levid, Tom proved to be quite receptive to counsel. After Levid's analysis, Tom ultimately relinquished his desire to join the pureblood party. Whether Grindelwald would succeed remains uncertain. Given Tom's youth and current meager abilities, aligning himself with such a group might preclude any chance of his maturation. Consequently, Tom, having gained a profound understanding of his own limitations through Levid's insights, possesses a remarkable degree of self-awareness. Thus, the two took temporary residence in the Hogshead Inn, awaiting the commencement of their studies while diligently practicing magic. During this time, Dumbledore made a personal visit, seemingly to repair the protective enchantments that had been breached in the attic. Having completed his task, he hastily departed from Hogsmeade, not taking the time to glance at Levid and Tom. Clearly, the war with Grindelwald had escalated to a fever pitch, and it was no small feat for him to carve out time to visit, particularly now that Grindelwald was in Britain. The British Ministry of Magic was in a state of heightened anxiety. Dumbledore, having repelled Grindelwald years prior, had garnered the ministry's attention and respect. Consequently, the British Ministry of Magic could hardly afford to be without Dumbledore's assistance. In fact, Dumbledore had proven his significance, as long as he was present. Grindelwald's pureblood party could not gain the upper hand. Thus, Dumbledore's reputation within the wizarding community continued to ascend. To keep abreast of the evolving situation, both Levid and Tom subscribed to the Daily Prophet. According to its reports, Grindelwald's faction and the Aurors, led by Dumbledore, had engaged in several skirmishes across Britain within a mere fortnight. Both sides suffered considerable losses. However, it was peculiar that, despite the numerous injuries, fatalities were remarkably few, as if neither side was truly fighting to the death. Finally, after 2 weeks had elapsed, Grindelwald, unable to gain any advantage against Dumbledore, led his followers away from Britain, disappearing without a trace. Nevertheless, although no decisive victor emerged from this encounter, Grindelwald's retreat nonetheless provided a significant sigh of relief for the wizards of the British wizarding community. Stumbling down. Bam. Too slow. Your intentions are too transparent. Your spell has yet to be cast, yet the target has already been determined. How could you possibly hit me? Come, continue. In the woods near Hogsmeade, Tom finally summoned the courage to issue his first formal challenge to Weide. After more than 2 weeks of arduous practice, Tom believed it was time to exact his revenge. In his eyes, the relentless training he had undergone had equipped him to surpass the lethargic Weide. Thus, the day had arrived to settle both old and new scores. Regrettably, however, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Despite Tom's diligent and earnest efforts, he found himself utterly incapable of overcoming Weide, who merely skimmed through his studies before leisurely wandering about. To be precise, Tom's spells couldn't even graze the hem of Weide's robes. Throughout the ordeal, Weide did not even bother to draw his wand from behind his back, signifying that he did not retaliate, while Tom found himself powerless against him. In fact, Weide managed to evade Tom's spells while simultaneously critiquing his movements. Thus, the more Tom pressed his attack, the more intense his sense of defeat became. Slow down your steps. If you attack now, you won't have time to seek cover. Weide's incessant commentary nearly shattered Tom's resolve. Why don't you fight back? Enough with the incessant chatter. Tom's frustration and helplessness erupted into an angry roar. Just as Weide finished speaking, Tom realized that his wand had slipped from his grasp and soared away. The expression on Tom's face was a vivid tableau of anger, confusion, and shock. He had not even comprehended what had transpired before he found himself defeated. How did you accomplish that? He asked, unable to restrain his curiosity as Weide approached him. I mentioned earlier that the speed of casting is paramount. If you recite your incantations slowly, your attacks pose no real threat, Weide remarked, standing beneath the tree and gazing up at the miserable Tom, who was now ensnared in its branches. You've mastered the silent spell, haven't you? Hence your attacks are so swift? Tom exclaimed in astonishment. Your surprise is rather misplaced, Tom. The silent spell is not the crux of the matter. On the first day we met, did I cast a spell when I brought you down? Weide's question caused Tom to momentarily falter. Why was your attack so crisp before you learned incantations, yet so sluggish afterward? These words struck Tom like a bolt from the blue. Prior to learning spells, he could easily employ the silent incantation, but after his studies, he found himself unable to release it. Was this not a regression? Why is this happening? Tom could not help but seek further clarification from the very person he once despised. Weide shook his head and replied, before you learned incantations, your attacks were unencumbered by overthinking. Your intentions were pure, solely focused on overcoming your opponent. This alignment with the essence of magic allowed you to execute spells beautifully, but it has now obscured the purity of your original intent. The power and speed of the attacks have deteriorated considerably, Tom despondently remarked. Is this the reason you seldom read or study spells? Am I wrong for studying spells? Levid shook his head. No, Tom. I never implied that studying spells is erroneous. In fact, you should continue to delve into and learn about them. Our previous silent spell attacks were merely the unintentional use of a certain magic. If we were to employ the silent spell with a complete understanding of the magic involved, you would discover that its potency would be significantly greater than before. As for the extent of that strength, you just experienced my disarming spell. You should comprehend it. Tom, suspended from the tree, furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, by telling me all this, are you not afraid that I might eventually surpass you and defeat you? Levid maintained his gentle smile. Allowing you to entertain the illusion of being able to challenge me was my oversight. However, rest assured, you will soon cease to harbor such illusions. Tom glared at Levid with a scowl, now doubting whether this rascal was truly as invulnerable as he appeared. Chapter 37. A Transfiguration Prodigy? No, I truly am not. After enduring the recent torment inflicted upon him by Tom, coupled with sporadic skirmishes over the past fortnight, his merit points finally reached 500. Just enough to redeem the potion that had been locked away for over 2 weeks. Without further delay, Levid redeemed the potion while on his way. A small glass vial materialized in his palm, emanating an irresistibly alluring glow. He carefully stowed the vial away. Such a potion would undoubtedly prove useful in due time. At that moment, the Hog's Head resembled 2 entirely different places compared to before. It was immaculate, devoid of any dust or dirt. Even Dumbledore, during his last visit, nearly thought he had entered the wrong establishment. This transformation was undoubtedly the work of the house elf, Toby. As an experienced house elf, any trace of filth in his master's dwelling was a grave insult. Had it not been for Aberforth's vehement objections, Toby would have nearly discarded the filthy Hog's Head hanging above the bar. As Levid and Tom stepped through the door, Aberforth beckoned them over, his expression somewhat grim. My pretentious brother is here, waiting for you in your room. Accustomed to their peculiar brotherly dynamic, Levid and Tom nodded and ascended to their room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, Levid discovered Dumbledore seated beside his bed, quietly reading Oliver Twist. To his surprise, Professor Hicks was also present, sitting in a chair and smiling at Levid and Tom as they entered. Levid cast a glance at the book, feeling no anxiety, for the true contents of the tome were well concealed. Aside from perceiving the true essence of the content, others can only witness its superficially disguised aspects. At that moment, Dumbledore wiped his eyes and raised his head, coincidentally catching sight of Weide and Tom. Ah, my apologies. The allure of this novel is truly captivating. No wonder you are so fond of it, Weide. Dumbledore smiled as he set the book aside. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Hicks, it has been quite a while, he remarked. Indeed. It has been some time. Are you both adjusting while here? Professor Hicks inquired. Very well, Mr. Aberforth has been quite attentive to our needs, Dumbledore replied. Upon hearing this, Tom raised an eyebrow slightly. Could Dumbledore truly discern whether his skills had improved? Dumbledore pointed to the open spellbook on Tom's desk and chuckled. Why, this is second-year material. Tom felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing Dumbledore had merely noticed the book he was reading, rather than seeing through him entirely. I have been studying Transfiguration recently, Weide admitted earnestly. Transfiguration? How splendid. I happen to have some insights on that subject as well. May I have a look? Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. Professor Hicks chimed in, Weide, Professor Dumbledore is a remarkably accomplished master of transfiguration. Ah, your words are making me blush, Eulalie. Dumbledore swiftly waved his hand in modesty. Allow me to give it a try. He drew his wand, standing before Dumbledore, and pointed it at his empty desk. With a swish, a cream cake instantaneously materialized upon the table. According to the first principle of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, while wizards cannot conjure food from thin air, they can summon it directly if they know where it is located. This was how Dumbledore had provided Weide and the others with pumpkin juice at the Wolves' Orphanage. Tom stared wide-eyed at the cake, unable to resist glancing at Weide. You, who clearly possess such skills, wake me every night when you crave a midnight snack, forcing me to fetch food from the kitchen? You scoundrel! Are you deliberately putting me in a predicament, Tom? At that moment, Weide prodded the cream cake with his wand. The next second, the cake began to transform rapidly, ultimately morphing into an exquisitely crafted goblet. Dumbledore gazed at the finely detailed goblet with admiration. For transfiguration to yield such intricacy, it must be the work of a 5th-year student. He realized he had underestimated Weide's talent, particularly in the realm of transfiguration. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak, Weide waved his wand once more, and the goblet swiftly transformed again. From a delicate golden goblet, it transformed into an adorably small kitten. Dumbledore paused in astonishment, unable to resist reaching out to cradle the tiny cat. The soft, furry sensation and the warmth radiating from it, as the kitten gently licked Dumbledore's hand, filled him with delight. When Dumbledore finally lifted his gaze to meet Weide's, his eyes were alight with astonishment. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, there exist students capable of such feats. However, they are typically exceptional 5th or 6th-year students, all members of the Transfiguration Club. Yet here stands Weide, who has not even commenced his formal education and has achieved such proficiency solely through self-study of fundamental texts. How could this not astound him? Such innate talent eclipses even that of his youth. In truth, while Weide's abilities are commendable, they do not quite ascend to the lofty expectations held by Dumbledore. His remarkable advancement in transfiguration within a mere fortnight can be attributed not only to the magical prowess akin to that of an adult wizard, but also to the comprehensive tome, The Complete Guide to Transfiguration, produced by a renowned system. This volume encapsulates the insights of transfiguration masters throughout history. Every challenge Weide encounters in his studies is addressed within its pages, effectively granting him the tutelage of hundreds of illustrious transfiguration experts, including the oblivious Dumbledore himself. Coupled with his formidable memory, it is hardly surprising that he has attained such a level of proficiency. At this moment, Professor Hicks, equally astonished, turned her gaze towards Dumbledore, fully aware of the considerable difficulty associated with mastering transfiguration at such a tender age. Weide, caught in a moment of confusion, realized that he was, in fact, unaware of the extent of his own capabilities. Based on his memories from before his arrival in this world, it appeared that by the 3rd or 4th year, young witches and wizards could animate inanimate objects. Thus, he did not perceive his recent transformation of a small cat as particularly remarkable. Initially, he merely intended to showcase a hint of his talent before Dumbledore, but it now seemed he had overexerted himself. Alas, this could lead to complications. He had no desire to be labeled excessively in Dumbledore's eyes. A prodigy of transfiguration? I assure you, I am not. Is this truly such an exaggeration? Surely, many can achieve this, he inquired, clinging to hope. Not at all an exaggeration, Weide. While numerous lower-year students can indeed animate inanimate objects through diligent practice, the ability to use transfiguration to render living beings with such detail and perfection at your age is unparalleled among all the Hogwarts students I have encountered. At this juncture, Tom stood by, utterly bewildered. Could it be that Weide's earlier proclamation in the woods was not entirely a display of bravado? The chasm between them was indeed vast. It turned out that his sense of being able to challenge him was merely an illusion. Chapter 38. Tom moved? How could I possibly feel such absurdity? In this moment, Weide silently reflected on his misjudgment of his own capabilities. Recognizing that his understanding of the wizarding world was still largely predicated on memories from before his arrival, which were, in truth, rather superficial. He previously believed that such a superficial understanding was sufficient, revealing an excessive level of blind confidence. This issue can be viewed as both significant and trivial. At present, it merely reflects a misjudgment of one's own capabilities. Should the day arrive when one misassesses the abilities of an adversary, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. In summary, one could say that he has yet to delve deeply into literature. Within the British magical community, and indeed across Europe, where lies the most extensive collection of texts. According to Weide's current limited understanding, the library boasting the largest compendium of wizarding literature is none other than Hogwarts. Thus, Weide is filled with anticipation for the commencement of his studies. As Weide brims with excitement, Dumbledore shares a similar eagerness for his enrollment. To Dumbledore, Weide, who has achieved such proficiency through self-study, is akin to an unrefined gem awaiting polish. As a professor, how could he not feel a surge of delight? I once taught a remarkably gifted student in Transfiguration, who now serves as the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore stated with a smile. I am confident she will take a great liking to you. Weide, astonished, inquired. I thought you were our Transfiguration professor? I once was, Dumbledore replied. But upon her joining Hogwarts, I transitioned to teaching defense against the dark arts. This professor is truly exceptional. What is her name? Weide asked curiously. Minerva McGonagall. Weide gazed at Dumbledore in surprise. According to his recollection, the current Professor McGonagall should be quite young and thus not yet a professor at Hogwarts. However, if one were to consider the universe established in Fantastic Beasts, it would indeed align with her being a professor. Only now does Weide fully comprehend that the world he inhabits diverges somewhat from his previous assumptions. What is it? Have you heard of her before? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat puzzled by Weide's reaction, which had been rather pronounced. I came across her name in a magazine about transfiguration, Weide explained. Dumbledore cheerfully remarked. It must have been in Transfiguration today. Trust me, it's not at all surprising. However, I believe that with your abilities, it won't be long before you publish your own Transfiguration paper in that very magazine. Your praise makes me blush, so in order to hasten that day's arrival, Professor, could you perhaps recommend some books for me to read? Weide asked, maintaining his composure. At that moment, Tom, who was drinking water, erupted in laughter. You just directly asked the professor for books? How did I not think of that? Not only could you obtain a recommended reading list from the professor, but you'd also save a substantial amount on purchasing books. I must say, you are quite clever. Weide shot a disapproving glance at the overly animated Tom. Ahem. The water was too hot. My apologies. Tom quickly attempted to regain his dignity. Well, in truth, I also wish to explore my talents in other areas. So haha. Certainly. I have quite a few books from other subjects as well. I can prepare a reading list for you. Dumbledore spoke with a hint of pride, remarking that, to put it bluntly, even the collection of books belonging to Headmaster Dippet could not compare to the richness of his own. Beside him, Tom gripped his cup tightly, his eyes tinged with jealousy. While it is often said that diligent students earn the favor of their teachers, this felt like an egregious case of favoritism. Would this not be rather inappropriate? Your time is far too precious, Weide hesitantly remarked. Then Tom and I are exceedingly grateful to you, Weide exclaimed excitedly. Tom, momentarily taken aback, pondered the implications of Weide's words. Did this mean that he too would have access to those books? Was it possible that Weide intended to share? For a moment, Tom felt a pang of guilt, for he knew that had their positions been reversed, he would have undoubtedly hoarded the knowledge for himself. To hesitate even once is a disservice to the pursuit of knowledge. This is precisely what a professor ought to do, especially for students as exceptional as you two. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Tom, uncertain, inquired, Professor, may I also have the opportunity to read those books? Tom, what foolishness are you uttering? Those books were indeed meant for both of us to share. Weide gazed at Tom as if he were a fool. Only upon seeing Dumbledore's lack of objection did Tom finally believe it. Although their previous conversation had excluded him, they had never truly forgotten his presence. Oh, how could I entertain such ludicrous emotions? Today, Dumbledore was in high spirits. So much so that it was only as he prepared to depart that he remembered the pressing matter at hand. It is not sustainable for you to reside at the Hog's Head indefinitely. Thus, I am seeking suitable guardians for you. Professor, there's no need for trouble. We are not accustomed to integrating into others' families, Weide interjected suddenly. Tom, surprised, cast a bewildered glance at Weide, not expecting such boldness. Hadn't they agreed to deliberate on this matter? To speak so directly? What if they were met with disapproval, thereby prematurely exposing their plans? However, since Weide had taken the initiative, Tom felt compelled to follow suit. Indeed, Professor, we have never been particularly sociable in the orphanage, and I fear our presence might disrupt another family. Tom, too, wore an expression of unease. It must be said that under the guidance of someone, Tom's acting skills had recently improved. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two children would harbor such concerns. You need not worry. I assure you that the guardians I find for you will be exceptionally kind and accommodating. You will receive excellent care in their homes, and there will be no pressure. Weide resolutely shook his head. Professor, although I cannot explain why, we have already caught Grindelwald's attention. It is uncertain when he might unexpectedly appear before us. We do not wish to bring any further trouble to others. Therefore, regardless of your assurances, even if it means expulsion, we will not seek any guardians. After listening to Weide's words, Tom silently exclaimed in his heart, brilliant. They had previously almost implicated others, so they were determined not to burden anyone again. This reasoning was truly impeccable. Weide's statement struck at Dumbledore's vulnerabilities with remarkable force, since it concerned the safety of others. Even the slightest chance would compel Dumbledore to reconsider. Indeed, he furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed. This won't do, he insisted, waving his hands. You shall stay here for the time being. Furthermore, you are still quite young. How can you be without a guardian? Although your concerns are not without merit, I do have a solution, one that merely requires a heartfelt loyalty charm. Weide was taken aback. No way. Dumbledore, are you really leaving no room for negotiation? Chapter 39. What has never been possessed can never be lost. Upon hearing Dumbledore mention a solution, Tom grew anxious and quickly glanced at Weide, hoping he could devise a better plan. Otherwise, once this matter was settled, their aspirations for freedom would be utterly dashed. At the very least, many things would remain unachievable before graduation. What is the heartfelt loyalty charm? Weide inquired calmly. Seeing the composure on Weide's face, Tom felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps this fellow still had a trick up his sleeve. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. It is a highly intricate spell. In essence, it binds a secret within the depths of a living person's soul, ensuring it remains concealed. This secret, hidden within the soul of the chosen one, known as the Keeper, will never be discovered unless the Keeper chooses to reveal it. I merely need to designate the address of your residence as the secret to be safeguarded, ensuring Grindelwald will never locate you. Thus, both your safety and that of your guardian will be assured. As for the Keeper, I shall take on that role myself. I believe, in this world, there is no one who can compel me to disclose the secret I wish to conceal. After hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Tom's face fell. It's over. My dreams of freedom are slipping away. Dumbledore's proposal was indeed flawless, leaving Tom unable to reject it. Thank you for your kindness, Professor, but there's no need for trouble. I truly do not wish to integrate into another family. As for a guardian, you can find one for Tom. I have Toby to look after me, so there is no need to worry about me. Weide spoke with a somber tone. Tom's eyes widened. But you promised to take me along. Dumbledore, perplexed, asked. But why is that? To me, family is the most precious thing in this world. If you could integrate into a new family, some things, once never possessed, can never be lost, Weide replied, revealing a rare expression on his face that Dumbledore had never witnessed before. In his impression, Weide had always radiated a sunny disposition, brimming with confidence. When inquiring about Tom's circumstances, he had also sought information regarding Lee Weide. At that moment, the boy's face was etched with confusion. He merely stated his name, Lee Weide, and claimed he had no family, subsequently falling silent. At this juncture, Dumbledore discerned that Lee Weide's reluctance to embrace a new family was likely tied to a past he was unwilling to share with anyone. If his conjecture was correct, it must be a profoundly sorrowful history, one that cast a substantial shadow over Lee Weide's heart. Moreover, this shadow was so immense that it rendered Lee Weide fearful of ever forging familial bonds again. The notion that one could never lose what one had never possessed weighed heavily on Dumbledore's heart. He, of course, understood the anguish of losing a loved one. It was a pain that pierced the soul. Dumbledore cast another glance into Lee Weide's eyes, instinctively employing a spell to delve into his thoughts. The result was, beyond sadness, an overwhelming sorrow. Dumbledore was finally moved. If this child were to continue in such despair, he might become utterly despondent. Therefore, he felt compelled to refrain from imposing further. Such psychological turmoil could not be rectified, regardless of the strength of his magic. With that in mind, he turned his attention to Tom. How astute Tom was. Upon noticing Dumbledore's gaze upon him, he promptly declared, "I am his only friend. I must stay with him." Dumbledore regarded Tom, then Lee Weide, ultimately relenting. "Very well. You may remain with him. I shall not seek guardians for you." In Dumbledore's view, since Lee Weide had no family and was unwilling to be adopted, taking away his sole friend would render him profoundly isolated. Thus, he decided to let Tom stay, as he too was disinclined to be adopted. Only then did Lee Weide turn back, his face displaying a smile that appeared rather forced. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I cannot accept your kindness. I am truly sorry. It's just that At that moment, Tom was utterly in awe of Lee Weide. He had not anticipated that. Under such adverse conditions, Lee Weide could play the emotional card, striking a blow to Dumbledore and turning the tide in his favor. Dumbledore sighed, pondering the experiences Lee Weide had endured, which he could not fathom. Moreover, as long as Lee Weide chose not to speak, it would be inappropriate for him to pry. After all, even a slight nudge toward his past left him in such a state. How much more cruel would it be to compel him to articulate it? "I can promise you that I will not seek guardians for you, but the unbreakable vow must be established, and the place where you reside must be determined by me." Although this outcome was still somewhat unsatisfactory for Lee Weide, achieving this concession was a reasonable compromise. At most, he could find a secret base for his experiments. However, for Tom, this outcome was entirely acceptable. Although he had not managed to escape directly from Lived, at the very least he no longer needed to seek a guardian. He could scarcely endure the constraints imposed by Mrs. Cole, let alone those from others. Once Dumbledore and Professor Hicks departed, the sorrowful expression on Liv's face vanished without a trace. Tom, witnessing this, felt no surprise whatsoever. Indeed, it was all an act. Truly impressive. At that moment, Tom found himself increasingly admiring Lived, who could so effortlessly deal with the formidable Dumbledore. Lived rubbed his face, relieved that he had previously mastered the art of mental occlusion. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently revealed his true self just moments ago. He had not anticipated that, in such a situation, Dumbledore would dare to probe his emotions with legitimacy. Fortunately, thanks to his mental occlusion, Lived had masked his feelings quite effectively. At least, Dumbledore, who merely skimmed the surface with legitimacy, could not unravel his fade. In truth, Lived had not uttered a single lie. He had not voluntarily revealed the tragic nature of his past. Everything was merely a product of Dumbledore's own imagination. What Lived had done was simply to artfully leave a gap through his performance and words. Now, he must not become too complacent, lest his ruse be uncovered. Understood. Chapter 40, The Masterless Wizard Tower. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Tom's face. Liv poked at his face, but Tom remained unresponsive. Toby, following Master Liv's instructions, had added a drop of the living hell potion to Tom's supper, ensuring he would not awaken until dawn. Toby's high-pitched voice gently drifted from behind. The living hell potion is an extraordinarily potent sleeping draught, also known as the water of life and death. Just a single drop can send a wizard into an unending slumber. After lifting Tom's eyelid to inspect his pupils and confirming that he had descended into a deep sleep, Liv nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This is precisely the effect desired. Now, we can discuss secrets known only to the two of us. Liv's expression turned serious. Toby, somewhat timid, swallowed nervously. What does Master Liv wish to inquire about? Toby, could you tell me about the family you previously served? Liv asked. Toby paused slightly upon hearing this question. My former master's family was the Somnolorn family. The last heir, Lord Suffolk, who was also my previous master, recently perished in a duel. Liv frowned slightly. Somnolorn, a name he found unfamiliar. He had never encountered this family before. Liv felt a twinge of disappointment. A family he had never heard of, with a lineage that had completely terminated, indicated that they likely lacked substantial heritage. He had initially thought that, Since Toby's former master was a dark wizard and the entire family had perished, he might be able to investigate further. In search of forbidden tomes or notes that Dumbledore had prohibited, one might assume that a family served by house elves would possess a rich heritage. Toby, did your former master leave behind anything of significance? Levi asked with keen interest. Toby, reflecting on the decline of his previous household, lamented that all valuables had been sold, leaving only an old mansion as a remnant of its former glory. In truth, Toby, having lost his master, should have remained in the old mansion to quietly pass away, never seeking another master. After being struck and unluckily landing on a sharp fence, he bore multiple puncture wounds. Ultimately, he struggled into an alley, preparing to meet the end of his existence, as his master had perished, rendering his life devoid of meaning. However, upon awakening, he encountered Levi, and inexplicably, a profound desire to have him as a master surged within him. Soon thereafter, Levi became his current master. Upon hearing about the somnolent family's old mansion, Levi's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Who inherited your former master's estate? He inquired. No one, Toby replied sorrowfully. Old Lord Suffolk was the last of the somnolent bloodline, with no distant relatives remaining. So, that mansion is ownerless? Toby mournfully recalled the place he once called home, envisioning its inevitable decay, which filled him with renewed sorrow. Levi, determined to stem Toby's tears, earnestly asked, might I become the new master of that estate? Toby's eyes widened in astonishment. Master Levi, you would truly wish to take over that old mansion? You can indeed become its new master. Levi's surprise was palpable as he regarded Toby. It became clear then that, although Toby had been purchased by Levi through the system, he was a sentient being. For Levi, liberated from the constraints of guardianship, this was fortuitous. He had intended to find a secret base for his planned experiments, and the old mansion was serendipitously timely. Can you take me to see it now? Levi inquired, his eagerness palpable. Absolutely. However, the mansion is protected by some magical wards, so you must exercise caution, Toby advised before extending his hand. Please take hold of my hand, and I shall lead you to the mansion. As they approached the familiar castle in the distance, Levi felt a wave of nostalgia. The old mansion was nestled in the Scottish Highlands, with Hogwarts visible from afar. Judging by the distance and direction, it appeared that the mansion was situated atop a hill deep within the Forbidden Forest. Only this elevated region was enveloped in a myriad of protective enchantments, rendering it imperceptible from the outside, despite the presence of an old mansion atop it. Levi turned his gaze towards the structure before him, which was adorned with lush green vines. In truth, the edifice referred to by Toby as an old mansion ought to be designated a tower. It appeared to have 5 levels. Creak, creak. At this moment, Toby, brimming with excitement, swung open the grand entrance of the tower. Mr. Levi, please step inside. Most of the protective magic surrounding the tower resided externally. Within, there was a conspicuous absence of such enchantments. As Levi crossed the threshold, he soon discovered that the interior space was considerably more expansive than it appeared from the outside, likely augmented by a spell akin to the seamless expansion charm. However, while the first floor was quite spacious, it was rather desolate. In the center stood a filthy long table, cluttered with a haphazard array of empty bottles. The shelves that were meant to house various experimental materials were devoid of anything save for dust. From the marks on the floor, it was evident that a considerable number of unidentified instruments had once occupied this space, but now they had vanished without a trace. The first floor served as a laboratory, the second as a bedroom and dining area, the third and fourth floors were repositories of books, and the fifth floor was designated for stargazing. Due to the family's decline, Lord Suffolk had sold off all that could be sold since inheriting the old mansion, leaving behind little of value. In his sorrow, Toby had been too heartbroken to tidy up the house, which contributed to its disordered state. As soon as Toby entered, he began to chatter incessantly about the old mansion he so passionately described. Yet Levi quickly grasped the crux of his statement. Wait a moment. Did you just say that the third and fourth floors are dedicated to books? Were those books also sold? Chapter 41, Astonishment. Not a single one of those tomes could pass inspection. Lord Suffolk had indeed intended to sell those books, but had not the chance before his demise. Toby shook his head. Lord Suffolk had never been fond of reading. To him, those books were the least valuable possessions. In fact, since inheriting the tower, he seldom ventured to the third and fourth floors. Thus, during financially trying times, he first sold off the items from the laboratory. Levi was astounded. In the magical realm, could there truly be someone who regarded spellbooks as the least valuable of possessions? Toby, having spent a considerable amount of time with his former master, shared this belief. Hence his initial assertion to Levi that the old mansion was virtually devoid of items. He did not even mention those books. Thus, it became quite understandable why Lord Suffolk could not hold his own against others. In reality, he could hardly be deemed a dark wizard at all. What sort of dark wizard possesses an empty laboratory? Nevertheless, it is fortunate that this prodigal son commenced the liquidation of his assets with the equipment on the ground floor, thereby sparing the precious tomes on the third and fourth floors from calamity. "Take me to the third and fourth floors," exclaimed Lee Weide with great enthusiasm. In his eyes, those books represented the most invaluable treasures within the venerable manor. While Toby joyfully attended to the cleaning of the wizard's tower, Lee Weide was engrossed in perusing the Somnolorn family's collection on the third floor. It was only upon discovering a manuscript titled The Origins of the Somnolorn Family that he began to glean some insights into this lineage. Although the Somnolorn family may not boast the ancient heritage of other pureblood families, it has nonetheless endured for several centuries. To Lee Weide's astonishment, the manuscript revealed that the progenitor of the Somnolorn family was, in fact, a female demon known as a Yasha. According to Lee Weide's knowledge, Yashas were mystical creatures, later classified by the Ministry of Magic alongside beings such as centaurs and mermaids. Despite their grotesque appearance, Yashas bore a striking resemblance to humans, reminiscent of an ugly old witch. The depictions of haggard, unattractive witches in Muggle fairy tales are believed to have drawn inspiration from Yashas. This matriarch of the Somnolorn family was named Letitia Somnolorn, consumed by envy of a princess's beauty. She administered an excessive dose of a potion known as the Living Hell Elixir to the princess, the very concoction that Lee Weide had given to Tom that evening. The princess fell into a deep, unresponsive slumber. It was only the intervention of a cunning wizard that altered her fate. This wizard applied a stimulating elixir to his lips and kissed the princess, thus rousing her from her stupor. Subsequently, unbeknownst to the king, who was unaware of the wizard's true identity, the princess was wed to this youthful sorcerer. Upon reading this, Lee Weide couldn't help but scratch his head, as the tale bore a striking resemblance to the Muggle fairy tale of Sleeping Beauty, likely serving as the prototype for that enchanting story. He continued to delve deeper into the narrative. The princess's awakening incited Letitia's fury. However, she could not contend with the young wizard and chose to bide her time in silence. It was not until the princess and the young wizard had their first child that Letitia seized the opportunity to abduct the child. This infant would eventually become the true ancestor of the Somnolorn family. It was many years later, as Letitia lay on her deathbed, that she revealed the truth of the child's origins. After perusing this family's origin story, even Lee Weide could not suppress his astonishment. Setting the manuscript aside, he began to explore the other tomes in the collection. It must be said, the Somnolorn family truly deserved its reputation as an esteemed lineage with centuries of heritage. Though not as ancient as some pureblood families, its depth and legacy were undeniably profound. From these manuscripts and volumes, it was evident that the family had produced numerous remarkable individuals. Regrettably, they ultimately fell victim to the machinations of Sophic. The more Lee Weide read, the more exhilarated he became. His original intention was merely to uncover one or two manuscripts or magical tomes that Dumbledore had deemed unsuitable for viewing. However, it soon became evident that the treasures of the night far surpassed his expectations. After hastily perusing the collection on the third floor, Liv stepped directly onto the fourth level. The array of books on the fourth floor was by no means inferior to that of the third. In fact, most of the volumes on the third floor were experimental manuscripts, magical insights, or even original works penned by generations of the Sommerlano family. Conversely, the fourth level housed magical texts and rare editions collected from external sources. Most significantly, Liv discovered a commonality between the collections on both floors. Not a single book passed the scrutiny required for approval. It was only fitting for a family of dark wizards. Ordinary magical tomes devoid of sinister elements were unworthy of their library. On one shelf, Liv even stumbled upon a volume titled Revealing the Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. This meant that he could freely examine and learn from all the tomes within these walls. However, should he ever wish to apply the knowledge contained within, it would be prudent to first ascertain that no one was nearby, lest he find himself incarcerated in Azkaban. Liv's reading speed was remarkably swift, and he harbored a profound intrigue for these texts. After perusing several volumes, he reluctantly set them down. For safety's sake, he had no intention of removing any books from this place. His excellent memory would suffice to retain the knowledge within. At that moment, Toby had already thoroughly cleaned the entire tower. It was merely Liv's engrossed reading that had prevented him from interrupting. "Very well, Master Liv," Toby exclaimed joyfully. He was elated that Liv wished to inherit the old residence. "Toby, remember, everything that transpires tonight, as well as all matters concerning this estate, must remain strictly confidential. No one is to be informed," Liv declared with gravity. "The books here must never be seen by Dumbledore, and even less so by Tom. Should he lay eyes upon these texts, Voldemort would emerge a decade earlier." "Indeed," Toby responded solemnly. At the Pig's Head Tavern, Tom was vigorously massaging his temples. For reasons unknown, he felt an unusual heaviness in his head that morning, as if he had not yet fully awakened. "Are you feeling unwell?" Liv inquired. "No, nothing's wrong," Tom replied, shaking his head once more. "Drink this." Liv tossed a vial of invigorating potion towards him. Tom's symptoms were undoubtedly a result of Toby's excessive dosing the night prior, though it was meant to be just a drop. The exact measure of a drop seemed to be a topic open to interpretation for Toby. Upon consuming the invigorating potion, Tom instantly felt much better, fostering a deeper sense of gratitude towards Lived, completely oblivious to the fact that it was Lived's own concoction that had caused his predicament. Poor Tom, unwittingly manipulated without the faintest inkling. Chapter 42, The Traits of Slytherin. Due to Dumbledore's inability to find a suitable residence, both Levitt and Tom found themselves temporarily residing in Hogsmeade before the commencement of the school year. However, both exhibited remarkable patience regarding this situation, especially after receiving a multitude of books sent by Dumbledore that very morning. In contrast to Tom's exuberance, Levitt maintained a demeanor of calm. For Levitt, who had already inherited an extensive collection of dark magic tomes, the arrival of these new books was insufficient to stir any emotional response. Unbeknownst to him, Tom, upon observing Levitt's composed nature, felt a pang of inadequacy in comparison to his own enthusiastic display. He believed he ought to embody such an unflappable state of mind at all times. Otherwise, if he continued to be so easily excitable, how would he distinguish himself from the ordinary foolish masses? Tom resolved that, regardless of the circumstances or the company he found himself in, even if he remained in Levitt's shadow, he must strive to be the most extraordinary of all beneath Levitt's superiority. What's the matter, Tom? Haven't you longed for these books? Levitt inquired, puzzled by Tom's demeanor. Please, choose first, Tom replied coolly. Levitt, taken aback, remarked, how rare it is for you to be so courteous today. I am not being courteous. Rather, you are superior to me, and thus, it is only fitting that you have the first choice of the good fortune, Tom stated with an air of calm. Should the day come when I surpass you, I will not be so gracious. Levitt discerned that Tom was speaking truthfully this time. It was evident that Tom, embodying the traits of a Slytherin, was proud yet possessed a certain respect for strength. They regarded themselves as powerful individuals, thus they equally admired those who surpassed them. Even Tom, who would one day become the infamous Voldemort, could not escape this inherent admiration for the strong. Upon this realization, Levitt did not hesitate and selected a book titled Outsmarting Dark Magic from the pile. I'll read this one first. All right, I've made my choice. You may proceed. Only after Levitt's declaration did Tom meticulously sift through the stack, selecting several titles that piqued his interest. Levitt glanced over and noted that Tom had chosen books such as Ordinary Spells and Counterspells, Self-Defense Spellbook, and Practical Defensive Magic and its countermeasures against dark arts, all of which were undoubtedly recommended by Dumbledore and centered on the theme of defense against dark magic. It was clear that Tom's primary concern was how to become powerful swiftly. Suddenly, Levitt placed the book Outsmarting Dark Magic before Tom. What's wrong? Where are you going? Tom asked, slightly taken aback. I need to take a trip to Diagon Alley with Toby to purchase a few items, Levitt replied. Although they had previously acquired most of what was necessary, should anything have been forgotten, it was likely available in Hogsmeade. Why waste precious time that could be spent on learning? I am preparing to acquire several second-hand wands, a task that necessitates my physical presence to select the most suitable one for myself. Weide did not conceal this. Do we not already possess wands? Have you misplaced yours? Tom gazed at Weide in astonishment. At this moment, Tom had comprehended entirely and, in fact, expressed his concurrence. He promptly set aside the book in his hands and declared, I shall accompany you. I too require an additional wand as a backup. I have heard that the new students' wands possess a spell known as Trace Silk, utilized by the Ministry of Magic to monitor students' spellcasting activities beyond the school grounds. We are prohibited from using our wands during the holidays. What a foolish policy. I do not wish to merely gaze at my wand in frustration during the break. Weide nodded. In that case, let us proceed together. Toby, the house elf, should have effortlessly transported the two young wizards via apparition. However, due to Weide's magical intensity being akin to that of an adult wizard, Toby had to make 2 trips to convey them to Diagon Alley. The junk shop offers a plethora of second-hand items. Although most are in disrepair, one can occasionally unearth some treasures within. He was exceedingly familiar with the junk shop, having frequently accompanied his former master there. Without lingering elsewhere, the trio, comprising 2 young wizards and a guiding house elf, arrived at the entrance of the junk shop within mere minutes. All right, Toby, I have a list here. Please procure the items mentioned and wait for us at the location where we just appeared. Weide produced a piece of parchment and a pouch of galleons, handing them to Toby. At your service, Master Weide. Toby replied respectfully before vanishing from sight. Tom, with a hint of envy, remarked, when shall we learn such magic that allows one to disappear with a mere snap? This spell appears to be apparition, although the house elf's version differs from that of wizards. Given our current age, we are not yet ready to master it. Although Weide spoke thus, he too felt a stir of desire akin to Tom, being younger and possessing only the magical capacity of an underage wizard, was indeed not yet prepared to learn apparition. However, Weide was different. He had already acquired the magical intensity of an adult wizard and could practice many advanced spells thereafter. In essence, he was poised to learn apparition at any moment. Yet, The learning of apparition carries significant risks. Any misstep could lead to disjunction. Typically, wizards require a seasoned mentor's guidance during their initial attempts at this spell. Weide pondered quietly, contemplating whom he might enlist as a guardian should he decide to learn apparition. Practicing alone was utterly inadvisable. He certainly did not wish for his head to be in one place while his body resided elsewhere. Chapter 43, The Peculiar Lighter. Ding dong. The bell at the shop's entrance chimed. As Weide and Tom entered, they were immediately engulfed by a peculiar stench. The merchandise in the store was arranged in a haphazard manner. Rather than a shop, it resembled a warehouse cluttered with discarded items. Second-hand robes were piled on a counter to the left of the entrance, resembling a heap of refuse. Several plainly dressed adult wizards were sifting through them, hoping to find suitable sizes for their children. To the right, a chaotic assortment of books lay scattered about. Most of these were worn-out second-hand textbooks. With only a few other titles available, their conditions merely average. It was likely that any well-preserved second-hand books had long since been snatched up. Tom furrowed his brow as he surveyed the mess, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although accompanying Weide on that escapade had been perilously risky, it had spared him the fate of purchasing a plethora of worthless items in such a place. Weide was indeed correct. If he had entered Hogwarts bearing such refuse, he would undoubtedly have been looked down upon. After all, appearances matter. One is often judged by their exterior before their true abilities are recognized. In stark contrast to the enthusiastic reception found in other shops, the clerk in this establishment was slumped over the counter, dozing off. He only roused himself to lethargically check out customers when they approached to pay. The goods in the shop were all inexpensive, and it was unsurprising that the clerk's wages were not particularly generous, leading to his lack of motivation. Nonetheless, despite the clerk's indifference, a number of wizards were still browsing the merchandise. Weide soon discovered what he sought in the shop's street-facing glass display. A collection of battered wands lay carelessly tossed into a box alongside a bundle of feather quills that had lost all their plumage, resembling a disorganized stack of firewood. Tom gazed at the second-hand wands, some so damaged that their cores were exposed, and felt a chill of trepidation. Would wielding such wands to cast spells truly not lead to calamity? Weide, however, was not particularly surprised. Wands that could be discarded like refuse would hardly possess quality. Yet, these worn-out wands were precisely what Weide needed. After all, many of them were likely salvaged from fallen wizards, bearing remnants of soul rings. This implied that, having been honed by their former masters, these wands held a heightened compatibility with dark magic. They were ideal for Weide to practice spells that must remain concealed. After a considerable time, Weide joyfully extracted a wand from the pile that was only slightly chipped. Nearly new. A rare find, compared to the others, whose cores were exposed. This wand was in remarkably good condition. Here, take this, Weide said, handing the wand to Tom before diving back into the pile. Tom took the wand and gave it a casual wave. Overall, it felt quite comfortable in his hand. Moreover, this wand always imparted to him a peculiar sensation, as if it resonated with his very essence. Upon this occasion, the purchase of the wand transpired without the incessant guidance of Mr. Ollivander by their side. Consequently, Tom remained oblivious to the material composition of the wand. Nonetheless, as it felt relatively comfortable in his grasp, it could suffice as a secondary wand. When Levid returned from the assortment of wands, he held 5 second-hand wands in his possession. Although their condition did not match the pristine quality of the one Tom had previously held, they remained functional, for at least the cores were still encased within their shafts. Why did you acquire so many? Tom inquired, puzzled. Better to be prepared than to find oneself wanting, Levid replied, clutching the 5 wands while casting his gaze upon the other wares in the shop. At this point, Tom was no longer in a hurry to depart. Instead, he approached a large heap of old books. Earlier, Toby had mentioned that while the place was rife with rubbish, one might occasionally stumble upon hidden treasures. Tom believed that amidst this clutter, there might lie some invaluable magical manuscripts. Levid shared a similar sentiment, and they both, in unspoken agreement, moved towards the pile of books. Tom knelt down, his brow furrowed as he utilized the old wand to sweep several grimy second-hand textbooks aside, carefully searching for anything of worth. Meanwhile, Levid circled the stack, intending to commence his exploration from the opposite side. Just as Levid rounded the corner, preparing to peruse the unique old tomes, he suddenly felt as if something had flickered before his eyes. Turning curiously towards the adjacent shelf, he observed an assortment of peculiar alchemical apparatuses haphazardly piled, most of which were undoubtedly damaged. Approaching the shelf, Levid soon discerned a faint blue glimmer emanating from the clutter. Like Tom, he withdrew an old wand and began to sift through the assortment of objects with caution. Even these obscure and dubious alchemical tools, though imperfect, deserved careful handling. At that moment, the source of the faint blue light finally revealed itself to Levid. It was a slender golden object, approximately the width of 2 fingers, intricately engraved with bizarre patterns that were indecipherable to him, resembling a finely crafted lighter. The faint blue light flickered upon those strange engravings. Levitt gently prodded the lighter with his wand, yet it remained unresponsive, the blue light continuing its rhythmic dance. With a subtle flick of his wand, a small gecko from the wall soared through the air, landing upon the lighter. After a considerable time had elapsed, and upon ascertaining that the gecko exhibited no unusual behavior, Levitt released its hold. The small creature scurried away in a panic, without any incident occurring. Only then did Levitt feel reassured enough to reach out and grasp the lighter. In truth, although this shop dealt in second-hand items, it operated as a legitimate establishment, refraining from the acquisition of dark magical artifacts. Ordinary individuals seldom resort to selling dark magical artifacts here. They typically opt for the back alleys. Leviathan's recent actions were merely precautionary measures. He scrutinized the lighter in his hand, cautiously pressing his finger against the azure glow. With a click, a narrow fissure appeared at the top of the lighter. By gently prying it with his thumb, a cap was effortlessly lifted, revealing a small flicker of ethereal blue flame at its apex. To his surprise, this object turned out to be merely an ordinary lighter. Yet, how could a commonplace lighter emit light spontaneously? Snap! Leviathan closed the cap, extinguishing the tiny flame. Tom, come take a look at this. What is it? Tom approached, directing his gaze toward the lighter Leviathan offered. Isn't this just a regular lighter? Regular? Did you not notice it glowing? Leviathan inquired, puzzled. Glow? Where's the glow? Tom inspected the lighter, his expression one of disdain. It doesn't even open. Can't you see the light on top? And it won't open? Leviathan stroked his chin, observing the lighter still emanating a faint blue glow in Tom's grasp. In my opinion, this is merely a gilded lighter, Tom remarked, attempting to pry it open once more, but to no avail. Leviathan took the lighter back and gently flicked it with his thumb. Click! The lighter sprang open. Tom's eyes widened. Let me try again. However, no matter how hard Tom attempted, he could not replicate Leviathan's success in opening the lighter. This indicated that the blue glow was indeed visible only to Leviathan. Contemplating, he gazed at the lighter radiating its soft blue luminescence in his palm. Chapter 44. A trial is a trial. Leviathan procured the lighter for a mere 10 nuts. The low price further substantiated that it was not solely Tom who was unable to perceive the blue glow. If everyone could see such illumination, the price would undoubtedly be far higher. Toby had already been waiting there with various packages. After entering, Leviathan took the opportunity to inquire about the lighter from Abufus at the bar. However, Abufus, too, was unable to discern the blue light on the lighter. After hearing Leviathan's description, he suggested waiting until Dumbledore's next visit to show it to him. Leviathan found this advice sensible. Dumbledore, being well-versed in alchemy, would surely possess valuable insights. Consequently, he set aside thoughts of the lighter for the time being, knowing Dumbledore would return soon, and he was not in a rush. Tom's sole ambition was to grow stronger, while Leviathan stepped outside with 5 old wands he had just acquired. Having witnessed numerous dark spells in the wizard's tower the previous night, Leviathan was eager to experiment with some intriguing wands. In the perilous world he navigated, one must possess certain safeguards for self-defense. To practice dark magic, one must seek a secluded place. This hidden locale, Weide had already determined in his mind, is the first floor of the wizard's tower. Originally intended as a laboratory, the first floor is now devoid of experimental apparatus, having been entirely sold off by its former owner, leaving it quite desolate. It provides an ideal environment for Weide to wholeheartedly engage in his dark magic practice. Previously, Dumbledore had informed him that as long as Weide refrained from any outrageous behavior, there would be no need for intervention. This clearly illustrates Dumbledore's profound trust in Weide, a trust fostered by the positive impression Weide had left on him. Naturally, this was also the result of Weide's persistent efforts to showcase his prowess before Dumbledore. He certainly did not wish to resemble the original Tom, who, despite excelling in school, was constantly scrutinized by Dumbledore and never gained his trust. This predicament stemmed from his failure to leave a trustworthy impression on Dumbledore from the outset. Toby promptly escorted Weide to the first floor of the wizard's tower. The space now bore no resemblance to what Weide had previously encountered. The floors and surrounding shelves had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any dust, and all disarray had been thoroughly rectified. It was evident that Toby had exerted considerable effort during the cleaning. Master Weide, if you require anything else, do not hesitate to command Toby, he said. Well, I might need some sturdy targets for practicing dark magic, Weide replied. Of course, these items are readily available, Toby responded, snapping his fingers. Immediately, 5 or 6 black humanoid targets materialized before them. Weide firmly patted one of the dark-hued targets, feeling its substantial texture. Considering the Somnolorn family's collection was entirely comprised of dark magic, it was entirely understandable that the targets for practicing magic would be particularly robust. If they were not sturdy, they could not withstand the onslaught of dark magic from generations of family members. However, for now, these items were quite affordable for Weide. Excellent. Please place these targets over there, Weide instructed. Upon hearing this, Toby snapped his fingers again, and the heavy humanoid targets gracefully floated to the designated spot. It must be said that having a house elf to assist certainly eased Weide's burdens. While pondering this, an idea struck him. Toby, if I wish to learn apparition, could you assist me? Toby nodded. Of course, but Master Weide, it would be prudent to wait until you are a bit older to pursue learning apparition. At your tender age, the likelihood of splinching would significantly increase. Indeed, Toby continued, when Lord Sophic first began practicing apparition, it was I who assisted him. Very well, then I shall entrust my safety to you, Toby. Weide exclaimed joyfully, patting Toby on the shoulder. A house elf would never deceive its master. So since Toby claimed he could help Weide practice apparition, he certainly would. Once he masters the art of apparition, he will possess an additional card up his sleeve, ensuring that should he encounter an insurmountable predicament in the future, he will have an avenue of retreat. Furthermore, should he truly acquire proficiency in apparition, this magic will bestow upon him immense advantages in battle. Hearing his master's unwavering trust, Toby's face momentarily gleamed with elation, only to be swiftly overshadowed by concern. Young Master Weide, your faith in me is profoundly moving. Yet, you are still so young. Embarking on the practice of apparition at this tender age could prove perilous. Toby continued to urge Levi Weide, acknowledging that while he would ensure Levi's safety, why tempt the fear of failure when it could be avoided? Levi chuckled. With you by my side, I feel no trepidation. Oh, my master. Toby shall exert every effort to assist you in mastering apparition. Toby exclaimed with enthusiasm, his address shifting from young Master Weide to master. This transformation illustrates just how deeply Levi's casual expression of trust has stirred the little house elf. To make the horse run swiftly, it must be well fed. For such peculiar beings as house elves, a single word of trust from their master serves as their finest sustenance. Master, do you wish to practice apparition now? I shall prepare immediately. Toby quivered with excitement. Levi had initially intended to postpone the lesson, as he had not planned to learn apparition at this moment, and thus was utterly unprepared. However, with the atmosphere charged with anticipation, why not give it a try? After all, practicing apparition is far safer than delving into the dark arts he had intended to study. Moreover, mastering apparition would eliminate the need for Toby's assistance in traversing to the wizard's tower. Let us proceed. Chapter 45, The Nightmare Spell. Apparition comprises three components: disapparition, apparition, and accompanied apparition. However, people commonly refer to these three elements collectively as apparition. Disapparition and apparition are used in tandem. Disapparition signifies vanishing from one location, while apparition denotes materializing in another. This combination forms a complete apparition. Accompanied apparition refers to a wizard skilled in apparition who can transport others along with them. Toby guiding Levi from Hogsmeade to the wizard's tower is an instance of accompanied apparition. Typically, once a wizard has mastered apparition, learning to perform accompanied apparition poses little difficulty. Most importantly, three concepts must be remembered: the destination, determination, and composure. The first step requires Master Weide to focus intently, envisioning the destination with utmost clarity. The second step entails allowing the desire to reach that destination to saturate every minute part of his being. The third step involves spinning in place to enter a state of void. The movements must be composed, as confidence and calmness greatly facilitate success, while hesitation increases the likelihood of failure. Toby indeed did not lie. He possessed a profound understanding of the art of apparition. With just a few succinct words, he articulated the essence of this magical technique. Before Levid, 5 meters ahead, where a human-shaped target had once stood, now lay a circle with a diameter of 1 meter. This circle represented Levid's current objective. He was to attempt to apparate into its confines. Clutching an old wand, he gazed intently at the circle ahead. Subsequently, he closed his eyes. Thanks to his remarkable memory, the image of the circle was vividly imprinted in his mind. He then summoned the powerful intent to reach that location, as he had practiced during his studies of the mental cloaking technique. Finally, he relinquished all control to the magic itself, and with a decisive spin of his body, he exclaimed, "Here goes." Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing within the circle. Ah, Master Levid is truly a genius. He succeeded on his very first attempt. Toby exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Levid, too, felt a sense of disbelief. He had prepared himself for the possibility of dismemberment. Yet, this inaugural endeavor had resulted in success. Was apparition really this simple? Toby, please check to see if any parts were left behind. With delight, Toby responded, Master Levid, I can see clearly. You have not dismembered at all. Not a single hair remains. You have triumphed. And it appears you do not resemble a novice at apparition in the slightest. By Merlin. When Toby had previously assisted Lord Sophic in mastering apparition, Lord Sophic had practiced for over a week and had dismembered 5 times without success. Suddenly, Toby's voice caught in his throat, and he began to pound his own head with his fists. Oh, Toby, you wretched creature. How could you speak ill of your master? Levid grasped Toby's arm and said sternly, Toby, your master is now me. Any punishment you impose upon yourself must be for my sake. Please remember this. Why yes, Toby, realizing his transgression, was nearly frightened to death. Upon re-establishing allegiance to a new master, house elves must sever all ties with their previous owners. Which is why few house elves change masters. Most cannot relinquish their attachments to their former owners. Toby's change was a result of a system mishap. But now that he had a new master, he was bound to adhere to this rule. Theoretically speaking, he was the property of his current master, which meant he had no authority to punish himself for the misdeeds of others, even if that person was his former master. Only his present master held the right to command him to inflict punishment upon himself. This shall not happen again. Now, let us attempt apparition once more. To prevent Toby from punishing himself for his previous error, Levid issued another command. Yes, Toby replied, his ears drooping. This time, let us try to go to a farther location. Perhaps due to his thorough understanding of the principles of magic acquired while studying mental cloaking, combined with the magical prowess of an adult wizard, Levid felt ready for the challenge. Thus, when he began to learn apparition, he surprisingly found it remarkably effortless. Before long, he could traverse the various floors of the wizarding tower at will. Subsequently, Levid's audacity grew, and he covered his face with a piece of cloth, successfully executing apparition to Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley several times on his own. Not once did he falter, which left Toby, who had been following him, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that a mere exploration of the mind-blocking spell would so greatly facilitate his practice of other magics. This realization filled Levid with joy. This is what they call the principle of understanding one truth leads to the comprehension of 100. The arduous efforts of that day and night had not been in vain. Master Levid, congratulations on mastering apparition. Toby exclaimed, however. Wizards must pass an examination from the Ministry of Magic to use apparition. Yes, I am aware, Levid replied casually. Just as one must obtain a driver's license to operate a vehicle, apparition requires a test. Only upon passing can one freely use it after proper registration with the ministry. Nevertheless, Levid did not intend to take the examination just yet. He planned to keep apparition as a concealed ace. It is well known that very few wizards learn apparition at such a young age. If 11-year-old Levid were to take the test now, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. At that point, everyone would know of his ability, thereby exposing his hidden advantage. An exposed ace holds no power to turn the tide in critical moments. Since practicing apparition did not consume a significant amount of time or energy, Levid, after a brief rest, resolved to continue with his original plan. Upon arriving at the wizarding tower, he had already selected several dark spells he wished to practice. Among them, the one that piqued his interest the most was a dark magic known as nightmare magic. This spell was documented in a manuscript collected by a member of the Summerlino family on the 4th floor, its inventor shrouded in mystery. Upon striking an adversary, it could instantly plunge them into slumber, allowing the caster to manipulate their dreams at will. In Levid's view, this spell could prove more effective than Veritaserum or the Imperius Curse during interrogations. Furthermore, when wielded for torment, it could be even more terrifying than the Cruciatus Curse. After all, to control a dream means to dictate what one dreams. When one's deepest fears endlessly recur in their subconscious, few can withstand such torment. With sufficient practice, it is even possible to quietly infiltrate another's dreams during their normal slumber, manipulate their dreamscape, and stealthily uncover secrets. Of course, while this dark magic is immensely powerful, mastering it is exceedingly challenging. The manuscript had remained on the 4th floor for an extended period, and though numerous members of the Summerlino family had perused it, those who truly learned this dark magic were exceedingly few. To master this arcane magic, one must possess an exceptionally formidable soul strength. Leviathan had long recognized that his own soul strength was markedly superior to that of the average individual, which prompted his decision to embark on the practice of this sorcery. Moreover, the incantation could be executed with remarkable discretion, even employing a state of unconsciousness as a superficial guise. Chapter 46. But where is the promised dark magic? The complexity of mastering the nightmare magic proved to be even more daunting than Leviathan had anticipated. It was only after persevering for over 2 hours and drifting through 4 or 5 slumbers that he began to comprehend the tribulations faced by the members of the Summerlino family throughout the generations. The rigors of practicing this magic were exceedingly harsh. The very first step was sufficient to deter the majority. To practice nightmare magic, one must first achieve lucidity within the dream. What does it mean to be lucid in a dream? It entails becoming aware that one is dreaming while still within the dream itself, maintaining a state of consciousness to attempt to control and navigate one's dreamscape. Those who have experienced dreams understand the difficulty of realizing one is dreaming while in slumber. Those who can awaken to the knowledge that they are dreaming are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, one must sustain this awakened state and then manipulate their dream. Even if one realizes they are dreaming, maintaining lucidity often leads to the dissolution of the dream itself. Thus, The requirement of formidable soul power for practicing nightmare magic is not merely a trivial notion. Toby, what time is it now? Leviathan inquired, rubbing his eyes. He had dozed off several times, each time merely awakening to the realization that he was dreaming, only to fall asleep once more, thwarting his efforts. Master Leviathan, it is currently 4:21 in the afternoon, Toby's voice echoed from the second floor. He was preparing afternoon tea and snacks for Leviathan in the kitchen above. Almost 4:30. I can squeeze in another nap, Leviathan exclaimed, seizing his old wand and directing it once more towards his head, into a deep slumber. A white mist emanated from the wand, and Leviathan's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to sleep once again. Fortunately, with the aid of the incantation, this slumber was certain to be accompanied by dreams. Otherwise, merely falling asleep without dreaming would render the practice of this magic even more arduous. As soon as Leviathan drifted off, he found himself within a dream. In this reverie, he sat leisurely in a beautiful garden, sipping tea and perusing a book, his spirits soaring with delight. Thanks to his previous studies on brain closure techniques and an understanding of magical principles, coupled with repeated practice of this magic, he quickly became aware of his true state. With a sigh, Leviathan reluctantly set down his teacup and book. Compared to his earlier dreams, this one could indeed be deemed a pleasant reverie. However, upon realizing he was dreaming, the fragrant tea lost its flavor, and the engaging book turned into a blank void. Just like the endings of his previous dreams, as he became more aware, the entire dreamscape began to collapse. The once enchanting garden now appeared shrouded in a monochromatic filter, stripped of all its vibrant hues. Suddenly, the collapse of the surrounding environment came to a halt. Simultaneously, outside the garden's walls, a multitude of white mist began to emerge, slowly creeping over the barriers and spreading into the garden. Upon witnessing the mist, Weide quickly retreated. This scene was reminiscent of several dreams he had experienced previously. Each time he encountered this mist, he would awaken instantly. According to Weide's understanding, this mist served as a tangible reminder conjured by magic. Otherwise, he would have no means of discerning when he might awaken from the depths of his dream. At that moment, he had retreated from the table in the center of the garden to the wall's edge. The white mist advanced, now less than a meter away from him. With a sigh, Weide lamented the arduous entry into the realm of magic. From the moment of awakening to the collapse of the dream and the encroachment of the white mist, a mere 10 seconds had passed. In this urgent situation, he felt he had no time to act. As the white mist drew nearer, Weide felt his body pressed against the cold wall. This was the garden's wall, and he had nowhere left to retreat. What a sturdy wall. If only I could wield a wand in my dream, I could simply blast through it. His self-talk was abruptly interrupted as he realized that, unbeknownst to him, a wand had materialized in his hand. Why do I possess a wand? Am I not dreaming? How did it come to be in my dream? Just as the mist was about to touch his toes, Weide, without further contemplation, turned and aimed the wand at the wall. With a cry of shatter, the solid wall collapsed as if struck by a cannonball. Overjoyed, Weide was about to rush out, but his body halted as he discovered that there was nothing beyond the wall. Surrounding him was an expanse of white void. The entire garden was suspended in this boundless emptiness. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have plummeted into the abyss. Weide felt a wave of frustration. He had nearly escaped the clutches of the white mist, only to find his path obliterated. If only there were a way out. No sooner had he thought this than a winding white path appeared, stretching infinitely into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Weide's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that he was manipulating the dream? Indeed, upon achieving lucidity, he was meant to control the dream. What had he been doing just moments ago? Why had he simply been staring into space? In an instant, realization dawned upon him. He had mistakenly believed he was fully awake within the dream, when in fact he had only been in a liminal state. Until now, he had unwittingly expressed a desire within his heart, which manifested as the wand, stirring him to awareness. Ultimately, it was only when his wish for a path was granted once more that he truly awakened. As Weide pondered the purpose of his presence in the realm of dreams, the ethereal white mist around him suddenly froze, before gradually dissipating into the air, as if it had accomplished a certain mission. Drawing a deep breath, he declared, "Transform for me." No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire dreamscape underwent a cataclysmic metamorphosis. Moments later, Weide found himself standing upon the bustling streets of London, where vehicles thrived and crowds surged. However, the further he gazed into the distance, the more the scene became ephemeral, until it ultimately vanished into an abyss of void. Weide had not truly arrived in London. Rather, the London imagery before him was a manifestation of his mastery over the dream realm. At that moment, he could only simulate a fragment of the street, unable to conjure more. Beyond this limited vista lay an endless expanse of nothingness. Nevertheless, this indicated that Weide had successfully altered his dreamscape. Just as he was poised to transform the dream once more, shifting to another scene, he was suddenly besieged by sharp pains in his head. The world around him spun violently. With a jolt, Lee Weide opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented as he surveyed his surroundings. He realized he had awakened from the dream. At that moment, the grogginess washed over him like a tide, rendering him utterly devoid of energy. Struggling against the fatigue, he retrieved a vial of invigorating elixir from his pocket and gulped it down. After a considerable while, he began to regain his composure. The exertion of manipulating the dream and conjuring the streets of London had drained a significant amount of his soul energy and mental strength, leaving him utterly exhausted. However, as he slowly recuperated, Lee Weide was pleasantly surprised to discover that his soul energy had indeed grown stronger. This implied that while the nightmare magic could not be sustained for long, it served to enhance his soul's resilience and bolster his mental fortitude. A form of dark magic that imposes no negative effects on the caster yet grants them enhancements? Was that even plausible? What had happened to the notion of dark magic? Chapter 47. The Recurrence of Strange Dreams. Regardless, having gained initial control over his dreamscape was tantamount to brushing against the threshold of nightmare magic. Few ancestors of the Somerlino family had achieved such a feat according to the manuscript. Lee Weide's next objective was to continuously expand the dimensions of the dreamscape he could manipulate. Presently, he could only simulate a small corner of London's streets within his dream. It was conjectured that only when he could extend the simulated environment to encompass an entire street would he be equipped to undertake the subsequent, final operation. Yet, this last step appeared utterly absurd and contradictory to him. How could it possibly be achieved? This final step involved transferring the power of the dream into the waking world. For instance, transporting the dreamt London streets into reality, allowing others to perceive them as well. The crux of this process was that the caster must remain awake and cannot succumb to slumber. In other words, Lee Weide must allow others to witness the daydreams he has conjured. Once he achieves this, he can wield this magic to lull others into slumber, thereby manipulating the dreams of his subjects at will. Upon reaching this realization, Lee Weide understood that this was not an objective he could accomplish in a short span of time. He decisively set aside his manuscript, rose, and stretched, feeling his spirits lift once more. Although reaching the final stage was arduous, the practice of this magic would continuously enhance the strength of his soul. It is well established through experimentation that the potency of magic is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's soul. In a realm where magical prowess seemingly only increases with age, he now had the opportunity to grow through diligent practice, truly a remarkable gain. Returning to the Pig's Head Tavern, Lee Weide succumbed to slumber upon his pillow. The invigorating potion could only provide a fleeting boost to his spirits. The expended soul energy could not be replenished instantly and would require sleep for gradual restoration. Toby, adhering to Lee Weide's instructions, sat vigilantly by his bedside, meticulously caring for him, much to Tom's chagrin. This rascal was leaving no opportunity unguarded. With Toby's watchful presence, Tom found it impractical to launch a surprise attack on Lee Weide. While Tom felt a pang of regret, he was also perplexed. How could someone who usually managed to stay awake for days on end appear so utterly fatigued after just a few hours out? He looked as though he hadn't slept in a month. Toby, where has Weide gone? Why does he seem so exhausted? Tom inquired. Toby, sworn to silence by Master Weide, responded, I cannot divulge anything, not even to Master Tom, who is the closest friend of Master Weide. He said with utmost seriousness. Tom furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that this was undoubtedly related to Lee Weide's formidable secret. However, he was well aware of the unwavering loyalty of house elves. They would never defy their master's commands, rendering him incapable of extracting any information from Toby. Yet, it was certain that Toby possessed some knowledge of Lee Weide's secret. Tom resolved silently that when he acquired the ability to delve into the hidden truths of others, he would turn to Toby for answers, ultimately unveiling Lee Weide's extraordinary power. At that time, he would settle scores, both old and new. But for now, he resigned himself. Thank you for your concern. Master Weide has already eaten. Lee Weide had fallen into a deep slumber, one that stretched on for quite some time. Even as Tom, the indefatigable, felt the weight of sleep beckoning, Lee Weide showed no signs of awakening. Tom cast another glance at Toby, who remained alert and sprightly at Lee Weide's side, and silently cursed under his breath. He then reluctantly collapsed onto his own bed, pulling the covers over himself. As the night deepened, Tom's breathing gradually steadied. Suddenly, Lee Weide's fingers twitched, and the previously calm orbs of his eyes began to roll beneath his eyelids. After a day filled with dreams, Lee Weide drifted into another dream, one that felt strikingly familiar. This is a realm shrouded in a veil of white mist. In the distance, concealed by the fog, a dark figure gestures towards Lee Weide. The figure's mouth moves rhythmically, as if attempting to convey something to him. Having mastered the art of nightmare magic, Lee Weide awakens from his slumber with a jolt. In that instant, he recollects that he had previously experienced a dream strikingly similar to this one. However, that prior dream had been abruptly interrupted by an attack orchestrated by Grindelwald before it could reach its conclusion. Yet, unlike the previous occasion, Lee Weide can now faintly discern the figure's voice. The sound seems altered, rendering it impossible to distinguish between male and female. Furthermore, he cannot comprehend the precise words being spoken, only catching fragments such as power, dream, and follow. The remaining phrases elude his understanding. In an attempt to manipulate the dreamscape, Weide endeavors to shift his position closer to the figure in hopes of hearing its words more clearly. However, to his astonishment, his attempts to control the dream prove utterly futile. Could it be that this is not, in fact, his dream? Reluctantly abandoning his efforts to manipulate the dream, Weide struggles to approach the shadowy figure. For reasons unknown, he feels an unusual heaviness in his legs within this dream. After what feels like an eternity, he finally reaches the figure. Yet, at that moment, the shadow falls silent. Gazing at the figure, reminiscent of a character from Conan, Weide's frustration mounts. Just moments ago, it seemed to have so much to say, and now, upon his arrival, it has chosen silence. Who are you? Weide inquires with a grave tone. The shadow responds. And this time, Weide hears clearly. Follow it, come find me. At that instant, a sensation of lightness envelopes him, and the world around him appears to shift. Weide suddenly sits upright in bed, invigorated and alert. His eyes immediately land on Toby, who has fallen asleep beside his bed, as well as the lighter emitting a soft blue glow on the bedside table. The lighter trembles gently. Without rousing Toby, Weide extends his hand to retrieve the lighter from the table. Tentatively, he presses his finger against the blue luminescence. With a click, the lid of the lighter springs open. A ghostly blue flame flickers to life, rising into the air. After circling above Weide's head, the flame drifts straight out of the window. In that moment, Weide recalls the words spoken by the shadow in his recent dream. Follow it, come find me. Without hesitation, he resolves that since the entity can so effortlessly invade his dreams, eliminating him may be a trivial task. It appears that, at present, following its instructions is his only recourse. Voldemort donned his shoes and grasped an old wand, casting a stunning spell that struck the slumbering Tom, enhancing his sleep quality significantly. Only after this did Voldemort's figure vanish from the room, reappearing outside on the road through apparition. Strangely, the commotion of his arrival was considerable, yet Toby remained undisturbed. The streets of Hogsmeade lay desolate in the deep of night, illuminated solely by a few dim lanterns. A small blue flame hovered motionless in the center of the street, seemingly awaiting Voldemort's arrival. As he approached, the flame began to sway and drift forward, akin to a guiding will-o'-the-wisp. Chapter 48. Where the good people in Cuckoo's Black Smoke. The street was eerily quiet, the surrounding night enveloping the area like ink, rendering the shadowy buildings along the roadside even more ominous. Voldemort quietly trailed behind the flame, moving towards the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Soon, he had left the village. The flickering light of the lantern that shadowed him ultimately pausing at the stone bridge marking the village's entrance. Following the flame, Voldemort soon veered onto a narrow path, gradually making his way into the depths of the forest. As the trees thickened, the dim moonlight above began to vanish completely. Voldemort lifted his gaze, finding the night sky obscured, only the dense canopies casting profound shadows, resembling monstrous creatures lurking in the darkness, poised to strike. At that moment, only the faint glow from the ethereal blue flame remained before him. The glow flickered. The white light emanating from the tip of his wand pierced through the darkness of the woods. With this ample source of illumination, Voldemort's thoughts gradually regained tranquility. It appeared the flame was guiding him towards the forbidden forest. Voldemort waved his wand, invoking the ironclad charm. A transparent protective shield suddenly materialized, enveloping his entire being. Although the ironclad charm is a high-level spell, for Voldemort, endowed with the magical potency of an adult wizard, it was not overly challenging to master. Having recently relocated to Hogsmeade, he had sought counsel from Aberforth and learned this remarkably useful protective magic from him. After all, he had just suffered at the hands of the ironclad charm from the pureblood party. Tom had also wished to learn it, yet his magical strength was insufficient. Despite his extraordinary talent, he could only manage a partial manifestation of the ironclad charm. Minutes later, Voldemort followed the flame into the forbidden forest. There were no paths within the forest. Even if there were, they would likely be nearer to Hogwarts. After struggling for 5 or 6 minutes through the uncharted terrain, the flame finally halted before a large stone-like object. Voldemort raised his wand, its light illuminating the massive stone before the flame. At this moment, he discerned that it was no mere rock. It was, in fact, a finely carved statue of a gigantic toad. Just as Voldemort prepared to examine this remarkable toad sculpture for peculiarities, suddenly, the stone toad widened its mouth and swallowed Weide along with his iron armor spell in one gulp. Weide felt a momentary darkness envelop him. However, he soon realized that his iron armor spell showed no signs of being under attack, indicating that this toad did not possess any aggressive tendencies. With a swift motion, Weide felt his body spin, and then brightness filled his vision. He sensed his feet once again firmly planted on the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that he was no longer in the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he found himself in an expansive stone chamber. Astonishingly large, akin to half a football field in size, with the ceiling towering nearly 10 meters above him. Yet, despite the vastness of this stone room, it was utterly devoid of any furnishings. Strikingly different from the Forbidden Forest, this underground chamber, though devoid of visible light sources, was brilliantly illuminated, resembling broad daylight. Turning around, he beheld a colossal stone-toad statue standing behind him, nearly identical to the one from the Forbidden Forest. Was this stone toad a portal? Its method of transportation was peculiar, devouring him on one side and regurgitating him on the other. He pondered where he had been transported to. Glancing around, he noted the absence of any other individuals in the chamber. "Come up," the voice echoed once more. Concurrently, a thunderous rumble resonated from above. As a slope formed, it morphed once again, and soon, a lengthy stone staircase appeared before Weide. Observing the staircase, he instinctively rubbed his sore, tired thighs. Yes, he had always relished climbing stairs. The more, the merrier, he mused. As the voice concluded, the already lengthy staircase inexplicably extended an additional 50 meters. Weide, taken aback, firmly closed his mouth and strode purposefully up the staircase. "I'm coming. Where are you?" he inquired, scanning the area. Just as he finished speaking, a thick white mist surged forth from an unknown source, swiftly enveloping the entire vast stone chamber. As Weide gazed at the familiar mist, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. Nightmarish magic. The moment the name of this spell crossed his mind, the environment around him transformed instantaneously. The barren stone chamber metamorphosed into a sprawling garden, filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms in the blink of an eye. Weide stood in awe of the spectacle before him. Undoubtedly, the adversary's nightmare magic far exceeded his own abilities, possessing the power to influence others. Yet, he did not feel disheartened by this revelation, for he had only studied this spell for a mere day. He firmly believed that one day, he too would attain such mastery. However, at this moment, Weide had come to understand that the final step described in the nightmare magic was indeed not a mere deception. "Come closer, let us converse." Weide gazed towards the source of the voice. There stood a pavilion, within which rested a round table and 2 chairs. In one of the chairs sat an extraordinarily peculiar figure. To describe him as peculiar was an understatement, for he bore no semblance of humanity. What virtuous being is enveloped in a shroud of dark mist? He strode forward with purpose and took a seat before the strange individual. It was only upon approaching that Weide discerned he was indeed a being ensnared by ominous black energy. "We finally meet, Weide. I am aware you must have countless questions. Fret not, you may voice them now." As the enigmatic figure uttered these words, it seemed to smile. Yet Weide could not perceive the expression upon his face. Nodding slightly, Weide, forgoing pleasantries, asked directly, "Who are you? Why have you sought me?" The peculiar figure sighed. "I am but a wretched soul enslaved by power. As for why I seek you, it is because only you can save my life." "Me? Save your life?" A lighter emitting an ethereal blue glow floated from Weide's pocket, gently landing in the stranger's hand. This lighter, only you can perceive its luminescence. Cannot you? Chapter 49, Ancient Magic. "Ah, I see. You too can see this azure light," Weide mused, nodding in contemplation. "What exactly is this blue light? What does it signify?" "It signifies that you and I share a common trait. Have you heard of ancient magic?" Weide's eyes widened in astonishment. Ancient magic? The concept of ancient magic had crossed his path prior to his journey, within a game called Hogwarts Legacy. It was a formidable form of sorcery, grasped and wielded by only a select few wizards, arguably the protagonist's most potent trump card. "It appears you are already informed. I need not elaborate further." The peculiar figure did not inquire how Weide came to possess such knowledge. Instead, he glanced at the table, and forthwith, an exquisite teapot and 2 teacups materialized upon its surface. The teapot levitated, autonomously pouring tea into the cups, one of which floated gracefully to Weide's side. Weide was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of black tea. However, he refrained from touching the cup before him. Although all this unfolds within a dream, the sensations are undeniably real. So, why not partake in a sip of tea before continuing with your inquiries? Upon hearing this, Weide reluctantly lifted the teacup to his lips, savoring the fragrant essence. Such tea, it seems, could only exist in dreams. "Why do you possess nightmare magic? Are you from the Summerlino family?" Weide inquired once more. The peculiar figure shook his head. "I am not of the Summerlino lineage. I wield this magic because it is, in truth, of my own creation. However, decades ago, I did impart this magic to members of the Summerlino family. It is impossible. The manuscript documenting this magic has a history spanning at least several centuries. How could it possibly be something you imparted to them merely decades ago?" Weide immediately discerned the flaw in his statement. Astonished, he gazed at the peculiar figure before him. "You were present when I was dabbling in dark magic?" The figure sighed. Weide, My understanding of you surpasses your imagination. In truth, upon discovering that you possess qualities akin to my own, I had wished to converse with you within your dreams. Unfortunately, you were too distant, beyond the maximum range of this magic. Even I could only manage to appear before you in a faint presence, devoid of voice. It wasn't until I learned of your unexpected inheritance of the Summerlino family's tower, coupled with your possession of a lighter imbued with ancient magical essence, that I saw an opportunity. Leviard replied, so, you guided me to acquire that manuscript of nightmare magic, compelling me to practice it. Only when I mastered it could you manifest your voice in my dreams. And then you used the lighter to lead me here? Indeed. I had to devise a means to bring you before me, the figure admitted. Leviard fell silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, were those white mists that appeared in my dreams also your doing? Yes, the figure nodded. No wonder. It was thanks to those white mists that I could swiftly grasp the threshold of nightmare magic. Indeed, as my time is limited, I could not afford to wait patiently for you to learn nightmare magic. Thus, I lent you a hand. If I have offended you, I apologize, the figure continued. Leviard fixed his gaze intently on the figure and asked, currently, besides you and me, who else possesses the traits of ancient magic? There is no one else. I have only identified you, the figure replied. Leviard inhaled deeply, pondering if this strange being could possibly be the protagonist of the Hogwarts legacy, a formidable individual capable of defeating 7 or 8 adversaries on the way to class. He never imagined it would culminate in such a fate. Why could you not simply approach me directly? Why go to such lengths to connect with me through dreams? Even now that I am here, you cannot reveal your true form to me? Leviard pressed. As I mentioned at the outset, I am a wretched soul enslaved by power. I have betrayed my mentor's expectations, having absorbed too much ancient magical energy. The figure's tone was laced with sorrow. By the time I realized the excess of ancient magical power within me, it was too late. I paid the price for my arrogance. I risked spontaneous combustion at any moment, with the potential to devastate an entire city. At that time, a friend of mine, an adept in alchemy, crafted a cloak for me, capable of temporarily freezing all the ancient magical power within me, thus prolonging my time before death. However, my physical body became equally frozen. For safety's sake, my friends relocated my body here, away from the populace, while they sought a solution to my predicament. Thus, I have remained here for decades. Until now, my friends have long ceased to visit me. Perhaps they have already departed from this world. I can no longer perceive them. I am unable to venture outside. And with all my friends gone, I am left to connect with you solely through dreams. Leviathan inquired, perplexed. If you cannot even step outside, how did you come to discover my true nature? How do you know so much about me? He shook his head. You can surely imagine how dreadfully dull it is to remain here, completely immobile. Simultaneously, the overwhelming sense of helplessness is terrifying, and the eccentric's tone grew fervent. It was only with the emergence of nightmare magic that my tedium was alleviated, preventing me from sinking into despair. As time passed, I discovered that my dream powers could extend outward, allowing me to perceive countless things. Leviathan quickly understood that the nightmare magic was a product of his profound boredom. A dreamscape that could change at will was perfect for someone who could not move at all. Leviathan pondered that perhaps it was precisely the existence of nightmare magic that kept this eccentric from succumbing to the endless void of solitude. No wonder his nightmare magic had reached such heights, capable of using dream powers to observe the outside world. How terrifying indeed. I urged them to leave. I am a powder keg ready to explode, and their presence here is unsafe. The eccentric's voice tinged with resignation. Did he not wish to face this predicament in solitude? Yet, it was all due to my own folly. I had once promised my teacher that I could control this power, and the outcome was. Leviathan asked, how do you expect me to save you? You possess the talent to wield ancient magic, so absorb me. Draw forth a portion of the ancient magical power within me. Only then can I regain my freedom. Chapter 50. Because I do not wish to become like you. Upon hearing the eccentric's words, Leviathan's eyes narrowed slightly. Pray tell, is this a request or a demand? It is essential to understand that a request and a demand are entirely different. If it is merely a request, I can refuse it. However, if it is a demand, it is not so easily dismissed, especially given Leviathan's current predicament. If this eccentric's words were a demand, it would be an outright threat. This is a request, Weide, the eccentric stated calmly. Noticing Leviathan's lingering skepticism, the eccentric continued, I understand that my current state makes it difficult to trust me, yet I have no reason to deceive you. If I wish to force a demand upon you, I must be frank. With your current strength, you would be utterly incapable of resisting me. As he spoke, the surroundings suddenly transformed. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves not in the garden's gazebo, but upon the rim of a volcano. The molten lava surged within the crater, exuding an unbearable heat that made Leviathan's skin sting. At this moment, Weide recalled the characteristics of nightmare magic. When mastered to its highest degree, nightmare magic not only compels others to slumber and manipulate their dreams, but also ensnares them within a fabricated dreamscape, rendering escape nearly impossible. As long as the opponent dwells within the dream conjured by the practitioner, and if the practitioner's soul strength vastly surpasses that of the opponent, the ensnared adversary becomes an integral part of the dream, subject to the whims of the caster. Presently, Weide found himself ensconced within a dream created by a peculiar individual. This implied that if the eccentric wished, he need not solicit Weide's consent. He could directly control him to achieve his ends, rather than engaging in superfluous conversation. I understand now. There is truly no need for you to deceive me. Weide acknowledged with a nod. My apologies. I merely sought to affirm that I was not lying, the eccentric replied. Weide waved his hand dismissively. If this is a request, will you release me should I decline? The eccentric hesitated momentarily, yet nodded affirmatively. Yes. Very well. I regret to inform you, sir or madam, that I cannot acquiesce to your request, Weide stated plainly, rejecting the eccentric's proposition outright. The eccentric appeared genuinely bewildered. This individual was not adhering to the expected script. Logically, one should not refuse, and even if one did, such a curt rejection was unexpected. May I be granted passage from this place? Weide's calm inquiry interrupted the eccentric's thoughts. Taking a deep breath, the eccentric replied, Of course. However, might you enlighten me as to the reason for your refusal? Weide gazed intently at the eccentric, because I do not wish to ultimately become like you. The eccentric was momentarily taken aback. This response was entirely unforeseen, yet somehow made sense. He had originally presumed that the other harbored lingering distrust, hence the refusal. Weide continued, I am acutely aware of the kind of person I am. My yearning for power is no less than that of anyone else. Thus I cannot guarantee my ability to resist temptation. Should I recklessly absorb such magical energy, it is conceivable that I too might one day become like you. Upon hearing this, the eccentric fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, he sighed once more. You are far wiser than I was in my youth, exceedingly so. Had I possessed your level of self-awareness back then, I would not have found myself in my current predicament. Indeed, I was overly eager for freedom, which led to my lack of foresight. I apologize to you once more. Should you reconsider, you may return to me in the same manner. Of course, even if you do not change your mind, feel free to seek me out for a conversation. Oh, and if it is merely a chat you desire, there is no need to come here. You need only succumb to slumber using nightmare magic and summon me in your dreams. As the eccentric concluded his remarks, the entire garden began to warp and distort. Subsequently, the surrounding dreamscape receded like a tide. Ultimately, Weide found himself standing once more in the barren stone chamber, with the long staircase directly behind him. It was as if he had never departed. Everything that had just transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Well, indeed it was a dream. Weide turned around to gaze at the staircase. How much time do you have left? Approximately 2 years, I suppose. This cloak can no longer endure for much longer. The peculiar voice resounded once more. Thus, if you wish to master the art of nightmare magic, you must act swiftly. Suddenly, Weide inquired, could you provide me with a sample of the ancient magical power you possess? Moments later, a small, levitating vial materialized before him. Within it swirled a dense, inky mist, shimmering with a faint azure glow deep within its depths. If I wish to seek you in my dreams, what should I call you? I cannot simply refer to you as the peculiar one. Can I? The peculiar one? Huh. There is no harm in calling me that. Of course. You may also refer to me as the Dreamweaver. The Dreamweaver? Are you so reluctant to share your true name? Very well. I shall continue to call you the peculiar one. Farewell. Weide accepted the vial and strode down the staircase. The peculiar one did not lie. He made no effort to impede Weide's departure. As he glanced once more at the flickering blue light of the lighter, Weide furrowed his brow. In truth, he was not entirely indifferent to the allure of ancient magical power. Otherwise, he would not have requested a sample from the peculiar one. As he himself admitted, he too was a seeker of power. However, he would not recklessly absorb it without first ascertaining whether it bore any side effects. Even if it were true that ancient magical power resided within him, waiting to be fully awakened. One could say that the dire fate of that peculiar one had heightened Weide's wariness regarding ancient magic to its utmost. Was that individual truly transformed into such a state merely due to an uncontrollable thirst for power? Or did ancient magic possess the capacity to influence one's psyche? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. After all, Weide's superficial understanding of ancient magic was derived solely from games prior to his transmigration. Yet now, he found himself in the tangible realm of reality. Therefore, exercising caution was imperative. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, followed by the sound of trees crashing down and exclamations of alarm. Weide frowned and raised his wand, casting an illusion spell upon himself. In the next moment, his figure vanished into the darkness. Chapter 51. The Passive Awakening of Ancient Magical Talent. Although Weide was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, he was driven by a fervent curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Thus, he resolved to disguise himself with the illusion spell and investigate the commotion. Should he encounter a situation he could resolve, he would not mind earning some merit points. Even if the recent offerings in the merit point marketplace had not presented anything particularly intriguing. Though the illusion spell did not guarantee complete invisibility, cloaked by the night. Weide approached the source of the sounds with utmost stealth. No, wake up. It's me. A roar. Boom. I cannot harm you. Please, awaken quickly, I implore you. Boom. I am losing control. I cannot harm you. I cannot. Leviathan felt the voice was hauntingly familiar. He concealed himself behind a large tree and cautiously peeked out, gazing toward the chaos ahead. The trees in that direction had all fallen, and the bright moonlight illuminated the disorder before him. Upon discerning the figure amidst the wreckage, Leviathan's pupils constricted slightly. There, in the midst of the tumult, Aurelius was desperately evading the strikes of a massive serpent. The serpent, which Leviathan recognized all too well, was none other than Nagini, who had temporarily regained her senses before allowing him and Tom to escape. The situation was now abundantly clear. It was a reunion with an old acquaintance, only for Nagini to suddenly lose her mind once more. Subsequently, the beastly instincts that overtook Nagini's primary consciousness had rendered Aurelius as her potential midnight snack. Aurelius, without a doubt, embodied the prowess of the Dumbledore lineage. Even amidst Nagini's frenzied assault, he skillfully wielded his wand, deftly employing various spells for defense. However, it appeared that Aurelius was not in an ideal state. Had he been in good health, Nagini would pose no threat to him. Yet now, his condition was evidently deteriorating. This was apparent from the dark mist emanating from him. There was no doubt that Aurelius was on the verge of succumbing to the encroaching darkness within. If this continued, either Aurelius would be devoured by Nagini, or he would ultimately lose control and transform into a manifestation of darkness, tearing Nagini asunder. Leviathan sighed. He could no longer remain a bystander. He had sought his counsel on numerous spells, and Aberforth had never refused his inquiries. Now, witnessing Aberforth's son in peril, he felt compelled to act. Fortunately, rescuing Aurelius was not a daunting task. He merely needed to apparate him away. Leviathan calculated Aurelius's evasive trajectory and preemptively apparat to that location. Upon seeing a figure suddenly materialize in his escape path, Aurelius was taken aback. You. Hold tight. With a snap, Leviathan grasped Aurelius and they vanished from their original spot. Just as their forms disappeared, Nagini's gaping maw lunged forward, snapping at thin air. When Leviathan and Aurelius reappeared, they found themselves in the corridor of the Hog's Head Inn on the second floor. Aurelius clutched Leviathan's arm tightly. No. I cannot remain here any longer. Take me away. I am on the brink of losing control. As Aurelius uttered these words, the dark mist surrounding him thickened ominously. Leviathan felt overwhelmed. Brother, do you comprehend your situation? Why venture out? I saw an old friend. I only wish to see her once more. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this should be my final encounter with her. Thus, useless. After I emerge, those spells become ineffective. TSK, not only is this an irresponsibility towards yourself, but it also endangers the lives and property of others. Leviathan stated solemnly. I am truly sorry, but Aurelius's eyes were filled with sorrow. Seeing Aurelius in such a state, Leviathan felt it inappropriate to say more. Utilizing the disillusionment charm once more, he transported them away from the Pig's Head pub, reappearing in the forbidden forest where no one was around. You must leave quickly. Aurelius leaned against a tree, pushing Leviathan away with urgency. I am losing control. If I do, I will attack all living beings around me. You will be fine, right? Without hesitation, Leviathan turned and vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment of his disappearance, a torrent of chaotic dark mist surged forth, violently sweeping across the forest, turning it into ruins. Standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, Leviathan could still faintly hear a distant tremor. The violent surge of magical energy, even from afar, left Leviathan in awe. Truly, merely silent, such commotion is immense. However, Leviathan had no intention of merely waiting idly. He felt compelled to devise a way to inform Abufus. Aurelius desperately needed him at this moment. Yet, how could he convey this to Abufus? Directly approaching him was out of the question, as it would reveal his mastery of the disillusionment charm. Moreover, wandering in the forbidden forest at such a late hour would be difficult to justify. Just as Leviathan pondered a plausible excuse, a sudden foul odor surged from beside him. Ironclad shield. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the ironclad charm upon himself. Just as the charm took form, a gaping maw clamped down on it. Bang! Leviathan, along with his protective charm, was sent soaring into the air. Nagini, I nearly forgot you. At that moment, Nagini, with a sore jaw, roared in fury, lunging at the airborne Leviathan once more. Whack! Leviathan, suspended in midair, abruptly vanished, reappearing behind Nagini. In that electrifying instant, he could only perform a short-range disillusionment charm. However, The current Leviathan was entirely different from the one who first encountered Nagini. With a gentle flick of his wand, he invoked transfiguration. The dry branches on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, writhing in an instant. In the next moment, countless thick vines surged forth, attempting to ensnare Nagini. Yet, Nagini's immense strength was overwhelming. Before the vines could fully bind her, she lashed her tail towards Leviathan. Boom! Leviathan was directly struck, crashing into the trunk of a large tree. Were it not for the ironclad charm's protection, this blow would have been nearly impossible to endure. Even so, Leviathan's head buzzed painfully, and his charm bore a significant crack. After all, although the intensity of Weide's magic rivals that of an adult wizard, his body is still only 11 years old and quite frail. Just as he was preparing to disapparate, he suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance. This was not the danger posed by Nagini, but rather something else entirely. Weide quickly rummaged through his pockets, producing a handful of shattered glass. It was the glass vial that contained ancient magical power, yet the magic within had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Weide realized what was amiss. It seemed as though something within him had abruptly awakened. He could distinctly sense a strange and powerful force stirring inside him. This sensation was akin to suddenly discovering an additional blue bar beneath the original one in a video game, which was now flickering wildly, as if a formidable spell was ready to be unleashed. Weide immediately grasped the significance of the situation. He had inadvertently absorbed the ancient magical power from the vial, thereby activating the latent ancient magic within himself. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming force coursing through his body, urging him to release it. With his gaze fixed intently on Nagini, a glimmer of red flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion of his wand, the air parted, and Nagini's massive serpentine form began to shrink at an astonishing rate. Chapter 52. The Delightful Ancient Magic. Nagini's colossal body was rapidly diminishing. Simultaneously, Weide felt the peculiar magical energy within him, on the verge of overflowing, being released with great speed. It was evident that Nagini's transformation was the result of Weide's transfiguration spell, yet it was not solely that. To be precise, it was a transfiguration spell empowered by ancient magic. By channeling all the ancient magical energy within him through the transfiguration spell, he achieved an effect that was countless times more potent than ordinary transformation spells. Weide was acutely aware that had he utilized his own magical strength for the transfiguration, given his current magical capacity, it would have been improbable for him to induce such a significant change in Nagini. He had already witnessed her magical resistance when they first encountered each other in the sewers. Moments later, Nagini, who had been thrashing violently against the vines, could no longer move, as her once massive serpentine body had been reduced to a mere half-meter in length, no thicker than a chopstick. Even the vines that bound her to the ground were thicker than her shrunken form. Weide approached, astonished by the diminutive version of Nagini before him. He had indeed seen the protagonist in a game use ancient magic to shrink a gigantic spider and then crush it underfoot. At the time, he had thought little of it, but now he was truly in awe. Witnessing and even personally utilizing the ancient magic had finally allowed him to appreciate its allure. Despite his ancient magical reserves, the formidable attack seemed to be employed only once per day. Yet, the overwhelming sensation it bestowed upon him was singular in nature, pure, unadulterated joy. Levide's hands trembled slightly. Even the mere flicker of ancient magical energy within him elicited such delight. What if he were to absorb more? Without a moment's hesitation, Weide comprehended the truth. Had he acquiesced to that peculiar individual's proposal moments ago, he would soon become a second aberration, perhaps even inferior to the first, as he lacked a companion capable of crafting a freezing cloak for him. In truth, such immense power was a tantalizing temptation not only for Weide but for anyone. Moreover, who could ascertain whether his current yearning for ancient magic was not a side effect induced by the magic itself? Caution. Vigilance. Weide reminded himself internally. Collapsed. After his physical form was diminished, Nagini's constitution was likewise severely weakened. If Weide so desired, he could easily crush her underfoot. Thus, a mere ordinary fainting spell rendered the enfeebled Nagini unconscious. Weide transformed the surrounding vines into a cage, confining the now diminutive Nagini within it. As the caster, he could distinctly sense that her current state would persist for quite some time. Weide intended to hand Nagini over directly to Dumbledore and his associates for them to manage. The resourceful Dumbledore always possessed means to address such matters. Weide lifted the cage and carefully attuned himself to the magical fluctuations emanating from Aurelius. Perhaps due to Aurelius' formidable self-control, the magical waves from that direction seemed considerably diminished. He believed it would not be long before Aurelius regained his composure. Carrying the cage, Wevide's expression shifted to one of urgency as he rapped firmly on the door of the Hogshead Inn. The inn remained operational in the evenings, however. It typically closed around midnight. Thus, Aberforth had only recently succumbed to slumber. Upon hearing the persistent knocking at the door, Aberforth instinctively grasped his wand. suspecting it to be a drunken reveler. Which imbecile is knocking? Do you not realize it is closing time? Clang. The door was flung open forcefully by Aberforth, only for his scathing retorts to be caught in his throat, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Weide, what brings you here? Should you not be resting in your chamber? Weide, with a face etched in urgency, exclaimed, there is no time for that. Quickly, Aurelius has gone berserk. He is in the Forbidden Forest. What did you say? Upon hearing those words, Aberforth ceased to ponder why Weide was outside. He immediately executed a disillusionment charm, ascending to the attic. It was only upon discovering the attic was devoid of anyone that he reappeared before Weide. Aberforth grasped Levid's arm and inquired urgently, do you remember where he went? Of course I do, Weide began, but before he could finish his sentence, Aberforth yanked him, and in an instant, they both appeared at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This location was the nearest point to Hogsmeade Village. Did you see which direction he departed? Aberforth asked anxiously. After discerning the direction, Weide pointed, stating, that way. In truth, the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest appeared indistinguishable in its gloom, leaving Weide somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, the immense magical aura emanating from Aurelius in his transformed state still allowed Weide to sense the direction clearly. However, he was curious as to why Aberforth had not sensed it as well. All right, stay here and do not venture anywhere. Remember, do not enter the Forbidden Forest. Your Professor Dumbledore will be here shortly. After urgently instructing Weide, Aberforth waved his wand towards Hogwarts, summoning a translucent white goat that soared off towards the school. Meanwhile, Aberforth produced a broomstick from seemingly nowhere, mounted it, and ascended towards the direction Weide had indicated. Weide watched as the white goat vanished into the distance, his eyes lighting up. If he was not mistaken, this must be the Patronus charm, and that white billy goat was Aberforth's Patronus. In the future, within the Order of the Phoenix established by Dumbledore, members would frequently use patron uses for communication. It was surprising to discover that this technique already existed. However, knowing that Dumbledore would soon arrive, Weide quickly reviewed everything that had transpired that night, mentally preparing what he wished to disclose and what he preferred to keep to himself. Before long, with a pop, the sound of apparition echoed, and Dumbledore's figure materialized beside Weide. Aberforth mentioned you saw Aurelius lose control and run into the Forbidden Forest? Yes. Professor, Weide nodded. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with curiosity, yet he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. Chapter 53, Dumbledore. Once, there was a senior student. He emerged from the woods, carrying the pallid Aurelius, whose eyes were tightly shut. Fortunately, he still breathed, appearing merely unconscious. Indeed, as he had claimed, he still had the strength to endure. Weide was left on the first floor of the inn, seated at the bar alongside Dumbledore. I believe there are matters you need to clarify with me, Dumbledore stated. Ah, what a perilous night it has been, Professor, Weide remarked with a sigh. He spoke truthfully. Had it not been for his recent significant improvement in magical prowess, he would have found himself in the belly of Nagini by now. Dumbledore refrained from interrupting, listening intently as Weide continued. Weide placed the cage containing Nagini upon the bar. What is this? Dumbledore inquired. Having been on the verge of asking the same question moments prior, Weide had been holding the cage tightly, never relinquishing his grip. Inside is Nagini, he replied. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, quickly cast his gaze back to the cage. Indeed, amidst the tightly woven gaps, he discerned a small green snake. I encountered her in the Forbidden Forest. Weide explained. She attacked me, but I managed to subdue her and then transformed her into a smaller size, confining her within this cage. Dumbledore regarded Weide with astonishment. The calmness with which Weide spoke belied the incredible nature of his words. Dumbledore had previously found a scale of Naginis in the sewer and was well aware that her current size far exceeded what it had been in the past. The notion that an 11-year-old wizard could survive an encounter with such a highly aggressive giant serpent seemed utterly implausible. Yet here was Weide, claiming not only to have controlled her, but also to have reduced her to this diminutive form through transformation. Nevertheless, Dumbledore was not one to dismiss his student's claims lightly. Logically, you should not possess the ability to escape Nagini. Did Aurelian assist you? Weide shook his head. No, Aurelian had already left by the time I confronted Nagini. Thus, you faced Nagini alone and managed to control her? Dumbledore pressed. Yes, Weide affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Dumbledore opted not to pose further questions. Instead, he gently touched the vine-formed cage, which instantly sprang open, reverting to its original state as strands of vine. As those vines fell upon the bar, they transformed into a multitude of withered yellow leaves. Clearly, these leaves represented the cage's true form. Dumbledore speculated that if Weide's account were accurate, he must have transmuted the fallen leaves scattered throughout the Forbidden Forest into robust vines to subdue Nagini. Only then could he have reduced the immobile serpent to her current size. Dumbledore quietly observed the still unconscious small snake on the bar, occasionally prodding its body with his finger. Before long, his expression of surprise deepened. Upon closer inspection, Dumbledore confirmed that this truly was Nagini. Moreover, The transformation spell that had shrunk her was so potent that even he found it astonishing. How could Weide possibly wield such a formidable level of transmutation? This is indeed Nagini. How did you accomplish this? Dumbledore shifted his gaze from Nagini back to Weide's face. Just as he redirected his attention, the leaves on the bar began to stir once more, reshaping into a sturdy cage that once again enclosed Nagini within. The extraordinary transformation spell cast by Dumbledore, executed with such precision yet devoid of any wand movement, left Liv in awe. This naturally brings to mind the reason for my venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight. Liv produced a lighter from his pocket, and in his eyes, it still radiated a luminous blue glow. Professor, can you see the blue light above it? Dumbledore shook his head. He perceived no such glow emanating from the lighter. Indeed, you cannot see it either? Liv remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. What could it be? How does it relate to your journey to the Forbidden Forest tonight? Dumbledore inquired. Thus, Liv recounted his visit to the junk shop, where he unexpectedly discovered this lighter. Initially, his purpose for visiting the shop had shifted from acquiring an old wand to seeking magical manuscripts. The notion of purchasing an old wand was something he dared not mention to Dumbledore. Could you show me the lighter that reveals the blue light only you can see? Dumbledore asked. Liv handed over the lighter. Dumbledore examined it closely. Though I cannot see the blue light, I distinctly sense an imprint of ancient magic upon it, he remarked as he returned the lighter to Liv. Undoubtedly, this lighter once harbored a potent force of archaic magic, though that power has since faded. Dumbledore nodded, signaling Liv to continue. Liv continued. While I was asleep tonight, I faintly perceived the lighter opening by itself, and then a flame emerged, soaring towards the window. I followed it, and before I realized it, I found myself in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore spoke sternly. You should not engage in such perilous acts, Liv. At the very least, you ought to have sought Aberforth's guidance. What if you encountered danger? I apologize, Professor. My curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't think it through, Liv admitted, a sheepish expression on his face. As long as you are unharmed, that's what matters. Yet, you must learn from this experience, Dumbledore sighed. Though you have yet to matriculate, I have a strong inclination that you will be sorted into Gryffindor. Liv's eyes widened with curiosity as he asked, do Gryffindor students often venture into the Forbidden Forest at night? Certainly not. I merely meant, never mind. You will understand once you enroll. Please, continue. Dumbledore hastily redirected the conversation. Liv proceeded, at that moment. I followed the flame until I stumbled upon a hidden place in the Forbidden Forest where I discovered a glass bottle. Inside was a peculiar mist, dark with crimson hues, interspersed with flickering blue light. Mastering the art of deception, blending truth with fabrication, and shielded by a mental cloaking spell, Dumbledore harbored no suspicions. Upon hearing of such a strange bottle, Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Typically, items of this nature are invariably linked to dark magic. Is the bottle still with you? Dumbledore quickly inquired. As he confronted Nagini, a shattering occurred. Weide rummaged through his pockets, spilling forth shards of glass onto the bar counter. Regarding the mist within the glass vial, Weide's expression turned uncertain, as if he wished to speak, yet hesitated. Speak, Weide. You ought to trust me, should you not? Dumbledore reassured him. With a sigh of relief, Weide continued. It felt as if the mist penetrated my very being, and soon thereafter, I sensed an unusual power coursing through me. An impulse surged within me to unleash this power. He then gestured towards Nagini, and so, I diminished her. Upon hearing Weide's account, Dumbledore's face registered a blend of skepticism and intrigue. He gently waved his hand, causing the glass shards to float gracefully into his palm. Leaning in closely, he scrutinized the fragments, nearly touching them with his nose. After a moment, Dumbledore exhaled softly, casting a peculiar glance at Weide. The residual magical traces on the glass bore a striking resemblance to those from the lighter. Perhaps this was a fortuitous sign. Fortuitous? Weide, who had nearly convinced himself of the fabrications he spun, momentarily faltered. If I am not mistaken, you possess the potential to wield ancient magic. A glimmer of nostalgia danced in Dumbledore's eyes. When I first commenced my studies, I heard tales of an outstanding alumna who had made significant contributions to Hogwarts. It was only after I became a professor that I gleaned further insights from Headmaster Dippet about her. Dumbledore gazed at Weide with delight. If my assumptions hold true, you share her remarkable ability to command ancient magic. Your alumna? Chapter 54, Dumbledore. This child is exceedingly perceptive, to the point of evoking sympathy. Indeed, she graduated just as I commenced my studies. Regrettably, I never had the chance to meet her. Yet the upperclassmen were well acquainted with her story and often recounted it to us. Dumbledore smiled. In those days, many professors enjoyed using her as an example during their lectures. She has become a legend and a paragon within the academy. Weide felt no surprise at Dumbledore's words. Her deeds undeniably deserve the title of Hogwarts legend. Given the proximity of Dumbledore's enrollment to her era, it was hardly astonishing that he had heard tales of her exploits. So, You believe that my possession of such ancient magical abilities is a boon? Weide inquired tentatively. Absolutely. Is it not a blessing? Dumbledore regarded Weide with a hint of bewilderment. This signifies that you, too, possess the aptitude to achieve greatness akin to hers. If, during my tenure as a professor, Hogwarts were to witness the emergence of a student comparable to her, I would consider it a profound honor. Weide pondered carefully over his words and continued to inquire. However, ancient magic, with such formidable power, could it possibly possess any side effects? Side effects? In truth, throughout history, you two are not the only individuals capable of wielding ancient magic. If there were indeed any adverse consequences, it would have been discovered long ago. Why do you harbor such thoughts? Dumbledore found it perplexing that Weide, upon learning of his uniqueness, still wore a countenance of concern. Should he succeed, he would earn Dumbledore's utmost trust and receive further guidance on ancient magic, thus sparing himself the time-consuming endeavor of exploration. Of course, failure would irrevocably alter Dumbledore's perception of him. After weighing the pros and cons, Weide ultimately resolved to take the risk, for the potential rewards from Dumbledore were immense. When I harnessed ancient magic, the sensation was profoundly exhilarating, compelling me to explore every possible avenue to amplify my powers. Weide gazed up at Dumbledore, as if this power were persistently tempting him, magnifying his desire for strength. If the source of such feelings is not the power itself, but rather my own nature, then, Professor, I beseech you, how may I restrain this desire while wielding ancient magic? Dumbledore regarded Weide, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. Weide, your words bring me great solace. Weide, though outwardly perplexed, inwardly sighed in relief. He had indeed taken the right risk. Many individuals, when suddenly endowed with immense power, often find themselves unable to maintain composure, leading many astray. Even those who do not falter in their paths tend to subconsciously pursue even greater strength. I was once among them. Dumbledore's gaze brimmed with admiration. He had never encountered anyone who had recently acquired such power and first considered not how to enhance it, but rather to reflect upon their own self. Acknowledging one's desires, Dumbledore was genuinely moved. In fact, upon learning of Weide's talent for ancient magic, he had been contemplating how to advise him to heed the potential dangers of an excessive pursuit of power. Little did he expect that Weide had already begun to confront this reality and approached him with such candor. How could this not fill Dumbledore with pride and satisfaction for his student? Frankly, this child's maturity was almost heart-wrenching. This was undoubtedly aided by the favorable impression Weide had previously left on him. If it were Tom speaking thus, the effect might have been quite different. To Dumbledore, Tom was a figure deserving of vigilance. He would not easily place his trust in Tom's words. In truth, had Weide not voluntarily broached these subjects, Dumbledore might have developed an unexpected wariness towards him. After all, children of this age possess formidable ancient magical powers, akin to a child wielding a sharp blade amidst a bustling market. What should I do? If I were to forsake this power, would it prevent the desires within me from being stirred? Leviathan continued to inquire. Hearing this question from Leviathan, Dumbledore felt a sense of reassurance. It is not as such. My dear Weide, in truth, every wizard aspires for their magic to be more effective and potent. Within the confines of the school, each student yearns to acquire greater knowledge at Hogwarts, signifying that the desire for strength is an intrinsic longing within us all. This is inescapable. Therefore, harboring a pursuit for power is not a transgression. Dumbledore smiled as he spoke, in a sense. The quest for power and the pursuit of progress are one and the same. Desire, in fact, serves as a significant catalyst for our advancement. If the yearning for progress were deemed a sin, we would be remiss to disregard all the efforts expended in the name of learning and growth. You sought my counsel on how to manage this desire. However, I believe you no longer require my guidance. By merely asking me, you have already demonstrated control over your desires. Had you not, you certainly would not have articulated those words to me tonight. Thus, feel free to embrace this power as you see fit, as long as you adhere to your principles. You should fear nothing. Power has always been a double-edged sword. The crux lies in who wields the sword. I take great comfort in knowing that it is you, Weide, who possesses this sharp blade. Only you can assure me of my peace of mind. Leviathan gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. This time his surprise was genuine. Dumbledore's reaction was far more intense than he had anticipated. Undoubtedly, his audacious endeavor had touched a tender spot within Dumbledore's heart. Oh, why do I constantly feel as though I have deceived Dumbledore? The words he had just spoken were undeniably truthful. Otherwise, it could not be classified as a risk. Indeed, just moments ago, my sincerity was palpable, and I scarcely employed my mental barriers. Why does my conscience ache so? This meant that ancient magic would not harm him as dark magic would. Could he truly wield it with confidence? He sought confirmation once more. For you indeed. This is the case, Dumbledore affirmed, nodding. It must be noted that Dumbledore's words were delivered with great precision. His trust in Leviathan was evident. Hence the addition of for you. The implication was clear. When you wield the sword, I am at ease. But if another were to do so, my trust would wane. Chapter 55. Senior, what is your name? While Leviathan's discourse with Dumbledore aimed to cultivate trust, it also reflected his genuine concerns regarding ancient magic. For the assertions he made were indeed truthful. Ancient magic bore no adverse effects. His intense yearning for ancient magic was, in essence, merely a manifestation of his own desires. This indicated that he had indeed managed to exert considerable control over his longing for greater ancient magical power. However, although Dumbledore had faith in his self-restraint, Levid remained skeptical of his own control. After all, that senior had once claimed before her teacher that she could master her desires, yet the outcome was far from favorable. Observing Levid's furrowed brow, Dumbledore realized that his words had not assuaged Levid's doubts about his self-discipline. Levid, always remember that you are not alone in this battle. As your professor, I bear the responsibility of guiding you in mastering ancient magic. Levid wore a resigned expression. If I do not wield this power, wouldn't that eliminate the issue entirely? Your ability to refrain from using such power is indeed a testament to your exceptional self-control, Levid. However, in my view, it is better to manage than to suppress. The challenge of consistently refraining from ancient magic is formidable. It would be far simpler to use it judiciously. Controlling the extent of your usage. Dumbledore sighed, lamenting the fact that the aforementioned senior had faded into obscurity shortly after graduation. She would have been the ideal mentor for you in ancient magic. Levid fell silent. Furthermore, that senior had not managed to govern her own desire for ancient magic, leading to a tragic fate. Now, she lay in a corner of that stone chamber, as lifeless as a popsicle. Nonetheless, with Dumbledore's encouragement, Levid felt inclined to explore the use of ancient magic, especially with Dumbledore, a master of self-control, watching over him. It is worth noting that Dumbledore had steadfastly avoided matters of power for decades to prevent himself from becoming like Grindelwald. Even after becoming headmaster and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, he refrained from interfering whenever possible. For someone like Dumbledore, who had long aspired to reform the world, such restraint was no small feat. Thus, when it comes to self-control, Dumbledore truly deserves the title of a master. Of course, one cannot overlook the fact that his inability to resist donning the Resurrection Stone ring, which ultimately led to his curse, cannot be deemed a failure of self-discipline. After all, his formidable self-control stemmed from the memories of his departed loved ones, and the Resurrection Stone offered him a chance to see them once more, an undeniable vulnerability. Regarding whether ancient magic poses any harmful side effects to the human body, Levid felt he could arrive at a conclusion, given Dumbledore's consistent stance on dark magic. If even he deemed ancient magic to be harmless, then what could possibly be amiss? Dumbledore's endorsement carries significant weight. After contemplating these matters, Levid engaged Dumbledore in further conversation. Subsequently, Dumbledore pieced together the events of that evening through the intertwining of various pieces of information. Thus, Weide found himself drawn to the ancient magic's power and ventured into the Forbidden Forest, where he acquired a vial containing the essence of that ancient magic. By chance, he encountered Aurelius, who had just met Nagini. Perhaps the chaotic state of Nagini's mind provoked a response in Aurelius, bringing him to the brink of losing control. Of course, Dumbledore arrived at this conclusion through the meticulous guidance of Weide. However, he still needed to devise a strategy to coordinate with Aurelius. Otherwise, an inadvertent slip of the tongue could prove disastrous. After all, while it was plausible for someone of Weide's age to possess knowledge of ancient magic, the proficient use of apparition would be far more challenging to explain. No matter how brilliant a mind may be, limitations invariably exist. Fortunately, Aurelius remained in a state of unconsciousness for the time being. Upon learning the general circumstances from Dumbledore, Abufusi chose not to inquire further about what transpired with Aurelius. The last thing he wanted was to stir up painful memories, which could disturb the fragile emotional equilibrium Aurelius had painstakingly achieved. Each transformation silently inflicted significant harm upon him, and his endurance until now relied solely on his extraordinary self-control, having transformed very little over the years. He had departed the leaky cauldron with Nagini at his side. Weide's earlier assumptions proved correct. Dumbledore always managed to find solutions to such troublesome matters. Tom slept soundly, and Weide understood the reason behind it. As for Toby, after being away for so long, he remained blissfully unaware, evidently influenced by the nightmarish magic of his elder sister. She wished to keep Weide's departure from the tavern a secret. Weide gently patted Toby's shoulder, rousing him from his slumber. "Toby, you were actually asleep." The awakened Toby was filled with terror, for he had disobeyed his master's command. "No, I just cast a spell upon you that induces sleep, as I must keep certain matters confidential, including from you. Now go rest. For breakfast tomorrow, please prepare some porridge. And remember, this matter must remain a secret." "Is that so? Wouldn't that be a dereliction of duty on my part?" "Very well, I understand. Toby shall fulfill his master's task." Toby, still shaken, departed. For a house elf like him, Straightforward communication yielded the best results. After Toby left, Weide quickly succumbed to slumber through the nightmarish magic. Upon entering his dreamscape, he swiftly awakened and began to embellish his dream. Before long, his dream transformed into a garden strikingly similar to that of his elder sisters. Thereafter, Weide commenced calling out within the dream. Odd one. Dreamweaver? Elder sister? The silence that ensued left him perplexed, uncertain if his calls reached their intended recipient. Here, turning around, Weide beheld his elder sister, shrouded in dark mist, seated in a pavilion, having arrived unbeknownst to him. I did not expect you to seek me out for a chat so soon. And how did you know that I favor gardens? Weide felt a peculiar sensation, as if the voice of his senior sister was somewhat more cheerful than before. Indeed, since your dream is a garden, I made a few embellishments. I just heard you call me senior sister. I learned some things about you from a professor, Weide remarked, as I had consulted him regarding ancient magic. The senior sister fell silent for a moment. But it seems you did not disclose my matters to that professor? No, thank you. I find myself utterly embarrassed. I cannot face others, especially the professors from Hogwarts. Well, you may continue to call me senior sister in the future. After all, it sounds far more pleasant than freak and is certainly more amiable than Dreamweaver. Since we are engaged in conversation, it is better to have a more affectionate form of address. Actually, you could tell me your name as well. Weide inquired. May I know what you are called? Chapter 56. Who stole my name? What did you just ask me? The senior sister's voice suddenly changed, and Weide could even detect a tremor in her tone. Although puzzled, he reiterated his question. I was asking, senior sister, could you tell me your name? Name? My name? Yes, I must have a name. But where is my name? Forgotten? No, not forgotten. It seems I have never had a name. But how can that be? Yet, why had I never realized before that I had a name? How could this happen? Who was it that stole my name? The senior sister's voice grew increasingly agitated, her volume rising, accompanied by the black mist surrounding her that trembled violently. Weide furrowed his brow, standing before her, feeling as if his dream was on the verge of collapse. The cause of this impending collapse was the senior sister, seemingly driven to madness by her forgotten name. Her nightmare magic was incomparably more potent than that of Weide, a mere novice, so even the slightest emotional fluctuation could have a tremendous impact on his dream. Weide could not comprehend why merely asking for a name would provoke such a significant reaction. Is it because of ancient magic that you have forgotten your name? He could not help but ask. No, it's not that. This is not a matter of memory. The senior sister lifted her head, her eyes hidden within the black mist glinting a deep crimson. Before you asked me this question, I had no recollection that I should possess a name. Even when you previously inquired how to summon me in a dream, my instinctive first response was to create a title to tell you, rather than reveal my own name. As if, subconsciously, my name never existed at all. But who could have done this? What purpose does it serve? The sister, enveloped in a cloud of darkness, suddenly materialized before Weide, grasping his arms tightly with urgency. The professor you mentioned earlier, did he ever share my name while recounting my deeds? To his astonishment, Dumbledore had not mentioned her name at all, and he had not thought to inquire either. No. Did you ever ask? I did not ask. He didn't mention it, and you didn't think to ask. Do you find that reasonable? Releasing her grip, she stepped back a few paces, despondent. At that moment, Weide recognized the crux of the matter. Logically, when recounting the story of an individual with significant contributions, the introduction should naturally include their name. Even if Dumbledore had forgotten to mention it, he himself had shown no curiosity regarding her name. Thus, despite their lengthy conversation, both Dumbledore and Weide had failed to perceive any impropriety in omitting her name. Previously, this had not seemed significant, but now it struck Weide as profoundly absurd. Weide, could you do me a favor? The sister's voice trembled. If it is within my power, of course, he replied, sensing a palpable fear laced within her tone. Please ask that professor if he remembers my name. When Weide opened his eyes, it was already past 10 in the morning. Yet the dream from the previous night remained vivid in his mind. He had intended to seek out the sister to discuss ancient magic, but unexpectedly, a simple inquiry about her name had unveiled another enigma. If the sister had merely forgotten her name, it would not be surprising, given her prolonged confinement. However, according to her own assertion, she felt as though her name had ceased to exist. This statement was indeed thought-provoking. The concepts of non-existence and forgetfulness are entirely distinct. For instance, if you forget someone, your memory does not alter their existence. That person remains objectively real. Conversely, if someone is deemed non-existent, it implies that not only has your memory of them vanished, but their very existence has also disappeared entirely. The most expedient way to uncover the truth now was to consult Dumbledore. Logically, Dumbledore, having heard of the sister's legendary past since his enrollment, should be aware of her name. Furthermore, there would surely be some records regarding her at Hogwarts. Her name must be inscribed therein. If Dumbledore could not recall her name, and if the school held no record of her, a chilling thought suddenly crept into Weide's mind. Master Weide, you are awake. Please wash up. I shall bring your breakfast, Toby announced, having been attentively monitoring Weide's condition. He entered the room, carrying toiletries. "Toby, where is Professor Dumbledore?" "Professor Dumbledore departed last night." Seemingly embarking on a distant journey, Toby placed the toiletries on Levid's nightstand. Levid pondered for a moment, aware that Dumbledore had taken Nagini to a secure location. Given Dumbledore's character, even if Nagini had entirely transformed into a mindless beast, he would never resort to killing her. Levid retrieved a piece of parchment from the bedside and lifted a quill to compose a letter. "Toby, please send this letter to Professor Dumbledore." Toby accepted the letter and promptly made his way to the owl post office. Watching Toby's retreating figure, Levid felt a twinge of helplessness. Although he was eager to uncover the truth, he refrained from expressing excessive urgency since he had not disclosed his encounter with the senior to Dumbledore. Thus, he could only resort to sending a letter via owl, delicately inquiring about information regarding the senior while casually asking for her name. Following his conversation with Dumbledore the previous night, his desire to seek out information about the senior seemed entirely reasonable. He assumed Dumbledore would harbor no suspicions regarding his intentions. At that moment, Tom, in the opposite bed, finally stirred awake. Rubbing his head vigorously, he struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot. My head hurts." "What? It's already past 10. Ugh, why do I feel as if I've been struck by a stunning spell?" Levid silently turned his head, retrieving a towel and basin from the table, pretending not to notice Tom's distress. Tom's gaze immediately fixed on Levid, filled with suspicion. "Did you cast a stunning spell on me again? What an odd notion you have," Levid replied, feigning confusion. "I never rise later than 8 in the morning. Moreover, when I sleep normally, I never awaken with a headache. You should recall the last time I woke up with such pain." Tom glared intently at Levid. "You scoundrel. It was you. I will have my revenge." Chapter 57, Methods to Keep Nagini Awake. Dorset, the Scamander residence. "Is this truly Nagini?" Newt inquired, gazing at the petite, unconscious snake before him. "Indeed, I have verified it. This is certainly Nagini. She was subdued by one of my students and subsequently shrunk to her current size through transfiguration." Dumbledore affirmed with a nod. Newt examined a dark green scale he held in his hand, identical to the one Dumbledore had discovered in the sewers. With his extensive knowledge of magical creatures, he could easily envision the immense size of a serpent capable of bearing such a scale. Yet now, that colossal serpent had been rendered diminutive by means of magic. "Your student possesses remarkable skills. I initially thought it was your own doing," Newt remarked. "This student of mine is rather unique. We shall not delve into that matter for now. What we must consider is how to accommodate her," Dumbledore said, his gaze laden with concern as he looked at Nagini. "Nagini is a blood-cursed beast. Although she has fully transformed into a creature, we cannot disregard her." Newt lifted his head, his gaze resolute. Dumbledore nodded, but then remarked, "The shrinking transfiguration may soon fail. Are you confident in managing it? A diminutive Nagini poses little threat. However, should the transfiguration falter and she revert to her original size, the danger would become extreme." Newt suggested, "Let us first awaken her. I need to ascertain her current temperament, then devise a plan. Rest assured, I possess considerable experience in handling perilous magical creatures." Suddenly, Nagini on the table stirred. Newt quickly inquired, "Has the transfiguration failed?" Dumbledore observed closely and replied, "No, it appears my subsequent enchantment of oblivion has simply run its course." At that moment, Nagini was fully awakened. She raised her serpent head, curiously surveying her body and then the surroundings. Upon seeing Newt and Dumbledore, she became animated. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. It seems she was attempting to communicate with us." Newt turned to Dumbledore with excitement. "If I am not mistaken, Nagini should now be in a conscious state." Dumbledore nodded. "I can comprehend some of her words. She claims to be awake." "Indeed, out of curiosity, I once studied a bit of Parseltongue. You are truly erudite, Professor." Newt expressed with admiration. What is she saying now?" Although Newt was a master of magical creatures and could often infer their intentions from their movements or sounds, he was unable to precisely translate their words. Dumbledore listened intently to Nagini's voice, then turned to retrieve a piece of parchment and a vial of ink, placing them before Nagini. Upon seeing the ink, Nagini extended her tail into the vial and began to write awkwardly on the parchment. Moments later, both Dumbledore and Newt displayed expressions of surprise. "Are you suggesting that maintaining your current state allows you to remain conscious?" Dumbledore inquired. Nagini flicked her tongue and slowly nodded, then resumed writing with her tail. "As the body of the beast weakens, so too does the beast's soul. Thus your human consciousness prevails." Hiss. "Does the weakening of the soul indeed produce such an effect in transfiguration?" Newt gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. Dumbledore fell into contemplation. As a master of transfiguration, he understood that ordinary transfiguration could not achieve such an extent nor impact the soul. This implies that it is a characteristic of ancient magic? Weide must have employed ancient magic to perform the transfiguration that shrank Nagini to this size. Otherwise, even if Weide were a prodigy of transfiguration, he would not have succeeded in reducing Nagini to such a diminutive form. In essence, The ancient magic-infused transmutation, when applied to humans or animals, can significantly diminish all attributes of the subject, encompassing both physical and spiritual qualities. The condition of the blood-cursed orc Nagini is akin to possessing two souls within a single body, one being her human soul and the other the beastly soul resulting from the curse. At that moment, when Leviathan executed the ancient transmutation spell while the beastly soul controlled Nagini's body, it not only weakened her physical attributes but also diminished the spiritual attributes of the beastly soul in possession. Consequently, the human soul, previously in a state of vulnerability, temporarily gained superiority over the beastly soul, allowing Nagini to regain consciousness in her current form. Upon understanding this revelation, a faint smile graced Dumbledore's face. Perhaps we have finally discovered a means to temporarily suppress the outbreak of the blood curse afflicting the orc. Newt inquired with curiosity. Is it solely reliant on the transmutation? No, a conventional transmutation may not suffice, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Is there an extraordinary form of transmutation? Indeed, one that is remarkably extraordinary. However, I shall elucidate further on this matter later. For now, having found a solution, I will take Nagini with me. Dumbledore rose to his feet. Newt nodded in agreement. Very well, just inform me in writing afterward. For now, we must prioritize the rescue. Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod, then lifted the cage, opening its door. Please, step inside. I have discovered a method to assist you in temporarily restraining the blood curse. Nagini nodded with appreciation and slowly crawled into the cage. Dumbledore secured the door, preparing to depart when, suddenly, an owl flew in through the window. The owl landed on the table, its eyes fixed on Dumbledore, and dropped the letter it had been carrying at his feet. Dumbledore picked up the letter and immediately recognized Leviathan's familiar handwriting. A smile broke across Dumbledore's face as he began to unfold the letter. Ah, it seems he wishes to review some materials and also inquire about that senior's name. However, mid-sentence, Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of surprise and uncertainty. At the Pig's Head Tavern, Leviathan set down his quill, picked up the parchment to dry the ink, and then gently tapped it with his wand. In an instant, the parchment transformed into a butterfly, which fluttered around Leviathan's head before flying out the window towards the attic. Tom, reclining in bed, disdainfully turned his head upon witnessing Leviathan's whimsical transmutation. Yet, the abrupt movement strained his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. It became evident that recklessly challenging Leviathan in a moment of weakness would incur a price. Now, not only was he plagued by aches and pains, but he had also been punished with a ban on reading any spell books for an entire day. This was indeed a considerable loss. Tom could only lie quietly in bed, reflecting on his failed experience while contemplating how he might ultimately defeat Leviathan. After a while, a paper crane crafted from sheepskin fluttered down from the attic, landing gracefully before Weide, who then watched as it unfurled itself. Inscribed upon the paper was a message: I shall keep your secret. And thank you for saving both myself and Nagini. By the way, splendid transfiguration. Aurelius. With a light heart, Weide incinerated the note before turning his attention to Tom. After such prolonged reflection, do you now comprehend your mistakes? He inquired. I understand, Tom replied begrudgingly. What was my error? You have been utterly oppressive. Tom could no longer contain himself. A servant ought not to contradict their master. Just as Weide continued to torment Tom, an all too familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully preventing Nagini's malevolent descent, sparing those destined to perish by her jaws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 5,000 merit points. Weide was taken aback. Chapter 58. The mysterious disappearance of a name. Preventing Nagini's fall. How could I have accomplished that? Weide pondered. As it seemed he had merely employed a transfiguration spell to diminish Nagini's form. The subsequent events had been left to Dumbledore's discretion. Could it be that Dumbledore had dealt with Nagini? Yet, that seemed implausible. Dumbledore would not act in such a manner. Weide fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Tom braced himself to endure further bullying from Weide. However, as Weide remained silent, Tom found this agreeable and chose not to speak further, wishing only for Weide to remain mute forever. At that moment, unable to decipher the answers, Weide resolved to let go of his concerns. After all, the substantial merit points credited to him confirmed his virtuous deeds. Moreover, to ascertain Nagini's whereabouts, he could simply inquire with Dumbledore later, sparing himself further contemplation. Once Weide relinquished his worries, his spirits lifted, and he even extended some leniency toward the still trembling Tom. It's already past 10. Why are you still lying down? Shouldn't you be up early to study? At your age, this is the time for striving. How can you sleep so soundly? Tom stared at Weide in bewilderment. But, weren't you the one who forbade me from reading spellbooks? Ah, if you lack the motivation to study, you must reflect upon yourself. How can you blame me? Just because I forbade you from spellbooks, does that mean you cannot explore other subjects, such as transfiguration, potions, or herbology? Weide lamented, shaking his head as he exited the room. Tom gaped at Lee Wide's retreating figure. You scoundrel, you are the one who imposed this reading ban on me. Moreover, if it weren't for your stupor spell, I wouldn't have slept in until after 10. How did it become my laziness? Yet Tom merely opened his mouth, ultimately unable to voice his complaints. Never mind. At least by your reasoning, I can now resume my studies. I may not be able to defeat you now, but one day, I shall make you experience the anguish I endure. As Lee Wide stepped outside with his toiletries in hand, he unexpectedly encountered Dumbledore, who was carrying a familiar cage. Professor, I seek you out to discuss two matters, he stated. Dumbledore's expression bore an unusual gravity. In truth, Lee Wide had never witnessed such seriousness upon the professor's visage. May I inquire what the matter is? Lee Wide asked, perplexed. Dumbledore glanced around cautiously before ushering Lee Wide into an adjacent vacant guest room. With a flick of his wand, he meticulously enchanted the space, effectively muffling all sound from within and without. The first matter requires utmost secrecy. No one must overhear us, Dumbledore insisted, pulling up a chair and sitting down with a sense of urgency. Regarding the name of that senior, you are to refrain from further inquiry, and you must not examine her records. I shall personally guide you in ancient magic, but if it is unnecessary, please conceal your knowledge of it as much as possible. Do you understand? What has transpired? Lee Wide pondered aloud, though his mind had begun to formulate some suspicions. This must be connected to the letter he had written to Dumbledore that very morning. However, he never anticipated Dumbledore's swift arrival. It is difficult to articulate, Dumbledore frowned, clearly at a loss for how to convey this to Lee Wide. The notion of a person's name vanishing from existence, unnoticed even by the individual, was utterly bewildering. Is it that you cannot recall the senior's name? Lee Wide inquired tentatively. How do you know this? Dumbledore responded, his brow furrowing in confusion. Dumbledore should have been aware of the senior's name, enabling him to quickly ascertain its disappearance. Yet, it was perplexing that Lee Wide, who ought not to have known her name, was aware of his own inability to recall it. Last night, I couldn't remember to ask you about her name at all. Furthermore, when you recounted her story, you never mentioned her name. It was only this morning that I sensed something was amiss and decided to write you a letter. Lee Wide explained. Trusting Lee Wide, Dumbledore's confusion dissipated. You are quite observant, Wide. Indeed, it is as you say. In fact, had I not received your letter, I too would have remained oblivious to this anomaly. The situation was steeped in enigma. Dumbledore lifted his gaze to meet Lee Wide's, then gravely continued. The senior's name has vanished, not only from the memories of those involved, but also from the records at Hogwarts. Even the book that catalogs every student's name has left her name as a blank. Has she completely disappeared? No. It would be more accurate to say that a part of her has vanished, Dumbledore clarified. It is exceedingly strange. I just inquired with Headmaster Dippet, and he too could not recall the senior's name. Subsequently, he examined the admissions book, only to discover that her name had also vanished, leaving a blank space. Though her date of birth remains intact, other records detailing her deeds are similarly affected. The information remains, yet her name has vanished. This implies that every trace of her existence persists, save for her name, Lee Wide remarked in astonishment. Indeed, it is peculiar, remarkably so. Whoever possesses the ability to influence others unbeknownst to them must undoubtedly be a formidable individual. Dumbledore sighed, expressing his intention to unravel this mystery. As for you, for your own safety, it would be prudent to refrain from further inquiries regarding her. The ancient magic should also be concealed for the time being. The sole commonality between the senior and Lee Wide is their capability to wield ancient magic. Now that the senior's name has disappeared, coupled with her abrupt silence shortly after graduation, Dumbledore grew increasingly concerned. If someone is targeting practitioners of ancient magic, the senior may be in grave danger, and Lee Wide could very well be the next victim. Chapter 59. A strange magic more sinister than dark magic. The immediate course of action is to conceal the fact that Lee Wide possesses the traits of ancient magic until this matter is resolved, in order to prevent him from encountering a similar fate. However, Professor, how could one possibly achieve such an extraordinary feat? Lee Wide still found the situation utterly baffling. Furthermore, what could be the motive behind such actions? If the intent is to erase a person's existence, merely removing their name seems futile. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, acknowledging Lee Wide's insight. Indeed, while the purpose of that individual might extend beyond simply erasing her name, I have never encountered such magic. However, the initial intention was likely to obliterate her entire being. Perhaps a flaw in the magic led to only her name being erased, leaving other traces intact. To erase a person's name without others, even the individual themselves, noticing the absence is unsettling. What if this magic were to affect the person entirely? This would imply that the individual could vanish without a trace, and thereafter, no one would recognize their absence. Merely contemplating this notion sends chills down one's spine. The malevolence of such magic transcends even the most nefarious dark arts. Are you worried that I might be the next target? Lee Wide inquired. Yes, fortunately. Few are aware of your proficiency in ancient magic, Dumbledore replied. In truth, He had not disclosed Lee Wide's abilities to anyone. Thus far, only he, Lee Wide, and Nagini, who has been listening intently from her cage, are privy to this information. When questioning Principal Dip Pet about the senior, he merely mentioned that he suddenly could not recall her name, without mentioning anything about Lee Wide. It seems that his caution is indeed warranted. Very well. I shall refrain from seeking or examining any information regarding the senior henceforth. Lee Wide's words hold a kernel of truth. After all, seeking information was merely an excuse for him to probe Dumbledore. There was no necessity to investigate if he truly sought knowledge. Is there a more convenient method than to inquire directly? Nevertheless, it is a course of action born of necessity. Leave this matter to me, Dumbledore stated. Indeed, upon learning of the possible misfortune befalling his senior, Dumbledore could not remain indifferent. Professor, please exercise caution. If circumstances prove dire, prioritize your safety. You are of paramount importance to the wizarding world, Lee Wide remarked with a hint of unease. His existence, akin to a butterfly's wings, had already altered the course of many events. Should such an enigmatic force truly exist, Dumbledore's impetuous investigation might yield unforeseen consequences. It is worth noting that without his prompt, Dumbledore would have remained oblivious to the disappearance of his senior's name, thus would not have proactively sought information regarding it. Currently, Dumbledore stands as one of Lee Wide's most crucial allies, and it is imperative that no harm befall him now. Rest assured, I shall not conduct overt inquiries. I will approach this matter discreetly, delving into the type of magic that can erase names. Once I ascertain the nature of such magic, all will become manageable. Lee Wide nodded. Indeed, researching magic would not raise suspicions among others. Of course, this is contingent upon the fact that his knowledge of ancient magic remains undisclosed. Should word of his understanding of ancient magic leak, Dumbledore's investigation could easily attract unwanted attention, thereby alarming the adversary. Thus, the crux of the matter lies firmly upon his shoulders. Lee Wide felt compelled to seek out his senior this evening. The individual who erased her name might provide some insight. At the very least, she should be aware of any trouble she may have stirred. Now, let us turn our attention to the second matter, Dumbledore said, producing the cage containing Nagini. In comparison to the first issue, this second matter could be considered a positive development. Dumbledore opened the cage. The diminutive Nagini slithered out slowly. Lee Wide observed that her eyes were now clear, devoid of the blood-red fury witnessed the previous night. She has regained her senses? Indeed, it is your ancient magic that has preserved her clarity, Dumbledore replied with a smile. It is precisely for this reason that I chose not to keep the fact of your ancient magic from her. My ancient magic? Lee Wide inquired, perplexed. Yes, Dumbledore affirmed, recounting his prior conversation with Nagini at Newt's residence and his subsequent conjectures. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lee Wide realized why the system had indicated he had successfully prevented Nagini's fall into darkness, rewarding him with merit points. This implies that as long as I continuously reinforce her transformation with ancient magic, she can maintain her lucidity. Indeed, there is no need for repeated incantations. Merely prolonging the duration of your transformation will suffice, Dumbledore added. Levi sensed the ancient magic coursing through his veins. After a night's rest, although his ancient magic had not fully recovered, it was sufficiently restored. What must I do? Levi inquired. This is not difficult. It is akin to ordinary transfiguration, albeit you must wield your ancient magical powers to perform it. Come, follow my lead. Dumbledore then demonstrated to Levi how to maximize the duration of a transformed object. Levi, already possessing a profound understanding of transfiguration, quickly succeeded in extending the transformation on Nagini, aided by Dumbledore, a master of the art. Unlike his initial attempt, which had drained his entire reservoir of ancient magic, this extension consumed only a modest portion of his magical energy. Once Levi successfully enacted the spell, Dumbledore inspected Nagini's condition. It appears that each application of your ancient magic diminishes the essence of the transformed soul to a certain extent, and this weakening seems to be cumulative. Since this transfiguration affects Nagini's beastly soul, each prolongation specifically targets the essence without encroaching upon her human spirit. Over time, it may indeed extinguish the beastly soul, thereby unraveling the blood curse. Are you suggesting that I should keep Nagini by my side? Levi questioned, having discerned Dumbledore's intentions. Precisely, Dumbledore replied. Only in this manner can you extend her transformation at any moment. Moreover, I believe this serves as an excellent opportunity to practice your ancient magic. Frequent practice will benefit your mastery of this power. A flicker of concern crossed Levi's face. However, maintaining the ancient magic for an extended period may weaken her body. If I continue to prolong it, her physical form could become exceedingly frail, as her human soul shares the same vessel as the beastly one. Dumbledore nodded and offered a vial. This is manageable. It contains a nutritional potion crafted by the esteemed Professor Slughorn. We have means to address her physical frailty. Remember to ask me for more when needed. Very well, Levi accepted the potion. Yet, if I frequently employ ancient magic on Nagini, What if someone perceives the ancient magic enveloping her? Dumbledore, ever meticulous in his planning, had indeed considered all aspects. How long can I maintain her transformation with each extension? Approximately 3 days, Dumbledore replied. So, do not forget the time. Chapter 60. Tom. Yes, indeed, I am the good one. Dumbledore had already departed. In the empty room, only Weide and Nagini stared at each other in silence. After a while, Weide broke the slightly awkward stillness, asking, "Have you had breakfast? Would you care for some porridge?" Nagini responded with a hiss. "Well, it seems there's no porridge for snakes. What would you like to eat?" Weide inquired further. Nagini hissed again. Weide remarked, "All right, it appears we need to find a translator. Fortunately, I happen to know one." He extended his left hand towards Nagini. Understanding the cue, she climbed up and coiled tightly around his wrist. The sudden sound of the door swinging open startled Tom, who was engrossed in his book while nibbling on bread. "What do you want now? You're the one who asked me to read," Tom exclaimed, feigning bravado. He feared that Weide might change his mind and prevent him from studying, which would be nothing short of cruel for a diligent student like Tom. "Rest assured, I'm here merely to ask for your assistance. I believe you would be more than willing, wouldn't you? After all, I know you to be a kind-hearted person," Weide said with an amiable smile. "Me? Kind-hearted? A good person?" Tom's lips twitched at Weide's benevolent expression, and he managed to muster a smile. "Yes, I am kind-hearted, a good person. So, of course, I am more than willing to assist." "Excellent. So, what do you need my help with?" Tom's forced smile did not escape Weide's notice, who felt quite pleased. "Come, assist me with the translation." Weide extended his wrist. Tom immediately spotted the small snake coiled around Weide's wrist. "Hiss, why does that snake look so familiar?" "Because it is indeed Nagini," Weide smiled. "Ah," Tom gasped, nearly tumbling off the bed. Nagini had left an indelible impression on him, having nearly brought about his demise in the past, a terrifying experience for someone as life-preserving as Tom. "Is that really Nagini? But why has she shrunk so much? And she even greeted me?" Weide chuckled, "Because she can maintain her composure now. Did you not hear her story before?" Observing Tom's expression, Weide knew he thought he had leverage and was contemplating how to exploit it. Yet, how could he allow Tom to succeed? "Apologies, but Nagini is placed here by Professor Dumbledore, so he has been aware of this all along." "What?" Tom jumped again. "How could that old man do this? He actually placed a fierce beast beside 2 frail students? Is he unaware of the dangers involved?" Tom's reaction was intensely agitated, as the matter pertained to their safety. "Frail? Yes, I am frail." Tom nearly shed tears as he uttered those words. Ever since Weide's arrival, he felt vulnerable at every moment. "Rest assured, Tom, the reason Professor Dumbledore placed Nagini by my side is undoubtedly due to my possession of a method to keep her conscious. Moreover, Nagini is now awake, so she can comprehend everything you say. She simply cannot articulate human speech at the moment." "Ah." Tom glanced at the small serpent, which appeared somewhat disheartened, his expression tinged with awkwardness. Nagini, once human, naturally understood human language in her awakened state. It was evident that, although Tom's earlier remarks were somewhat understandable, Nagini still felt a twinge of sadness. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. I didn't mean it that way," stammered the youthful Tom, his cheeks flushed, uncertain of what Nagini had conveyed to him. "All right, Tom, we are all good people, are we not? Therefore, we must actively respond to Professor Dumbledore's call to be good individuals, to be noble wizards. Thus, assisting Nagini is our undeniable obligation," declared Voldemort with eloquence. Tom cast a peculiar glance at Voldemort, utterly skeptical of his words. Not a single punctuation mark of his statement inspired trust. How could he possibly be so eager without any personal gain? What is the most excruciating experience in the world? Undoubtedly, it is to toil away while the rewards accrue to others. That was precisely how Tom felt at this moment. Clearly, Voldemort would never share the benefits he derived with Tom. Yet, he found himself compelled to assist Voldemort with translations. The frustration was palpable. After a moment of internal struggle, Tom managed to maintain his composure. "Pray tell, if you wish to inquire of Nagini, what question shall it be?" Voldemort suggested. "You only need to translate her words, for she can understand us regardless." "Hiss, hiss, hiss." "Ah," Tom nodded. "She states that since awakening, she no longer wishes to consume raw food, as it reminds her of the days when she was compelled to feast on flesh and blood." Scratching his head, Voldemort pondered. "In that case, how about some eggs? I recall that snakes quite enjoy them. If she prefers not to eat raw food, perhaps boiled eggs will suffice?" Nagini nodded in delight, signaling her approval. Fortunately, in her diminished form, Nagini's physical attributes had also shrunk, resulting in a significantly reduced appetite, coupled with the enhancement of nutritious potions. She only required 2 boiled eggs to satiate her hunger. This was far easier to manage than Voldemort had initially anticipated. Once Nagini had consumed her 2 boiled eggs, Voldemort finished his own bowl of porridge. "Tom, how about you teach me Parseltongue? That way, I needn't trouble you for translations," Voldemort remarked with a smile. "Absolutely not. That is an innate ability. It cannot be taught," Tom resolutely declined. How could he possibly agree to have Voldemort learn something that was uniquely his? Being able to speak Parseltongue and control serpents was his only distinct talent, one that Voldemort did not possess. Cannot truly teach it? Truly cannot. Tom was steadfast in his resolution. No amount of intimidation from Voldemort would sway him. Very well, then let it be. Upon hearing these words, Tom nearly questioned his own hearing. Could it be that this individual had so easily let him off the hook? Nagini was capable of writing with her tail, thus. I requested Nagini to teach me the language of serpents, Leveide remarked with a smile. Nagini nodded in agreement, indicating her willingness. Tom stared in disbelief at Leveide, pondering whether the singular advantage he held over Leveide was now rendered null. An inexplicable sense of powerlessness washed over him. Chapter 61. The senior's gift since bringing Nagini into his life. More than a week had swiftly elapsed. During this time, Leveide had inquired of Nagini whether she wished to meet Aurelius. However, for reasons unknown, the response was consistently negative. It seemed that Nagini, for some obscure cause, was reluctant to encounter Aurelius again. In addition to refining various spells and transfiguration techniques, he also paid particular attention to ancient magic. As Dumbledore had anticipated, frequent usage of ancient magic indeed contributed to its growth. Each time he extended Nagini's transfiguration, Leveide could feel his own progress. Although the enhancement was not as rapid as a direct absorption of ancient magical power, overall, his mastery of ancient magic did not stagnate. In truth, over the past week, aside from the inability to contact his senior and the still unrefreshing state of the system shop, everything else had proceeded rather smoothly. Ever since he discovered that his name had vanished, his senior had inexplicably disappeared for over a week. While he could not reach out to her in dreams, Leveide's nightly use of nightmare magic had simultaneously led to improvements in this aspect. Perhaps due to the awakening of ancient magic, the advancement of his nightmare magic had also accelerated. Unbeknownst to him, the London district he simulated in his dreams had expanded to include an additional alleyway. Leveide speculated that perhaps nightmare magic was fundamentally based on ancient magic, which might explain the difficulty faced by members of the Summerlino family when learning it. That night, Leveide once again entered the realm of dreams through nightmare magic. Following his usual practice, he transformed the dreamscape into a garden and called out for his senior several times. After waiting for a considerable period, he presumed that she would not appear once more. Just as he prepared to alter the dreamscape to further hone his nightmare magic, unexpectedly, a shadowy figure had taken a seat in the pavilion without his notice. "Senior, you have finally appeared," Leveide exclaimed, astonished at the dark, misty figure before him. Clearly, she had not found the answer she sought. "I asked Professor Dumbledore about your name." Leveide hesitated, noticing her apparent lack of curiosity regarding the answer. "Well, I already know," she replied. "While observing through nightmare magic, I inadvertently witnessed Professor Dumbledore discussing matters concerning me with the current headmaster of Hogwarts. As I anticipated, my name has vanished." Weide inquired, "Given the circumstances, do you have a suspect? Who is it that has employed this form of magic upon you?" His curiosity was palpable. The response came, "Perhaps it is related to my nightmare magic. You are aware of how monotonous my years have been. After I devised the nightmare magic, I utilized it to allow my consciousness to wander freely through this world, drifting alongside my dreams. At times, I would find myself communicating with certain wizards within their dreams, acquiring a wealth of knowledge, though to them, it was merely an odd dream. Occasionally, I would meander wherever my observations permitted, indulging in the scenery." The senior spoke slowly, her words tinged with nostalgia. "Then, one night, while my consciousness floated through the skies of London, contemplating where to explore next, I suddenly awoke. Strangely, upon waking, I discovered it was already daytime." Weide exclaimed, "You lost an entire night's memory? Moreover, I can sense that the power of that nightmare magic has completely dissipated." Oddly enough, I felt no suspicion at that time, as if everything were entirely natural, much like my belief that lacking a name was equally mundane. Reflecting on it now, it seems that was when someone had tampered with me. Over the past week, I ventured to the places where my memories had vanished, yet uncovered nothing. Regardless, the ease with which this individual accomplished such a feat is enough to attest to their formidable nature. Thus, you and that Professor Dumbledore would do well to refrain from involving yourselves in this matter. It is for your own safety. Weide was taken aback by this revelation. In a situation where she could wield only a limited amount of magical power, she had still managed to expand her dream realm to encompass all of Britain. It was unfathomable to consider the potential terror her nightmare magic could unleash once she was unrestrained. "Why do you ask?" the senior queried again. Weide replied, "What I mean is, since you possess such capabilities, could it be that your consciousness has glimpsed something it should not have?" "I understand your implication, and I too have pondered this," she responded. "However, I must reiterate, this matter is my own. For your safety, it is best that you do not involve yourselves." Suddenly, the senior surveyed the surrounding dreamscape, exclaiming, "In such a brief span, your nightmare magic has advanced remarkably. Have you awakened the power of ancient magic?" Lee Weide nodded and recounted the incident of inadvertently absorbing that vial of samples. Then, you have already experienced the delight that ancient magic can provide. What say you now? Are you reconsidering your stance? The senior laughed heartily. For me, ancient magic is indeed immensely tempting. However, I still do not wish to become a slave to power. Lee Weide shook her head. Your perspective is indeed sound. After all, I have already set a poor example for you, the senior sighed. Lee Weide remarked, however, now that I have awakened the ancient magic, it is imperative that I delve into its study, a sentiment also echoed by Professor Dumbledore. Prior to my awakening, it was understandable to forego ancient magic, but now that I have awakened, why should I abstain? With a professor by my side to assist, I can certainly avoid the pitfalls that befell me before. Had my mentor not encountered misfortune, perhaps I would not have strayed. The voice of my senior was laden with nostalgia. Professor Figo? Lee Weide inquired tentatively. Indeed, she affirmed with a nod, unperturbed by Lee Weide's knowledge of her mentor. After all, aside from her name, many remembered her deeds, including details about her teacher. Chapter 62, The True Nature of Ancient Magic. A sense of foreboding washed over Lee Weide. You wouldn't happen to have left a significant reservoir of ancient magical power, like Professor Isidora Morgana, deep beneath Hogwarts, would you? Not at all, she shook her head. Oh, you startled me, Lee Weide confessed, momentarily relieved. He had feared that his senior might succumb to temptation, emulating Professor Morgana by hoarding ancient magical power beneath Hogwarts. That would truly be a case of the Dragon Slayer becoming the dragon. In fact, it is not just one reservoir, but many. These ancient magical energies are scattered around Hogwarts, ripe for the taking, she continued. Lee Weide's heart sank once more. Senior, the little gift you mentioned, it cannot be these ancient magical energies, can it? I am not ready to absorb too much ancient magic just yet. She waved her hand to halt his words, then revealed a mist of black tinged with red and silver in her palm. What you are hesitant to absorb is this power, correct? Lee Weide nodded. Actually, you need not be concerned, for this is not ancient magical power at all. The true ancient magic is entirely safe for you to absorb, she smiled. Lee Weide, astonished, queried, this is not ancient magical power. But I accidentally absorbed a small vial of it, and that is when I awakened my ancient magic. Though it is not ancient magic, it is indeed a unique force that enhances ancient magic. By absorbing this power, you can naturally awaken ancient magic ahead of time. You must have heard Professor Dumbledore recount tales of Professor Morgana, correct? She inquired. In truth, prior to his transmigration, Lee Weide had not formally completed that game. His knowledge of ancient magic and its characters was rather superficial. When Dumbledore recounted the stories, he too was not an eyewitness and had only heard them from others. Thus he lacked the depth of understanding that Lee Weide possessed. His senior continued, allow me to briefly recount the events of your, and you will comprehend. Professor Morgana, during her research on ancient magic, unexpectedly discovered that it could extract the negative emotions harbored within others, due to the untimely demise of her brother. Her father was overwhelmed with grief and had not spoken for a considerable time. Thus, Professor Morgana, in an attempt to alleviate her father's suffering, resorted to a particular form of magic. After extracting the sorrow from his heart, she stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. She presented the swirling mist to Levid, continuing, when employing ancient magic to extract another's negative emotions, a residual substance is produced, which can amplify the potency of the ancient magic itself. Levid's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that this black mist is, in fact, a confluence of negative emotions and ancient magic, rather than merely the essence of ancient magic? Precisely, she affirmed. Initially, Morgana discovered that this residue serves as a potent enhancer of magical energy. Not only does it empower those who wield ancient magic, but it also augments the magical capabilities of those who cannot employ such magic. Levid furrowed his brow in disbelief. How can that be possible? It is the truth, she replied. Upon realizing this, Professor Morgana, unable to suppress her thirst for power, utilized her position as a Hogwarts professor to extract all negative emotions from the students at that time, subsequently storing the resulting residue in several secret vaults. Although she was tragically slain before her plan could fully unfold, the vaults she created remain intact. The containers that housed this residue were crafted by fairies. And many years after Morgana's death, during my own time at Hogwarts, an elf named Ranrock fortuitously discovered the diary of the fairy who assisted in crafting those containers. Thus learning of this power's existence, he believed that this force was the magical energy that wizards had stolen and concealed from the fairies. Consequently, he resolved to reclaim this power and restore it to the fairies, empowering them against wizardly oppression. Ranrock, astute and clever, located all the vaults, aside from the one beneath Hogwarts, and along with his followers, absorbed all the residues contained within. Ultimately, a fierce battle erupted in the depths of Hogwarts between Ranrock and his followers and us. The fairies, having absorbed the residue, gained formidable strength, especially Ranrock, whose assaults were formidable enough to challenge even my instructor, Professor Fig. In the end, he succeeded in absorbing all the residual power from beneath Hogwarts, transforming into a powerful fire dragon, and launched an incredibly fierce attack against me. Levid listened intently, unable to contain his curiosity, and then, the senior shrugged. Then I defeated him. Levid paused, taken aback by her nonchalant tone, realizing she was downplaying the gravity of her triumph. Clearly, I still had much to learn in the art of subtle bravado. Even after absorbing nearly all the residual power and becoming immensely strong, Ranrock still knelt before her. Truly, she was the most formidable transfer student. After vanquishing Lonlock, the residual energy he absorbed began to dissipate. I believe such power should not be buried. It is rightfully mine. Thus, I absorbed it all. The senior sighed, and after absorbing this power, I realized that its allure was even greater than that of ancient magic itself. Leviad began to comprehend. So you did not absorb the power of ancient magic, but rather the residue that enhances it? The senior nodded. Then, what is the true form of ancient magic, the kind you just mentioned that can be absorbed? Leviad could not help but inquire. The senior retracted the dark mist in her hands and snapped her fingers. A mass of magical energy, shimmering like mercury, materialized before Leviad. This is the purest form of ancient magical power. Of course, this manifestation is merely an illusion created using nightmare magic based on my memories. The purest ancient magical power is scattered around Hogwarts. Only those possessing the ability of ancient magic can trace its presence. Tomorrow, we can commence the plot following enrollment. Chapter 63. What? Your killing curse can only slay one person? This ancient magical power, when directly absorbed, can lead to significant advancement in your ancient magic. This is a fundamental enhancement, distinct from the external augmentation provided by the residue. This will prove immensely beneficial for you. He realized that this was akin to the gameplay in which one seeks ancient magical hotspots, absorbs them, and subsequently increases the ancient magic bar. The senior continued, the gift I wish to bestow upon you is a notebook I left at Hogwarts, which not only records the locations rich in ancient magical power I have visited, but also numerous sites I have yet to explore, suspected to harbor ancient magical energy. Once you locate that notebook, you can visit each site in turn. By the way, you may also investigate the places I have been to, as I am uncertain whether the ancient magical power at those locations can regenerate. If it has not, you should explore the areas I have yet to visit. For in my experience, there is an 80 to 90% chance that those places also contain ancient magical power, sufficient for your needs. Leviad nodded and then asked, Senior, since this residue can be absorbed even by those who lack the ability for ancient magic, why specifically seek me? Could you not find others? Why endure such confinement for so long? Because only another individual endowed with the ability of ancient magic can fully accommodate this residue. Were it to be anyone else, they would likely perish from the attempt, as the residue within me now far exceeds what I absorbed when I defeated Lonlock. The senior replied with a hint of resignation. If that is the case, then you could have had your friends find more individuals, each absorbing a bit, and you would have been free long ago. Leviad still wondered. Because I have managed to survive until now, it is due to this cloak that has frozen everything within me, including my body, my magical essence, and those volatile remnants. Those remnants I inadvertently leaked when I entrusted you with that vial. Such a fleeting moment grants, but a singular opportunity. Furthermore, my devouring spell can only be employed by one person at a time. Thus, others are unfit. Only you are the most suitable candidate. Should you ultimately reconsider and decide to assist me, it would be prudent to wait until your ancient magic has advanced sufficiently, instilling you with the confidence to contain these remnants without the risk of being overwhelmed. In hindsight, my previous urgency was perhaps misguided. Listening to the lengthy discourse of my senior, Levitt found himself in a state of resignation. The issue did not lie within the ancient magic itself, but rather in the remnants discovered by Mojana, which were a byproduct of the ancient magic. However, this revelation did not substantially affect his plans. Initially, upon gaining a rudimentary understanding of ancient magic, he had divided his ensuing tasks into two distinct steps. The first step was to ascertain the nature of the ancient magic and its specific side effects. The second step was to unravel the causes behind these side effects and explore potential remedies. Now, having confirmed that the force he intended to study was not the ancient magic itself, but merely a concoction of ancient magic and negative emotions, the matter appeared significantly less complex than before. In other words, he could continue to refine his mastery of authentic ancient magic without the apprehension of being overwhelmed by it. As for the remnants, they were merely an embellishment. It is worth noting that, in the absence of those enhanced remnants, my senior was still able to use the unenhanced ancient magic to decisively defeat the fortified Lonlock. This clearly demonstrates that pure ancient magic possesses formidable strength. Hence, there is no need to covet the perilously potent remnants. At this juncture, Levitt's objective in studying this power shifted from a desire for personal enhancement to a fervent intention to save his senior's life. If there is a chance for salvation, he would seize it. If not, it would be beyond his control. Naturally, Levitt still harbored hope for her recovery. For such an outcome would validate his ability to mitigate the most significant side effects of the remnants. It would also affirm that his ancient magic, alongside other spells, could be further augmented through the enhancement provided by the remnants. With these thoughts in mind, Levitt's spirits lifted considerably. Senior, I have heard that in your youth, you often faced numerous adversaries alone, regardless of their numbers, and emerged unscathed. How did you accomplish such feats? He inquired, curiosity piqued. When I faced the numerically superior Purity sect, I found myself lacking any viable options once they unleashed their ironclad curse. The Purity sect, she mused. I have encountered tales of them during my travels. They are undoubtedly villains, are they not? Indeed, one could say that, Levitt affirmed with a nod. And how many were there at that time? She pressed further. Well, there were barely 30 individuals, he replied. Isn't that akin to a death curse? She questioned, a look of confusion crossing her face. Weide cleared his throat twice and then explained, ahem, firstly, I am not yet capable of using the killing curse. And for the time being, I cannot employ it. Secondly, even if I were able to use it, there are more than 20 adversaries. A single killing curse can only vanquish one. Should the remaining foes retaliate together, casting a spell on me each, they would surely send me flying. Not even the ironclad charm could withstand such an onslaught. What? You can only kill one person with a killing curse? The senior looked at Weide in astonishment. Suddenly, Weide seemed to recall something. You can't possibly mean. The senior deftly waved her hand, conjuring a wand, and simultaneously, Weide's dreamscape shifted once more. Before them loomed over 20 wooden targets. The senior raised her wand. Avada Kedavra. With a crackle, a verdant light bathed the pristine dream in an emerald hue. A green curse shot forth, striking one target and immediately fracturing into multiple arcs. The dark green spells split like a chain of lightning, accurately hitting all the remaining targets. Well, they are all dead now, the senior remarked calmly. Though Weide had begun to suspect as much, he remained in awe. The senior, wielding only a fraction of her magical power, had achieved such a feat. It was evident how formidable she had been in her prime. To think she could dispatch 7 or 8 dark wizards on her way to class was no trivial matter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Weide inquired, what if I cannot perform the killing curse? The senior replied, the same applies to the stunning spell or the petrifying curse. Without uttering a spell, she casually waved her wand. A red curse darted forth, splitting and again striking all the targets ahead with precision. Senior, I wish to learn this. At that moment, Weide's gaze was resolute, as if he were embarking on a noble quest. Moreover, he thought, to hell with my peers. If I cannot surpass them, I would be failing my ancestors. Chapter 64. Weide, Pureblood family? Are you aware of the legacy of the Lee family? The senior had no reason to refuse Weide's request. Having spent so many years in solitude, she felt a profound sense of loneliness. Conversing with someone brought her genuine comfort. She explained to Weide, in truth, every spell possesses a specific range, and if your focus and concentration are heightened, you can even induce notable alterations in the spell's form. Only exceptionally powerful wizards can achieve this through their understanding of magic, except, of course, for those endowed with ancient magical abilities. While unleashing one's ancient magical powers all at once may yield tremendous force, it is not the most effective application. The optimal method is to enhance one's spells with ancient magic. I believe you have experienced that feeling of amplification before. Weide nodded, recalling how he had previously infused all his ancient magical energy into his transfiguration, transforming the once vibrant Nagini into a mere small snake. Even Dumbledore would have deemed such a transfiguration remarkably formidable. Thus, Weide recounted his experience to his senior sister. When I first awakened to ancient magic, I utilized it much like you do now. However, as my understanding of ancient magic deepened, I realized that merely infusing a trace of ancient magical power into your spells could yield far more potent results than before, rendering such waste unnecessary. Weide pondered, so, your spellcasting method, akin to a chain of lightning, is actually empowered by ancient magic? His senior sister replied with delight, you are truly astute. Indeed, that is the case. Moreover, this will not deplete your ancient magical reserves excessively. Observe me. I can only wield a minuscule amount of ancient magic, yet I can still fundamentally alter the form of the killing curse. The most crucial aspect is that enhancing your magic with ancient magic remains undetectable by others. This does not contravene Professor Dumbledore's instructions to you. It must be said that although the senior sister had been frozen at a young age, her extensive combat experience allowed her to impart far more wisdom to Weide than one might expect. Consequently, during the ensuing half-month, Weide devoted his days to studying alongside Tom, while also practicing Parseltongue with Nagini. By night, he ventured into dreams to learn nightmare magic and ancient magic from his senior sister. Under her guidance, coupled with his own foundation in ancient magic, his proficiency in nightmare magic surged remarkably. As 2 weeks passed, He found himself capable of invading the dreams of individuals with lower magical intensity than his own. With the infusion of ancient magical power, his nightmare magic began to exert a preliminary influence on others in the waking world. Alongside this, his understanding of ancient magic also advanced. His senior sister advised him to seek out locations with potential ancient magic hotspots, for even a single, albeit minor, absorption would surpass the effects of a year of solitary practice. This filled Lee Weide with eager anticipation for such places. Were it not for the need to retire early each night to study with his senior sister, and the fact that his notebook was hidden within the restricted section of Hogwarts, he would have eagerly ventured into the Forbidden Forest each night in search of it. Before long, the morning of September 1st arrived. On this day, both Lee Weide and Tom rose early, as their enrollment letter indicated that they were to make their way to Hogwarts. When they awoke, their luggage had already been meticulously packed by Toby and placed in the corner of their room. Young Master Weide is going to school, and thus, Toby cannot accompany him. However, Toby will heed young Master Weide's command and remain temporarily at the Leaky Cauldron. Toby appeared quite dejected at the prospect of not being able to follow Lee Weide to Hogwarts, especially upon learning that many other house elves would be present at Hogwarts to assist in caring for their masters. It's all right. Hogsmeade is merely a stone's throw from Hogwarts. I shall visit you often. Holding his toiletries, Lee Weide remarked. Tom scoffed. I thought only third-year students were allowed to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. Otherwise, it would be a violation of school rules. What? I must have misheard, right? Tom, you actually decided to adhere to the rules? Lee Weide expressed his astonishment. What do you mean? Is it so strange? Do you think I am some reckless student who disregards the rules? Tom frowned. Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely surprised by your change, Lee Weide sighed. If Professor Dumbledore were to see you now, he would surely be quite pleased. Ugh, that statement makes me feel nauseated. Who would want to please that old coot? Tom retorted with disdain. Wah, Toby is so moved that Master Weide would actually break the rules for him. Toby exclaimed excitedly. Tom looked on, utterly speechless. However, even Tom had to concede that having a house elf to attend to him was indeed quite comfortable, especially since Toby showed him great respect and assisted in packing his belongings. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Come in, Tom called out. Abufusi entered with a slight smile. Gentlemen, we must reach King's Cross Station before 10:30, and then board the Hogwarts Express. Lee Weide and Tom exchanged glances. Hogwarts is less than 3 miles away from us, yet we must travel over 1,000 miles by train? Tom was baffled. Indeed, Abufusi replied matter-of-factly. And it seems the final destination of the Hogwarts Express is Hogsmeade? Lee Weide added. Exactly, yet we still have to waste 6 or 7 hours taking a train. Tom could not fathom it. It felt like an utter waste of time. Wouldn't it be more beneficial to use that time for studying? It is a tradition at Hogwarts. Gentlemen, Abufusi smiled. Even if you are right next to Hogwarts, I still recommend you take the train. For you will have the opportunity to become acquainted with your future classmates aboard the Hogwarts Express. After all, for the next 7 years, you will be studying at the same school. Aren't you even a little curious about who your classmates will be? You might even make a few friends along the way. Keep in mind that connections can be quite important. Tom turned his head in disdain. I am here to study at Hogwarts, not to socialize. Well, let's go then. I've heard that those pureblood families possess some extraordinary legacies, Lee Weide remarked with a glimmer in his eyes. Legacies? Are you referring to unique magical knowledge? Tom's interest was piqued. Of course. Just think about how much we have learned from Mr. Abufusi during our time here. That makes sense. Then let us set off, Tom declared resolutely. It's only 8 o'clock, Tom. We have until 10 o'clock. Lee Weide and Tom donned their finest attire, purchased from Mr. Morgan's shop, and stood before the fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron. Navigating the world with a sense of style is not necessarily a negative trait. Hissing softly, Lee Weide conversed with the noggin he coiled around his hand. Nonsense. Being a beat behind is truly an insult, he retorted, visibly displeased. Tom looked at Lee Weide in shock. It dawned on him that he had genuinely learned something. Moments later, the two appeared at the Leaky Cauldron, their luggage in hand. The green flames in the fireplace flickered to life once more as Aberforth stepped through. Come, I shall escort you directly to King's Cross Station, he declared. Both Tom and Lee Weide felt capable of navigating without assistance, yet Dumbledore had previously instructed Aberforth to accompany them. He was concerned that the previous incident involving human traffickers might recur. The distance from the Leaky Cauldron to King's Cross was not particularly far. Aberforth guided Lee Weide and Tom in a carriage, and after roughly 20 minutes, they arrived. Stepping into the station, Tom examined the ticket in his hand, his brow furrowed. Platform 9 3/4? Where is such a platform in this station? Aberforth explained. This is to prevent muggles from discovering it, Tom. Follow this way. Soon, they found themselves standing before a seemingly solid wall. Lee Weide was aware that the elusive platform 9 3/4 was concealed behind it. Observing closely, he detected faint magical pulses emanating from the surface. Just as Aberforth was about to elaborate on the hidden wall, a sharp female voice cut through the air behind them. Mudblood, get out of the way. They turned to see a haughty couple, impeccably dressed, standing behind a strikingly beautiful girl, whose scornful expression marred her charm. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, and beside her stood a boy of approximately 11, both bearing expressions of surprise at her words. Weide assessed the family before him, and, with a mere flicker of thought, deduced that they belonged to a pure-blood lineage. Tom's face flashed with anger upon hearing the derogatory term mudblood, yet he felt a pang of fear about his Muggle parents. Thus, when insulted, he felt indignation but was at a loss for a retort. Aberforth's expression darkened as he said, "Mr. Black, it seems your daughter lacks proper upbringing." Mr. Black raised his chin, a false smile gracing his lips. "Ah, it's you. No wonder I caught a whiff of goat's musk from afar." He cast a disdainful glance at Weide and Tom, sneering, "Moreover, my daughter speaks nothing but the truth. I see no impropriety in her words. And our family's upbringing is of no concern to you." Veins bulged on Aberforth's forehead, his demeanor suggesting he was on the brink of confronting Mr. Black. Naturally, Weide would not permit Aberforth to act on such impulses. To act impulsively, especially in the presence of Muggles, would undoubtedly bring Aberforth considerable trouble. "Black? I have heard of the Black family, reputed to be the most illustrious pure-blood lineage in England. However, my current perceptions are rather disheartening." Weide spoke in a manner reminiscent of an aria, his words deliberate and measured. This style of discourse, which he acquired from the future Professor Snape, was both acerbic and imbued with the elegance characteristic of Slytherin. As Weide articulated these words, he captured the attention of the Black family across from him. Upon hearing Weide's remarks, both Tom and Aberforth fell into silence. Weide fixed his gaze on the girl, his tone chilling as he asserted, "How dare you presume I am not of pure blood?" "Presume? Huh? What pretense? If you truly were of pure blood, how could you be so ignorant of how to enter this wall? Only those of mudblood origin would be oblivious to such matters." The girl retorted disdainfully. "So this is how you distinguish between pure and non-pure blood. It is evident that your magical prowess is far weaker than I had anticipated. I am utterly disappointed. Have your ancestors secretly mingled with Muggles? Otherwise, how is it that you cannot match even a house elf? House elves can discern pure from non-pure blood at a glance. You dare to insult me." The girl was nearly driven mad by this statement. Her parents bore equally furious expressions. To label a noble pure-blood wizard as a mudblood is not an insult. Weide's voice was frigid. "You claim to be pure-blood? Yet, you are clearly of Eastern descent." He continued, leaving the girl momentarily bewildered. "How foolish and myopic. Does the world contain only British pure-blood wizards? If all the students at Hogwarts are of your ilk, I am profoundly disappointed. Perhaps I should attend Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts." Weide persisted in his acerbic attacks, targeting the fragile nerves of the Black family. His words rendered them speechless, not merely for their content, but for the conviction in his demeanor, which appeared undeniably genuine. Complemented by his refined attire and an air of superiority that surpassed their own, Mr. Black, unable to maintain his haughty facade, tentatively inquired, "You claim to be pure blood. May I ask from which family you hail?" A more arrogant expression adorned Weide's face. "My surname is Lively. Naturally, according to your customs. You may refer to me as Weide. Would you care to inquire in China about the lineage of the Li family? Have you heard of Heir?" Having boasted thus, Weide turned to find Tom gazing at him in astonishment. Surely, he cannot truly believe that. Chapter 65. "Tom, I am not familiar with them. Truly. You must believe me. The Li family? Heir?" As the current head of the Black family, Phalanx Black possessed considerable knowledge. Though unfamiliar with the identity of Heir, he faintly recalled that in that ancient Eastern nation, there existed numerous pure-blood families bearing the surname Li, their lineage stretching back to an astonishing antiquity. Aberforth typically ventured from his dilapidated tavern only when tasked with executing Dumbledore's commissions. Thus, it was evident that the two children he personally escorted were indeed at Dumbledore's behest. With Dumbledore's reputation ascending to remarkable heights, even the haughty pure-blood families found themselves increasingly hesitant to underestimate him. Consequently, when Pellicus contemplated the fact that these two children had warranted the personal attendance of Dumbledore's brother, he was nearly convinced of Weide's assertions. However, despite the awareness of his disadvantageous position, the pride inherent in his pure-blood lineage forbade him from readily admitting fault, even in the face of the family backing Weide. His wife and children were present, observing his every move. "Humph. Given the circumstances, I eagerly anticipate an encounter with the adults of your family," Pellicus declared, his tone dripping with arrogance. Nevertheless, his statement signified that he had indeed come to believe Weide's words. After uttering this line, he should have made a graceful exit. Yet unexpectedly, Weide, with a hint of excitement, responded, "Really? Let us arrange a time then. I happen to have an uncle visiting me soon, and I've heard his spirits are rather low. Perhaps engaging in a duel with pure-blood wizards from Britain could elevate his mood." Pellicus's countenance shifted through shades of green and white. While his dueling prowess was commendable, the thought of facing an opponent descended from a family with millennia of heritage. especially one who found joy in combat, naturally instilled a modicum of trepidation within him. My child is still young, and my wife is still in her prime. Furthermore, how could an elegant and noble pure-blood wizard engage in crude violence? He mused. Alas, I regret to say that I currently have little time to spare. I am inundated with numerous pressing matters. Your uncle is fortunate, otherwise. Palicus hastily concluded his self-justifying remarks, fearing any further comments from Weide, and promptly ushered his daughter toward the wall. As the girl was pulled away, she cast a fierce glare at Weide, her eyes brimming with defiance, as if to pity him for being born into such an inconsequential family. Unsurprisingly to Weide, her scornful gaze nearly incited an explosion of fury within the girl. However, before she could voice her indignation, she was swept into Platform 9 by her father. Dad, you can't possibly believe that guy's words. The girl exclaimed angrily as they stepped onto the platform. Volga, do you truly think a mudblood could possess such confidence? Palicus retorted irritably. That lad appears even more pure-blooded than he. Volga pondered her father's earlier comments, secretly conceding that he had a point. Yet, she remained unwilling to accept such condescension. When had she ever been looked down upon by others? Upon this reflection, the indignant Walburga fiercely pinched her brother. Why did you not speak up for me? She demanded. Why are you pinching me? This is not my doing. Alfred, feeling utterly wronged, had remained silent throughout the ordeal, only to find himself ensnared in his sister's grasp. Ilma, observing her husband, could not help but interject. You have been idle lately. Could it be that you are afraid? Afraid? How could I possibly be afraid? Do you wish to see me behave like a brute, engaging in violence? Palic's voice trembled with exasperation. Very well, it was merely a misunderstanding. It truly was unnecessary. Ilma conceded, noticing her husband's flushed complexion, and refrained from further comment. Outside Platform 9 3/4, once the Black family had departed, Levid concealed the expression of purity on his face that surpassed even that of a pure-blood wizard. Turning, he found Abeforth and Tom regarding him with unusual scrutiny. Tom swallowed hard before inquiring, Are you truly from that? What was it, Lee family? Levid shrugged. I was merely jesting, Tom. Surely, you do not believe that? Tom stared, bewildered. Fake. Just now, you spoke with such conviction, as if declaring an undeniable truth. And now, you tell me it is all a ruse? Levid patted Tom's shoulder. I have always maintained that one's identity is self-assigned while away from home. Our records at the orphanage have been erased. If I claim to be pure blood, who can dispute it? When faced with such audacity, one must respond with even greater bravado. Naturally, one's strength must accompany such arrogance. Otherwise, one risks being easily overpowered. Tom furrowed his brow. Are you not concerned about being exposed? What if a genuine pure-blood family, namely, exists? The Lee surname is widespread. In China alone, there are millions bearing that name. There are certainly numerous pure-blood families of the Lee lineage. I never specified which Lee family. Let them investigate if they possess the means. Levid replied nonchalantly. Well, you certainly live up to your reputation. Levid, how shameless. Tom remarked with admiration. Levid caressed the cool, serpentine body of Nagini, musing. I appreciate your praise, but I take issue with your choice of words, Tom. Taken aback, Tom quickly amended his statement. Ahem, I meant to say, you are indeed quite astute. Throughout their conversation, neither of them noticed Abeforth's contemplative expression. He perceived that Levid's words might not be entirely fabricated. Abeforth was aware that his brother had long harbored curiosity regarding Levid's origins. Now, based on the information Levid had shared, it might be possible to glean some insights into his lineage. Platform 9 3/4 was bustling with activity, filled with Hogwarts students and their parents bidding farewell. By the time Levid and the others arrived, the Black family had vanished from sight. Abeforth, after seeing them off onto the train, hurriedly departed. The Hogwarts Express was also teeming with passengers. Fortunately, they arrived not too late, and Weide and Tom managed to find an unoccupied compartment. After placing their luggage, Weide settled himself by the window. In an unusual departure from his typical behavior, Tom did not sit down to read. Instead, he exchanged a brief word with Weide before exiting the compartment. Weide understood Tom's intentions and did not attempt to stop him, opting instead to engage in conversation with Nagini in his halting parcel tongue. As Tom stepped out of the compartment, his gaze was sharp and determined. The words Weide had spoken earlier had indeed stirred something within him. He intended to seek out some acquaintances and engage them in discussions about their family legacies. After his brief encounter with the Black family, Tom had gained insight into the nature of these pure-blood families, allowing him to easily discern who belonged to that elite lineage. Tom wandered through the train with a nonchalant demeanor, inspecting each compartment in search of potential companions. Suddenly, he paused outside one particular compartment. Recognizing the two siblings from the Black family within, concealed behind the door, he peered inside. Aside from the siblings, several others occupied the compartment. The golden-haired boy at the forefront was conversing with the girl, who appeared to be in a foul mood, likely still harboring resentment towards Weide. Tom scoffed at the girl's apparent fragility, Was she truly so easily unsettled? Reflecting on the oppressive days spent under Weide's influence, Tom felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, the girl exclaimed loudly, "Mind your own business, Malfoy. I'm quite annoyed right now. Can you stop hovering around me?" Hastily, Tom retreated from the door, observing from a distance as the golden-haired boy, accompanied by his entourage, exited the compartment, looking somewhat disheveled. Tom lightly stroked his chin in contemplation. Meanwhile, Weide and Nagini were languidly perusing a book within their compartment. He spread the pages on the table, inviting Nagini to coil beside him, thus allowing them to read together. Nagini tapped a page with her tail, prompting Weide to turn it. Just as he flipped to the next page, the door to the compartment was yanked open. A golden-haired boy burst in, flanked by 4 or 5 others. Weide glanced up, faintly recognizing a familiar figure hiding behind the door. Understanding dawned upon him instantly. "I'm afraid this compartment can accommodate only 2 more individuals. Your group is simply too large," he remarked. The golden-haired boy glared at Weide, accusingly stating, "You, who vexed Walburga?" Weide furrowed his brow and replied, "Who? Surely. You aren't feigning ignorance?" Weide shrugged, responding, "Feigning ignorance? I don't even know who Walburga is. Looks like it's time for you to learn your lesson. Attack him." The golden-haired boy commanded, and his companions surged forward in a united front. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of fists colliding with flesh echoed throughout the compartment, reverberating long after the chaos had ceased. The golden-haired boy, with a proud smile despite his swollen eye, exclaimed, "Ha! Now you shall behave." However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he experienced a moment of disorientation, and everything before him transformed. The individual he had been mercilessly pummeling, Levitt, was now replaced by his friend Flint. Meanwhile, Selwyn and Travers, who had rushed in alongside him, were grappling with each other's collars, their faces reflecting confusion as they exchanged bewildered glances. Turning his head, the golden-haired boy beheld Levitt, whom he had intended to thrash, now standing with arms crossed beside a pale-faced Tom, gazing at them as if they were fools. Flint, sporting a visage resembling that of a beaten pig, looked pitifully at Abracax's Malfoy, who had a firm grip on his collar. "I was clearly attacking him. How could this be?" Abracaxas uttered, bewildered. At that moment, Tom, who had been observing the unfolding chaos, was engulfed by fear and unease. For it was he who had incited Abracaxas Malfoy and his companions to confront Levitt. Through his keen observations, Tom had deduced that this Malfoy fellow harbored a certain interest in the Miss Black. Coupled with Tom's adeptness at gaining others' trust, he had easily persuaded this individual to teach Levitt a lesson. Tom had meticulously calculated that if this group could overpower Levitt, it would serve as retribution. Conversely, should they falter, he could seize the opportunity to gauge the capabilities of his pureblood contemporaries and assess his own strength. After all, since discovering his wizarding abilities, Levitt had been his sole peer in combat. Yet, to Tom's astonishment, these ruffians had stormed into the compartment with fervor, only to inexplicably devolve into a brawl without even drawing their wands. Meanwhile, their intended target, Levitt, casually cradled Nagini and strolled past the brawling boys, approaching Tom to join in the spectacle. "What on earth have you done to us?" The situation was now painfully clear. Even Abracaxas, despite his ignorance, had surmised that their infighting was somehow linked to Levitt. "Strange, how does your quarrel concern me?" Levitt replied innocently. "I wish to know why you chose to brawl in my compartment." Levitt's words left Abracaxas at a loss for retort. The commotion had already attracted the attention of other students on the train, who were now gathered nearby, pointing and whispering, humiliated under the scrutiny of their peers. Abracaxas's face flushed crimson. "You scoundrel! You must have done something to us." Fueled by anger, Abracaxas lunged forward, intent on resuming his assault on Levitt. Suddenly, his movement froze, and alongside his friends, they stared at Levitt with expressions of sheer terror, as if they had encountered something profoundly horrifying. In the next moment, the boys frantically pushed through the crowd and fled. Tom stood, dumbfounded, at the sight, his mind swirling with confusion. He was aware that Weide had certainly done something. But what exactly had he done? He hadn't even drawn his wand. Just as Tom was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly felt a hand resting on his shoulder. Then, Weide's voice drifted softly into his ear. Upon hearing the word friend, Tom felt a shiver run down his spine. "No, you misunderstand. I truly am not familiar with them. I swear. Please believe me." Chapter 66, The Sorting Hat, Azkaban. Ding. The system detected that the host inflicted a slight mental injury on the troublesome Malfoy, rewarding the host with 5 merit points. Ding ding. The system detected that the host caused a substantial mental injury to the wicked Tom, rewarding the host with 200 merit points. Weide listened to the series of system notifications with an unperturbed heart. Alas, this system was utterly inefficient, aside from the initial useful items. It had subsequently yielded nothing of value. Those potion ingredients and alchemical materials could easily be purchased with galleons, rendering the merit points unnecessary. "Could you at least provide me with something like Phoenix Tears?" Lee Weide was so incensed with the system that he nearly contemplated taking a sip of Felix Felicis, waiting for a refresh. Later, due to nightly study sessions with his senior, he scarcely paid attention to the system shop that refreshed at midnight, only glancing at it during the day. Speaking of the system, when he had bullied Tom before, it hardly yielded merit points, leading him to believe that the boy had improved. Little did he know that today, Tom would deliver a significant return. Truly, he could endure. This was quite reasonable. How could someone like Tom remain consistently obedient? Nonetheless, the nightmare magic proved unexpectedly effective. Gratitude to his senior. The Hogwarts Express had commenced its journey, and the scenery outside rapidly receded. Tom sat with his head down opposite Lee Weide. At that moment, he felt hesitant to meet Lee Weide's gaze, fearing that he would seek retribution. Although Lee Weide claimed to believe his explanation, Tom found it hard to trust those words. With this thought, Tom's anxiety resurfaced. Suddenly, a few knocks on the compartment door shattered the tense silence that had enveloped Tom. Lee Weide shifted his gaze from his book towards the door. The compartment door swung open, revealing a remarkably beautiful girl leaning against the door, who politely inquired, "May I come in?" There are no seats left outside. Lee Weide regarded the girl, finding her somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall where he had seen her. Of course, there is still a seat available here. As he spoke, he shifted the books on the table aside. "Thank you. All the other compartments are full." The girl joyfully entered, carrying a suitcase. "Tom, don't just sit there." At her words, Tom understood and stood up, taking the suitcase from her hands and placing it on the luggage rack. Having just caused trouble, he could only hope that his current compliance would mitigate the severity of Lee Weide's impending retribution. Alas, who could be as unfortunate as I? "Thank you," the girl spoke, seemingly a bit shy. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Lee Weide smiled. The girl glanced at the impassive Tom and ultimately chose to sit beside the amiable Lee Weide. With a warm smile, Lee Weide introduced himself. "I am Lee Weide. You may call me Levi. This is Tom Riddle." Despite his taciturn demeanor, he is surprisingly a good person. "We are both freshers, just enrolled this year." Tom lifted his head, managing a faint smile that resembled a twitch of his lips. "Hello. I am Annie Rosai, also a first-year student. You may call me Annie." "It is a pleasure to meet you," she said with a smile. "Rosai." Levi's eyes brightened. He finally recalled whom Annie resembled. She bore a likeness to the woman who stood beside Grindelwald, Vitaro Rosai, back in Godric's Hollow. That woman was with Grindelwald. At the time, Levi had focused all his attention on Grindelwald, while Vitaro was preoccupied with saving lives. So he had not paid much heed to Vitaro. Therefore, upon seeing Annie now, he only realized her resemblance upon hearing her surname. "Is something the matter?" Annie seemed curious about Levi's reaction. "Oh, it's nothing. Just suddenly remembered that the Rosai family is one of the 28 sacred families," Levi explained. "Indeed. The Rosai family is recognized as one of the purest among the 28 pureblood families," Annie said with a hint of pride. "By the way, are you both pureblood wizards?" "Yes, indeed, very much so," Levi affirmed decisively. In truth, Levi desired to be sorted into Slytherin. Given that Tom was a descendant of Slytherin, he would undoubtedly be placed there as well. In this era, non-pureblood wizards faced considerable difficulties when sorted into Slytherin. Isolation and bullying were commonplace. While Levi was not particularly afraid of bullying, he preferred to avoid complications. Thus, when questioned, he claimed to be pureblood, which would at least alleviate 80% of the trouble. "I knew it," Annie exclaimed excitedly. To her, individuals like Levi and Tom, exuding such charm, must surely be pureblood wizards. "Oh, you even have a snake as a pet?" Annie noticed Nagini coiled before the books. "You are definitely bound for Slytherin." Indeed, Slytherin is known for its affinity for snakes, and now Levi was part of it as well. "What about you? Which house do you wish to be sorted into?" Levi casually inquired. "Of course, Slytherin. My entire family belongs to Slytherin, without exception," Annie replied with enthusiasm. "Ah, I see." Levi engaged in light conversation with Annie, appearing quite amiable. However, in truth, his vigilance had reached its zenith. Vitaro Rosai was Grindelwald's most trusted follower, and he and Tom had only recently caught Grindelwald's attention. Now, a Rosai had approached them. He would never believe there was anything amiss. Lee Weide suspected that Annie was likely sent to investigate him and Tom. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this was Grindelwald's intention or that of the enigmatic WizardingWorld. Indeed, it did not take long for Annie to steer the conversation towards the families of Lee Weide and Tom. However, Tom remained silent, while Lee Weide, being quite astute, engaged her in a clever dance of dialogue without revealing any information. Lee Weide found this far more intriguing than reading a book. Eventually, even Tom began to sense that something was amiss with Annie. Just as the announcement of the train nearing its destination echoed through the Hogwarts Express, Annie felt utterly defeated. It seemed that despite her lengthy conversation with Lee Weide, spanning over 6 hours, she had gleaned no useful information, leaving her parched for insights. "Annie, you should change your clothes," Lee Weide suggested as he and Tom stepped out of the compartment. In an instant, Annie found herself alone in the cabin. silently drawing the curtain across the door. When she turned around, her face bore no trace of a smile. I refuse to believe this, she murmured to herself, furrowing her brow, oblivious to the fact that Nagini was intently watching her from the table. I am Og, the keeper of the grounds and keys at Hogwarts. Please disembark in an orderly manner. First-year students, follow me. Your luggage will remain on the train. Do not concern yourselves with it. A balding wizard called out loudly, holding a lantern high above him. Students streamed off the train, and the station quickly became bustling with crowds. Seizing the opportunity while Annie was pushed to the opposite side by the throng, Tom quietly remarked to Lee Weide, "That woman is problematic." "I am aware," Lee Weide nodded. "You know?" Tom looked at Lee Weide in astonishment. "The most trusted individual by Grindelwald's side is named MaraudersEra." Tom was even more taken aback, realizing that this implied she was sent by that man. Lee Weide shrugged. "I am not entirely sure, but it seems likely. Since you recognize her as a threat, why did you allow her to remain in our compartment?" Tom questioned, puzzled. Lee Weide grinned. "In many instances, such individuals can prove unexpectedly useful. There is no need to expose her." Tom opened his mouth to respond further, but Annie had already navigated her way back through the crowd and rejoined them, prompting him to fall silent once more, reverting to his taciturn demeanor. Gazing at the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle in the distance, Lee Weide felt a wave of emotion. "Remember, for to a boat," Og instructed as he began directing the first-year students to board. Lee Weide and Tom were the first to step into a small boat, with Annie closely following. Soon after, another boy boarded their vessel, taking the last available spot. The boy, beaming with a smile, lifted his head to greet his companions. But his expression froze upon seeing Lee Weide. At that moment, both Lee Weide and Tom recognized him as the younger brother from the Black family. The small boat began to glide forward slowly, but the boy, wishing to switch to another vessel, found it too late and awkwardly resumed his seat. "Hey, member of the Black family, what is your name?" Levi asked suddenly. "Me?" The boy pointed incredulously at his own nose. "Of course. Are there any other Blacks on this boat?" Oh, I am Alfred Black," he stammered. "Hello, Alfred. It is a pleasure to meet you," Levi said warmly, shaking Alfred's hand. This friendly demeanor eased Alfred's tension. "Hello, I remember you as Levi Lee, right? Just call me Levi," he replied. "I am Tom Marvolo Riddle." Tom declared coolly. To be honest, after all that transpired today, Tom had let go of the idealized view of pure-blood families. "I am Annie Rosial." Annie introduced herself. Hello to you all." Alfred appeared somewhat flustered. Before long, the small boat reached the shore. Hog led the newcomers off the boat, guiding them across a long stone staircase to the castle's grand entrance. At that moment, several new students, upon spotting Levi, instinctively recoiled in fear. Levi glanced at them and chuckled. "Tom, aren't those your good friends?" No, don't say that," Tom quickly denied. 10 minutes later, the newcomers lined up to enter the bustling hall, standing before a battered hat placed on a low stool. Levi scanned the professors seated at the staff table and immediately recognized several familiar faces. Dumbledore sat beside an elderly man with a white beard, smiling at Levi. Levi surmised that the elderly gentleman was the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. On Dumbledore's other side sat Professor Hicks. Aside from the young Professor McGonagall and the portly Professor Slughorn, Levi did not recognize the other professors. However, it was his first encounter with the younger version of Professor McGonagall. As Levi lost himself in thought, the Sorting Hat suddenly spoke, singing a peculiar tune that described the traits of the four houses. Once the song concluded, Dumbledore stood, holding a scroll of names, and approached the low stool. In this era, this task still belonged to Dumbledore. "When I call your name, please come forward, sit here, and put on the Sorting Hat." Henry Avery. As the first boy nervously stepped up, he was sorted into Slytherin. The sorting ceremony had officially begun. As the list grew shorter, Levi noticed Alfred beside him becoming increasingly anxious. Tom remained composed, though Levi could see the whiteness of his knuckles from his tight grip. After all, he was still just an 11-year-old boy. Levi Lee. So soon, Levi was taken aback that his name was called so quickly. He hurried forward and seated himself upon the low stool. "No need to be nervous, Levi. Relax." Dumbledore smiled as he placed the sorting hat upon Levid's head. The hat was rather oversized for Levid, obscuring his eyes as soon as it was set atop him. Subsequently, he sensed a faint voice resonating within his mind. "How peculiar. It appears you harbor no particular inclination for any specific house. How can this be?" Levid pondered that perhaps his mental barriers were too impenetrable. Thus, he promptly activated his mental shielding, conjuring fabricated images in his mind. Indeed, the voice emerged once more. "Ah, I see now, brave, astute, and ambitious, and possessing a genuine heart towards friends." Dumbledore, who had been patiently awaiting the outcome, could not help but smile upon hearing this. Levid truly was a good boy. Alas, this poses a dilemma. It appears you would be well suited for all four houses. Where do you wish to go? Faced with the memories and thoughts that Levid had deliberately conjured, the sorting hat found itself in a quandary. Then let it be Slytherin, Levid silently mused. Only in Slytherin could he earn house points, despite the system being somewhat flawed. Ah, I understand. Since that is your wish, then Slytherin it shall be. Upon hearing Levid seemingly volunteer for Slytherin, Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Levid's choice of Slytherin. However, upon noticing Tom standing in line behind Levid, Dumbledore realized the truth. His choice was for Tom's sake. Dumbledore did not require the Sorting Hat. Upon learning of Tom's actions in the orphanage, he instinctively knew he would surely be a Slytherin. Naturally, given Levid's emphasis on friendship, it made perfect sense that he would wish to be in the same house as his friend. Levid smiled as he returned the Sorting Hat to Dumbledore and proceeded towards the thunderous applause of the Slytherin table. Yet, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of white light that flickered from his fingers as he held the Sorting Hat. Moments later, Tom Riddle approached anxiously, donning the Sorting Hat. For a student with such a pronounced personality, the hat hesitated not. However, when the time came to announce the result, what was meant to be Slytherin transformed into Azkaban. Tom. Chapter 67. Tom. Could he truly consider me a friend? The once buzzing hall fell into a profound silence. Professors and students, who had been engaged in hushed conversations, now stared at Tom with astonishment. Under the weight of so many gazes, Tom's face turned pale. That was undeniably the wizarding prison. What madness was it for the Sorting Hat to assign him to a prison? It appeared the Sorting Hat's decrees were absolute, but could it genuinely cast him into Azkaban? At that moment, Tom longed for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. After the Sorting Hat mentioned Azkaban, it was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why it had let slip such a remark. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the founding of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, equally perplexed, gazed at the Sorting Hat, contemplating an inspection. The Sorting Hat spoke once more, chuckling. Ah, I was merely jesting. How could it be Azkaban? It should be Slytherin. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's words, the once silent great hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Frankly, they had never heard of the Sorting Hat playing such a prank on a newly arrived student. Naturally, no one took the Hat's words to heart. They merely speculated that the old hat might be malfunctioning, considering its age was nearly synonymous with that of Hogwarts itself. Nevertheless, Tom had inadvertently gained notoriety on his very first day. Tom removed the Sorting Hat and fled from the accursed object. Meanwhile, Weide, now seated at the Slytherin table, rose and smiled at Tom, saying, "Welcome, my dear friend, the Prince from Azkaban." His words provoked a wave of laughter from the long table. Shut up. Tom was on the brink of madness. Weide, grinning, pressed Tom into the seat beside him. Don't be angry, Tom. It was merely a little jest. How could they actually place you in Azkaban? This is utterly humiliating. Tom clenched his fists, responding angrily. Weide, with a knowing look, replied, "Humiliation is certainly preferable to receiving a beating. Wouldn't you agree, Tom?" This statement jolted Tom back to reality. Overwhelmed by disgrace and fury, he suddenly realized this must be Weide's revenge. Weide had donned the Sorting Hat before him, enacting retribution for the minor prank on the train. Tom was aware that Weide would seek vengeance and had mentally prepared for it. He had even fantasized about outsmarting Weide's retaliation. However, he had not anticipated such an audacious move. No matter how resilient Tom considered himself, this was pushing him to his limits. That scoundrel was relentless. Yet, after the anger subsided, he was engulfed by fear and frustration. For even though he recognized Weide's hand in this, he was utterly clueless as to how Weide had accomplished it. On the train, those whom he had incited to confront Weide had merely entered and begun brawling among themselves. From their subsequent behavior, it was evident they were under some illusion. They believed they were attacking Weide when, in fact, they were assaulting their own comrades. Based on these clues, Tom speculated that Weide seemed to possess a form of magic capable of bewildering others, even enchanting magical objects. At this realization, Tom was once again consumed by a sense of powerlessness. He had worked so diligently to learn and grow stronger, only to discover that the chasm between himself and Weide appeared to be widening ever further. Is it truly an illusion to believe that one can eventually catch up to Weide? Tom, overthinking is futile. It would be far better to contemplate what we shall dine on shortly. Weide gazed with keen interest at the English delicacies upon the table. How do you manage it? Tom could not resist inquiring softly. Weide chuckled. Tom, you know me well. Since the moment you became acquainted with me, I have relished experimenting with various forms of magic. Thus, it is hardly astonishing that I occasionally conjure a spell you have yet to witness, is it? Tom found himself at a loss for words. While he was still diligently studying diverse magics in hopes of expeditiously becoming stronger, Weide had already developed new spells. Moreover, he had borne witness to the potency of Weide's latest magic. In the face of such a formidable being, how could he still entertain the delusion of catching up? Tom could not help but let out a self-deprecating smile. At this moment, his previous aspirations had been entirely extinguished by Weide. Tom, you seem rather despondent. Weide suddenly remarked. You aren't contemplating giving up, are you? What else can I do? I simply cannot. That hardly sounds like you, Tom. Lee Weide replied with a look of disinterest. The Tom I know does not surrender in the face of adversity. He endures silently, only to strike like a venomous serpent when the moment is right, delivering a fatal blow. Tom stared at Lee Weide in astonishment. He could not fathom why Lee Weide would say such things, for he had already resolved to concede defeat, feeling too intimidated to challenge his authority any further. Was Lee Weide not attempting to inspire his fighting spirit? Lee Weide continued, Tom, I am well aware of your capabilities, and I eagerly anticipate the surprises you will unveil in the future. At these words, Tom felt a surge of indignation. Did Lee Weide truly regard him as devoid of any threat, viewing him merely as a source of amusement? Was he being treated as an overreaching jester? With the formidable Lee Weide perched atop a lofty mountain, he looked down upon Tom, who was at the base, shouting like a clown. This thought ignited an unparalleled frustration within Tom. You shall witness the surprises I have prepared for you, Tom declared emphatically. Lee Weide smiled and replied, as I said, I am very much looking forward to it, Tom. In Lee Weide's eyes, Tom was merely the finest tool for accruing merits. He must not be crushed beneath despair to the point of faltering, hence the need for such provocation. Presently, it seemed to be yielding excellent results. Suddenly, Alfred, seated beside Tom, interjected, You two share quite a bond. My sister would never encourage me. Tom paused, taken aback by the mention of encouragement. Indeed, hasn't Weide just been encouraging you the whole time? If it were my sister, she would have already belittled me to the point of despair. Alfred lamented. Tom furrowed his brow and glanced at Lee Weide once more. At that moment, Lee Weide was engrossed in conversation with an unfamiliar senior nearby, oblivious to Tom's presence. Could it be that Lee Weide's earlier remarks were genuinely intended to encourage him? Perhaps he was simply overly sensitive, reading too much into things? He fell silent again. He realized that since meeting Lee Weide, despite his numerous attempts to undermine him, Lee Weide's retribution had always been measured, minor punishments for major transgressions. For instance, today, when Tom sought to confront him, the consequence was merely a moment of embarrassment, leaving him otherwise unscathed. Furthermore, Lee Weide had never failed to remember him when it came to benefits. For instance, when Lee Weide had requested books from Dumbledore, he had not forgotten to ask for one on Tom's behalf as well. Frankly, had he been in Lee Weide's position, encountering someone significantly weaker who continually provoked him, he would have devised a way to eliminate the threat long ago. There was no way he could coexist with such a person as Lee Weide did. Could it be that despite their apparent discord, Lee Weide genuinely regarded him as a friend? Had he truly misunderstood him all along? With this thought, Tom found himself engulfed in confusion. Meanwhile, Lee Weide, blissfully engaged in conversation with the senior, remained unaware of the subtle shift in Tom's emotions within those fleeting minutes. Just then, Annie hurried over, excitedly seating herself beside Lee Weide. Weide, Tom, I knew you were both in Slytherin. Annie had been sorted after Tom, following the earlier commotion. Dumbledore had meticulously examined the sorting hat, confirming its integrity before allowing the ceremony to continue. Thus, it was only at this moment that Annie completed her sorting and was successfully placed in Slytherin. Lee Weide discreetly shifted a few inches away, yet his smile remained warm. It's wonderful that we're in the same house. You have no idea. I was a bit worried I'd be sorted into another house, Annie said. You needn't have fretted. You're undoubtedly a Slytherin. I have a keen eye for these things, she continued. But Tom, how did you manage to be sorted into Azkaban? Tom merely struggles with conversing with girls. It's not a reflection of any disapproval towards you, Annie. Lee Weide replied with a smile. Tom cast an unusual glance at Lee Weide. This was not the first time Lee Weide had defended him, but he had previously dismissed it as mere mischief. However, after Alpha's reminder, Tom's perspective shifted entirely. It seemed that Lee Weide truly viewed him as a friend. Otherwise, why would he consistently go out of his way to defend him? Friends. Was it possible for him to have friends after all? Chapter 68. Are you the illustrious little prince of Azkaban? After the sorting ceremony, Principal Dippet did not deliver an elaborate speech. Instead, he simply stood up and proclaimed, Welcome. Dinner is served. This succinct declaration elicited a thunderous applause from the assembled audience. The feast at the opening banquet appeared quite sumptuous. However, after tasting the dishes, Levitt felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the culinary skills of Hogwarts house elves were commendable, their repertoire seemed somewhat lacking. As everyone dined and conversed, they soon found themselves satisfied and content. True to form, Principal Dippet remained as straightforward as ever. Once the cutlery on the long table was restored to its pristine shine, Levitt and the somewhat dazed Tom followed the procession of Slytherin students onward. Before long, they realized they were traversing the castle's subterranean passageways. A few minutes later, the freshmen, accompanied by their prefect, arrived at a stone wall adorned with serpentine sculptures. Pure blood, the male prefect declared, approaching the wall. Instantly, the two serpentine statues sprang to life. As they slithered aside, the wall dramatically parted, revealing a doorway. Remember, the password for this week is pure blood. Do not forget. If you do, you shall not be permitted entry. Upon hearing this incantation, Levitt could not help but feel a sense of affirmation regarding Slytherin's notorious obsession with power. Consequently, upon entering the common room, the haughty prefect delivered a lengthy address that lasted for half an hour. Only when many of the freshmen appeared on the verge of dozing off, while standing, did he finally dismiss them with a wave, allowing them to seek their respective dormitories for rest. He then sauntered off to his own quarters at a leisurely pace. Goodness! His speech was even longer than the principal's and utterly devoid of substance, and remarked impatiently, clearly displeased that the prefect had encroached upon her rest time. All right, we should find our rooms now. See you tomorrow. After exchanging goodnights, the group dispersed, with and heading toward the girls' dormitory, while Levitt and his companions made their way to the boys' quarters. Before long, Levitt located his dormitory. It was a hexagonal chamber featuring 4 beds positioned against the walls, each accompanied by a wardrobe and a bedside table. In the center of the room stood a large round table that seemed perfectly suited for 4 individuals to complete their assignments simultaneously. Fortunately, their belongings had already been placed at the foot of their respective beds. To his delight, Levitt and Tom had been assigned to the same dormitory. Besides Levitt and Tom, their 2 roommates were Alfred Black and a boy named Henry Avery. As soon as Alfred found his bed, he collapsed onto it without even bothering to remove his coat, instantly drifting into a deep slumber. For reasons unknown, he appeared particularly weary. You are the infamous Prince of Azkaban. I never expected to share a dormitory with you. I am Henry Avery, the latter introduced himself. Upon encountering Tom, Henry Avery was filled with excitement and extended his right hand. However, upon hearing the title Prince of Azkaban, Tom shot him a death glare, utterly disinterested in shaking hands. Levitt extended his hand to Henry, rescuing him from the awkward predicament. I am a friend of the Prince of Azkaban. My name is Levitt. Oh, by the way, his name is Henry chuckled. I know, his name is Tom Riddle. I dare say, there are hardly any souls in this school who are unaware of his name, not even ghosts. Upon overhearing the conversation between Henry and Levitt, Tom's complexion turned a shade of green. Just as he had begun to forget the embarrassment of past social failures, these 2 rascals had invoked it all over again. I'm going to bed, Tom declared, turning away and collapsing onto his bed, pulling the covers over himself completely. Levitt and Henry quietly observed as Tom curled up within the blankets. I believe I can relate to that feeling. It is rather unpleasant. Indeed, quite awkward, Henry shrugged. I was only 8 when I was caught peeking at my sister while she bathed. Levitt stared at Henry in shock, incredulous that there was another master of mischief. As night deepened, the Slytherin dormitory lay beneath the depths of the Black Lake, leaving Levitt unable to glimpse the moonlight through the window, only the swimming fish beneath the surface. Nevertheless, the view of the lake's bottom held its own charm. After admiring the scenery for a while, he pulled the covers over himself and lay down, feeling fatigued after a day of travel. Furthermore, unfamiliar with the layout of Hogwarts Castle, he decided against a nocturnal adventure in pursuit of his sister's notebook. Before surrendering to slumber in search of his sister, Levitt glanced at the system interface, intending to check if any valuable items had refreshed that night. Ding! The host has accumulated a significant number of merit points, triggering the system upgrade feature. The host may now upgrade the system at any time. Ding! The system upgrade requires 20,000 merit points. Upon completion, the number of items available in the shop will increase to 4, and the likelihood of high-quality items appearing will be substantially enhanced. Levitt's spirits soared. An upgrade meant that the shop, which initially refreshed only 2 items daily, would now refresh 4. Most importantly, the chances of encountering high-quality items would be greatly improved. This prospect was utterly irresistible. However, the requirement of 20,000 merit points was indeed quite daunting. Aside from the 5,000 merit points awarded by Nagini, he had only managed to accumulate a few scattered points, totaling around 6,000, far from sufficient for an upgrade. Nonetheless, Levitt was not anxious. Now that he had infiltrated the lair of future Death Eaters, opportunities to amass merit points would abound. With a contented roll on his bed, he decided to forego checking the refreshed items and instead sought out his sister to continue his studies. Early the next morning, Weide was the first to awaken, subsequently rousing Tom and the others with a refreshing vigor. Once the 4 had gathered their belongings, they prepared to head to the hall for breakfast. In the common room, they encountered Annie, who had also recently risen. Good morning, shall we walk together? Annie addressed Weide. It was becoming increasingly apparent that Annie's attention was distinctly focused on him rather than Tom. This realization prompted Weide to remain cautiously vigilant. After all, he was unaware whether she was acting on orders or seeking to uncover some secrets about him. The morning's transfiguration class proved somewhat tedious. As it was the freshmen's inaugural session, the young Professor McGonagall primarily focused on the foundational theories of transfiguration. Perhaps due to her recent appointment, she struggled to manage the class time effectively. Originally, she intended to allocate some time for practical application of the theories discussed, but circumstances compelled her to abandon that plan. Consequently, the assignment shifted from practicing transfiguration to submitting a written essay. After class, Tom planned to complete his transfiguration essay at the library following lunch, as the afternoon schedule allowed for no classes. For Tom, this presented an impeccable opportunity for study. However, Henry and Alfred had other commitments and did not intend to visit the library. Are you going? Tom inquired of Weide. I think I'll pass, Weide replied. I wish to take a stroll around the castle to familiarize myself. Those winding staircases are quite perplexing. I need some time to decipher their patterns. He aimed to navigate Hogwarts corridors now, so that when night fell, he could explore without being utterly lost. After all, he did not possess a Marauder's map, nor even a static map of Hogwarts. As anticipated, Annie proactively suggested accompanying Weide. It was evident that she had indeed set her sights on him. Weide, however, remained unconcerned. He merely intended to scout the grounds during the day and was unperturbed by Annie's presence. Tom cast a discerning glance at Annie, then at Weide, and upon seeing his apparent confidence, he swiftly turned and departed. The three companions soon parted ways in the corridor. Tom hastened towards the library, his eyes gleaming with hope. He had heard that the Hogwarts library was the largest in the entire European magical community. No one, not even Weide, could deter his pursuit of knowledge. Indeed, the events of the previous night had brought Tom into the spotlight. As he walked, students and even ghosts pointed and whispered about him. After all, he was the first in Hogwarts history to have the Sorting Hat jest at his expense. Nevertheless, Tom paid no heed to their whispers, his gaze solely fixated on the fervent desire for knowledge. As he strode into a corridor not far from the library, a mocking voice echoed ahead. Oh, is that the infamous Azkaban's little prince? Where's your good friend? Tom halted abruptly, his expression darkening as he gazed at a group of 7 or 8 Slytherin students ahead of him. Leading them was none other than Abraxas Malfoy. After being frightened away by Levid yesterday, they had grown increasingly uneasy. It was only when they spotted Levid and Tom engaged in laughter at the Slytherin table that they realized the very person who had urged them to confront Levid was in fact allied with him. Abraxas felt as though he had been made a mere pawn in their game, having learned from a classmate that Tom and his companions were en route to the library. Consequently, he had lingered on their path for quite some time, waiting to ambush Levid and Tom. Due to his apprehension towards Levid, he had even enlisted the assistance of several upperclassmen. Tom calmly drew his wand, casting aside his bag. This trouble is of my own making. There's no need to seek others. Come at me. Thank you to the esteemed patrons, Yatmos and Luofoam, for your generous support. Chapter 69. Well, Tom, you've certainly risen in stature. Did you all see that? He seems to think he can take on all 8 of us single-handedly. Abraxas taunted, eliciting laughter from the group behind him. Haha, he must still be half asleep. Hey, little brother, you can hardly manage a Lumos, can you? A Lumos? I wager he hasn't even cracked open a textbook. Faced with their derisive laughter, Tom's expression remained inscrutable, his grip on his wand tightening. Abraxas, it's merely a first-year novice across from you. Why not give it a try yourself? Suggested an upperclassman. Very well, Abraxas replied without hesitation. Though he felt some trepidation towards Levid, he harbored no fear of Tom. While many pure-blood families had fallen into decline, several remained formidable, and the Malfoy lineage was among them. As the youngest male heir of the Malfoy family, expectations weighed heavily upon him. Thus, he had already self-studied numerous spells. In this respect, pure-blood children held a distinct advantage over those of Muggle descent. Abraxas feared Levid due to the illusion magic he wielded, yet when it came to Tom, his sense of superiority as a pure-blood resurfaced. Coupled with the support of upperclassmen behind him, he felt assured that even if Tom employed enchanting spells, he would have allies to extricate him from any predicament. Standing before Tom, Abraxas brandished a black wand. Abraxas, do you recall the curse I taught you yesterday? Let us see if you've mastered it, the upperclassman urged once more. All right. Tom gazed at Abraxas before him, feeling a flicker of anxiety within. Lacking any knowledge of his opponent's abilities, he had consistently heard of the profound heritage of pure-blood families, their access to rare magical knowledge and effortless acquisition. Weighing these factors, Tom steeled himself, fully aware that the true prowess of these pure-blood heirs might approximate that of Lived. As for Lived's ability to evade harm yesterday, it was perhaps merely attributable to the use of a deceptive spell that had caught his opponent off guard. Upon noticing Tom's slightly tense expression, Abraxas couldn't help but exhale in relief. The evident apprehension displayed by Tom suggested that he had not mastered Lived's beguiling magic, rendering him less formidable. With that thought, Abraxas took the initiative. Fiery Inferno. A vile curse shot directly towards Tom's face. While Tom was indeed nervous, he had long been prepared. As the curse approached, he swiftly brandished his wand and quietly murmured the incantation. This was a little trick taught to him by Lived. When one has not fully mastered a silent spell, murmuring the incantation softly can still retain the element of surprise, provided that focus is maintained during the casting, ensuring that the spell's potency remains intact. Armor of Protection. Tom's ironclad spell, though not yet perfected, could not offer the comprehensive defense that Lived's could, merely conjuring a fleeting barrier. However, In the current situation, that sufficed. Tom's rudimentary ironclad spell effectively thwarted Abraxas's curse, leaving both Abraxas and those behind him astonished. Although they could not discern the incantation uttered by the newcomer, it was clear that he had successfully blocked Abraxas's vile spell. Realizing that his opponent was no mere novice, Abraxas dismissed his previous arrogance, wielding his wand with increasing fervor. A barrage of dark curses surged toward Tom. Remaining composed, Tom continually defended himself with his imperfect ironclad spell. The sounds of curses striking his barrier echoed in the air. Yet Tom's mind was increasingly filled with confusion. Something was amiss. 12 parts out of 10 felt wrong. How could this pure-blood wizard be so feeble? Though outwardly it appeared that Tom was being overwhelmed, in reality, the numerous curses hurled at him were unable to breach his defenses, and he exerted minimal effort in resisting. Yet, the ferocity etched on Abraxas's face did not suggest a spirit of concession. Given that his opponent was clearly intent on teaching him a lesson, it was improbable for him to show any mercy. This was indeed peculiar. If it were lived, the very first curse he cast would have left Tom's arm aching from the impact. Liv's attacks were undeniably weighty. In contrast, Abraxas's attacks felt like mere tickles. With this thought, Tom resolved to take a risk. This time, he did not employ the ironclad charm to repel Abraxas's malevolent spells, but instead resorted to the simplest of counter-charms. With a swift motion, Abraxas's dark incantations were deftly flicked away by the tip of Tom's wand. As he gauged the potency of his opponent's magic, Tom finally comprehended that it was not humility on Abraxas's part, but rather a reflection of his incompetence. Realizing this, Tom shed his reservations. After effortlessly deflecting several of Abraxas's curses with the simplest of countercharms, he seized the moment while Abraxas was distracted with his wand. Disarm. Whoosh. Abraxas's wand flew from his grasp. Once more, Tom's wand traced a graceful arc through the air. Inverted pendulum. Crash. Before Abraxas could react, he found himself suspended upside down in midair. Tom effortlessly retrieved the disarmed wand from Abraxas and tossed it aside. Observing the group before him, his initial tension transformed into burgeoning confidence. If their abilities mirrored that of Abraxas, Tom felt capable of taking on 10 of them. Only at that moment did he truly recognize his own strength. He gazed at Abraxas, struggling helplessly in the air, his heart swelling with delight. After all, he had previously been the one dangling aloft, and now it was someone else's turn. Naturally, this brought him immense satisfaction. What brought him the most joy was not merely his victory, but the realization that he was not as weak as he had once believed. It was not a matter of his own frailty, but rather that fellow, Weide, was exceedingly formidable. How could that be? At this juncture, the others on the opposing side recognized their underestimation of this newcomer. A senior student pointed his wand at Abraxas, declaring, "Stupefy." Yet, Abraxas remained suspended. This countercharm was not entirely ineffectual, but its response was alarmingly sluggish, leaving Abraxas still hanging. Witnessing this, Tom couldn't help but marvel at Weider's abnormal prowess. After all, in his eyes, the inverted pendulum spell was indeed a creation of Weider's. The 3 senior students, seeing no effect from their spell, turned to Tom and commanded, "Enough. Release him. When he was attacking me, why didn't you say enough?" Tom retorted coldly, "If I hadn't possessed some skill, what would have been the consequence of those 10 or so curses striking me? In comparison to his cruelty towards me, I merely suspended him in the air for a moment of calm. I said enough. Did you not hear me?" The senior student, infuriated by being contradicted by a mere freshman, glared at Tom. Tom regarded the student's uneven, pockmarked face and was suddenly reminded of Weider's earlier discussions about pureblood families. He remarked that if one were to encounter a wizard with an absurdly peculiar appearance, it could either be attributed to excessive dabbling in dark magic or to an excessively pure bloodline, as such beings often intermarried, resulting in offspring of grotesque forms and questionable intellect. Tom vividly recalled how that insufferable wretch, after his introduction, solemnly advised him to cherish and protect his nose, which struck Tom as utterly nonsensical. He had always been quite fond of his own straight and elegant nose. "I will not release him. I have no desire to acquire another enemy," Tom stated with remarkable composure. They were already embroiled in a brawl, and after managing to restrain one, he was expected to let go? Was he foolish? The upperclassman brandished his wand, and others followed suit. In the present scenario, any words spoken would be superfluous. The prudent course was to incapacitate the adversary and engage in discourse thereafter. The thought of failing to subdue Tom was never entertained by them. With such numbers and 3 upperclassmen, if they could not bring down a mere first-year student, they had no place in Slytherin. As for the notion of shame in outnumbering an opponent, they felt no remorse whatsoever. After all, they were Slytherins. The very fact that they could summon such assistance was a testament to their prowess. As the opposition prepared to strike, Tom's demeanor turned serious. Recognizing his own capabilities, he dismissed the other first years as inconsequential. However, the 3 upperclassmen compelled him to remain on high alert. For a wizard, Magical strength typically increases with age, and diligent practice can amplify it further. Thus, even if these three oafs had not honed their magical skills, their inherent magical power was not to be underestimated by Tom. As they closed in, Tom took the initiative. Superb Lumos. A blinding white light erupted from the tip of his wand. Ah, my eyes. You wretch. What are you doing? Even with his eyes shut, upon reopening them, Tom still perceived lingering spots of light in his vision, illustrating the potency of this illumination charm he learned from Weide. Even with his eyes closed, Tom's sight was affected, let alone the unsuspecting foes before him. Of course, this flash was far less formidable than the one Weide had unleashed upon the Death Eaters, merely causing a temporary loss of sight for a few seconds. Yet for Tom, those fleeting moments presented an invaluable opportunity. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. His wand danced through the air, swiftly incapacitating two of the upperclassmen. Regrettably, the last was fortuitously situated among the crowd, and Tom's stunning spell only struck a hapless soul standing before him. By the time Tom waved his wand again, that individual had cleverly sought refuge behind the others. Tom felt a twinge of regret, yet his hands did not falter. In the blink of an eye, 3 more opponents were dispatched. Alas, Tom was still unable to master the lightning chain spell, and each incantation could only target a single foe. Thus, no matter how swift his movements, he could not simultaneously vanquish all adversaries before him. Soon, the last 2 opponents regained their vision and successfully countered Tom's spell. With a dazzling flash of light, Tom attempted the same trick again. Unfortunately, this time his opponents were prepared, promptly closing their eyes and thereby mitigating the spell's effects. Moreover, the remaining upperclassmen, seizing the opportunity while Tom was poised to strike another, intended to awaken the other 2 seniors first. Tom would not allow this to transpire. He abandoned his attack on the other individual and instead wielded his wand to thwart the upperclassman's efforts. However, this decision cost him the initial advantage gained through his Lumos spell. Now, only 2 opponents remained, one of whom was an upperclassman whom Tom deeply feared. Hide behind me, the upperclassman calmly instructed. The remaining freshman quickly complied, taking refuge behind the senior. I will shield you from his attacks, and then you can unleash your full power. It must be said that not all members of pureblood families are dim-witted. After witnessing Tom's spellcasting prowess, the upperclassmen realized that their side had underestimated the opponent. Thus, to swiftly subdue Tom, securing a numerical advantage was imperative. With a series of impacts, the upperclassmen successfully blocked 3 of Tom's spells. Simultaneously, the freshman launched an attack. Although the freshman's spell was nowhere near the caliber of Abraxas, the sudden strike caused Tom to furrow his brow in concern. While Tom was distracted by the freshman's assault, the upperclassman's attack was already upon him. With a resounding impact, Tom once again felt the weight of his wand. Even though this opponent's attack could not compare to that of Weide, he was still a senior 4 or 5 years older than Tom. The blow landed heavily, leaving Tom struggling to withstand it. After all, Tom was merely 11 years old, and his magical strength was far from adequate. At that moment, he was exceedingly grateful for having ambushed and incapacitated 2 upperclassmen earlier. Otherwise, he would have had no chance whatsoever. However, the current situation was not significantly improved. While fending off the upperclassmen's powerful strikes, Tom had to remain vigilant against the lurking freshmen, who could strike unexpectedly. Already overwhelmed, Tom felt himself nearing his limits. Finally, after yet another heavy blow, the freshman's stunning spell followed closely behind. Unless he fully mastered the shield charm, Tom had no defense against the impending spell. Regrettably, he had not yet perfected it and lacked the time and space to cast it now. Faced with the approaching stunning spell, Tom could not help but close his eyes in resignation. The sound of a spell colliding echoed. Tom suddenly sensed something amiss, as he felt no pain. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped entirely by a thick layer of an ironclad charm. Oh, Tom, you've really made a name for yourself. A familiar voice drifted from behind him. Chapter 70. I, Tom, will never let my friends take the blame for me. Facing 8 adversaries without faltering, truly, you are someone I hold in high regard. As Weide passed by Tom, his left hand effortlessly pierced through the ironclad charm encasing Tom, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. What brings you here? Tom inquired, his expression stern. Well, I happened to wander this way and sensed a significant surge in your magical energy, so I couldn't resist coming to take a look. Oh, this inverted bell charm is quite effective, Weide remarked. His interest piqued as he observed the unfortunate souls scattered around. And Annie? Tom noted that Weide had come alone, prompting his question. It was evident that Annie was in trouble, seemingly targeting Weide, which piqued Tom's curiosity as to why she was not by his side. While passing a certain staircase, it happened to move, and she, unfortunately, couldn't keep up. So we temporarily parted ways, Weide casually explained. Tom was well aware of Weide's capabilities, so it was highly likely that Annie had been discreetly shaken off along the way. Indeed, his earlier concerns had been unwarranted. Calamity is but a fleeting shadow. And this fellow would certainly not stumble so easily. You too, do you take us for air? A senior student remarked coldly. He had endured the two ruffians for quite some time, were it not for witnessing Lee Weide's effortless casting of an ironclad charm, which incited a degree of wariness. He would have unleashed several malevolent spells by now. Who are you? Lee Weide inquired. Ah, a member of the Shafik family, Lee Weide acknowledged with a nod, then smiled. To stand against Tom and last until the end would certainly prove your merit. How about joining me? Tom gazed at Lee Weide in astonishment. I thought you were here to rescue me. I didn't realize you were recruiting followers. Andre sneered at Lee Weide. You? Really? Yes, indeed, it is I, Lee Weide replied. Andre's smile froze instantly as he realized the voice had come from behind him. The Lee Weide who had just been in front of him had somehow moved to his rear without him noticing. At that moment, he began to comprehend why a Blacksa, a third-year student, sought the assistance of fifth-year students to deal with a newcomer. This fellow was certainly not ordinary. Without hesitation, Andre turned and cast a stunning charm. Bang! The sound of the spell striking its target reverberated. However, Andre's pupils dilated in shock as he realized that the figure standing behind him was not Lee Weide, but rather the first-year student who had been lingering at his back all along. At that instant, the unfortunate soul had succumbed to his stunning charm. Yet, Lee Weide remained steadfastly by Tom's side, as if the bewildering events he had just witnessed were mere figments of his imagination. How could this be possible? What have you done? Andre stared at Lee Weide, his eyes filled with dread. The realization that his senses could be manipulated by another meant that Lee Weide could incapacitate him at will, even compel him to act in ways he would never normally consider. The weight of this thought was chilling at that moment. Andre felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from Lee Weide. Tom, too, was stunned by the unfolding scene. Despite having witnessed such occurrences before, he could not help but feel the terrifying potency of Lee Weide's enigmatic magic. Lee Weide had not even moved, yet Andre had succumbed to an illusion. This extraordinary ability was utterly unfathomable. Consequently, Tom became increasingly convinced that Lee Weide had dismissed his previous, clumsy attempts at subterfuge entirely. Otherwise, he would not be standing there, perfectly healthy and unharmed. Meanwhile, as Andre began to buckle under the pressure and considered yielding, an urgent voice broke through the tension. Merlin, what on earth is happening here? From the opposite end of the corridor, the young Professor McGonagall hurried towards them. Upon seeing the approaching professor, Tom's complexion drained of color. Dumbledore had warned him during their conversation at the orphanage not to use magic to attack others indiscriminately. Since that moment, Dumbledore had kept a vigilant eye on him, fearing he might err again and misuse the magic he had learned. Although today's incident had its reasons, the fact remained that he had incapacitated a fellow student on the very first day of school. He did not fear punishment. His greatest dread was that Dumbledore would become even more watchful of him. If Dumbledore decided to impose a guardian upon him, it would be disastrous. Above all, Tom feared being expelled from Hogwarts. At that moment, Tom did not fully grasp Dumbledore's character, only knowing him to be exceedingly strict, which only fueled his anxiety. You have truly outdone yourselves, fighting on the very first day of school, and against a fellow student from the same house. Since you are so full of energy, you shall all be confined, for a month, just when Mr. Ogg has been lamenting the lack of personnel during his patrols of the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall's eyes allowed no room for error, especially regarding incidents of student altercations, particularly when they involved members of Slytherin, leaving her with even less reason to show leniency. The other students, recently revived, shuddered at the prospect of being sent to the Forbidden Forest for confinement. Slytherin students possessed an innate awareness of the dangers that lurked in such places, believing that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Thus, they had always kept their distance from the legendary forest teeming with dark creatures, unlike their Gryffindor counterparts. Consequently, the mere suggestion of being confined for an entire month in such a perilous location left them all in a state of icy silence. Yet, Lee Weide's eyes gleamed with intrigue at the mention of this confinement. Indeed, he had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, harboring a profound curiosity towards it. Unfortunately, he was not well acquainted with its paths, nor did he possess knowledge of the various potion ingredients scattered throughout, or the magical creatures inhabiting its regions. Presently, should he be subjected to detention, it would mean a specialist would guide their group through the depths of the Forbidden Forest. In that case, he would have the opportunity to glean vital information from Mr. Ogre regarding the forest's secrets. Thus, this confinement was indeed imperative for him. However, it seemed that as he had just arrived and had not yet taken action, he might escape punishment. Levid turned to Tom, noticing his pale complexion and frantic eyes. Levid was well aware of Tom's past, and with a moment's contemplation, he understood the source of Tom's fear. Seizing the moment while Professor McGonagall was sternly questioning Andre about the incident, he whispered urgently to Tom, "I know what you're thinking. Why not pin everything on me? Just say it was all my doing." Tom stared at Levid in shock, exclaiming, "How could that work? I'm the one who injured them, and they aren't mute. They will surely inform the professor. How could she possibly not realize it was me?" "Rest assured, I have a way to make them say what I want them to. Levid replied nonchalantly. Tom immediately recalled Levid's extraordinary magic, which seemed capable of inducing hallucinations. Indeed, it appeared he could achieve this. Eagerly, Tom pressed on. If that's the case, why not shift the blame entirely onto them? We can simply claim we just arrived. Their presence here was undoubtedly aimed at confronting someone. This much was certain. Oh, you needn't concern yourself with that. Just ensure the responsibility falls on me, Levid explained, having grown weary of trying to elucidate further to Tom, who was becoming increasingly astute and harder to deceive. He felt that any excuse he concocted might reveal flaws, so he decided against fabricating further. However, what he had partially explained dawned on Tom, leading him to a realization. At that moment, Tom perceived that Levid's magic might not be entirely foolproof. The objective fact that they had come to confront someone could not be significantly altered. All he could do was redirect their perception of that target from himself to Levid. Thus, Levid was willing to shoulder this burden for him. Why are you doing this? Tom asked in a low voice. This has nothing to do with you. Why the plethora of questions? Levid replied, somewhat impatiently. Just say what I tell you to say. Or else don't blame me if I take matters into my own hands. Tom fell silent. It turned out his previous suspicions were indeed accurate. Levid had genuinely considered him a friend. Otherwise, why would he so readily take the blame upon himself after discerning Tom's worries? Truly, all his prior misgivings were merely a case of underestimating Levid's character, as Tom recalled how he had nearly overcome 7 or 8 opponents. Relying almost entirely on the skills and magic imparted to him by Lived, a tumult of emotions surged within him. If Lived were truly as hypocritical and unkind as he feared, how could he have acquired such invaluable knowledge from him? Suddenly, Lived inquired, by the way. You didn't hold back, did you? No, Tom shook his head. That's good. Lived replied, at least I needn't worry about being expelled. Tom's feelings grew even more convoluted. Just when his thoughts were in disarray, Andre had finished his incantation as well. Their original intention had been to confront Lived and Tom, but due to Lived's absence, they had only managed to corner Tom. Thus, the alteration of their perceptions regarding Lived was not as formidable as one might imagine. They had merely come to believe that Lived had been present from the very beginning and that they had been bested by him, rather than by Tom. The nightmare magic was not as flawed as Tom had presumed. It was simply that Lived sought confinement in the Forbidden Forest, thus refraining from fully altering their understanding. Otherwise, the situation would have devolved into a brawl among Andre and his companions. Professor McGonagall had to make several attempts before finally lowering Abraxas, who was suspended in midair. A flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. She had never witnessed such a spell before. Approaching Lived and Tom, she glanced at Tom before fixing her intense gaze upon Lived. I have gathered enough of the situation, she began, but regardless, you have violated school regulations by engaging in a private duel and casting spells in the corridor. I must impose a punishment upon you. Turning her attention to the 9 pallid students behind her, she continued, for your transgressions, Slytherin shall lose 180 points. Furthermore, you will each receive a month of detention. Upon receiving the notification, report to Mr. Ogden at the prescribed time. This punishment was indeed severe. Not only would they face confinement in the Forbidden Forest, but each individual would also have 20 points deducted. It was merely the first day of school, and undoubtedly, many Slytherin students would feel as if the sky had fallen upon seeing the score. Tom, overhearing the deduction of 180 points, realized that as the instigator of this incident, he had escaped any repercussions. It appeared Lived had effectively shifted their perception to believe that it was he who had instigated the conflict, not Tom. Very well, all of you follow me. I must take you to your head of house, Professor Slughorn, to inform him of this matter, Professor McGonagall stated. Tom stepped forward. Professor, as far as I am aware, this matter does not concern you. Mr. Riddle, McGonagall interjected, furrowing her brow. I believe you should not punish Liv for this incident. Tom inhaled deeply and asserted, you cannot expect Liv to endure unwarranted attacks from these individuals without retaliating. Strictly speaking, this constitutes bullying, and we are the victims. If you insist on punishing even the victims, then count me among them. Just now, had you arrived even a moment later, I would have already taken action. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall began to ponder deeply. Lee Weide immediately turned to glare at Tom. What are you doing? Lee Weide felt utterly exasperated. They were on the verge of success, yet Tom chose this moment to babble nonsense. What an unexpected turn of events. What if Professor McGonagall was swayed and decided not to impose detention? Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Professor McGonagall's tone softened considerably. Very well, since it is thus. Whether or not he shall serve detention is left to your head of house to decide. However, her tone grew stern once more. He did indeed take action. Hence points shall be deducted. A few minutes later, the group trudged dejectedly behind Professor McGonagall towards Professor Slughorn's office. Lee Weide and Tom lagged at the rear. Tom remained silent, walking alongside, for he would never admit that he was unwilling to let this fellow take the blame for him. Certainly, it was not due to any tedious feelings of guilt for having a friend take the fall on his behalf. Chapter 71, What danger? What dark creatures? It was all quite trivial. The journey to Professor Slughorn's office was not particularly far. However, after being subjected to Lee Weide's incessant chatter, Tom could no longer endure it. Has anyone ever told you that you are exceedingly verbose? Tom exclaimed irritably. Ah, Tom, so now you find me tiresome, Lee Weide replied, launching into another tirade. Tom could hardly bear it, but fortunately, his endurance was short-lived, as they soon arrived at Professor Slughorn's office. Upon the unexpected arrival of Professor McGonagall, Professor Slughorn appeared somewhat perplexed. His confusion only deepened upon seeing the group of Slytherin students trailing behind her. Minerva, this is... Thus, Professor McGonagall recounted the events and her subsequent actions to Professor Slughorn. Minerva, your handling of the situation was entirely reasonable. I have no objections, Professor Slughorn remarked, his expression stern as he regarded the troublesome students. After all, to have lost 180 points on the very first day of term, no matter how indifferent Professor Slughorn might be, was impossible to overlook. While Lee Weide and Tom felt entirely justified, the rest of the group could not help but lower their heads, unable to meet the gaze of their own head of house. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Professor Slughorn turned to address the Slytherin students. You truly are quite ambitious. Fighting is one thing, but fighting amongst your own. Not only that, but bullying the smaller ones. And to top it off, you lost. Should I be proud of you? Andre and his companions felt their faces flush red. Every word from Professor Slughorn pierced them deeply. It was indeed a most uncomfortable situation. Professor Slughorn handled the situation exceptionally well. I wholeheartedly concur with the punishment meted out by Professor McGonagall. I was not present at the time, but had I been, I would have deducted 50 points from each of you. What a disgrace. If word of today's events were to spread, how would others perceive us? I can already envision the expressions of my fellow professors during dinner this evening. Never mind. I can hardly muster the energy to scold you further. I shall tidy up and proceed to the principal's office, to face reprimand myself, after all, for having guided such shameful students. As your dean, I bear an undeniable responsibility. Away with you. Away with you. Even a glance at you raises my blood pressure. Upon hearing these words, the students felt a sense of relief and surged towards the door. Indeed, Professor Slughorn's criticisms were entirely justified. They could already imagine the expressions on the faces of other Slytherin students. Upon learning that a total of 180 points had been deducted due to their bullying of two individuals, their overwhelming numbers failing to prevail, only to be caught by the professor. Levadir, however, was in high spirits, particularly upon hearing Professor Slughorn affirm Professor McGonagall's punishment. The detention in the Forbidden Forest was, at last, not rescinded. Just as Levadir and the despondent Tom were about to leave, they were halted by a voice. You two, stay behind. Yes, Levadir, Tom. I mean you two. The color drained from Levadir's face as he halted in his tracks, thinking that their trip to the Forbidden Forest might now be jeopardized. Tom shared the same apprehension, fearing that Professor Slughorn might impose an even harsher penalty on Levadir. After all, Levadir was currently bearing the brunt of the blame, when in truth, Tom was the true instigator of the entire affair. To Tom's surprise, however, once Professor Slughorn closed the door, he did not question them at all. Instead, he warmly invited Levadir and Tom to take a seat. Would you care for some candied jackfruit? Perhaps a cup of tea? With a flick of his wand, 2 teacups and a teapot floated over to them, and he poured a cup of red tea for each. He then produced a plate of candied jackfruit from his drawer and placed it before Levadir and Tom. The thick white glaze on the sweets made even Levadir gasp in astonishment, realizing the potentially lethal quantity before him. I am fully aware of the circumstances, Professor Slughorn continued after savoring a piece of the candied fruit. The sheer number of them attempting to bully the two of you constitutes an act of bullying. Therefore, your retaliation was entirely justified. Professor McGonagall has stated that regarding Levadir's detention, she can exercise her own discretion, and I have decided to rescind the detention for Levadir. As for the points deducted, Professor Slughorn chuckled. In the face of bullying, your courageous resistance has been remarkable, and you have adeptly managed to overcome the odds. Therefore, in recognition of your bravery and talent, I have decided to award each of you an additional 50 points. Indeed, Professor Slughorn had always held a fondness for exceptional students, regardless of whether they were pureblood or not, and irrespective of their house affiliation. As long as one demonstrated sufficient excellence, he was invariably pleased. Notably, he particularly enjoyed gathering these outstanding students into his club, much like a collector of stamps. Levadir and Tom, having bravely faced adversity and exhibited commendable abilities, were certainly worthy of Slughorn's attention, which explained the professor's enthusiasm towards them. Consequently, any reproach from other Slytherin students would not be directed at them. While Tom felt a sense of relief, Levadir, on the other hand, felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. The long-anticipated trip to the Forbidden Forest, complete with a guide, had been abruptly cancelled. Levadir felt a tiny figure within him screaming in anguish. Tom, this is all your fault. How will you repay me? To make matters worse, Tom smugly raised an eyebrow at Levadir. It was his comments that had led Professor McGonagall to delegate the authority regarding detention to Professor Slughorn. Oblivious to Levid's frustration, who was nearly grinding his teeth in anger, Slughorn expressed, "Thank you, Professor. Your insight is truly remarkable, and your fairness is commendable." Before Tom could finish his flattery, Levitt stood up. "Sir, I am truly grateful for your protection, but I did engage in a fight. This means I have indeed violated school rules, and I believe the least that should happen is for my detention to remain intact." Upon hearing this, Tom stared at him in astonishment, wondering if he had lost his mind. Professor Slughorn was equally surprised. "Are you certain? The Forbidden Forest is quite perilous, and even with Mr. Hagrid accompanying you, he may not be able to ensure your safety," he said sternly. "I am certain," Levid replied. "Oh, why must you insist on this? Sir, you have already awarded me points. If you were to rescind my punishment as well, others would gossip, considering I have indeed breached the rules." "Oh, you little rascal," Professor Slughorn said, reclining comfortably in his chair. Suddenly, with a twinkle in his eye, he remarked, "Actually, you wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest, don't you?" Cough, cough. "I do not. I absolutely do not," Levid quickly denied, doubling down on his denial. Yet, often a double negative signifies affirmation. "There's no need to be so hasty in your denial, Levid. An interest in the Forbidden Forest is not something to be embarrassed about. Sometimes, I too venture in to collect potion ingredients," he added. Well, you truly see right through me, Professor," Levid admitted, his eyes lighting up. "Sir, you must know the Forbidden Forest like the back of your hand." "Well, to say I know it intimately would be an exaggeration. But if you're inquiring about where certain potion ingredients grow, I am quite knowledgeable about that," Slughorn replied. Professor Slughorn smiled and inquired, "My dear student, do you find yourself lacking any materials? I could accompany you to the Forbidden Forest to gather some herbs. With Mr. Ogg present, our safety is assured." He chuckled. "We cannot simply wander into the Forbidden Forest without reason, can we? Ah, you clever little rascal. I truly appreciate your kind offer, Weide. But I cannot permit a first year to undertake such perilous tasks for my potion ingredients." "Not perilous at all, Professor," Weide exclaimed, his eagerness evident. Professor Slughorn paused thoughtfully. "You genuinely wish to explore the Forbidden Forest?" "Indeed. I am quite curious, especially since students are forbidden from entering. This provides a rare and legitimate reason," Weide replied enthusiastically. Having taken the blame for Tom, Weide found himself temporarily basking in Tom's recent achievements. In Professor Slughorn's eyes, Weide was a prodigious talent capable of overcoming multiple opponents even in his first year. The professor never hesitated to reward such exceptional students. Very well. You may go. I shall not impose a deadline. Inform me whenever you wish to return." He then retrieved 2 hefty notebooks from the shelf behind him and handed them to Weide. "These contain my notes on the locations and appearances of various potion ingredients found within the Forbidden Forest. Record as much as you can when you encounter these herbs. Ensure your safety and don't overlook them. Additionally, this book outlines the habitats of numerous perilous magical creatures and dark beings in the forest. Exercise caution and avoid these areas." Weide gratefully accepted the professor's generous gift. With these notebooks, he would no longer need to extract information from Mr. Ogg. After departing from Professor Slughorn's office, Tom casually flipped through the notebooks while walking. "It's exceedingly dangerous. So many dark creatures and volatile magical beings. What if they stray from their habitats? What then? Your perspective is too narrow, Tom. What danger, what dark beings? To me, they represent a treasure trove of galleons." Weide replied with palpable excitement. "Do you have any idea how much those materials can fetch? Are you blinded by gold? You would risk your life for mere coin?" Tom frowned disapprovingly. "Don't blame me, Tom. You know I require substantial funds for my research on new spells and magical experiments. I am in dire need of galleons." "So, you have spent a considerable amount on your spell research?" Tom asked skeptically. "Indeed. You find these new spells quite effective, do you not? They are the fruits of my labor. So, you haven't touched the money in our Gringotts vault? Oh, what splendid weather we are having today. You wouldn't dare touch my share, would you?" Tom exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Tom, when faced with a genuine friendship and a pile of galleons, which would you choose?" "Galleons," Tom declared resolutely. "Oh, Tom, you have changed. How have you become so materialistic? Where has the Tom, who once pursued knowledge and power, gone? How could you have fallen into the trap of avarice? How dare you utter such words?" Chapter 72. A pureblood wizard must be elegant. The library. Weide and Tom found a table by the window. Tom's quill glided swiftly across the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. For him, the essay on transfiguration was rather simple. Of course, it would have been better if there weren't someone next to him furiously flipping through books, creating a cacophony that disturbed his concentration. "I say, could you be a bit quieter? Flipping pages that quickly. What can you possibly glean aside from distracting me from my essay?" Tom remarked, visibly displeased. Upon hearing this, Weide not only did not cease his fervent page-turning, but quickened his pace. "What do you know? This is called quantum reading." "What on earth? Quantum, never mind. Could you please not disturb me? I'm trying to read." Tom tossed aside his quill, exclaiming, Who is disturbing whom? I can't write this infernal essay. I simply cannot. Whoever wants to write, let them. All right, I'm done. You can take your time, Weide said, closing the notes given to him by Professor Slughorn. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he had memorized the key points after a thorough perusal. Where are you going? Tom inquired, frowning. Having finished my reading. I naturally have other matters to attend to. Aren't you going to write your essay? What is the rush? Isn't it due next week? If you don't wait until the last moment to complete your assignments, how can you claim to have attended school? Watching Weide's retreating figure as he exited the library, Tom sighed in resignation. It was all rather perplexing. Undoubtedly, Weide was preoccupied with something, and their conversation was merely a perfunctory exchange, devoid of substance. Tom suspected that Weide himself was unaware of the words that had escaped his lips. Could it be related to that Annie Roser? Tom's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Weide walked briskly through the corridors of Hogwarts, quietly memorizing the path beneath his feet. Simultaneously, he committed to memory the positions of every portrait in the corridor, even the placement of each statue. The portraits in the Wizarding World are not mere inanimate objects. The figures within them not only move but can also converse, and it is not uncommon for them to dart into other paintings. This implies that any character within a portrait could potentially serve as someone else's eyes, akin to surveillance. Therefore, if Weide wished to keep his little secret, he would need to avoid the patrolling professors during the upcoming nocturnal escapade, while also being cautious not to be seen by these portraits. The disillusionment charm does not guarantee complete invisibility. When in motion, one's outline may still become apparent. Thus, he must pass slowly in areas populated by portraits. If only he possessed the invisibility cloak of the Potter family. Thanks to his formidable memory, Weide could remember many places after merely wandering through them once. As evening approached and he arrived at the dining hall, he had already memorized most of the visible paths within Hogwarts. It was akin to constructing a mental model of the castle. Vader, where have you been all day? And inquired upon spotting Vader. She seemed to have momentarily lost her concentration, and in that fleeting moment, Vader had vanished. She could not find him anywhere until he finally appeared at the Slytherin table, ready to dine. A professional smile instantly graced Vader's face. Ah, Anne, it's delightful to see you again. I must say, Hogwarts is truly fascinating. In the blink of an eye, you disappeared from my sight. I searched for you the entire afternoon and couldn't find you. Is it possible that this castle is actually quite vast? And was taken aback by his words. Truth be told, shouldn't that have been her line? She had indeed spent the entire afternoon searching for him. She could only respond, "Oh, I see. It's good that you're well. I thought you might have fallen into some peculiar place. My father once mentioned that Hogwarts is home to many hidden chambers." Hidden chambers? Vader suddenly asked. Do you know their locations? And hesitated slightly. How could she possibly know the whereabouts of any chambers? She had merely spoken offhandedly. My father didn't tell me. Perhaps he might know. What a pity. If there are any hidden chambers, I would genuinely like to explore them. Wouldn't you agree? Tom, Vader said with a smile to Tom, who was currently peeling eggs for Nagini and was somewhat bewildered by the sudden inquiry. Why are you asking me about hidden chambers? Tom replied, puzzled. Vader chuckled. I'm simply curious. When the four founders constructed Hogwarts, do you think they left behind any hidden chambers to conceal their treasures? Strangely enough, that is indeed a possibility. And remarked, especially Slytherin. He had a falling out with the other founders before departing from Hogwarts, so he might have left something behind in the castle. Vader regarded her with surprise, momentarily unsure whether she was genuinely knowledgeable or merely speculating. Regardless of what he may have left, it has no bearing on us, Tom interjected gloomily. It won't help me learn more or become stronger. What if he left behind his magical manuscripts? Vader replied with a grin. Well, if that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing, Tom admitted, a flicker of interest shining in his eyes. However, considering the Wizarding World has evolved over the years, what magic he left might not be as formidable as what we possess today. Vader exclaimed, Tom, your current clarity is somewhat unfamiliar to me. I have always been clear-headed, Vader, Tom replied expressionlessly as he placed the 2 peeled eggs on a plate before Nagini. Here, enjoy, and looked at Tom in astonishment. Did you just speak to the snake? Yes, what of it? Tom inquired. Tom has consistently maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards the girl, who is evidently troubled. Are you not aware? Slytherins can indeed speak Parseltongue. It is said that his descendants possess this ability as well. Tom, could it be that you share blood ties with Slytherin? And exclaimed with excitement. The previously expressionless Tom suddenly exhibited a peculiar gleam in his eyes upon hearing her words. Are you certain of this? Tom inquired with a hint of urgency. Absolutely. Although it is not an absolute truth, throughout history, not only Slytherin's descendants have been able to speak Parseltongue, there are other wizards who can as well, and elaborated. Though and mentioned that those who can speak Parseltongue are not exclusively Slytherin's heirs, it undeniably piqued Tom's interest significantly. Levi witnessed the entire exchange, but chose not to intervene. He too was curious to see how Tom, having learned of his true lineage, would transform in this narrative that diverged greatly from the original. However, It was somewhat unexpected for Levi that Tom had received clues about his heritage in advance through N. It seemed the power of his butterfly effect was indeed substantial. This incident served as a cautionary reminder for Levi, emphasizing that one should never overly rely on preconceived notions of the original text when perceiving events. After dinner, Tom hurried back to the library, immediately embarking on a quest for books. Yet, this time, he sought not tomes on spells or transfiguration, but rather histories and texts concerning the lineage of the Slytherin family. Levi did not accompany Tom to the library. For him, the offerings of Hogwarts Library were no longer alluring. Only the restricted section held any intrigue. The forbidden area housed manuscripts and books on dark magic accumulated over the years, which were virtually unattainable elsewhere. Furthermore, in terms of sheer volume, the collection of the Summerlino family paled in comparison to that of Hogwarts' restricted section. Beyond the magical knowledge, the most crucial element, the notes of a senior, lay hidden within the restricted area. Accessing this section during daylight was out of the question. Students wishing to borrow from the restricted section must first obtain a professor's signature, then inform the librarian of their desired book. The librarian would then retrieve the book from the restricted area and present it to the student. During this process, students are strictly forbidden from entering the restricted section, and even approaching it warrants a warning. Having already scouted the best time to make his move during the day, Levi resolved to venture into the restricted section that night to procure the senior's notebook. Following that, he would enter the Forbidden Forest, using the notebook's insights to locate the hotspots of ancient magic. Why have you fallen silent? N's voice interrupted Levi's thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely a bit fatigued, Levi replied casually. His curiosity regarding her motives for approaching him prevented him from dismissing her presence. At present, they may be considered friends. To be precise, Annie is temporarily the first friend that he and Tom have made upon entering Hogwarts. After a day of wandering, I find myself quite fatigued. So I shall retire early this evening, for there are classes to attend tomorrow. Very well. The pureblood. Upon uttering the password, the door swung open immediately. Just as it did, two figures emerged from within. Hey, Vid. Alfred greeted Levid with a grimace. The source of his discomfort was a young lady tugging insistently at his ear. Upon noticing, Levid realized that this was the very girl who had insulted him as a mudblood at platform 9 3/4. Hello, Alfred. That is quite an interesting look you have there, Levid remarked with a chuckle. Alfred appeared on the brink of tears, silently pleading for rescue. Not you again. Walburga glared at Levid with ire. There was little doubt that Levid's earlier words had left a considerable impact on a proud pure-blood wizard like Alfred. Ah, Miss Black, a pleasure to see you again. I wonder, where are you intending to take my roommate? Levid inquired. I'm disciplining my brother. It's none of your business. Very well. If you assert that this is a family matter, then it indeed does not concern me. However, as Alfred is my friend, I sincerely hope he can maintain the dignity befitting a pure-blood wizard. Levid adopted a tone reminiscent of Snape's melancholic cadence. Upon hearing Levid's infuriating tone again, Walburga instinctively took a step back. One could only pity Alfred, whose ear remained firmly in his sister's grasp. This retreat caused him to grimace in pain. What do you mean by that? Walburga coldly inquired. I mean, as a pure-blood, particularly one hailing from a family of illustrious lineage, elegance ought to be an intrinsic characteristic. Yet, I fail to observe anything remotely related to that quality in the members of the Black family. Indeed, my assessment from that day was not mistaken. Levid cast a look of pity towards Walburga, lamenting that despite being a pure-blood wizard, she utterly lacked an understanding of elegance. The Black family has left me disappointed. You, Walburga, infuriated, found her grip on Alfred's ear inadvertently loosening. With a sigh of relief, Alfred straightened up, vigorously rubbing his now reddened ear. Gratitude shone in his eyes as he regarded Levid, for not only had he spared his ear, but he had also articulated the thoughts that had long lingered in his mind. His own sister, a lady of a pure-blood family, resorted to physical reprimands whenever angered. Not an ounce of elegance. In stark contrast, look at my friend Annie. As a member of the Rosier family, she has consistently embodied the grace of a pure-blood wizard. I have yet to witness her lose her composure in anger. Annie, who had been observing the unfolding drama, was taken aback by the sudden mention of her name. It must be said, as a child of the Rosier family, Annie truly possesses an exceptional demeanor. Her smile instantly rendered Walburga self-conscious. While Alfred gazed at her in sheer astonishment, my self-esteem, severely bruised, caused Walburga's eyes to redden, and without uttering a single word, he turned and departed. Alfred watched his sister's retreating figure and remarked, Vider, you truly are remarkable. I have never seen my sister, who usually brings others to tears, reduced to such a state by your words. Levi raised his chin and replied, that is because your sister has come to a profound realization of her own shortcomings, leaving her feeling ashamed. Until she comprehends the true essence of a pure-blood family's virtues, I remain open to forging a friendship with her. Oh, your family is truly impressive. Undoubtedly, as an ancient pure-blood lineage from the East, You exude an elegance that our family cannot hope to match. Alfred mused. He was unwavering in his belief regarding Levi's earlier claims at platform 9 3/4, especially since even his father had been frightened away at that time. Levi chose not to elaborate further. After all, it was beneficial for these individuals to believe in the strength of their esteemed lineage. However, Anne, who had been observing quietly, could not help but feel a spark of interest. An ancient pureblood family from the East? The Lee family? Chapter 73, A Night Out? Count me in. Levi sighed again. Alfred, you too are a member of a pureblood family, and you ought to possess your own pride and dignity. How can you allow your sister to bully you so? I have no choice, Weide, Alfred lamented. I wish it were different, but my sister is simply too fierce. While I can accept punishment for my mistakes, it is another matter entirely when she faces adversity or is merely in a foul mood. I cannot fathom the dynamics of your British pureblood families, Levi replied. Shaking his head, Alfred lowered his gaze, filled with a sense of shame. The Black family, too, boasted a significant history as a pureblood family, yet when compared to others, they fell woefully short in every regard. Well, I have expressed all I needed to. Take care of yourself. After their brief encounter, Levi and Alfred passed by each other and entered the common lounge, and did not follow but turned to Alfred and inquired, How do you know so much about his family? Although I am his friend, he seems to rarely discuss his background. Alfred replied, He spoke of it himself. At that time, my sister assumed he was a mudblood, and Weide was understandably infuriated. Frankly, my sister's behavior was excessive, even if someone is not pureblood. Such derogatory language is unwarranted. Did he not provide any proof? And asked. Alfred shook his head. Proof? I have never encountered anyone who embodies the essence of a pureblood more than he does. This statement left Anne deep in thought. She realized that while Levi appeared outwardly amiable to everyone, beneath that facade lay a profound sense of pride. It was as if he possessed an innate superiority over all. If he were merely of Muggle descent or from an ordinary pureblood family, he could not possibly exude such a distinctive aura. Alfred is indeed correct, and has never encountered a pureblood wizard more quintessential than him. Anne's thoughts then drifted to Tom, whose pride, in stark contrast to Levide's reticence, was palpably evident. Yet, in Levide's presence, Tom unconsciously tempered his arrogance, prompting deep contemplation. Tom arrived at the dormitory quite late, his demeanor far from cheerful, suggesting he had not unearthed the answers he sought in the library. Clearly, this revelation weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, his roommates, Alfred and Henry, were already enveloped in slumber, while Levide lay quietly in bed. Surely, you did not take Anne's words to heart? Levide inquired softly. Nevertheless, it is a lead. Is it not? Tom replied, his voice devoid of vigor. However, I have scoured every record pertaining to Slytherin and found naught relating to the surname Riddle. Perhaps you should investigate your mother's surname. Do you know what her name was? Levide asked. Well, Mrs. Cole once informed me that her name was Maraude Gaunt, Tom responded. Then I believe you should certainly explore the Gaunt surname, Levide suggested once more. Tom furrowed his brow, gazing at the ceiling. But how could that be? If my mother were a descendant of that person, how could she have met such a dismal fate? Levide spoke calmly. Tom, you have encountered those signs of pure blood families. You must understand the caliber of most among them. Levide's words plunged Tom into silence, as he grappled with the disheartening possibility that his mother might have been a subpar witch. Once again, he clung to his earlier conjecture, that his father was a wizard, while his mother was merely a muggle. It seems you will find it difficult to sleep tonight, Levide remarked. Indeed, Tom replied, his mood heavy. Levide glanced at the clock and then sprang up. Where are you going? Tom asked. I believe you might require a vial of draught of living death. I recall having quite a bit left, Levide stated. No, I do not need it, Tom declined. It was best to avoid Levide's potions. Very well then. You are left with nothing but to lie there. Levide procured a potion from his bedside, downed it, and made for the dormitory door. Where are you headed? Tom asked in confusion, assuming Levide was consuming the draught of living death. However, Levide did not head to bed but instead ventured outside, sparking Tom's curiosity. I am in search of something, Levide replied as he exited the dormitory. The common room was deserted in the dead of night, even the ghost dozing by the fireplace. Levide had never realized that ghosts required sleep, though it was possible this specter missed the routine of its former life. Levide cautiously opened the common room door and stepped outside. He stood in the corridor of Hogwarts Castle, inhaling the frigid air of the late night. Then he raised his wand, preparing to cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Are you planning to wander the night? Came Tom's subdued voice from behind. You ought to be in bed, Tom, Weide replied, turning to frown at him. I can't sleep anyway. Take me along, Tom said. Weide remained silent for a moment before asking. Do you know where I intend to go? I presume it's the restricted section, Tom shrugged. How did you know? You mentioned you were merely going for a stroll, but in truth, you were scouting. While you were meandering, you were heading in the opposite direction from me. Yet you somehow ended up witnessing me in a skirmish on my way to the library. This indicates your destination is indeed the library. And the only thing there that piques your interest is the tomes within the restricted section. Lee Weide fell silent again. Your reasoning is rather tenuous, Tom. Very well. I've seen your route map. Enough chatter. I wish to visit the restricted section as well. Will you accompany me, or shall I go alone? Tom appeared somewhat impatient. Are you seeking knowledge about Slytherin in the restricted section? All right, then follow me. But remember, do not hinder my progress. As Lee Weide spoke, he pointed his wand at Tom's shoulder. Instantly, Tom felt a chill enveloping him, and then he beheld his own form becoming ethereal. A disillusionment charm? You have mastered such an advanced spell? Do not presume that you are the only one who strives, Tom, Lee Weide remarked, casting the charm upon himself as well. By the way, let me teach you another spell. This one enables you to see clearly in the darkness. Tom exclaimed, It seems you have made ample preparations. Lee Weide replied curtly, Today I have learned a lesson. No matter how thorough the preparation or meticulous the plan, unforeseen events may arise, and that unforeseen event is you. Tom, aware of his own shortcomings in this exchange, refrained from retorting, fearing that this individual might change his mind and bestow upon him a stupefy curse. Instead, he focused intently on mastering the spell for night vision that Lee Weide was imparting. This way, they would not need to carry oil lamps or use lumos for illumination, rendering the disillusionment charm superfluous. Additionally, there is this whispers charm. It allows your voice to remain unheard for the next hour, transmitting only to a designated person's ears. I call it intra-team communication. Tom was astonished by this whispers charm. What kind of mind do you have that can conceive such a spell? It is merely a slight modification of the silencing charm, Lee Weide replied calmly. Tom's talent was truly formidable. In no time, he had learned both spells that Lee Weide had taught him. 5 minutes later, they were already on their way to the Hogwarts library. What exactly are you searching for? Tom inquired. Due to the state of communication within the team, their casual chatter was drowned in the silence of the dark corridor. Your question is quite intriguing, Levi said. One certainly ventures to the restricted section to seek books, not to dine. Have you eaten chili tonight? Your temper seems rather fiery, he added. Care to guess why? Tom replied with a hint of resignation. All right, it's because of me. I understand now. I'll keep quiet. Throughout their journey, Levi exhibited remarkable caution. In areas shrouded in darkness, they swiftly moved past, while in places illuminated by moonlight or other sources, Levi would crouch low, carefully navigating before canvases that seemed to doze. Tom was left in awe of Levi's expertise. Had it not been the first day of school, he might have presumed Levi was an experienced night wanderer. At last, they arrived. Is there someone over there? Tom suddenly pointed towards the library's entrance. Levi glanced quickly, recognizing the figure immediately. What shall we do? He has been lingering at the door. We cannot enter the library, Tom fretted. The poltergeist, Peeves, was unlike other spirits. Even the slightest anomaly could incite an uproar. Tom was keen to avoid attracting the patrolling professor's attention. Suddenly, Tom sensed a wisp of white mist emanating from Levi's wand. Almost instantaneously, his vision blurred, and a ghost drenched in silvery blood materialized before them. Isn't that Barrow, the ghost of our academy? Tom gasped in astonishment. What is he doing here? A smile crept across Levi's face. Care to guess? Tom promptly sealed his lips. At that moment, Barrow drifted closer to Peeves. Ah, it is the esteemed Lord Barrow. Might I inquire why you grace us with your presence at such a late hour? Peeves quivered at the sight of Barrow, as the latter was his arch-nemesis, instilling an inexplicable fear within him. Step aside, do not obstruct my path, Barrow stated coldly. At once, Peeves exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve, and he zipped away through the walls of the corridor. Once Peeves vanished, Barrow too disappeared before Tom's astonished gaze. That was an illusion of Barrow. In other words, a phantasm conjured by Levi. Tom finally understood why Abercax and the others had fled in terror on the train. Levi must have shown them something they were not meant to see. This time, Levi enveloped himself within the illusion, allowing himself to witness Barrow as well, a cautionary measure, perhaps. With a click, while Tom remained lost in thought, Levi had already unlocked the library door. Tom hurriedly followed suit. After they entered, Levi suddenly turned his gaze back towards the entrance. He scrutinized the corridor behind them, yet found it utterly empty. Lee Weide had an unsettling feeling that something was observing him and Tom. After a moment of silence, Lee Weide tapped on the door with his wand. Immediately, the library door closed of its own accord, locking itself once more. Tom suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over him, only to realize that the library door remained wide open. This implied that what he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Tom was convinced that if anyone approached, they would see the library door securely locked, unaware that it was, in fact, ajar. Suddenly, a thought struck Tom. Was his presence also part of Lee Weide's plan? Otherwise, why would he have prepared spells such as the Whispering Charm in advance? How did you accomplish this? Tom inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have never encountered such magic before. This is my secret skill. Would you care to learn? Lee Weide responded. Are you willing to teach me? Tom asked excitedly. Dream on. Do you truly believe I would share my most guarded secrets with you? Lee Weide retorted coldly. Of course. I would teach you meticulously, Tom asserted resolutely. Huh? Have you forgotten that the so-called secret skills you possess were taught to you by me? Tom fell silent at Weid's words. In truth, the abilities he now considered his own had indeed been learned from Weide. The disparity between them was staggering. Weide tossed over a black glove, which was highly sensitive to magical influences. Before you delve into the books, put on this glove and feel the cover. If it reacts strongly, it indicates that the book harbors potent dark magic, and you must not open it. As far as I know, the type of book you seek, pertaining to historical secrets, should not possess formidable magic. Tom stared at the glove in astonishment. He had heard tales of the forbidden books in the restricted section, many of which were laden with powerful curses. Opening one carelessly could lead to dire consequences. Now, with this glove for detection, safety was greatly assured. Where did you acquire this glove? It is incredibly useful, Tom asked, taken aback. I found it at a junk shop, Weide replied casually. He certainly could not reveal to Tom that it was one of the few magical items left from the Soumriano family. Be cautious. I have no desire to carry you to the infirmary at this hour, he warned. Understood, Tom replied weakly. After dealing with Tom, Weide resolved to proceed swiftly. The odd sensation he had felt earlier ignited a sense of caution within him. Acting hastily could alert others. Thus, Weide silently altered his plan. Tonight, he would feign perusing the forbidden books, and when he passed the location mentioned by the senior, he would discreetly glance to see if the notebook was still there. After all, many years had passed. Once he confirmed the notebook's presence, he would return at a later time to retrieve it. Bringing Tom along was a prudent decision. In a way, Tom's presence would effectively conceal his true intentions. When it came to ancient magic, Weide could not afford to be careless. Even amidst conflict, the invocation of nightmare magic was possible. Thus, Leviathan resolved to employ it. With a stoic expression, he unleashed a series of intricate counterspells that left Tom in a daze, striking the crimson warning line at the entrance of the restricted section. However, this line appeared devoid of protective enchantments. Beyond it lay the forbidden area, and not far from the warning line stood a lengthy staircase leading to the lower levels of the library. In truth, the restricted section was divided into multiple tiers. The first level, while still hazardous, posed less of a threat. Yet, from the subsequent tier onwards, perilous entities awaited. According to the upperclassman's account, each level seemed to be guarded by specters, necessitating that the two remain under the veil of their concealment spells. The tireless phantoms indeed made for optimal sentinels. Nevertheless, under Leviathan's nightmare magic, these spectral guardians presented little challenge. A mere illusion to obscure their senses would suffice. Stripped of their wizardly powers, the ghosts were well within Leviathan's capability to manage. Very well, let us search separately, Leviathan declared. Tom understood that Leviathan preferred to keep his intentions regarding the book a secret. Yet, he was unperturbed. After all, everyone harbored their own little mysteries. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tom commenced his search from the first level, while Leviathan ascended to the next tier. The sublevel, akin to the first, housed a librarian's desk. Upon entering, Leviathan immediately spotted a ghost engrossed in reading at the desk. He raised his wand, and the specter's gaze became clouded with confusion. Cautiously, Leviathan slipped past and approached the rows of shelves behind. Hogwarts, with its millennium of legacy, boasted an abundance of restricted tomes. In contrast, the public collection on the first floor merely represented the tip of the iceberg of the library's vast holdings. Following his plan, Leviathan did not rush directly to the location of the notebook. Instead, he donned a glove and began to meticulously peruse the shelves. Encountering intriguing and captivating titles, he would pause to examine them, resembling a student merely sneaking a glance at forbidden literature. As moments ticked by, Leviathan descended from the sublevel to the third sublevel. At last, he approached the bookshelf described in detail by the upperclassman. Marked 3551, it was the third column from the bottom, farthest to the right. As usual, he reached out with his gloved hand. Soon, he halted at the far right of the shelf. His movements stilled momentarily, and with an impassive demeanor, he retrieved a volume to inspect. Yet beside this book lay a distinct impression. Although his expression remained unreadable, a tempest brewed within him. For the upperclassman's notebook had inexplicably vanished. This was not entirely surprising, considering the upperclassman's departure from Hogwarts had occurred many years prior. Even if the notebook had gone missing, it was not an entirely strange occurrence. However, the dust marks left on the bookshelf indicated that the notebook had recently been taken. This left Weide with much to ponder. It had been there all along, and just as he had learned its location from a senior, it was snatched away. A myriad of thoughts swirled in Weide's mind, and after feigning interest in several other books, he quietly retreated. At that moment, Tom was sitting by the window on the first floor, staring blankly outside. Before him lay a dark, foreboding book. "Tom, we should leave," said Weide. "I found it." Tom replied. "What?" "Gunter, my mother's surname." A peculiar light flickered in Tom's eyes. "Although I do not know who my father is, my mother's lineage is of Slytherin descent. In other words, I am not a mudblood. Slytherin's blood flows through my veins." As soon as the holidays arrive, I will seek out the Gunner family. Perhaps someone from my mother's side still lives. Weide, will you accompany me? Weide nodded. Let us go, but you must understand, if your mother's kin still exists. Yet your mother perished tragically at the orphanage's doorstep. What does that signify? I suggest you refrain from idealizing your mother's lineage too naively. Weide's words fell like a cold splash of water upon Tom's fervent heart. Yet, he had to concede that Weide's point held merit. If his mother's kin were indeed admirable, how could his mother have collapsed in ragged clothes at the orphanage's entrance while pregnant? Chapter 75. I would rather leap from the tower than consume your potion. However, I must confront this, Tom declared. It was one thing not to know before, but now that I have finally obtained a lead, I cannot remain idle. Weide smiled. Thus, I support your quest. I merely remind you to prepare yourself mentally. Many fallen pureblood families may live in conditions worse than beggars, even if they are descendants of Slytherin. Tom nodded and then inquired, enough about my matters. What of yours? Have you found your belongings? Weide's smile vanished as he replied. There was an unexpected turn of events. Tom was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Weide come up empty-handed after crafting a meticulous plan. Weide glanced toward the door and suddenly added, in fact, I should have brought Nagini. Why? Tom asked, puzzled. Sometimes, what the human eye cannot see may be sensed by a serpent, Weide replied, his words laden with implication. Tom looked at Weide in confusion. This fellow often spoke cryptic words at the most unexpected times. We should be off, Weide stated, with the same disillusionment charm. The same mysterious magic, and the same route. Their return journey proved far more seamless than their arrival. They encountered neither the patrolling professor nor Peeves. After bidding Tom goodnight, Voldemort tapped his wand against his forehead and instantly fell into a deep slumber. This left Tom utterly astonished. This fellow was remarkably ruthless, resorting to casting a spell on himself for the sake of swift sleep. At the bedside, Nagini flicked her tongue, glanced at the sleeping Voldemort, and gently pulled the blanket over him with her mouth. Tom sighed and lay down as well, but after a while, he sat up in resignation. Could you not have cast the spell for me first? I can't seem to sleep now. Sister, you've lost your notebook. Voldemort had fallen asleep so rapidly in order to discuss this matter with her. The timing was exceedingly strange, just as they were preparing to retrieve it. It had already been taken. It is worth noting that this matter was known only to the two of them, and they were deliberating it within a dream. The sister's nightmare magic was so terrifying that she had always been the one to invade others' dreams. How could anyone penetrate hers? If such a person did invade her dream and discovered their discussion, why would they merely take a notebook? Capturing both of them would surely be far more advantageous. One was merely a moderately powerful adult wizard, while the other was still a novice. With such capabilities, dealing with them would be child's play. Every aspect of this situation reeked of the bizarre and the illogical. That notebook was something I impulsively placed in the restricted section. I never mentioned it to anyone. The sister's voice carried a tone of fatigue. Could it be that someone learned the location of the notebook from the consciousness you lost? Voldemort inquired. No, that doesn't make sense. My consciousness is akin to an insect's antennae, a web I extend to observe the world, devoid of any memories. She shook her head, dismissing Voldemort's speculation. Then it is indeed perplexing. How could someone have foreknowledge of this? Wait a moment, foreknowledge. Voldemort suddenly had a revelation. You mean to say a prophecy? Did someone glimpse something in a prophecy? Precisely. Otherwise, it remains utterly inexplicable. The sister nodded. Indeed, prophecy can unveil fragmented glimpses of the future, perhaps. That individual only perceived the location of my notebook, with nothing else having come into view. Prophecy, Voldemort sighed. As far as I know, there seems to be only one person capable of such foresight. Who? Gellert Grindelwald. To my knowledge, he once publicly prophesied the impending war among Muggles, and it has since been proven that the Muggle world is indeed on the brink of conflict. Gellert Grindelwald. I recognize that name. Do you have any connection with him? Regrettably, I have had previous interactions with him, and it appears he has taken a keen interest in both me and Tom. He should be considered the most influential dark wizard in the world today. I understand such individuals well. They do not become interested in others without reason. You must exercise caution. The sister spoke with a grave seriousness. Are you suggesting that he actually foresaw something in the prophecy, which is why he sought us out in Britain? Levi pondered. Indeed, a person of his caliber could hardly be motivated solely by curiosity regarding Dumbledore's intentions to go to such lengths against two underage wizards like us, his senior remarked. If it were merely Grindelwald, that might actually be good news. At least that means you haven't caught the attention of that schemer who has it in for me. Levi replied. I must uncover who has taken that notebook, he declared resolutely. Do you have any ideas? She inquired. Levi smiled. If I were the one who took the notebook, I would certainly visit the locations noted within it. Moreover, only someone from Hogwarts could gain access to the restricted section in such a manner. I understand, she said, but there are numerous locations listed in the notebook, and I can't recall many of them. Levi chuckled. Do you remember the first few locations mentioned at the beginning of the notebook? Of course. That was my first foray into ancient magic, and it remains vividly etched in my memory. Excellent. I suppose most people would begin reading from the first page, wouldn't they? However, if he started from the middle, then I would simply be out of luck. Are you planning to wait for him like a hunter? Yet. Didn't you say the notebook had already been taken? Perhaps he has already visited those places, she suggested. That seems unlikely. The traces left by the notebook are still quite fresh. It couldn't have been taken more than 3 days ago, and we have only just begun our term. This individual likely hasn't had the time to explore those locations yet. This means I still have a chance to catch him. All right. Then be careful. Rest assured, as long as he isn't Grindelwald himself, I should be fine. Levi awoke promptly at 8 in the morning, feeling refreshed and ready to wash up. The nightmarish magic allowed him to feel invigorated despite having only a few hours of sleep. As he entered the washroom, he spotted Tom, who bore the telltale signs of fatigue. Good morning, Tom. You look splendid. Levi exclaimed cheerfully. Really? Tom replied dryly. Just kidding. Perhaps you could use a dose of invigorating potion. Levi retrieved the potion he had prepared earlier. Upon seeing it, Tom's demeanor softened considerably. A quality invigorating potion comes at the cost of 5 gold galleons. Are you serious? You expect me to pay? Tom's eyes widened. It's not my fault, Tom. Small businesses require capital to operate. Surely, you wouldn't expect me to extend credit? Even if you must charge, isn't 5 galleons a bit steep for a single bottle? Oh, come on. I need to make a profit somehow. Levi quickly added, hey, if you drop it, you'll still owe me. But it hasn't been dropped yet. Tom retorted. All right. Are you certain you don't want the potion? We have a full day of classes ahead. Tom shook his head resolutely. I am utterly exhausted. I could perish in potions class from an explosion. I could leap from the Hogwarts tower and meet my demise. Yet I will not take a sip of your potion. Levi raised his thumb in approval. Well done. But during potions class, you'll need to find someone else to partner with. I intend to keep my distance. Tom chuckled. His laughter tinged with a hint of menace. Do you think you can escape? One could assert that today's lesson was akin to hell for Tom, who had endured a sleepless night. After finishing his breakfast, he forced himself to the potions classroom. Meanwhile, Levi persistently attempted to sell his invigorating potion to Tom. But Tom remained resolute, determined not to let the unscrupulous Levi succeed. On their way to the classroom, they encountered Annie. After listening for a moment, Annie decisively purchased the invigorating potion from Levi for 5 galleons. Upon witnessing Annie drink the potion, Tom discreetly whispered to Levi, it seems we are not the only ones who had a restless night. Levi nodded thoughtfully, observing Annie's retreating figure. The potions classroom was located in the basement. At the entrance, several first-year Slytherins instinctively recoiled upon seeing Levi and Tom, their eyes filled with terror. Levi couldn't help but laugh. These were the very individuals he had bested the previous day. Apart from a few upperclassmen, the rest were present. Upon entering the classroom, they realized it wasn't just the defeated ones who were uneasy. The other pureblood students regarded Levi and Tom with a mixture of fear, alienation, and disdain. They whispered among themselves, and although their voices were hushed, Levi's keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. Clearly, news of the previous day's altercation had spread. And for some unknown reason, rumors regarding Levi's lineage from a mysterious Eastern pureblood family had also circulated. Levi pondered this revelation. No wonder these students were distant and hostile. It was likely due to the homegrown pureblood family's aversion to foreign purebloods. After all, Levi, as an outsider, had assaulted one of their own, which felt like a personal affront. However, neither Levi nor Tom was particularly concerned. If they were unwilling to accept it, they would simply have to be dealt with again. The Slytherins generally admired strength. Seeking opportunities to assert dominance would likely yield results. On this matter, Levi and Tom found themselves in complete agreement. With an impassive expression, Tom casually chose a seat. Annie, why don't you sit in the middle? Levi suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? I'd be in the midst of you two, Annie replied, feeling a bit bashful. The view is better in the middle, Levi insisted earnestly. Tom coldly remarked. He fears I might lack the energy and end up ruining his potion. Upon hearing this, Annie sensibly declined Levi's offer. No one wished to be on the receiving end of a potion mishap. Tom, must you insist on mutual destruction? Levi lamented. I shall change my seat. Levi declared as he stood up. Just then, Professor Slughorn entered with a smile. Class is starting, everyone find your seats. Levi turned around and noticed that nearly all the seats in the classroom had been filled. He could not occupy a seat in the adjacent Gryffindor section. I have always considered potionology to be the most enchanting of disciplines. An array of seemingly unrelated ingredients, when combined, can yield a multitude of wondrous effects. Professor Slughorn commenced today's lesson with a brief introduction to potionology, after which he arranged several cauldrons on the lectern. Can anyone here identify the potions contained within? He inquired. Those who can will prove they have diligently studied the textbook. I shall reward you with an additional treat. As soon as Professor Slughorn's words resonated, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Clearly, the students were keenly interested in the professor's mysterious reward. Is there anyone willing to step forward and make a guess? Please note that consulting your books is not permitted. Professor Slughorn cast his gaze toward the Slytherin students. As the head of Slytherin House, he naturally hoped that this reward would remain within his house. Observing the hesitation among the students, he suggested, "Why not have everyone come up to take a look, and then jot down your answers on parchment?" Before he could finish, 2 hands shot up. Professor Slughorn looked up and displayed a satisfied smile. "Weasley, Riddle, since you have raised your hands, come up together and write your answers on the parchment. If you both get it wrong, we'll allow others to come forward." Professor Slughorn had a tradition of doing this with newcomers each year, as a means of identifying students who genuinely enjoyed potionology. After all, those who could muster the enthusiasm to study the tedious textbook prior to enrollment were undoubtedly passionate about the subject. Weasley and Riddle promptly approached the front. Both understood that Professor Slughorn held them in high regard. It was quite possible that this professor would become a significant ally during their time at school, so it was wise to indulge him, considering their future aspirations. In plain terms, they could not allow the professor to experience an awkward silence. Moreover, the two had an inkling of the professor's intentions. Indeed, once Weasley and Riddle completed their responses, Professor Slughorn exclaimed with glee, "Correct. I must award each of you 20 points. Chapter 76, Riddle. So, who do you plan to harm this time?" As Professor Slughorn announced the points, the Gryffindor students began to fidget restlessly. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds would grasp the professor's implications. Consequently, a Gryffindor girl with braided hair raised her hand and said, "Professor, since you have yet to reveal the answers, why not let us have a go as well?" "Oh, Miss McLaggen, my little quiz not only tests your preparation, but also your courage." Since Mr. Weasley and Mr. Riddle were the first to raise their hands and answer correctly, they are the victors. If you were confident, why did you not raise your hands first? Professor Slughorn's words left the Gryffindor students in silence. Were they being told that their bravery paled in comparison to that of 2 Slytherins? What a disgrace. The few troublemakers from Gryffindor cast a somewhat menacing gaze towards Weide and Tom. However, the two remained unfazed by their pricking stares. It was no secret that Gryffindor and Slytherin had a long-standing rivalry, and animosity was simply unavoidable. After all, whether it was a confrontation with Slytherin or Gryffindor, what difference did it make? Professor Slughorn subsequently revealed the answers, laying bare the papers of Weide and Tom for all to see. Indeed, their responses aligned perfectly with Professor Slughorn's. "Come now, Weide and Tom, step forward to claim your welcome gifts," he beckoned, producing 2 small glass vials from his pocket. Each vial contained a single drop of shimmering golden liquid. Tom regarded the liquid with a hint of skepticism, hesitating to speak. "Professor, this is far too precious," exclaimed Weide. "Oh, it seems you are aware of what this potion is," Professor Slughorn responded cheerfully. "If I am not mistaken, this should be Felix Felicis." Weide replied, "It truly is too valuable. We merely passed a small test. It hardly warrants such a reward." "Nonsense, you are most deserving," Professor Slughorn chuckled. "I have taught many students, and though you are still young, I am confident you shall emerge as among the very best. My insight has always been keen, and I believe you require further encouragement." Professor Slughorn held a steadfast belief in his judgment. Every student he favored never graduated into mediocrity. The impression Weide and Tom left on him was particularly strong. Their passion for potions, combined with their remarkable courage and prowess at such a tender age, clearly indicated that these two were anything but ordinary. Most notably, even Professor Slughorn could sense the hostility directed towards them from both the other Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Yet, these 2 children remained undaunted, a quality that was undoubtedly rare and precious. Thus, when he invited them to collect their welcome gifts, he discreetly exchanged the original prize for the coveted Felix Felicis. For Slughorn, the discovery of exceptionally talented students to include in his circle was his greatest delight. After all, those who held a favorable view of him and exhibited remarkable abilities would inevitably become part of his extensive network after graduation, regardless of their chosen professions. Felix Felicis, known as the Potion of Luck, was well known even among those with little interest in potion making. Consequently, when the students learned that the prize was indeed Felix Felicis, they cast envious glances at Weide and Tom. Among the Gryffindor students, several wore expressions of frustration, including the young Miss McLaggen. They all felt that had they not hesitated earlier, the Potion of Luck might have been theirs. With matters having reached this point, Weide and Tom had no choice but to accept the gift, though Weide had previously exchanged for a vial of Felix Felicis through the system. Who would ever consider such a rare potion to be excessive? Tom was so exhilarated that he felt all traces of drowsiness dissipate. "Now, let us commence our lesson on how to concoct a boil potion." Professor Slughorn pulled over a blackboard and swiftly inscribed the essential precautions for brewing the boil potion. "What kind of elixir is this, Miss McLaggen?" "It is a potent remedy for measles, boils, and other lymphatic ailments. This is a powerful potion with a strong character. Caution is paramount in potion making. Improper preparation could result in the potion causing boils rather than curing them." "Ah, a very standard answer," It is evident that you have diligently reviewed the textbook. Miss McLagan, you have earned 5 points for Gryffindor, Professor Slughorn declared cheerfully. Although McLagan did not possess the brilliance of Levitt and Tom, she was nonetheless the type of student he favored. However, McLagan's mood did not improve. She did not believe she was inferior to Levitt and Tom, yet they received Felix Felicis and an additional 20 points each. Clearly, this was unjust. Professor Slughorn was unaware of her thoughts, and even if he knew, he would not consider his actions to be improper. Naturally, one must show favoritism towards the students of one's own house. Subsequently, after explaining the brewing process of the boil potion, Professor Slughorn instructed them to pair up for practical work. Levitt sighed and teamed up with Tom. Well, it seems I cannot escape this, Tom. I just hope you don't blow up the cauldron. Annie, are you seriously taking a step back? As the two began to divide their tasks, Tom suddenly heard Levitt's voice near his ear. When adding the porcupine quills, make sure to put in a bit more quill powder. Tom looked at Levitt in astonishment. For this phrase was uttered using a whispering charm. What are you scheming this time? What kind of talk is that? When have I ever harmed anyone? Well, how much is a bit more? Levitt selected a small spoon from the tools and silently placed it beside Tom. Use this, half a spoon. Do you really want me to blow up the cauldron? It won't blow up, nor will it affect the potion's quality. But using the powder will splatter some around. Do you want to end up with a face full of boils? Of course not. I'll explain later, Levitt said, slightly stepping back to reveal Annie beside him. Tom immediately understood. The two collaborated, and the process of brewing the boil potion advanced rapidly. Professor Slughorn watched from the side, nodding in satisfaction. Tom's technique was impeccable, akin to that of a textbook. Levitt, on the other hand, was truly astonishing, particularly with his exceptionally precise knife skills and the speed at which he handled potion ingredients. All of this left Professor Slughorn utterly amazed. Before his time travel, Levitt was the youngest expert in biology, accustomed to using knives for specimen work and even dissections, making the handling of potion ingredients second nature to him. Levitt and Tom felt a subtle urgency. If Professor Slughorn maintained his watchful gaze, they would be unable to execute their plans. Fortunately, it was not long before a minor mishap occurred in Gryffindor's section. Someone had miscalculated the steps, causing a cauldron to erupt into fierce flames. Stay calm. Professor Slughorn swiftly approached the commotion. Tom exhaled in relief, hastily completing the final step before removing the cauldron from the fire. Levitt handed him a prepared porcupine quill. Tom tossed the quill into the cauldron and awaited the reaction of the boil potion. Meanwhile, Levitt discreetly passed over a small vial containing powdered porcupine quill. Tom glanced at Professor Slughorn's back before quickly uncorking the vial and scooping out a small half-spoonful. Levitt nodded, and Tom promptly sprinkled the powder into the cauldron. Boom. The potion, which was slowly taking shape, suddenly erupted violently. Oh no, Levitt exclaimed, nimbly dodging the blast. The potion, not yet fully transformed, splattered toward Annie. Levitt's deliberate shout alerted her in time. Upon seeing the splatter, Annie appeared momentarily flustered, yet her hand wielding the wand moved with remarkable swiftness. Whoosh. Crackle. Sorry. I knew Tom would blow it up. Levitt quickly reassured the alert Annie. Tom stared at Levitt in disbelief, thinking, really? You just sold me out? Having just managed the incident, Professor Slughorn approached, drawn by the commotion. What happened? Oh, Tom, did you use a spoon dusted with porcupine quill powder? He inquired. That's not advisable. While it won't ruin the potion, it can cause an overly vigorous reaction, leading to splatters. There is a reason for the prescribed measurements. Yes, I told him so, but he insisted on using it, Levitt added, nearly causing a mess on Annie. Annie sheathed her wand with a smile. It's fine. I'm just glad I didn't switch places with you. Tom fell silent, feeling betrayed by his companion. The audacity. He had sought to test Annie, and yet he found himself in this predicament without taking the blame. Surely, this was retribution for not purchasing his potion. Dismissing the thought, he sighed, resigned to the situation. In the distance, McLagan observed the scene with a disdainful smirk. Is this what it comes to? A mere potion mishap? With such incompetence, how can they expect to brew Felix Felicis? At last, the potions class concluded. Tom exited the classroom, utterly exhausted. He whispered, I made quite the sacrifice. Have you gleaned anything? Levitt replied, I have results. What results? The conclusion is that Annie is not an imposter sent by Grindelwald. Tom blinked in astonishment. What? Chapter 77. Do you have any objections? Then go find an Auror. Do you truly believe he could transform into a little girl and infiltrate Hogwarts? Tom asked incredulously. While the likelihood is slim, the possibility still exists. Weide could not help but rub his nose, slightly irritated by the potion's fumes. The stakes were high, and caution was imperative. What if she were indeed that old rascal? Even if she were not, she hardly seemed like an ordinary first-year student. Could she possibly be affiliated with another faction of the Death Eaters? Weide shook his head. It was unlikely. In the instant of the incident, a person's instincts are difficult to conceal. Her response, though swift and timely, lacked the potency of an adult wizard and was at best comparable to his own current abilities. Moreover, a seasoned Death Eater would be perpetually vigilant, yet moments ago, had I not deliberately made a sound, she might not have reacted at all. The panic she exhibited was unmistakable, utterly unbefitting a competent Death Eater. In truth, Weide's other conjectures could be mere speculation. However, he was unequivocally certain about the intensity of her magical prowess. After mastering nightmare magic, he had become acutely sensitive to soul strength. If Annie had intentionally diminished her magical intensity, it would not have escaped Weide's notice. So she poses no threat? Tom queried, perplexed. Not necessarily. Who says Death Eaters must be adults? Many join the ranks from a young age. Remember, you nearly followed him once, did you not? Weide replied. Tom's face flushed with embarrassment at the sudden revelation, and he muttered, at that time, I truly believed he made a compelling argument. Weide continued, in any case, since she is not that old rogue, matters become considerably simpler. The two were engaged in hushed conversation when suddenly, Tom was jostled from behind. Turning to see the girl named McLaughlin regarding them with disdain, he noted her scornful expression. You couldn't even brew a simple pox potion correctly. And yet you receive a Felix Felicis as a reward? Huffed Slytherin. Exchanging glances, Weide and Tom simultaneously brandished their vials of Felix Felicis before McLaughlin, adorned with matching smug expressions. Not convinced, Tom challenged. Come at me. Weide added. Do you have a problem? Report us to the ministry and summon an Auror. You two shouldn't be so arrogant. McLaughlin retorted, seething with anger. Don't think you can do as you please just because you have a professor's favoritism. Weide loftily replied, oh, my apologies, but having a professor's favor does indeed grant one the liberty to act as they wish. McLaughlin, infuriated, exclaimed, I have never encountered anyone as insufferably arrogant as you. Well, now you have. Is there anything else? If not, kindly step aside. We're off to have our meal. We have classes to attend this afternoon. Weide and Tom ignored the fuming McLaughlin and strutted away, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. The herbology class that afternoon was considerably more tranquil than potions, as it was shared with Hufflepuff. The herbology professor was a young and beautiful witch named Elia Garrick. Professor Garrick is remarkably approachable. Her great-aunt, Mirabelle Garrick, once held the esteemed position of herbology professor at Hogwarts, and it is said that she bears a striking resemblance to her great-aunt. Although their family hails from a lineage of muggles, producing a wizard only once every few generations, they possess an extraordinary talent for herbology. 2 hours later, as they emerged from the greenhouse, caked in mud, Tom felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the herbology practicals were plentiful. Otherwise, he mused, I might have dozed off while standing. You're mistaken, Weide replied, shaking his head. In fact, you were asleep for quite a while during class. What? Tom exclaimed in disbelief, but having been long subjected to Weide's antics, he was not quick to accept his words. Suddenly, Annie, who had joined them unbeknownst to him, chimed in, what he says is true. Professor Garrick even told us not to wake you, fearing that it might startle you. Ah, Professor Garrick is indeed kind. Of course, points must still be deducted. After all, you were napping during class. Well, you've lost 5 points. Did I really sleep during class? And lost points for it. But why didn't I feel it? Tom grasped at his hair, ruffling his once smooth black locks into a disheveled mess. Don't tug at your hair so fiercely, Tom. What if you end up with a bald head? Weide chuckled. No way. It was you, wasn't it? Tom glanced at Annie, but ultimately restrained himself from revealing Weide's abilities. You're a coward. I merely feared you were too fatigued and might faint. I'd rather faint. I doubt that. You're far too afraid of death. Tom was left speechless, the root of the matter still being his fatigue. Meanwhile, Weide, along with Annie, Alfred, and Henry, made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. In truth, only these 3 individuals in Slytherin were willing to associate with Weide and Tom, a consequence of an incident on the Hogwarts Express that had rendered the two isolated. This outcome surprised Weide, yet it had little bearing on him. As Tom had previously stated, he had not come to Hogwarts to make friends. Upon their arrival at the Slytherin long table, nearby students promptly shifted their seats several meters away, as if avoiding a plague. Weide sat down with nonchalance and remarked, You see, if possible, it would be wise not to sit too close to me. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to make friends, and there is a chance of facing retaliation because of us. Henry shook his head. Slytherin should not be like this. Do you not understand? Weide and Tom are ostracized. Did you not notice? Today, they earned 40 points for Slytherin, yet not a single person applauded. This is quite troubling. Alfred finally grasped the situation. How are they akin to my sister? As an outsider, I inevitably face exclusion, especially with some of the pure-blooded individuals among them. Your closeness to me is certainly not advantageous. Leviath spoke while rummaging through a pile of potatoes, extracting a chicken leg. We are not the sort of individuals who abandon friends out of fear of being implicated. Those who do not deserve the companionship of friends, Alpha declared resolutely. Henry scoffed, asserting, I am not afraid. If they wish to bully me, the Avery family is not made of clay. If they injure me, that would be perfect. I shall promptly inform my father and grandfather. We shall not be easily intimidated. My grandfather is even contemplating acquiring a new carriage. And, maintaining a silent smile, joined Leviath's side, disregarding the gazes of others, much like Henry and the rest. Thank you, Leviath said with a smile. Even if an S support was likely feigned, the presence of a few who did not isolate themselves provided a modicum of warmth. However, it was about time that those from Slytherin received another thrashing. With Professor Slughorn around, a few more encounters of strength in numbers would incur little punishment, perhaps even earning his admiration. Professor Slughorn sought to cultivate connections with Leviath and Tom, and Leviath too wished to befriend the professor to leverage his existing network. That night, Leviath lay quietly in bed. Only rising late into the night, he glanced at Tom's bed, noting that Tom was indeed exhausted, still fast asleep. Quietly, Leviath got up and swiftly slipped out of the dormitory, this time accompanied by Nagini. Upon arriving in the common room, he spotted a slender figure draped in a cloak descending from the girls' dormitory on the second floor. Initially, he paid little heed, presuming it to be a girl who had forgotten something and was returning to retrieve it. However, he soon sensed something amiss. After the girl turned behind a column, she seemed to vanish. Surprised, Leviath quickly cast the disillusionment charm on himself. As he stood motionless, fully concealed, the door leading outside the common room suddenly swung open on its own, then closed again, as if an entirely invisible being had exited. Leviath's alertness heightened instantly. Suddenly, Nagini hissed a few words to him. Through extensive study, Leviath had developed an exceptional memory, allowing him to grasp much of the snake language. He understood Nagini's implication that she sensed something leaving the common room, and, judging by its body temperature, it appeared to be a human girl. She possesses an invisibility cloak. Leviath realized, connecting the dots with the sensation of being watched in the library the previous night, that observer must have been the girl. Nagini, lead the way, Leviath commanded. The serpent, in addition to its keen vision, possesses the remarkable ability to detect prey through the warmth of their bodies. Thus, even if the adversary dons the invisibility cloak of the Potter family, they cannot evade Nagini's deliberate search. Nagini nodded, signaling Levi to follow. Chapter 78, Anne's Dreamscape. The moonlight, bright and serene, cast an eerie glow upon the castle's corridor. Levi walked quietly, his gaze fixed on the seemingly empty expanse ahead. In this profound silence, even without Nagini's guidance, he could faintly discern the subtle sound of footsteps in the distance. Enhanced by ancient magic, the disillusionment charm rendered Levi's figure entirely concealed within the shadows of the castle, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the darkness, fixated on its prey. Hissing softly, Nagini gestured left at a fork in the path, and Levi turned into the corridor on the left. Ancient suits of armor lined the walls, and numerous oil paintings adorned the surfaces, from which the gentle sound of snoring emanated, suggesting that the figures within had drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a window at the end of the corridor creaked open, revealing a delicate footprint upon the windowsill. As Levi approached the open window, he discovered that beyond lay a garden. Not far from the greenhouse for herbology classes, a rustling sound echoed from the garden, likely the whisper of a robe brushing against the underbrush. Levi followed suit, deftly climbing through the window, his silent landing thanks to a silencing charm cast upon his shoes. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the purpose of this individual near the greenhouse. His questions were soon answered. He observed a manhole cover being stealthily shifted and then quietly replaced on the pathway leading from the greenhouse to the castle. Levi furrowed his brow and hurriedly pursued. Was Nagini still below? The hissing of the sewer echoed as it receded into the distance. Levi realized that this individual was escaping Hogwarts Castle via the sewer. What a fool to be unaware of such a hidden passage. Had Levi wished to slip out of the castle, he would never have resorted to the sewers. However, to uncover the intentions of this person and whether it related to the senior's notebook, he reluctantly moved aside the manhole cover and descended within. The sewer was parched and not overly long. This time, even without Nagini's direction, Levi could discern the path of the individual by the clear footprints etched into the ground. Soon, he arrived at the end of the sewer. The exit was concealed beneath a thicket, and as Levi pushed through the underbrush, he turned to find that the entrance to the sewer was entirely obscured from view. In this light, it could indeed be considered a secret passage within the castle. At the sewer's exit lay a winding path that seemed to lead directly to the Forbidden Forest. With a millennium of history, Hogwarts likely harbors countless secrets, and this path was presumably left behind by some bygone ancestor sneaking off to frolic in the Forbidden Forest. Levi swiftly followed, aided by Nagini, the thermal imaging tracker, ensuring he did not lose sight of his target. Soon, he ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The individual ahead would occasionally pause, only to resume moving after a while. After an undetermined duration, Levi experienced an odd sensation in his heart, followed by a gentle tremor of the ancient magical forces within him. Instantly, he retrieved the lighter from his pocket. Its ethereal blue glowed brighter than ever before. Recognizing the anomaly of the lighter, Levi discerned that he was nearing the truth. He tucked the lighter back into his pocket and hastened to catch up. Not long after, utilizing the eagle eye spell, he spotted a crumbling edifice amidst the woods. He could distinctly sense something familiar concealed within those ruins. Suddenly, a ripple formed in the air before the remnants, and a figure materialized, clutching a silver garment. It was the individual who had shed her invisibility cloak. She stuffed the cloak into her backpack and casually removed her hood, revealing a cascade of golden hair. Under the influence of Levi's eagle eye spell, the person's visage was laid bare, Annie Rocher. To Levi, her appearance was hardly surprising. Annie inhaled the crisp night air and then produced a notebook from her pocket. Observing the notebook, Levi narrowed his eyes. Annie opened the notebook, glanced at it, and then studied the ruins before her, a perplexed expression crossing her face. Using the light from her wand, she compared it against the notebook, cautiously stepping into the debris. Levi stealthily approached and peered through the gaps in the ruins, silently observing her. Annie navigated the wreckage, as if meticulously searching for something. At that moment, Levi's gaze shifted away from her. He had noticed the same luminous glow on a collapsed pillar as that of the lighter. He cast a glance at Annie and, following the ethereal blue light, stepped into the ruins as well. Soon, he stumbled upon a substantial mass of silvery magic beside a fallen staircase. It was ancient magical power, identical to what the senior had demonstrated in his dream. Meanwhile, Annie approached, scrutinizing her notebook while casting a puzzled glance around her. Levi remained quietly in the shadows. Watching her, she stood beside the ancient magical force, seemingly oblivious to its presence. After a prolonged silence, Annie sighed, stowed the notebook away, and made her way out of the ruins. Levi silently observed as she donned her invisibility cloak once more, vanishing from sight. Nagini, follow her, he instructed, crouching down to place the coiled Nagini on the ground. Nagini nodded and swiftly darted towards the place where Annie had vanished. Meanwhile, Levid turned around and slowly approached the ancient magical energy that lay nearby. As he stood beside this ancient power, an overwhelming surge of magic erupted within him. Levid drew his wand and gently touched the tip against the ancient energy. In the next instant, the magic poured into him like a raging tide, flooding through his body. A sharp intake of breath escaped Levid, not from pain, but from an exhilarating delight. An indescribable sensation of euphoria spread from the tip of his wand throughout his entire being. Within mere seconds, he had completely absorbed the ancient magical energy. Levid exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the substantial mass of ancient magic had entirely dissipated. Upon further reflection, he realized that the ancient magic within him had grown significantly more potent. In other words, the gauge representing his ancient magic had increased dramatically. The amount he had gained was estimated to far exceed what he could have achieved through a year of diligent practice. The presence of ancient magical energy in this place indicated that there was a 99% chance that the notebook in Annie's possession was indeed the senior's. At present, Levitt could not ascertain whether she was aware of the existence of ancient magic. However, judging by her earlier demeanor, it seemed she was oblivious to the hidden presence of ancient magic. Otherwise, she would not have appeared so perplexed by the emptiness surrounding her. Perhaps she believed that something else was concealed here? With this lingering doubt, Levitt exited the ruins, feeling a sense of fortune about the night. Initially, he had intended to wait at a location suggested by the senior, but unexpectedly, he encountered the very subject he sought right outside. This saved him considerable effort. Rustling sounds emerged as Nagini crawled out from the underbrush. Levitt crouched down, allowing Nagini to climb back onto his wrist. Following Nagini's lead, he resumed tracking Annie and once again discovered 2 more ruins. Consequently, Levitt absorbed 2 additional sources of ancient magical energy. By this point, he was entirely convinced that the notebook Annie held was indeed the senior's. Moreover, she appeared to be completely unaware of ancient magic. As for further details, Levitt could not deduce them. However, he had no intention of speculating, as it was unnecessary. Upon reaching the 3rd ruin, Levitt utilized nightmare magic to ensnare her. At that moment, she was circling a large tree repeatedly. After absorbing the ancient magical energy from this 3rd ruin, he approached Annie, as if compelled by an unseen command. She ceased her circling and approached Levitt with a vacant expression. Her eyes were unfocused, and she seemed utterly dazed. Levitt raised his wand, and a wisp of white mist instantaneously struck Annie. Annie rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the ground, struck by the nightmare magic. She had succumbed entirely to a specific dreamscape. Unless Levitt could dispel the nightmare spell, she would be incapable of awakening by her own volition. With a gentle flick of his wand, Levitt lifted Annie's body into the air. They were deep within the Forbidden Forest, where Hogwarts Castle's disillusionment charm could not reach. Thus, Levitt seized Annie's arm and vanished from the forest with a swift apparition. In the wizard's tower, on the 1st floor, Annie was laid upon the only long table, continuing her slumber. Meanwhile, Levitt perused the notebook he had obtained. Indeed, it was the notebook belonging to the senior student. With a swish, he transfigured an empty bottle into a chair and positioned it before the long table. Once seated, He entered Annie's dream using the nightmare magic. Within Annie's dream, she sat quietly beneath a tree, engrossed in her book, entirely oblivious to Levid, who remained hidden nearby. In truth, this dream was conjured by Levid himself. As such, unless he chose to reveal himself, Annie would remain unaware of his presence. Senior, are you there? Levid sensed a slight ripple in the nightmare magic beside him. Soon after, the senior student, shrouded in dark mist, materialized at his side. Did she take my notebook? He inquired. Indeed. Do you understand why? I was about to investigate. So I summoned you to assist me. Very well, let us commence. The senior prepared to take action, but Levid halted her. I intend to employ an alternative approach, he stated. An alternative approach? She questioned, perplexed. Is it not slower than this method? I wish for her to remain unaware. I still have use for her. There are two methods to extract secrets using nightmare magic. The first, which the senior intended to employ, is rather direct, interrogation. This involves appearing within the subject's dream and subjecting them to an unending series of nightmares, wherein they would endure experiences more harrowing than hell itself. Even the most resolute individuals would ultimately shatter under the weight of such torment, divulging all their secrets. However, those who undergo such interrogation will retain vivid memories of their dream experiences upon awakening, rendering it both a form of questioning and a torment more excruciating than the Cruciatus curse. The second method, which Levid planned to utilize, does not involve interrogation but rather relies on keywords to awaken the subject's subconscious memories. This approach allows the individual to reenact past events within the dreamscape, akin to entering a meditation basin to observe another's memories. Though this method may be slower, the subject will not remember the scenes from their dream upon awakening. However, Weide had no intention of revealing to Annie all that had transpired that evening. For, if it were to be proven that Annie was a spy sent by Grindelwald, Weide could still utilize her to convey misleading information to Grindelwald, thereby aiding his subsequent schemes. Thus, keeping her in the dark was decidedly advantageous for Weide. Well then, you come forth. I too wish to ascertain the extent of your nightmarish magic. The senior showed no objections to this. Weide nodded and then cast his gaze toward Annie, who was engrossed in her book, not far off. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke the keywords, notebook. Annie Rogier, Vitaro Rogier, Gellert Grindelwald. In the next instant, the entire dreamscape transformed into a mist, and the surroundings underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Annie, who had previously been seated beneath the tree, now stood, her attire effortlessly shifting into a light blue gown. The environment was finally constructed, revealing the interior of what appeared to be a grand castle. The look of confusion on Annie's face had vanished. As she traversed the long corridor within the castle, her expression oscillated between apprehension and anticipation. Weide and the senior followed closely behind her, observing her memories as if they were gazing into a pensive. At the end of the corridor stood a magnificent wooden door. Annie approached the door and gently rapped upon it. Come in. A familiar voice resonated from within. This is the last time I shall assist you, Weide. Weide remarked calmly. Oh, who is it? The senior inquired. Gellert Grindelwald. At that moment, the door before Annie swung open to reveal Vitaro Rogier standing behind it. Aunt, Annie timidly called out. Ah, Annie, do come in, Vitaro beckoned, then firmly shut the door behind her. Weide and the senior passed through the door as if it were mere mist, entering the room. Behind the door lay a lavishly adorned office. The man sat behind a grand desk, gazing warmly at Annie, who had just entered, appearing anxious and uneasy. Miss Rogier, welcome. Welcome to my family. Grindelwald rose and greeted her with enthusiasm. Why you? Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. Annie stammered nervously. No need to be anxious, Annie. May I call you Annie? Grindelwald smiled. Of course, sir. There is no need for apprehension, Annie. Since you have joined our family, we are now kin. Would you feel such trepidation with your own family? Grindelwald spoke gently. No, sir. Then relax, my dear. Would you care for some sweets? Perhaps you share your aunt's fondness for French pastries? Grindelwald said, opening a nearby cabinet to reveal an array of delectable treats. Annie's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld an interior enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, filled to the brim with an assortment of pastries. Having grown up, she had never encountered such an array of desserts. Or do you prefer the English variety? Grindelwald inquired. No, I would prefer the French, Annie replied promptly. Very well. With a gentle knock on the cabinet door, several plates of desserts flew out, landing gracefully before Annie. Would you care for some juice? Or perhaps something else? Do not hesitate. I have a plethora of beverages available, Grindelwald continued. Anything will do, Annie responded eagerly. Meanwhile, an upperclassman watching them could not help but exclaim. This fellow is truly formidable. Even when faced with a mere child, he maintains his persona. Indeed, Levi said, crossing his arms. Otherwise, he would not be able to gather such devoted followers. As a leader, he undeniably possesses a unique charm. At that moment, Grindelwald remained silent, observing Annie as she indulged in the desserts and sipped her juice. Is it delicious? He asked. Yes, it's very good, Annie replied, somewhat nervously setting down her dessert. Sir, do you truly consent to my joining your cause? Certainly, I welcome any wizard willing to join our family. Hence, when I learned of your desire to join us, I instructed Weide to bring you here, Grindelwald smiled. However, I wish to join, yet I am too young and uncertain of how I can contribute. Annie confessed with a hint of apprehension. Everyone has their rightful place. Annie, Grindelwald reassured her gently. Annie's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words. As long as you require it, I would be more than willing to serve you. Not merely for me, Annie, but for our grand cause, Grindelwald replied earnestly. Indeed, Annie nodded solemnly. Suddenly, Grindelwald asked casually, I have heard that you will be enrolling at Beauxbatons this year? Yes, Beauxbatons. My parents are there. Ah, a fine institution. Grindelwald mused for a moment before continuing. In fact, we happen to have a task that requires your assistance. Our cause needs your help. Really? What is it? Annie asked with excitement. I would like to know if you would be willing to attend Hogwarts? Grindelwald queried. Of course, unless you would prefer otherwise. I am willing. Annie nodded vigorously. If it will aid our cause. Grindelwald's face lit up with joy. That is splendid. I am confident you will execute the task flawlessly. Besides, Hogwarts is no lesser than Beauxbatons. You need not worry that this mission will impede your studies. What do you need me to do? Annie asked, brimming with anticipation. I require you to observe 2 individuals who, like you, are new students this year. They are of utmost importance to our cause. Therefore, draw near to them, become their friend, and report back to me with any information you glean about them. As he spoke, Grindelwald retrieved a file folder from his drawer. Very well. Annie excitedly accepted the folder. Is there anything else I should be mindful of? There is one more matter, which is even more crucial than observing your 2 classmates. Grindelwald remarked, I require your assistance in locating a notebook and subsequently deciphering the contents inscribed within it. This task may prove somewhat burdensome and fraught with peril. Should you be unwilling, it is entirely understandable. Annie eagerly interjected. I am more than willing. I comprehend. The people shall remember your contributions to our noble cause, Miss Rosier. At that moment, the dream began to dissipate, and the castle along with Grindelwald transformed back into a shroud of white mist. What a gullible girl, he mused, yet this reveals that the mastermind is indeed Grindelwald. Nevertheless, the true motives of Grindelwald remained elusive. The senior remarked, perhaps our previous hypothesis holds merit. He may have glimpsed fragmented visions through his prophetic abilities. Within those visions, there could be elements that impede his ambitions. His actions seemed to be mere validation. Leviathan stated, I followed Annie tonight and discovered her searching for the location of the notebook. However, upon arrival, she was at a loss regarding what precisely to seek. What do you plan to do next? The senior inquired. I shall do nothing. I will feign ignorance, Leviathan replied. The senior frowned. In that case, you will be unable to take the notebook. What of your ancient magic? Fear not. I have committed the contents of the notebook to memory. If there is nothing particularly significant inscribed within it, Annie may carry it with her. After all, she cannot perceive ancient magic, which will not hinder my studies in that realm. The senior sighed. Very well. My only concern now is that the visions he witnessed may have included ancient magic, implying that your ancient magic may eventually be exposed and cannot remain concealed. In such a scenario, the one who plotted against me might also turn their gaze upon you. Such anxieties are futile at this juncture. Until we glean further information, we must proceed step by step. After a moment of contemplation, Leviathan spoke again. Keywords. Notebook. Leviathan. Tom Riddle. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding white mist began to swirl once more, and the dream morphed into a new scene. Ah, this is Hogwarts. Specifically the corridor of the library. The senior's voice was laced with nostalgia. Indeed, Leviathan observed quietly, gazing at the unfolding scene. At this moment, Annie's previous confusion vanished, and her attire transformed once again. Clad in a semi-transparent garment, she stood at the corridor's end, quietly observing what lay ahead. Leviathan sighed in resignation. So it was she who was spying on us that night. Before Annie, Leviathan beheld his own figure alongside Tom's. During the application of the nightmarish locking spell, he had failed to notice Annie lurking in the shadows, thus, within her line of sight. It appeared as though Leviathan and Tom had simply unlocked the library door and entered. The senior inquired, Is this the night you sought the notebook? Indeed. It seems we were merely steps apart. She had already taken the notebook before encountering us. Ladeward expressed his frustration, remarking that she likely did not realize we were in search of it. Annie gazed perplexedly at the ruins before her. The locations inscribed in the notebook were all akin to these desolate sites. No matter how diligently she searched, she could not discern any extraordinary qualities within them. After traversing 3 such ruins, she found herself in a daze, having discovered nothing of significance. Behind a grand tree, Ladeward quietly observed as Annie concealed herself within her invisibility cloak, vanishing from sight. What had Grindelwald perceived that warranted such emphasis on Tom and me? Even knowing he would confront Dumbledore, he resolutely traveled to England in search of us. Did his prophetic visions contain elements of ancient magic? Or perhaps he beheld the very moment I seized the notebook, recognizing its importance to me, thus prompting his desire to procure it in advance. Unbeknownst to him, did he grasp the meaning inscribed within? As Ladeward reclined, Tom's voice, conjured through a whispering charm, pierced the silence. You went out again tonight? Yes, you finally awakened. Came the reply. What was your purpose? Nothing particular, merely confirming one thing. Annie Rocaire is indeed a member of the Purity Party. Tom turned his head in surprise, glancing at Ladeward on the adjacent bed. Recalling the terror of Grindelwald, he felt a twinge of apprehension. What do you intend to do? Perhaps inform Dumbledore? Firstly, my method of confirming her affiliation cannot be disclosed before Dumbledore. Secondly, I believe our best course of action is to continue feigning ignorance. Tom frowned, voicing his confusion. I cannot comprehend your reasoning. Now that you are aware of her true nature, I possess ample means to compel her to reveal her identity. Why persist in pretending as if nothing is amiss? By keeping her, we can leverage her to outmaneuver Grindelwald at any moment. That old man caused us significant losses in Godric's Hollow. Inaction does not align with my character. After a moment of silence, Tom conceded, you make a valid point. We must ensnare him. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. I have already formulated a preliminary plan, yet it is imperative to ascertain Grindelwald's true intentions regarding us. Ladeward mused. I yearn to understand what he seeks to obtain through us. Only then can my strategy be truly refined. In Ladeward's view, successfully ensnaring Grindelwald would undoubtedly provide him with the merit points needed to upgrade his inferior system. That is a question for Rocaire, Tom coldly replied. You ought not to be so frosty. Show Annie a touch of kindness. Otherwise, even she, despite her foolishness, may discern your suspicions, which could alert her. Very well. If it is merely a performance, then I am adept at acting. Concerning his own safety, Tom was unwilling to jeopardize Ladeward's plans due to his own recklessness. Thus, he readily acquiesced to Ladeward's request. Based on your experience, what do you believe intrigues Grindelwald? Weide inquired. He felt that Grindelwald, often referred to as the Dark Lord, and Tom, who is destined to become the future Dark Lord, might share similar ideologies. Tom retorted angrily, what nonsense? What do you mean by based on my experience? It sounds as though you consider me akin to Grindelwald. Are you not of the same ilk? Weide scoffed, finding Tom's assertion quite amusing. In fact, it seems to me that you and Grindelwald are more alike. Tom replied with a serious demeanor. Nonsense. I am a good person certified by Dumbledore. How could I possibly resemble Grindelwald? A good person? Huh. That claim sounds quite novel to me, considering how many times you have betrayed me. Regardless, this will be my final assistance to you, Tom exclaimed in fury. Chapter 80 Tom. You are even unwilling to address me as your guardian. In the opulent office of Grindelwald, Weide placed a book upon his desk. Grindelwald set aside the documents he was perusing and shifted the book in front of himself. Upon opening it, he discovered that the book was entirely devoid of content. Every page was blank save for a small page number in the lower right corner. However, Grindelwald found no oddity in this and instead turned the blank book to a predetermined page, waiting in silence. He glanced at the large clock in the office. The time had come. Just as he was about to speak, words began to gradually materialize on the once blank pages of the open book. A smile crept across Grindelwald's face. Well done, my dear girl, remarkably punctual. Upon hearing this, Weide's lips curled into a slight smile. The text on the blank page had fully manifested, indicating that they had successfully befriended Weide and Tom, and the notebook was now in hand. Observing this, Grindelwald felt a surge of elation. He gently raised a hand, and a nearby quill floated to the blank page. Writing fervently, excellent. You have performed admirably, truly worthy of the Rosier lineage. So, have you perused the notebook? What does it contain? As the ink was inscribed on the empty page, it vanished without a trace. Then, Grindelwald intertwined his fingers, resting his chin on the back of his hands, gazing expectantly at the blank page. Moments later, words began to appear once more. I explored 3 locations in close proximity to Hogwarts last night while cloaked. These 3 sites are the ruins of some structures. I cannot discern what these edifices once were. However, the abandoned structures at these 3 locations appear to be of considerable antiquity. A flicker of disappointment crossed Grindelwald's face. Is there nothing here but ruins? The words on the blank page re-emerged. I shall continue to investigate the remaining sites. Should I uncover anything, I will contact you at once. Grindelwald inscribed with his quill. Very well, do take care. By the way, have you made any intriguing discoveries regarding Weide and Tom? The blank page fell silent for a brief moment before the writing reappeared. Speaking of which, I do indeed have a revelation. It pertains to Weide. He seems to hail from a pure-blood wizarding family of the Lee surname from the East, yet he remains deeply secretive about his past. This information surfaced after he was mistakenly believed to be of Muggle origin and was subjected to linguistic insults, prompting him to reveal it in a moment of indignation. Given his unique disposition, I find this possibility quite compelling. Of course, there is currently no concrete evidence to substantiate this claim. Upon reading this, Grindelwald's expression conveyed a sense of affirmation. He harbored suspicions regarding Weide's origins. An 11-year-old wizard, adept enough to engage with so many elite members of the pureblood faction before even enrolling in school, and even managing to best several of them. Such feats would be impossible without some form of background or foundation. Moreover, the writing on the blank page continued to materialize. On the night I acquired the notebook, I observed them stealthily infiltrating the library. At that time, I had just obtained the notebook and, fearing the risk, refrained from following them inside. Grindelwald furrowed his brow upon reading this line. The library? Could it be that they were also seeking notebooks from the restricted section? What a pity it would have been if Annie could have ventured in to take a look. Weide inquired with curiosity. Do those two children also know about the notebook? Indeed, this notebook is intricately linked to those two children. I sense that one of them is among them. Grindelwald rose, displaying a sense of urgency. I believe Weide is the most likely candidate. Though such matters are not easily determined. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the snow-capped mountains, his tone somber. We must ascertain the truth swiftly. Only then can we proceed, for our time is exceedingly limited, alarmingly so. Though Weide was filled with questions, she understood that as long as Grindelwald remained enigmatic and reticent, it would not be prudent for her to press further. Annie, you appear to have not rested well. In the morning, as Weide and Tom prepared to attend class with their textbooks, they encountered Annie in the common room. Perhaps it is due to that invigorating potion from yesterday. I may have overindulged, resulting in a bit of insomnia last night, Annie replied somewhat awkwardly. Weide and Tom exchanged knowing glances, both fully aware of the true reason behind her sleeplessness. Tom remarked, Weide still possesses some elixir of life, if you require it. Perhaps you could procure a vial. Each one is merely 3 gold galleons. However, do be cautious with the dosage this time, as an overdose of the elixir could render one unable to awaken. Oh, are you not usually indifferent to Weide's potions? Why are you proactively helping him sell them today? And inquired, astonished. Tom replied with a stern expression, because I only discovered last night that the funds he used to procure materials were mine. Thus, yes, I have a stake in his potions as well. This is merely a strategy for maximizing profit. Levi smiled and remarked, there is no need to be so irate, Tom. Your money rests in Gringotts, merely stagnant. It is far better to utilize it and let it generate returns. It is quite comfortable piled up in Gringotts, Tom retorted. Moreover, what bothers me is that you used my money without informing me. Ahem, I have no intention of purchasing the elixir of life, and stated, lacking any desire for such a potion. After all, she had to venture out to investigate certain locations that night. How could she possibly drink the elixir and sleep peacefully? However, the camaraderie between you two appears to be far better than I anticipated. Weide even has access to your vault, freely utilizing your funds? Anne's gaze shifted, revealing a hint of suspicion. Ahem, I believe you are mistaken. He merely temporarily stored the money with me. The vaults at Gringotts are quite costly. Having one solely for oneself would be significantly less economical, Levi clarified. Is that so? And scrutinized the pair. Indeed, it is as simple as that. An uncomplicated and genuine friendship. Levi asserted with sincerity. If this isn't clarified, who knows how this foolish girl will report to Grindelwald? Just as the trio prepared to head to class, a commotion erupted from the corner of the common room. You filthy, foolish pig, how dare you defy me? A boy with golden hair and a pale complexion arrogantly declared. Levi recognized him. Was this not Abraxas Malfoy? I am a human being, not some filthy, foolish pig, retorted a chubby, dark-haired boy standing opposite Abraxas. Glaring at him with fury, Levi also remembered him as a newcomer this year, seemingly named Charlie Prince. Come now, even if you are not a foolish pig, I see no fault in calling you filthy. After all, your father is a dirty muggle, Abraxas scoffed. How dare you insult my father? Charlie exclaimed, incensed. What? I merely speak the truth. With half of that filthy muggle blood coursing through you, how can you not be considered dirty? Abraxas continued his haughty tirade. Upon hearing this, Levi could not help but glance at Tom. It was fortunate that Tom was still unaware of his father's muggle status. Otherwise, simultaneously, Tom felt an inexplicable annoyance wash over him, a surge of unaccountable anger rising within. He had already established that his mother was a witch, but what about his father? Tom was astute. He had long harbored suspicions that his father might be a muggle. The probability of this was at least 80%. Having interacted with pure-blood families for so many days, Tom had grown accustomed to their attitudes. They inherently looked down upon muggles. If one's mother hails from the esteemed Gaunt family, she must undoubtedly be of pure blood, should any relatives still exist. Their negligence in allowing a family member to perish destitute at the orphanage's threshold implies that she may have committed a grievous transgression against their values. For instance, bearing a child with a muggle man. Any family that venerates the supremacy of pure blood would certainly expel such a member from their lineage. Hence, the circumstances surrounding her demise at the orphanage become entirely explicable. At this moment, Charlie was thoroughly incensed. Am I filthy? In my eyes? You purebloods are the true embodiment of filth, a congregation of inbred monstrosities claiming the right to deride others? How revolting! Leviathan gasped at his words. Whose underling is this? How audacious! Even if it is the truth, such words should not be uttered openly. This is Slytherin, predominantly inhabited by pureblood wizards who uphold their lineage. His statement has offended far too many. Is he resolved to abandon Hogwarts altogether? Indeed, no sooner had Charlie spoken than the pureblood wizards, who had merely been spectators, swiftly closed in. You would do well to apologize for your earlier remarks. A pureblood student coldly interjected. Apologize? Charlie retorted with a sneer. I merely spoke the truth. You scoundrel. You are courting death. What? Is it permissible for you to insult my kin, yet intolerable for me to respond in kind? Charlie scoffed. Leviathan clapped Tom on the shoulder, chuckling. This fellow possesses quite the spirit. I admire him. Yet, Tom coolly remarked, it is unfortunate that such spirited individuals may find it impossible to remain within Slytherin henceforth. Although he too was perturbed by Abercax's words. To speak so recklessly would be tantamount to declaring war against the entire cadre of pureblood wizards in Slytherin. Tom surmised that this Charlie Prince might not survive the night. The dark arts wielded by these pureblood families could render life unbearable. Tom, where are you going? You cannot be contemplating saving him, can you? Leviathan queried, perplexed. Indeed. We have already offended that group of purebloods. What harm is there in offending them once more? Tom replied dismissively. Good heavens, Tom has turned into a paragon of virtue. Leviathan exclaimed. I am no paragon of virtue. However, did you not once say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? To diminish our foes and amplify our allies is essential, yet we currently possess too few friends in Slytherin and far too many enemies. Oh, how touching. You actually remembered my words and grasped their deeper meaning, Leviathan beamed. Tom, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, am I some senile old fool? Cough, that was not my intent. I merely wish to inquire if you can contend with so many adversaries. A mere pack of scoundrels, they are not unfamiliar to me in combat, Tom scoffed. Deriding the combat prowess of the purebloods, Weide remarked. However, there are quite a few upperclassmen over there. Let us not forget how thoroughly you were bested by them before. Tom hesitated for a moment. I can't take them on alone. Isn't there still you? He countered. Last time you rescued me. You easily frightened them away, didn't you? I feel that even if everyone here were to join forces, they would not match your prowess. Besides, you would not just stand by and watch me get beaten to death, would you? Oh, so you do recall that I saved you, Weide sighed. Yet you are still unwilling to address me as your adoptive father. Tom furiously retorted. What are you saying? You scoundrel. I am still contemplating whether to befriend you, and yet you are already scheming to take on the role of my father? What is the meaning of this? Have I not treated you well enough? Yet you, ungrateful wretch, are constantly plotting against me. You truly wound the heart of this old father. If it weren't for the knowledge that he could not best this rogue, Tom would have charged at him in a fit of rage. If you continue to bicker, that fellow may very well end up being beaten to death, Annie interjected. Moreover, regarding your earlier statement about having fought them, the 180 points deducted cannot possibly be related to you, can it? We were merely acting in self-defense, Tom replied seriously as he strode towards them. Annie was astonished. The combat abilities of these two were crucial intelligence. She was already contemplating how to report this to Mr. Grindelwald. Weide sighed and followed suit. You are going too? Of course, if I do not go. I fear my rebellious son might be beaten to death, he responded. Chapter 81. Who is in favor? Who is against? I believe you are in need of some lessons, a sneering upperclassman approached. Do you think I fear you? Charlie retorted angrily as he brandished his wand. At that moment, Tom also approached. Are you truly unafraid at all? Afraid? Charlie exclaimed with indignation. If my kin are insulted, and I cower like a coward, what difference is there between me and a beast? I would rather die than become such a person. Very well, come with me, Tom said calmly. Charlie was momentarily taken aback, his previous fervor suddenly stifled. Go with you. We must leave soon, or we will be late. Do you wish to skip this morning's charms class? Tom stated. Charlie was once again stunned. He was on the verge of a fight, yet this person was reminding him about class. Are you not mindful of the occasion when you speak? You again. Do you intend to meddle? At this moment, the upperclassman finally recognized who had arrived. Good morning, Andre. I was wondering how you have considered my previous inquiry, came Weide's voice from behind Tom. Upon seeing Weide, Andre's pupils constricted. It is you. Indeed, it is I. I remember my last question to you. Wait. Andre quickly interrupted. For Weide had previously asked him whether he wished to associate with him. Such matters could not be publicly discussed. He is, after all, a senior student. If more people were to discover that he bowed to a mere first-year freshman, where would he place his dignity? I am still contemplating, Andre hesitantly replied. The capabilities displayed by Weide during their last encounter nearly terrified him. To be frank, he truly did not dare to outright refuse. Had Professor McGonagall not intervened at that moment, he might have acquiesced, even though Weide had not resorted to violence. I am confident you shall make the right choice. Weide whispered into his ear, for those who wish to become my adversaries face dire consequences. A chill ran down Andre's spine, entirely overlooking the fact that Weide was merely a first-year student himself. The others, witnessing such a high-ranking student as Andre submissively yielding to Weide, could not help but calm their own trepidation. Many speculated that perhaps the Shafik family, to which Andre belonged, had at some point encountered the formidable power behind Weide's lineage. Thus, Andre's fear of Weide began to make sense. This realization instilled a sense of dread towards Weide among the onlookers. Most Slytherin students were drawn to strength, whether it stemmed from individual prowess or collective might. Let us depart. They, like you, harbor no affection for us. Hence, we must unite, Tom said to Charlie, observing the tense standoff between Tom and the purebloods present. And recalling their reactions when they acquired the Felix Felicis the previous day, Charlie understood that Tom was not speaking falsely. The other pureblood wizards from Slytherin were indeed ostracizing Weide and his small group. All right, Charlie nodded, picking up the book that Abraxas had discarded. Although expressing such sentiments felt gratifying, he was acutely aware that he had stirred up trouble. Consequently, he had no reason to reject Tom's goodwill. After watching Tom lead Charlie out of the encirclement, Weide declared, "From this day forth, Charlie Prince shall be my friend. And no one is permitted to humiliate him again. Who is in favor? Who is against?" The purebloods present, wary of the mysterious family behind Weide, opted for silence regarding his proclamation. Only Abraxas, infuriated by Charlie, broke the stillness. "I oppose," he began, but his words were met with Weide's icy gaze. An inexplicable wave of profound fear surged within Abraxas, as if a ferocious dragon were fixated upon him. The moment his dissent escaped his lips, it transformed entirely. "I oppose" morphed into "it is impossible to oppose. I am in favor," his voice dwindled. Once he uttered this statement, the sensation of being preyed upon by a beast vanished without a trace. "Excellent, Tom. Let us proceed," Weide said, turning to lead the way towards the common room. Tom followed closely behind Charlie, while Annie gazed intently at Weide and Tom, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The sights and experiences of the day had exhilarated her. She was certain that since Mr. Grindelwald had allowed her proximity to these two individuals, it was a testament to their extraordinary nature. Upon closer inspection, her instincts proved correct. In the long history of Hogwarts, which first-year student had the power to silence so many members of pureblood families with a mere utterance? Mr. Grindelwald would undoubtedly find this intriguing. "Thank you for rescuing me," Charlie said sincerely as they walked along. "Since you have become our friend, such matters do not require gratitude." Weide responded with a smile, gesturing towards Tom. "You see, he is just like that. I have lost count of how many times I have saved this wayward child and assisted him, yet he has never once expressed his gratitude." Tom glared at Weide, his teeth grinding in frustration. "If only I could best you in a duel. I truly appreciate your help, but I am somewhat perplexed." Hesitating, Charlie inquired, "I have heard that you, too, are pureblood wizards. When I insulted, I included you in my scorn. Why then do you choose to assist me? Are you not disdainful of non-pureblood wizards?" Weide chuckled. "In this regard, Mr. Grindelwald has indeed spoken a truth. In this world, magic flourishes only within the souls of a select few." This statement ignited a spark of understanding in Annie. He, too, acknowledged the wisdom in Mr. Grindelwald's words. This was certainly worth noting for her evening report to him. Meanwhile, Charlie remained somewhat confused. "What does this have to do with your assistance? Muggles and wizards are both human. You must be aware that wizards can emerge from Muggle families," Weide explained. Charlie nodded in acknowledgement. "Do you know how many Muggles exist in this world compared to wizards? Thus, each wizard is a rarity, irreplaceable. The existence of every wizard is a miracle of life. Since we are all miracles of life, why should there be distinctions of superiority or inferiority? Moreover, we are still uncertain about the origins of wizards. Even those from the most esteemed pureblood families cannot guarantee that their ancestors were not wizards of Muggle descent. Who can assure that they have not mingled with Muggles or other non-pureblood wizards during their lineage?" After hearing Weide's words, Charlie nodded repeatedly, wholeheartedly agreeing. Just because his father was a Muggle, those individuals constantly sought excuses to belittle him and bully him. Yet, in essence, they should all be the same. What right do you have to look down upon me or to bully me? Your wand may strike quickly, but does that mean mine is not equally swift? On the other side, Tom similarly absorbed Levid's words, his expression contemplative. In truth, ever since Levid had entered Slytherin, each time he vocally confronted the purebloods or intimidated them with sheer force, he garnered merit points, albeit in small increments. The system's notifications were exceedingly trivial, often yielding minuscule amounts, even decimals, such as 0, 1 merit points. Thus, finding it bothersome, Levid opted to shield himself from those irritating sounds with a mental barrier, leaving only Tom's voice unimpeded. After all, Tom was indeed the primary instrument through which Levid accumulated merit points. As soon as Levitt finished speaking, the system's notifications regarding Tom began to flood in. Ding. The future Dark Lord Tom, due to the host's deliberate guidance, has altered a fragment of his future trajectory. Reward, 20 merit points. Ding. The future Dark Lord. This wave alone granted Levitt an impressive total of over 500 merit points. While Levitt silently tallied his earnings, Tom pondered deeply, and Charlie reflected on the situation. And, however, quietly committed Levitt's previous statements to memory, intending to incorporate them into the report later that night. She felt elated that Levitt had echoed Grindelwald's sentiments, believing he would eventually seek out Grindelwald and join the Death Eaters. In doing so, Levitt and Tom might genuinely become her friends. In the classroom for the charms lesson, the time for class had yet to arrive, and the group gathered together. "Welcome, Charlie. We are thrilled to have you join us," Alfred exclaimed joyfully. Henry added, "Although your words have chastised the entire pure-blood wizarding community of Slytherin, myself included, I must concede that you spoke the truth. I, too, harbor disdain for those beasts who prioritize their family lineage above all else, engaging in incestuous unions. Hence, welcome." Thus, another member was added to Levitt's small circle. Levitt remained seated, quietly observing them, feeling a peculiar familiarity with the surname Prince. Suddenly, he inquired, "Charlie, do you have any siblings?" "Yes. I have a sister named Eileen Prince, who is just 8 years old this year." Levitt's realization struck him. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Eileen Prince would, in years to come, become the mother of Professor Snape.